Good morning and welcome to day 3 of Henley Women's Regatta 2024. My name is Megan Chester. I've been your host for the past couple of days and I will continue to be so today. We are far from finished yet. It's been great checking in with you and we hope that you've been enjoying the racing here. We hope that you've been enjoying the racing just as much as we have here on the banks of the river in Henley. It's been, as I was walking down to the river this morning, it was really calm and quiet and still, but all of that is about to change because this is going to become the site of some really fierce competition. As I said, it's day 3, it's the last day, which means it is full of finals. We've got quarters, we've got semis, and then we've got the big ones this afternoon. The standard of rowing is extremely high, and this is only going to increase as we inch closer to the presentation ceremony later on today. To talk through yesterday's action and to give us the lowdown on what to expect today, we have the wonderful Zoe de Toledo. Good morning, Zoe.
Good morning.
So Zoe is an Olympic medal winning cox. She's also a mentor at the Winning Cox and she is a Henley Women's Ambassador and a commentator. You have got your work cut out, Zoe. And it looks like you're ready and raring to go. Can you talk me through what you're wearing?
Oh, yes, I can. So I'm geared up, ready to go for commentary, which I'm heading straight off to. So basically we've got our radios so that we can hear what's going on in control. We've got our radio so that we are then able to talk directly over the tannoy, and we switch back and forth. So that's the danger part. You have to remember which one's live and which one is just to each other. Otherwise you can get in trouble.
Okay, so can you tell me from the past couple of days, particularly yesterday, what have been the highlights for you?
So, as usual, really good racing, and there's certain races, certain events that the racing's always going to be really, really hot in, particularly things like Champ 8s, and actually Junior 8s, I think, is one of my favourite events to watch. I think in terms of individual races, my highlight from yesterday was probably in the J16 Coxed Fours. St Paul's girls, who are my old school, won their race yesterday against Henley, so I'm really looking forward to see how they get on today as well.
Fantastic. And let's talk about the international cruise. So we've had 38 international clubs represented here over the course of this competition this year. There's obviously added logistics, added preparation, as well as the training that's required for the on-the-water stuff. Does that add pressure for these international crews?
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully for most of those clubs, they've got, coaches and people supporting them so that the athletes don't have to worry too much. But in some of the smaller clubs, it's going to be the athletes themselves who've done a lot of the works around the logistics, things like accommodation, finding a boat, making sure they all get over here in one piece. So it is a lot of added pressure. I think one of the things that's really nice about Henley Women's is they really try and look after those international crews so that hopefully once they're here, they can just relax and focus on the racing.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so it's almost time to get started with that racing. Just before we go though, if anyone's watching this live stream, maybe they've been watching it for the past couple of days and feeling inspired, what would your advice be to them?
So if you haven't tried rowing and you would like to, then you can go on British Rowing. They have a club finder, so you can actually find your local club. A lot of places do learn to row courses as juniors, for adults, for anyone who wants to get involved. And if you are a cox, come and check us out at the Winning Cox. All our social medias are at the Winning Cox, because we can give you really good advice about how to improve and how to raise your game from the driver's seat. But basically get involved. You can volunteer here at Henley Women's, you can volunteer with British Rowing. There are loads of opportunities out there, just have to find them.
Okay, so I can't wait any longer. We're going to have to go to the racing. We're going to hand over to James Lee and the wonderful commentary team as our finals day gets underway.
Good morning and welcome to Henley Women's Regatta. Joining me in the commentary box is Ella Stader from Oxford University Women's Boat Club President for the 2024 season.
Yeah, hi. Really excited to be here. We've got some really exciting racing lined up, starting off our junior single sculls here. And yeah, we're really excited to see what we've got in store today with some finals in the evening.
We've got some morning of quarterfinals for everyone today, haven't we? So it's quarterfinals. So these athletes will race 3 more times if they succeed today.
Yeah, busy days for them, that's for sure. I think we had the start of the quarterfinals last night.
Yeah, and in this race on the Berkshire station, we've got Red and Bluecoat, and on the Buckinghamshire station, we've got Latimer School. Both athletes seem to get away clean from the start there, and it looks from this angle that the Berkshire station has got a slight lead. And it looks like the Berkshire station's rating it a lot higher than Latimer on the far side.
Yeah, definitely. On the Berkshire station from Reading Bluecoat, we've got Phoebe Johnson there. And on the Buckinghamshire station, we've got Gila Riley from Latimer upper. So some very experienced athletes there, and to be racing on the Sunday at Henley Women's, I mean, they've clearly shown their pedigree already in this weekend, and they'll be trying to show it a bit more just to get to the semi-finals and then the finals later on today.
Obviously, in a single, this race is going to be a long race. You know, it's the
Yeah.
longest. It's only 1,500 metres. It's the same distance, but obviously the time will be longer because it's a smaller boat class. How will these athletes go from racing a quarter-final, recover, race a semi-final, and then hopefully a final? You know, what do you think they're doing here? Do you think they're giving all their beans now because they have to win to progress, or do you think they're saving some in the tank for the semi-finals and the finals?
Well, I think this early in their race, they'll definitely be giving it the all. You want to secure your place, as you just mentioned, into the semi-final. And this early on in the race, it's definitely not one you want to ease up yet. But maybe if they established an easy lead, perhaps later on in the race, they might choose to lower the rate and then conserve their energy for later on into the competition. But compared to other competitions, to have multiple races in the same day, I mean, Henley Royal, you're going to be spreading that over multiple days. So Henley Women's 3 in 1 day is going to be a lot for these athletes, but I'm sure they're well prepared.
Yeah, and it looks like Latimer has closed that gap that she lost on the early start. And I was just watching that view we had from down the bow of the boat, and it looked like the Latimer athlete was very loose at the catch and very powerful through the drive of the stroke, whereas the red and blue coat seemed to be very powerful at the catch and then lighter through the back end of the stroke. So it is interesting that even within the same sport, there's very many different techniques that people apply. You can see that view now. You can see the difference in the catch and the drive between the two athletes here. You can see the red and blue coat on the right of the screen is very physical at the catch and very on, whereas the Latimer lady on the left of the screen seems to be light at the catch, and then the power comes on as her knees hit the deck of the boat.
For sure, it's a kind of the difference in the hip swing there, and where that emphasis on the stroke and the power is. But it's still very neck and neck between those two athletes.
Yeah, and looking at it now, the water looks flat. It doesn't mean to be too many pleasure crafts going up and down and creating wash on the course, which in a single would have a great effect on the race. But also, it looks to be flat in terms of weather. It doesn't seem to be very taily or very headwindy, which will be nice for these early morning races for sure.
Definitely. The wind over the past few days, especially in the afternoon as you approach the finish and the chairman's enclosure, has been really quite rough. Watching the junior single sculls and the lightweight sculls go down, I've not been envious of that water out there.
No, that's a great shot of the Latimer sculler there. Very clean. Very clean. Great height over the knees, creating great shape to get that catch straight in. You can see the V splash off the back of the blades. That's what we're kind of looking for when we're rowing, isn't it? You want some splash off the back of the blades and some splash off the front of the blades, which creates an air pocket, which then you drive against. You know, that's what you're doing. Everyone says that rowing is an arms-based sport, but actually it's not. It's all leg-based. It's all a pushing sport. And so you want to push the boat past those blades.
Definitely. And from that drone footage there, you can really see the lead that Latimer athlete is going to extend out.
And the next race is race 302, which is Miss Wesson versus Miss Stoker. Both athletes clean off the start there. It looks like the Berkshire Station athlete there had a shorter start sequence, shorter, sharper strokes, whereas the Buckinghamshire Station seemed to apply the power longer and was taking the rate up higher later in the start sequence.
Definitely. There seems to already be a lead on the Berkshire Station there, which is incredible for only the first few strokes of the start.
Yeah, it looks like the Berkshire athlete's got a lead before the end of the island here. Great start. But it'll be interesting because it's such a long race for these singles. That can change. We saw that in the other race where the red and blue coat athlete got a lead off the start, and now Latimer's rode through her and has gone through. The Berkshire Station athlete there just getting a warning from the umpire to move back to her station because she's coming across the middle of the river. That's her second warning.
So the Berkshire Station in this race is Lila Wesson from Nottinghamshire County Rowing Academy, and on the Buckinghamshire Station we have Holly Stoker of City of Sunderland.
Right, we're going to go to the finish now.
And just cutting back to race 301, approaching the finish now of the junior single sculls.
And what we were saying earlier, it looks like that Latimer athlete, Gwyla Riley, has really taken her rate down and feels that she's in a dominant position to do so, saving that energy for the semi-finals, which will be coming up in just a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about that recovery now for her. She'll be focusing on getting her food in and recovering well for the next session.
Flushing the lactate out of the
For
system,
sure.
yeah. Yeah, she looks really cool, calm, and she's definitely taken that down now. She's in control, she's dominant, she's just thinking about the next race, right?
100%. Really, really bringing that rate down, keeping her calm, collected, and looking like she's drawing up to the finish now.
She'll enjoy this, right? She'll enjoy having such a
100%.
dominant race in the quarterfinal.
100%.
It's not very often you get these kind of races where you're in that much control, where you can take the rate down and rucks. But we're just going to go back to the next race, which is in the middle. And it looks like that Buckinghamshire station, like I said, rode through after the start process.
Yeah, very interesting there.
That's the City of Sunderland route.
Seemed like the Berkshire station had an initial advantage, perhaps maybe due to the quicker start, higher stroke rate. But it appears, just as the race before, that the Buckingham station is now rowing through.
Yesterday, Erin and I were talking about that elastic that you feel
Definitely.
when you're racing alongside a boat, and then you just start to lose that elastic. And once that's gone, you kind of get demoralised or deflated. And I wonder what's going through the mind of Lila Wesson now. You know, she hasn't broken that elastic yet. Will she be able to pull back and close that gap? Anything can happen in a single scull.
100%.
But yeah, it looks to be a great scull from City of Sunderland rower Holly Stoker. And these races are coming thick and fast now. This is the third quarter-final in the junior sculls. We have, in this one, Emily Anna Bestley versus Lily Rose Anderson, sorry.
So that's two Nottinghamshire athletes in quarterfinals, which is a great success for the sculling of that club. And there'll be
Some great sculling going on, especially from these junior categories. You know, they've probably been rowing, 2 years now?
Yeah, definitely. And to be making it to the Sunday of Henley Women's Regatta in the single is really, really great success for them.
Yeah,
And looking good for their futures, I'm sure.
You know, we know this, but it's not just about the 1,500 metres that you're racing now, is it? You'd have gone out, you'd have done a pre-paddle, then you'd have had to cool down. You know, today these athletes are going to be doing over 12, 14K.
100%. It's a big day for them. And it's not like they didn't row yesterday, race yesterday, and race on Friday. It's a
big accumulation,
big
isn't it?
weekend. But it is the high point of the season for many female athletes. Kind of the end marker after a big season, I'm sure.
It was interesting because I was in the eatery area yesterday talking to a couple of athletes, and they were saying that actually, you know, it's hard to peak for this race because it falls into like a window where actually you may want to progress to Henley Royal, or you may have done stuff like the boat race like yourself, and
100%.
it's kind of like, how do you focus all your efforts for this race? And it's really interesting that, you know, there's a big talent pool that have come to Henley Women's. You know, it's a really important race in the calendar, isn't it?
100%. I mean, I know for my own racing, there's been times where you're trying to peak for Henley Royal or you're trying to peak for qualifiers, but then you've also had an earlier peak in the year with the boat race. And for many of these athletes that are still at school, at university, this is almost the high point of academic pressure as well. So managing that peak of training and peak of academic pressure is a lot right now.
Look at this image we've got now. We just had a great image on that drone where, you know, the Buckinghamshire athlete had a great lead, you know, but still sculling incredibly. Look at that. You can see the puddles being pushed away. The hand speed is moving the same speed that the puddles are moving.
Yeah, really extending the
Really
lead there.
really clean there.
And I think compared to the other race we've seen, we're already being able to bring the rate down and conserve energy ready for the semi-final and hopefully final later on in the day.
We're just going back to the previous race, crossing the line now, which looks to be the City of Sunderland sculler, who seems to be just, again, taking it down. She was down at the start of the race. And now she's rowed through and she's in control, and she's going to take through and cross the line and hopefully progress through to that semi-final.
Yeah, exactly. Really great row from them today.
My only criticism in this image here is to try and keep those wrists a bit flatter. That would be my only comment. If I could give one coaching tip, it would just be to keep those wrists a bit flatter off the back turn. We're now watching the last start of these quarterfinals in the junior singles. This is Nottingham and Union versus Wycliffe College. Or on the Crabs caught there just off that start for the Berkshire Station athlete. But the race isn't over yet. You've just got to be calm, compose yourself and restart. You know, if you try and chase that down, you're going to fill up with lactic acid and just burn yourself out. It wasn't, a race catastrophic accident. You can get back from that. And you can see the Buckinghamshire athlete here is just getting warned to get back onto her station as well.
Yeah, especially as you were just saying, especially in these small boats, the speed that you can pick up and the speed changes in the boats and the hull is really, really extreme compared to an 8. I mean, the impact that would have had would have been quite significant early on, but the speed that she can make up is really, really magnificent. So in this race, we have Phoebe Forward of
Nottingham
Union, and we have Lily Church.
Both athletes are trying to hug the middle of that river, and the umpire keeps warning the Buckinghamshire athlete to get closer to the booms, but actually I think this Berkshire athlete needs to be warned to come back onto her station.
Yeah, they both...
You can see the flag raised there now. The umpire is clearly listening to our
yeah,
commentary.
there you go.
Lifting the flag up and pushing her over.
Don't. They're a nightmare.
But, this athlete on this side, the Nottingham and Union sculler, she has composed herself. She was clear water down after that start because of the mistake, and she's now got back up to half a boat length. This race isn't over for her, and she's keeping her head in the race.
Definitely. It almost looks like she's gaining now on that Buckinghamshire station. Be interesting to see how this race pans out.
It absolutely doesn't. It doesn't look like either of the scullers are taking the rate down into a race-controlled rhythm. It looks like they're attacking this. Maybe both athletes have decided to put a push in here as they go through the eateries and their supporters. Well, there's a quick look over that left-hand shoulder there from Phoebe. She's obviously feeling this push that she's put in to get back in contention. But what she needs to remember is the other athlete will also be feeling hurt because this is a long race. They'll be feeling the same feelings you're feeling. And that's kind of what I feel when I'm racing. I'm thinking I'm hurting. So I hope everyone else is, because if they're not, then I'm about to blow,
Definitely.
Sometimes.
But just checking on the stroke rate there, they're both at 32. So right now it will really be about their distance per stroke. How much can they get for each stroke that they're taking?
And we're just coming back to the finish of the previous quarter-final, and it looks like Lily Anderson from Wycliffe College is going to take the win in that race. It looks like, actually, this morning the Buckinghamshire station has favoured a lot of these junior scullers.
Definitely. That's 3 out of 3 races now that we've had there. And initially it's appeared an advantage to the Berkshire station.
Look at this, Ella.
Wow.
Phoebe's come through.
That is an incredible move that she's just put in there.
Maybe she was looking to see how close she was to put a push on you. Maybe she wasn't looking because she was hurting. She's watching that stroke coach. She knows what time she's on. She's focused,
She'll have her distance markers. She'll know what she needs to do to get herself across the line first.
Both hands seem to have equal pressure coming off that back turn, creating a great platform for her to then drive that boat back through the boat. And you can see the stern doesn't seem to be dipping. It doesn't seem to be like she's crashing that foot plate with a load of body weight. It looks like she's staying light on the foot plate, but then straight and engaged straight through it. It's great sculling from the junior sculler. The next race we'll have up are the championship pairs. So as a sweep athlete yourself, is there any other boat that you'd like to row?
Oh, no. The pair is such an exciting boat to row together. I mean, the the feeling of just being completely together with one other person. You can almost read someone's mind by the time you've been training a long time in a pair together. And for them, this is going to be a really, really exciting race. It's a competitive category they're entering. And so, yeah, we're about to see the quarterfinals now.
Yeah, and in this first race, we've got an international crew coming all the way from the USA. You know, we were talking yesterday with Erin about how sometimes, you know, you're like, oh my gosh, I've got an international crew. But you've just got to stick to your race plan, right?
100%.
Here they are. You can see them getting off way cleanly. But we've got a great split screen shot here. We've got the, Phoebe there taking the lead in the earlier race. And that start of the pairs race in the bottom right-hand corner. Both boats in that pairs race have attacked that start. You can see them. The rate is high. They're moving. They're just lengthening out to full stroke now, it looks like.
Definitely. It looks neck and neck between the two as they're coming through the island now.
So when you've raced Henley Women's, what are the markers you're looking for as you're going down the course?
So it will definitely become, maybe less so this morning, but later in the day, as you come through the spectator zone, you're going to have a real roar from the crowd there, and that's a definite boost. You've kind of just finished your start sequence. You're not quite yet in the pain cave, but it's starting a bit. And then coming through the competitor zone as well, that's a key marker because it always quietens down a bit. And that's definitely what I'm looking out for.
I've got to commend Phoebe on this scull. You know, the composure that she's shown in this race is really impressive. To have such a catch error at the start
for sure.
And to row through, keep your composure, stick to your race plan, and then to dominate, to get some open water gap to your other competitor, that's pretty impressive.
Especially in the single scull. I mean, in a cox boat, you know, you're going to have your cox there telling you to keep your cool, to trust in the process, all those things. But in the single, that's down to her. She's got to keep her head, know her race plan, and trust herself in this process.
Especially as they're young athletes. You know, this is a junior category. That's what we've got to keep reminding ourselves. These athletes are still in school. They're not full-time athletes. They're doing this alongside studies. It's really impressive to have such good composure. So take your hat off to you, Phoebe. That's an incredible race for you.
Race.
We're just going to go and have a quick look at this drone footage now of the champs pairs race, and it is very, very close. It looks like that international crew has got a slight lead on this Berkshire station. Maybe now eking out to little bits of water between the two boats.
Yeah, and we're talking about the experience of the crews in this category. Elaine and Solvik have represented the USA and senior world champs in the past 2 years in the lightweight pair, so they know each other very well. They know their styles. They know how to row together. As I mentioned before, they'll know what each other is thinking in this moment going through this race, that's for sure.
And looking at this image down the bow of the boat, you can see that this boat on the Berkshire station is a lot more level. It's not rocking from side to side. Now, that is one of the challenges with rowing a pair. I don't know that. I'm a scull athlete. I've never rowed a pair. But everyone says that trying to get that platform, getting that boat level, is one of the most difficult things about a pair because you're asymmetric, right? You've only got one blade to control what you're doing on your side. But this Berkshire station boat, this international crew, is making it look easy.
100%. They're looking really smooth there as they're coming
through. Yeah, the faces are, you know, relaxed. Their shoulders are down. They're not pulling up into their neck. It's a really, really put together crew, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's a great shot, looking down from the side of the boat down to the stern now.
They seem to be extending their lead there over the Worcester Rowing Club crew, Elizabeth Johnston and Eloise Folds.
And I'm just going to take it. The previous race was around 5 minutes 52, 6 minutes for that junior singles race. So let's just keep an eye on the time of this pairs race, just to compare the overall race time and see how much longer those athletes are having to race in the singles. And look how fast and fierce this start is. I actually know the athletes in the Buckinghamshire station. We've got Juliet over there. Both athletes were out with me at World Cup 3 last week. So, you know, I'm sure they'll be cool, calm and ready to do this.
Definitely. Incredibly experienced athletes together there. And they've raced the pair a lot this season. I believe last season as well they were racing the pair.
Yeah, and it's their home water, let's not forget. You know, they're racing for Leander Club. This is their home stretch of water. They'll know it like the back of their hand. They're probably bored of it. That's how much they row on it. But looking at Cam 4, we're very lucky that in this commentator studio, we've got lots of cameras in front of us, but Cam 4 shows a great view of the river. So to say they're bored of it kind of feels bad, but actually, it's because they row it so often. They're out here 3 times, twice a day, 3 times a day.
And that'll be a credible advantage when it comes to the steering, knowing the various advantage points to the river, knowing what to do there for Amelia likely steering this pair.
Yeah, so we've got the University College Dublin ladies on the Berkshire station versus Leander Club A boat on the Buckinghamshire station. And it just does look like Juliet is underrating that boat on this Berkshire station already. Yeah, it's a great photo. That shows the gap. They are skirting that boom line now, that
Really?
Leander boat, aren't they?
There we go, steering out a little bit now.
And let's just talk about the steering in a pair. Is it done through blade pressure or is it done through a foot plate?
No, so on the foot plate of a pair, likely in the bow seat, you'll have the ability to steer the boat by moving one of your feet around. So it's likely that Amelia there will be covering the steering and controlling that as they're coming down the course.
Here's the race. The previous race is that international crew from the USA, which we said looked very, composed. I guess they're going to be trying to look up to get against Leander A in that final.
100%. They've definitely brought the rate down now at 24.5 compared to the crew on the Buckinghamshire station, still at a full race pace.
Yeah, they look like they're paddling now, don't they?
Yeah, very calm.
But you can see that backsplash, that entry into the water, that catch is just lovely from this boat. It's easier to take when you're doing it at paddling, to get that technique right. But they've been so flat throughout the whole race. It's been very impressive to see.
Yeah, very good.
These athletes are still looking good though on that Buckinghamshire station. They were still very good across that finish line. And look at that drone footage. Look how beautiful Henley looks in this gorgeous sunshine.
So great. And looking at the crew information for this University of College Dublin crew, we actually have twins racing in the pair. So, I mean, you joke about twins being telepathic, but maybe this is their inside
I'm not
secret.
sure I'd want to be in their house if a training session went wrong or if a race went wrong.
That might be quite tense.
There's a great image there of Juliet and Amelia.
It says Sarah is actually the current captain of the ladies' boat, but is graduating this year, but Alison has one more left. So this is probably their last row together in a pair representing UCD. So I'm sure it means a lot to them.
They look flat as well, that boat is looking flat. You can see it lifting up when the blade goes in the water, and then you can see it sinking back down as the power is applied. It's very level. All that power is going through the bow of the boat. Have you ever raced a pair at Henley Women's?
I have not raced a pair at Henley Women's. I have. My second ever race was Henley Women's Dev 4 in 2022, and it was a really, really great category. So, about to start. On the next race, we will have Leicester Rowing Club against Thames Rowing Club A, just off the blocks now.
Yeah, and Thames have been phenomenal in the sweep category recently, haven't they? They've really taken a storm both here and at Henley Royal as well. So they'll be one of the contenders for the final for sure.
Definitely, and this pair in particular, I mean, going down to the Tideway for boat race training, frequently saw them out. This is definitely something that they've been working on for a while. It says here they won the Pairs Head in 2023.
So some good form then coming into this race.
For sure, lots of experience together.
And I guess that's important in an asymmetrical boat. You've got to have that trust in your partner to keep that platform level, to keep moving the same way. It's not as if you've got 4 other people to help you back it up. It's just you and one other person. You've got to know them inside and out. So 100%. The more time you can spend together, the better.
So for this race on the Berkshire station, we have Leicester Rowing Club, made up of Molly and Sophie. And on the Buckinghamshire station, we have Thames Rowing Club with Phoebe and Amelia in that boat.
Yeah, Thames are actually coached by Thomas Mapp, or Mappy, as he's affectionately known. He was one of my first coaches back in Wales. He was the assistant coach at the Wales Start Centre.
Oh, no way.
So I know Mappy quite well.
Yeah, and they've had some great success in the Thames women's side. I believe that Amelia was in the Walgrave Challenge Cup that won at Henley Royal last year, and has had some success in Australia, with Phoebe having much success. I think she was at under 23 Worlds a couple of years ago.
And this race is closer than it seems to be. I know that the Leander A boat is taking it down there in Scullin, whereas UCD are still racing at race rate. But that isn't as big a gap as you thought it may be.
Definitely not.
Look, there's a finish sprint coming on here as well.
But I think Amelia and Juliette there, they will have known where that finish was coming, really in control, and knowing that what else they have lined up for the day.
It's all about that semi-final, isn't it? And then obviously the final. Thames here, though. Thames have got a big lead, but they don't seem to be taking it down. They still seem to be pushing. They're just coming past us in the commentary box now, and they seem to still be pushing through. What rate would you race a pair at?
Probably a 35, I'd say, on this course. I'd be quite happy at, and just checking now, that is what they're at. So I'm wondering if they will decrease their rate as they come to the competitor zone past the commentary area, looking ahead to the rest of the day and conserving their energy and thinking about recovery.
You know, a lot of these athletes are used to multi-lane racing, 6-lane racing, where it's 2,000 metres. And we were saying yesterday about how the fact that we don't actually get a lot of chance to race over 1,500 metres. And obviously LA 2028 has moved to 1,500 metres. So this race, I think Henley Women's Regatta, is going to become vital in the Olympic preparation in the next cycle, because it is the only chance that international crews will be able to race over 1,500 metres at full pelt.
Yeah, definitely. And it is really, really important. But looking at that Thames crew, they're looking so calm and collected, still at a 34, but really, really looking relaxed as they do it.
They still look like they're working it though, don't they?
Do, definitely.
A smile on the face there. Is that a smile or a grimace?
Not quite sure what Phoebe's got there.
And just coming into shot now is Leicester Rowing Club. A great row out from them as well.
And they've had a successful season in their own right, making it to the Saturday A final of Met Regatta earlier this summer.
And I'm sure we'll be hoping to go to qualifiers on Friday or pre-qualify for Henley, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is the final quarter-final in this champs pair. In the boat closest to us, we've got Cambridge University, and in the boat on the far side, we've got Strathclyde Park from Scotland. Now, me and my wife parked up just about 10 minutes before we started commentary, and the two athletes from the Cambridge boat seemed so relaxed. They were talking about politics on the way to boating for their race. You know, they didn't seem to be in race mode at all. They were talking about economics and politics, which is, I looked at Meg and I was like, as if they're talking about that before they go and race. But I guess whatever keeps you focused, whatever keeps you in your zone, is what you need to do.
For sure. And I saw their heat yesterday.
Buckinghamshire Station is very close to the boom there. And there's a clip there on the pylon. But like we saw earlier, Phoebe showed us that it's not all over at the end of the island.
100%.
You've still got 1,400 metres to go.
And they're still very much neck and neck. That doesn't seem to have impacted the rhythm at all of the Strathclyde boat. And yeah, I saw the Cambridge University heat yesterday, and they had an incredible start, really, really powerful, high rate off the start. And it seems to have served them well, as they seem to be having a slight advantage over the Buckinghamshire crew there.
I love these drone shots down the bow of the boat. You know, it just shows you how easy they make it look. You know, but they are going at the clappers. They're going 34 strokes per minute. They're really pushing it, but they're making it look really easy. It looks like they're out there for a morning stroll. And it now looks like Thames have taken it down. You know, they were obviously racing to a certain distance, doing a piece this morning in preparation for that semi-final where they're probably going to have to go full track. And now they're taking it down and relaxing through that finish line. Do you have any pre-race rituals that you like to go through before you start racing? Economics and politics feature?
Economics and politics does not feature, but I do have a specific playlist, and I like to plait my hair whilst listening to the same exact songs just to get me in that same mode. Yeah, do you have one?
I do, actually, and I've done a lot of work at British Rowing with our psychologist, William, because everyone thinks that you need to hype yourself up, but actually your body's already in a state of like fight or flight. And I think for me, if I kept hyping myself up, I just didn't go very well, especially when you're fueling yourself with caffeine as well.
Yeah.
So I actually listen to easy listening piano music to bring myself down
Okay,
and calm myself
interesting.
down, so that when I get to the race, caffeined up, I'm ready to go with the right fight or flight rather than just trying to push it through. But if we just go back to this race, it looks like that Strathclyde boat on the Buckinghamshire station, even after a mistake at the pylon, have eked out a bit of a lead here. They've come through us, they're past us at the commentary box. Here they are. You can see them really attacking that catch, but it looks like that bow athlete is suffering. She's going down to the water at the catch rather than keeping that blade level through. And the Cambridge ladies on this side seem a bit flatter and a bit more accurate at that catch.
Yeah, it seems a bit easier to apply the power in the Cambridge boat, perhaps a bit more relaxed.
A little look there over the shoulder to see where they are. They're going to be calling some climbs now. I guess they're going to be calling their moves shortly. They're coming into the finish. Next up in our quarterfinals, we've got some academic eights. Now, this is your boat, right? This is your boat class.
It, yeah. This is my favourite. So on the Berkshire station, we have University College Dublin, and on the Buckinghamshire station, we have Edinburgh University.
And for those people that are watching, because they're family, they're friends, they may not know a lot about rowing, can you quickly talk us through each person's role in that boat? If you start from closest to us at the bow.
So closest to us in the bow seat, the bow pair, I'd say, really responsible for setting that up off the back end, setting up the rhythm, perhaps helping with the set where they can. 3, 4, 5, 6, I'd say the focus is on power, with maybe 5 and 6 a bit more responsible for passing the rhythm down of that stern pair. Stern pair, the 7 and 8 seat, really responsible for setting that aggressive race rhythm, and stroke seat especially with communicating with the cocks. And it looks like we're off the start there.
Yeah, and the starts of eights are so noisy, aren't they? Yeah. The noise that they create, because there's 8 people moving in one direction, which is then obviously 16. The blades hitting the water, the movement up and down the slides, it is so noisy. Yeah. We just watched on that start then, you saw the V behind the stake boat holder. Yesterday, Erin and I were describing how the person laying down is called a stake boat holder. And then behind that, you've got like an orange V. Now, if you're in an uncoxed boat, that's what the athletes will be using to keep themselves straight and down the course. But obviously here you've got a cox to dictate the steering line. Do you want to try and dominate the middle of the river, or do you want to try and stay on your station and get an early lead and then dominate?
I think it depends. I think particularly at the start, coming past Temple Island, you just want to have a clean race. You want to set your athletes up well to get that start sequence done, be really simple and really, really simplistic there coming up to the spectator zone. But then maybe later down the river, you do want to take advantage of those bends and starts.
And this doesn't look like that anyone has got an early lead there in that eights race. But I think we're just going to shoot back to the Cambridge versus Strathclyde Park, because coming into the finish line, it is tight. It looks like Strathclyde have put a finish push in now. And I think from this angle that we've got, have maintained that lead.
Yeah, but a very close race for a quarterfinal. I think compared to the other pairs races we've seen, they've been able to bring the rate down a bit, but the
Cambridge is still pushing now. Cambridge is still pushing. They're closing the gap, but I think the water is running out. Yeah, there you go. They've crossed the finish line there. This drone footage of this eights that we're about to see is absolutely sensational. Look at that. You can see the car park starting to fill up. You can see the bank starting to fill up with spectators. All for the semi-finals and finals day now. We can hear the noise of the eights coming past. Yeah. So imagine at the start. And what's interesting about Henley Women's Regatta is that you can get so close to the start. You're literally about 30 metres away from the athletes. So if you are coming down here to visit the racing and watch the racing, come down and watch and sit at the start and just listen. I took my daughter down there yesterday. She's 1 now. And her eyes were like so wide open. She was absolutely loving it. It looks like that Buckinghamshire station, Edinburgh University now have got a slight lead.
And in that crew, we have Lucy McLean, Beatrice Beaver, Isla McCallum, Olivia Schmidt, Katrina Taylor, Emma Ramsey, Grace Bake, Madeline Fattini, and the coxing seat, Nickleby Simmons.
I commentated at Bucks, and Edinburgh University seems to have a really good Bucks regatta, and I guess they're just going from strength to strength, and it looks like here they're eking out that lead now to around the 5th seat, I think. Yeah, that cam 4 shot now looks to show us that it's out to the 4 seat or 5 seat. That is a great shot. And in the 8s, this can change really, really quickly. They can close that down, but it looks like Edinburgh is still piling away and even extending that out now to the 7 seat. It won't be long until the cox is alongside that bow. In this situation, what would you want to hear from your cox, Ella,
If I was in the UCD boat,
if you're in the UCD boat?
I think crucial in this UCD boat is that most of the boat will not know how close they are to the other crew. So I just want my cox to keep me updated. To be honest, probably manipulating the truth a little bit about how close we are. But just off the start here of our
Got double
next
international.
of our next academic 8 quarter-final, Boston University Rowing Club and
USR Triton from Netherlands, yeah. So both have come a long way to race here. Do you reckon they've come a week before, 2 weeks before, or just a couple of days?
I reckon a couple of days before, because it's likely that they'll be trying to qualify for Henley Royal as well. So that's in about 5 days now. So it's looking about the length of time they're over in the UK for, get settled for Henley Women's, and then big prep up for Henley Royal likely.
You can see that coaches launch following as well. There'll be coaches from both boats and family members. And obviously at the back, you've got our on-course commentator standing up and giving a commentary there. And at the front, the person with the white trousers is the umpire, right? They're in charge of the race. They're in charge of the results. They're making sure that people are rowing straight and clear courses and abiding to the rules. There you are. You can see them standing at the front of that boat there, looking and watching the racing. It's nice to see a bit of wash coming onto the course now. You can see the boats rolling up and down those waves.
Yeah, the pleasure boats are starting to go up and down, and then also the umpires' launches going back to prepare for the start. So that will be creating a little bit of wash, especially as they approach the gaps in the booms, where that will increase the wash coming through.
This preview shot we've got now, which has just come onto the screen, is the previous race, which is University College Dublin versus Edinburgh. And it looks like Edinburgh are maintaining that lead, but UCD are putting a push on now, and they're closing down. They've taken a seat there, but I think they're just going to run out of water. They've taken 2 seats, it looks, from that angle.
Looks like Edinburgh really relaxed, knowing, there we go, they've progressed through to the semi-final there.
That was a close 8s race, though,
Yes.
especially over 1,500 metres. Now we're looking down the bow of this boat, and you were just telling me earlier about the 3, 4, 5 and 6 being the powerhouses. And you can see that in the middle of the boat. They are setting that power. They are... Just looking at some of the rowing in this, and I'm not trying to be too critical, but the boat on the Berkshire station here, people seem to be dropping their outside shoulder. I know they've got a lead, but it doesn't look to be as clean as the boat on the Buckinghamshire station.
Yeah, definitely. We've actually learnt that Boston University Rowing are over for Henley Women's for the 50th anniversary of their women's rowing programme, which is really, really exciting for their club.
And it's great to know that they came here to celebrate, right? It's great to know
100%.
that Henley Women's is the event they've chosen to come and celebrate their 50th year. And what a milestone to achieve. You can see there that they're crashing into that finish. You know, all the power is coming down into the hip. That's what I would say, is that weight seems to be crashing to the back of the bow. Now, if I was trying to coach that, I'd try and get them to hold that weight up a little bit more at that back turn, so the weight goes through the bow of the boat and you're moving in one direction rather than slamming the weight into the water.
Yeah, suspend that just a little bit longer.
Just a little bit longer. But they'll look at this, right? They'll look at their race footage from today if they go through to the semi-finals, and they'll look to see how they can improve for the next race and obviously the final later today as well.
100%.
You can see the cocks looking over there to see where they are compared to the other boats. And it looks now like they've got a comfortable lead where they can, you know, control that race and take it down and where they feel comfortable. And in the next race, we've got one of the favourites, I guess, for this event, which is Oxford Brookes, right? They are a powerhouse in sweep rowing, right?
Definitely, they're our local neighbours of Oxford University Boat Club. So we see them out training a lot. We race them in the lead up to the boat race. They are an incredible, incredible programme there.
And Bristol University on the Buckinghamshire station.
Yeah, it's a great race, I'm sure.
Both in maroon. That's an interesting thing about rowing, isn't it? Each club will have its own colour, and each will have its own blade colours. And some people that I know can tell you exactly who's racing just based off the colour of the strip or the colour of the blades. I'm not one of those people. I definitely need this sheet that's in front of me. But yeah, it's interesting that people know.
Yeah, so just off the start now.
Yeah, Henry Bellish-Webb at Oxford Brookes has just got a momentous programme, isn't
Yeah.
he? How many athletes he's got there. I think at Bucks, I was reading down to like Oxford Brookes e-boat. You know, it's just fantastic the amount of athletes they get to put through. And not only that, the amount of successful athletes they have that then progress on to go through to the pathway, you know.
And at Bucks, that would have just
This-
been the academic athletes.
Just quickly, in that
So-
top left of our screen, we're going back to the previous race, which was Boston versus USR Triton, and it looks like USR Triton have made a move and come through Boston, which it didn't look like it was happening. Maybe
No.
Boston took it down a bit too early.
Looks like they're really fighting to keep it now, but
But we did
just
say
run out of water.
we did say earlier that it looked like they were crashing down at that back turn, and the other boat looked a bit more settled. And obviously, that inches make miles. don't
Yeah,
they?
it's the 1%.
And we're back
Brooks
here
look
now,
very
following
relaxed.
the stern of the boats of Oxford and Bristol. You can see the elbows, what we were talking about earlier about trying to suspend and keep that weight through the bow. You can see the elbows of the Oxford Brooks boat high, keeping it up. And how here, this is a great shot to show that on the University of Bristol boat. You can see the elbows are coming up and high. The way that my coach describes it to me is if you're trying to pull a tablecloth off the table,
Yeah.
you don't want to pull it down to the floor because everything will follow it. You want to pull it up and out from underneath it. So that's how he teaches me to do it.
Oh, I haven't heard that analogy before, but I
Yeah.
like that. That's very good. Yeah, and the Oxford Brooks crew here are looking to become the 5th crew from Brooks since 2018 to win the academic 8s at Henley Women's Regatta. So they're following a long list of successful Brooks students in this race.
You can hear the 8s coming past us in this commentary box. I'm just taking a moment to breathe and listen to that, aren't I?
Yeah.
This drone footage is fantastic. You can see that Oxford Brooks now have eked it out to a boat length lead. And the cox, who's the cox in this Oxford Brooks boat?
The cox of this Oxford Brooks boat is Emily Mears.
She's in control. She is telling her crew exactly where she is. You can hear her as she came past. You know, we are a length up. We have got this. That's what she
Yeah.
said as she came past us in the commentary box. It's really exciting to hear that from here. But also, how loud is she shouting for us to be able to hear it from here?
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure soon they'll be able to bring the rate down a little bit. Still at a 34, so very much still at race pace. But I'm sure as they come through the competitor zone, they'll be looking to bring the rate down and conserve their energy for the other 2 races they'll hopefully have today.
That's her on the screen there, controlling her crew, giving them support, giving them moral standing, and just saying, you know, we have got this. Look at the faces of these athletes in that Oxford Brooks boat. They are working hard, but they look calm. You know, none of them are grimacing, none of them are biting their teeth. You know, they look calm. Oh, actually, that 7 seat, that looks to be a little bit of a grimace to me. This drone shows that lead is extending out now, just to a bit of clear water. And you can see the wash on that pleasure craft coming down the course, you know. Will you feel that much in the 8? I know you'll definitely feel it in the singles, but will you feel it in the 8s?
Yeah, you'll definitely notice it, but as you say, less than when you're in the small boats, but it'll be impacting a little bit, particularly if you're in the bow seats.
There you are. That's a great shot showing that weight coming off that boat. This is obviously the umpire launch following the racing, but that will also be happening down the course the other way, you know, and it does affect it. Next up, we've got the final quarter-final in the academic 8s. We've got St. Joseph University from the USA versus London University, or UL. And you can see that orange V I was talking about now at the bottom of the stake boat. That's what will show you your straight and narrow course.
100%.
You've got the stake boat holder who's holding the stern of the boat, and their job is just to hold you in line. And the coxes in these boats will put their hands up when they're not ready, and their hands will be down when they think they are straight and ready. And the umpire will say, when you're straight and ready, I will start you like this. And then, obviously, they'll go through the start procedure, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you thinking in this moment, Ella?
If I was in that boat, I would just be thinking, you know, breathe. I also like to think of different points of contact where it's like keeping my feet ready, my bum's attached to the seat. Okay, and we're off now with the start there.
That was a great start from this boat on the Berkshire station. They got an early lead, first 2 strokes, but I think the Buckinghamshire station may have closed that down now. No, I think here we've got the photos of Oxford Brooks taking it down, being in control. They think they've got this. They're just paddling it through now. They're allowing that University of Bristol boat to come back to them.
Yeah, nice. They're now down at 28, 29, looking
Yeah.
very relaxed as they come through the finish line there.
And University of Bristol are taking it up. And obviously, you may not progress through to the semi-finals, but this may be the furthest they've reached in Henley Women's. They may be racing for a certain time. You know, it's not just about beating the other competitor. There'll be other things that you'll want to focus on, and that's why they've raced it through to the line.
Yeah, and especially as, they might be thinking about coming to Henley Royal qualifiers next week, or hopefully the regatta the week after, and it's all about practice and training and practicing your wind to the finish. It may be useful next week.
And we're back on this UL race versus St. Joseph's and University from the USA. Another international crew. It's great to see that so many international crews over. That UL boat looks nice and clean. You can see the splash coming off the back of their blades. They are entering the water sharp and attacking that catch. Whereas if you look at the University boat from USA on this Berkshire station, or the left of our screen, the right of our screen, sorry, it looks as if they're missing the catch slightly. They're not getting that so much splash.
And it's a very young UL boat we've got here. It says that most of them are actually freshers. But this season they've had a lot of success with already a win in the academic category at Met Regatta at the beginning of May. And they seem to be extending their lead as they come past us. Oh, that backsplash is looking great.
Our producer is telling me that he likes watching the 8s and the drone footage. So everyone who's watching the feed, hope you enjoy watching this as well. It is a great shot. We've got some great footage coming through from the drones here. We're very lucky, Ella. We've got about 7 different cameras we can watch, and sometimes we're getting distracted and watching other bits of footage. But yeah, that UL crew now is definitely eking out a lead. That's a length now, isn't it? Do you reckon they're going to break that elastic and get some clear water by the finish?
I think they are, and then as soon as they get that clear water, that will give them a bit of extra confidence. They might decide to bring the rate down and really sit and be calm. And
And we're just watching the Oxford Brooks cool down. You know, they're still paddling, still cooling down, trying to flush that lactate out of their system, ready to go for later.
definitely.
You can see that the highway, or the pleasure craft highway, is starting to ramp
Yeah.
up. It's a gorgeous day here. I think it's going to get
It's
to
gonna
about
be
26 degrees. There's going to be a lot of boats out, isn't there?
Yeah, especially by the finals, that water can become increasingly choppy just from the pleasure crafts. Okay, so just off the start now, we have the junior double sculls. We've got Hartbury University and College on the Berkshire station, and Molesey Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station.
So in that boat on the Berkshire station, we've actually got a Welsh athlete,
Ah,
Millie Hurrell. So I sit on the Welsh board,
Okay.
and obviously I'm a Welsh athlete, a very proud Welshman, so it's great to give a fellow Welsh athlete a shout out when I can. She's training at Hartbury, and she's doing really well. I've been given a message from Will King, who's in charge of kind of our junior program in Welsh rowing, and she said she's definitely one to look out for. So
a name
it's
to
great
keep-
to see her here in a
keep an
quarter
eye on.
final.
And they seem to be extending their lead quite early on in the race, even before they've reached the spectator zone, almost clear water.
Yeah, so the Hartbury crew is made up of Chloe Shepherd and Millie Hurrell, the Welsh athlete, and that Molesey Boat Club crew are made up of Evie Perry and Jay Sakaret, and they came 4th at National Schools Regatta in the Women's Championship 2 times. So there is some calibre in that Molesey boat.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, we're just going to watch UL take it across the line to win their quarter final, ready to progress through. And that's a really impressive result for such a young boat. You said they were mostly freshmen, right?
Yeah, most of them were first years at university, so that is incredible experience to have, and I'm sure as they progress through their time at UL, we'll see great success from those athletes.
UL's an interesting club, isn't it? Because it's a composite of all the universities in London. It's not just one university. It's King's, everything.
Yeah, exactly. Imperial often race on their own, but I think on the whole, most rowers will be training at UL.
And here's that drone footage of that junior doubles, and it does look like that Hartbury crew with a Welsh athlete in it are streaking ahead. They've just come past us in the commentary box.
No.
And they're down to 31.8, which is actually quite low for a sculling race. You know, I'm a sculler. We tend to race at 37, 38 when I'm racing down the track. So they're down at 31, so they obviously feel like they're in control here.
And I mean, rightly so. There's a fair few lengths of clear water between them and the Molesey crew.
I always get nervous, though, when you're in such a small boat because anything can happen.
Yeah.
You can catch a crab. We've seen it happen earlier. Boat speed changes so quickly. I'm always so nervous to see gaps like this because you're like, do I have it in the bag or is something going to happen? And at the World Cup 3, that's exactly what I was thinking. When I got my gap, I was like, just don't make a mistake. Just make sure you keep control. You're in control of the race. And that's probably why you bring the rate down as well. It's not to try and be cocky or to be overconfident. It's probably just to limit the mistakes that you can make.
Minimise potential errors, yeah, for sure.
We're just going to go to the start of the next race, which is RGS Worcester versus Northampton Rowing Club. In our screen, we've got the preview screen here. They're looking very relaxed at the start. Both athletes are calm. Their shoulders are down. They're not even at front stops yet. They're just sitting with their blades flat on the water because obviously you don't want to be in a state of tension for too long. So they're just sat there, blades flat on the water, half slide, getting the balance of the boat because obviously that is important. And then as they get ready, they'll roll those blades forwards, get them perpendicular to the water and entered in the catch position. And then they'll be ready to go.
Yeah, so in this Berkshire school from RGS Worcester, we have Lucy Whitley and Olivia Hodgson, and on the Buckinghamshire station from Northampton Rowing Club, we have Isabel Hull and Tegan Smith.
Yeah, and this boat on the Berkshire station from RGS, Royal Grammar School Worcester, they're the winner of the women's J17 two times at the Junior Sculling Regatta. They got a bronze medal in the J16 British Rowing Junior Champs and 5th at National Schools Regatta in 2023. So some pedigree in this boat closest to us. We haven't got a lot of information on the Northampton school on the far side, so it'll be interesting to watch how they row. Ella's just bought our book here. This is very impressive.
I actually was on the launch commentating the Northampton crew yesterday from the water. So I was able to speak to their family, friends and supporters that were on the launch. And Isabel's actually only been rowing for 3 months, and this is her, yesterday was her second race.
3 months?
3 months, so incredible to get to a quarterfinal, a Sunday of Henley Women's Regatta, and this is only their second event, the second competition in the double scull together, so really great.
That is really impressive, to make it through to a quarterfinal on your third row.
100%.
And here we've got Hartbury and the Welsh athlete, Millie Hurrell. They look really calm there. You know, shoulders are down. Technique. What are they sculling at? Can you tell me?
They're at a 26 now, so they've really brought that rate down.
Yeah. It's not over until you cross the line, but they look like they're in control and they can react from there. You know, if Molesey came up and put a push in, they could still react. There's still time for them to react and take it up.
Yeah, Molesey at a 31 as they're approaching the finish line there.
You can see the wash on the boat as that umpire's launch goes back down. You can see the double lift up, can't you, and rock from side to side. You've just got to try and hope that your blades hit that water equal. In an sculling blade, because you've got both hands, what you'll feel one blade will be connected to the water and one blade won't be. And you've just got to trust that the platform is level. There you go. Millie Hurrell's just crossed the line. Congratulations, girls. You're on through to semi-finals. Look at this drone shot here of the two doubles. I am so impressed with the sculling if this is their third race.
Yeah.
That is really impressive. You saw off the start that they had a slower start pattern compared to the boat on the Berkshire station, probably due to the inexperience, but it's still impressive to see. Look at that sculling. They are clean. There's no mistakes being made. They've got a level platform. The boat is not rocking from side to side. They're not dipping the stern, so they're light on the foot plate. That is really impressive.
Potentially some steering struggle from RGS Worcester, although it looks like they've just corrected that, so potentially all under control now as they extend their lead over the Northampton Rowing Club crew.
I guess with the pedigree in the RGS Worcester boat, you're going to be expected to progress through to the semi-final, and they'll know that going into the race, right? They'll know who their competitors are. They'll have done their research. Not to say they're going to be taking it easy through this race, because they won't be, because anything can happen. But they'll know when they can start to take it down and start to relax.
Yeah, and confidence coming into this race, knowing that they perhaps have the experience over their competitors, will bring a lot to their crew as well.
This is a great shot horizontally of the boat. You can see that that boat is level and flat. They're getting some great shape off that back turn. Again, my sticking point would be the break of the wrist. You want to try and keep that wrist flat off the back. Both athletes seem to be doing it though with that right wrist. So a little coaching tip from Ben, keep those wrists flat. Annie Caddick, who's in the power squad with me, she's in the PR3 double. Whenever we do video review, it's all I say about her. And she's like, yes, I know, my wrists aren't flat. So it is a little
She knows
sticking
it's
point that I
coming for
have.
her.
Yeah, absolutely.
The bow seat there looking incredibly relaxed.
We're going to get to watch the start now. And I just want to try and talk somebody through the start. So here they're under attention. You can see the red flag drop. That's go. Normally in a sculling boat, you've got to get that boat moving. So you'll do 2 long strokes just to get the inertia moving. And then you start to whip the rate up. 3, 5, 6, you whip that rate. Then from 6 to 10 is all about power and lengthening out. 10 to 15, it's all out power. You want to apply everything you've got for 5 strokes. And then from 15 to 25 strokes, you want to kind of settle down to your race rhythm. So if we're just looking at the stroke rate now, you can see the athletes on the closest side to us are sculling at. We're just waiting for it to load. 31.5. So they've taken down to 32 now. So that's probably what they're going to settle into through the race. Looks like both athletes here are steering towards the centre of the Whip River.
Interesting to see how the umpire will respond to this, if they'll issue a warning. We can't quite see from
That's a great shot of the end of the island.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, they're getting close now. Those blades haven't got much gap between them. The umpire's white flag is up. I can see that. I can't see which way it's pointing, but it is up. So she's going to give a warning.
And from this other angle, I'm sure we'll hopefully see the umpire in a second and see which way. Flag is now down, so she's happy with the steering there.
Yeah. Both crews have moved on to their stations and seem to be sculling well. That athlete on the Buckinghamshire station, Wycliffe College, they seem to have an early lead here. This is the finish of the previous race, which is RGS Worcester versus the Northampton Rowing Club A boat. They were probably expected to progress through to the semi-final here in the RGS boat.
Yeah, definitely. Lucy and Olivia there with a lot of experience, so I'm sure they'll spend a bit of time now preparing for their semi-final, and then hopefully a final later on in the day for them.
But I've got to give a massive shout out to Isabel Hull and Tegan Smith. You know, that getting to a quarter final in your 3rd ever race is fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, and what an experience. You know, they're racing some people that have had medals in their boats, you know, and have been together for a while. So congratulations, girls. This cam 4 shot we've got of this drone is a great shot of these doubles.
Really are neck and neck there.
Yeah. Just across the line. Well done, girls. And yeah, look at this drone shot I was talking about a minute ago. Fantastic. Still quite close for a doubles race. It's probably the closest doubles race we've had right now. Haven't broken contact. There's still a half a boat length overlap.
Yeah, and on the Berkshire station we have Lucy and Kesha, and on the Buckinghamshire station we have Georgina and Amelia from the incredibly successful sculling programme at Wycliffe there. They'll have great athletes to look up to who have progressed to represent GB at Junior Worlds, etc.
And for any young athletes that are looking at this, you know, you can see it there, that their catch, their arms are straight, they're suspended, they're pushing with their legs, and then they get the arm break where they're applying the same speed to the handle and coming through. Both boats, actually, both crews. This is a great shot. You can see their arms are straight to the catch, pushing with their legs, and then driving the arms through.
Definitely.
You can see the bow girl here in this boat closest to us. I'd probably say just keep those elbows up slightly higher. What we were talking about earlier, you know, trying to get that weight through the bow of the boat.
Get your tablecloth analogy
Get
out
your
again.
tablecloth, yeah, exactly. Try it next time you're rowing. I bet you it'll help.
I will. I haven't spent much time sculling, so any tips and tricks definitely appreciated.
That blade work is really clean though. They're not digging too deep. And this is Lee Rowing Club versus Rob Roy Boat Club. We've got Beatrice Hughes and Jess Caribou on this Berkshire station. And Rob Roy, we've got Prune Lestine and Eloise Cottrell. In the Lee boat, we've got a very promising duo. Jess is only 16, and this spring was offered a place to represent GB at the European Under-19 Championships. But unfortunately, she couldn't go because she had a GCSE the next day.
That is tough. This is what we mentioned earlier with especially with the junior athletes. You know, it's GCSE season, A levels, everything's happening right now, and yet they're coming to probably the most important few months of their rowing racing of the season.
So there was a slight mistake in that start. I don't know if you saw the boat stopped slowly, but they've got back to it now on the Buckinghamshire station. They've picked themselves up. They're steering towards the boom. Or
Just
we've
correcting
both
there
both got our breath there,
Yeah.
but they have just corrected. You're right. They're now going back towards the middle of the boat, which is, thank goodness. It's kind of when you see that island, you're like, oh, I need to steer away from that, right?
It really drags people.
And here's the finish of the previous race, which is Streatham on the Berkshire station and Wycliffe or Wycliffe on the Buckinghamshire station. I actually can't tell from this angle. I think it's the Buckinghamshire station that's got the gap ahead. Blade work of both crews here is really good. You know, they're getting great height over their knees. They're keeping the weight. They're not dipping down towards the catch. They're not digging their blades in too deep.
I'm just checking the rate. They're both at a 32, so nobody's been able to let up as they approach the finish there. No one's really able to bring the rate down.
And in junior racing, are you set on your blade length and gearing?
I don't 100% know.
Yeah, that image now shows us that Wycliffe took that and progressed through to the semi-final. So congratulations, girls. This is the drone footage of Lee versus Rob Roy. With somebody that's been selected to represent Great Britain in under-19s, you'd expect them to probably progress through to semi-finals.
True, but anything can happen in this regatta. It does look like they're extending their lead there, but not by much. Both crews still up at a full race pace as they're coming through.
The Lee blades, the colour of the Lee blades, really make it easy to see that square. You know, the scare. They are coming out of the water and then squaring. They're not coming out and squaring at the same time, which helps get that shape that I keep talking about. You know. Some great sculling. I've been really impressed with the standard of sculling here, especially in the junior categories.
They are looking nice and relaxed as they...
Yeah, you can see that
come down the
stroke
course.
girl looking at that stroke coach being like, how much longer? That's
When
what she's
can we
thinking
bring the
there.
rate down?
Yeah, when can I bring that rate down?
How soon is too soon?
Next on the programme we've got is the Championship Lightweight event.
Yeah, a quarter-final lined up here.
You can see the athletes looking over their shoulders to make sure they're straight and narrow. And you've got Boston University Rowing Club on this side. Obviously over here we learned earlier to celebrate their 50th year.
Yeah.
And Durham University on that far side, who's coached by my friend Will Fletcher.
Oh, amazing. And Durham University scholar there, Caroline, has had a very successful season so far, winning the Haslam Trophy in the 2023 with Isabel Sayers, well, last season, sorry, and some buck success also.
That was a very fiery start from that Boston athlete on the Berkshire station. The Durham athlete kind of took the start sequence I said to you, 2 long strokes and up, whereas the Boston athlete seemed to just go 4 short strokes straight off the bat.
Yeah.
And then started to lengthen out.
What would your technique be in that situation? What's your start sequence?
Mine is that 2 long strokes to get
And
that
then
boat moving,
shortening.
and then shorten up, and then
Yeah.
power then throughout. We've been playing around for the last season about how far into a race I extend my start.
Okay.
Because we've noticed that in the PR1 category there's a 7-second sag between the first 500 and the third 500.
Wow.
So we're trying to see where do I extend it out to try and lessen that sag, really.
Interesting.
Oh, that's a good shot down the bow of that Durham athlete. You can see her hands coming right outside the boat, and that's what you want. You want to try and get as much effective length as you can. You want to push those thumbs as far out the side of the boat as you can, and then you want to draw them level together. You don't want to lift them. You don't want to lift them up to their shoulders. You want to draw them level together. You want to pull those thumbs together rather than up and down.
Yeah, and looking what we have here, Caroline has got a lot of experience in various boat classes. So even just this year at Bucks Regatta, she raced in the intermediate pair and achieved silver, and in the championship quad, achieving bronze. Sorry. So now to be racing in the single, that's a lot of experience there.
And we're just
on
back to
the-
this Lee race now. Lee versus Rob Roy Boat Club. And Lee looked to have taken it right down. We said she was looking at a stroke coach to see when she could take it down. They obviously had a distance that their coach said you have to row until this distance and then you can take it down. What are they down to now?
They're only down at a 30.
They look
they're
really
looking
calm
really
for 30.
relaxed.
Yeah, really relaxed for 30. And we can see that that's a Wintec. You know, we've seen lots of different boat classes. We've had an Empacker, we've had a Felipe, we've had a Wintec. So it doesn't show that one boat is better than others. You know, there are different boat classes that you can go out and race.
And just as Rob Roy come through the finish there, you could really see the wash. So we've now cut back to the single sculls.
Boston versus Durham.
They're racing for the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy.
The Boston athlete keeps looking over her left-hand shoulder to see where the Durham athlete is, which suggests they are more level than it's looking here on the screen. She's probably thinking, you can see the wash, you can see the bows of these boats lift as that water comes down. I think the Durham athlete here, looking at this, has now got half a boat length, if not a boat length lead at the barrier. Maybe even clear water as it comes past us on a horizontal. What I like about this sculler is the hands move away really quick off the back turn. She moves those hands off the back turn really quick. There's great separation from the body. Her hands go first and then the body moves. It's not together. That is really great sculling.
She's really suspended as she comes through that middle portion of the drive as well. Really looking good. And the Boston University athlete giving it her all for sure.
Yeah, you can see that she's obviously feeling it and is starting to come up into the neck and lifting those blades up towards her shoulders. She's obviously feeling it. She's feeling the effects of this race.
She's looking around a lot, checking where she's at.
We were saying yesterday that actually these athletes, it's not just about the race right now. They've had to weigh in 2 hours ago, right? So they'll have had to weigh in, they'd have had to make weight, rehydrate, refuel, and then go. And they've had to do that multiple times over the regatta. It's not just once, you know, it's just not just once for the regatta. It's every day that they race. They have to re-weigh in. So, you know, that's an added task. It's not just about rowing. It's about managing your body weight, managing your fueling throughout the season as well. And this is the start of the next race, which is University College Cork versus City of Oxford.
So City of Oxford there, Hazel rowing down near me in Oxford on the ISIS. Lots of experience in the single. I think she raced single at Bucks as well. And looking here, she achieved a gold in the championship lightweight category.
It looks like that Cork athlete got an early lead off that start. You know, we'll get a better picture as they come past the island after that start sequence has settled down.
Yeah, so on the Berkshire station from University College Cork, we've got Cleaner Nolan and Hazel there.
So Cleaner's just getting warned by the umpire there to come back onto her station after going across the middle of the river. Sorry, Ella, I let you talk a lot there. I was just drinking my coffee.
No
Sorry.
worries, all good. And we've got another warning from the umpire.
We're just going to go back to the finish of the previous race with Durham versus Boston University. Boston seems to be putting a finish pushing here. You know, she's taking that rate back up. Durham seems to be in control.
Looking very relaxed.
Yeah, very relaxed. She's like, I've got this.
I can see the Lee crew coming there on the way back up.
Yeah, and Caroline there from Durham is in control and I believe going to take the win here, all being well. You know, you mentioned earlier that Caroline won the Haslam Trophy in 2023 with Isabel Sellers. She's also won the single, the double, the pair, the quad, the Coxless 4 at Bucks Regatta 2023, and this year she's been healing from a long-term rib injury. So to come out now and progress through to the semi-final, that's really impressive. So congratulations, Caroline.
So much racing experience there. That is an array of boat classes.
It'll be interesting how that rib injury progresses through the regatta, right? Will she be thinking about that?
Especially as a lightweight, that's an added struggle.
Yeah.
So now looking back at the singles with Kleena and Hazel. Looks like Kleena's potentially extending her lead.
Yeah, Kleena's got a really big second half of that drive, hasn't she? She's got a really good send from the hips and the arms. When the arms come in, you know, she gets connected really well with the feet, but then the power seems to apply when that hip extends out. You can see here that her wrists are level. You know, as they come off that back turn, her wrists are level. She's getting great, I'd say a little bit more separation potentially. Get those hands away a little bit earlier. Her hands and body seem to move together off that back turn. I wonder whether yellow's her favourite colour. Yellow stroke coach, yellow shoes.
Yeah.
She's watching, she's looking over to the Buckinghamshire station, isn't she? She's looking over.
She's not quite easing up.
She's not quite sure that she's got this. She obviously knows the calibre of a competitor, because the calibre of a competitor, you know, Hazel won gold in the championship lightweight at Bucks Regatta. She's racing the Princess Royal at Henley Royal last year.
She spent some time both as an openweight and as a lightweight, but changing back to lightweights this season.
And she's still a student at Oxford University, so she's one of you.
Yeah, she has spent some time at OUW, I think some time at the lightweights as well.
She's put in her little memo here so that she used to row for Oxford Uni, including the Women's Boat Club, but that's old news. And now she's turned to sculling. She's seen the way. She's seen that sculling is better.
Well, if only I'd turned to the dark side, hey.
And we just got in the bottom screen there of our feed, we've got the next race, which is Cambridge University versus Hamilton from New Zealand.
It's a long way. Definitely will be coming for the Henley Royal, surely.
Surely, yeah. So you got Amy Robson from New Zealand. She spent the last 6 weeks travelling and rowing across Europe, racing at international regattas. Hollenbecker, Bled International, and this trip was originally planned for 2020, but due to the COVID pandemic was delayed. So she's come all this way and she's making the most of it.
That's really exciting for her. Really going to mean a lot today, and just the whole time she's here, I'm sure progressing through to the Sunday will be very, very important to her.
And she's training out at Thames while she's here. So Thames have taken her in, which is really nice, right? That's
really, really good.
The rowing community is good for stuff like that, isn't it?
100%. And Claire Cooper there from Cambridge University was 2-seat in the lightweight women's boat race this year.
Do you want to talk about the boat race?
It's a great event. Love it. Hasn't been Oxford's year recently, but really exciting things happening. That's for sure. We've had a new women's coach started in December, Alan French, doing some really, really great work. We had our first win since 2016 on the Tideway. So the Osiris win this year meant a lot to us, and just hired a new men's coach.
Perfect. We can just see Kleena there coming up to the finish. She looked over early in the race that she wasn't confident that she had it, but looking at this gap, never in doubt.
Never in doubt. She's looking relaxed, good suspending through there.
Great flat wrists, elbows are high.
Considering the gap she's got, she's only brought the rate down to a 30, so compared to some of the other races we've seen.
Do you reckon she's on for a time?
Potentially. Although maybe she's bringing it down now. She's looking more and more relaxed.
It must be hard as an athlete that used to race open weight and then coming down to lightweight for the City of Oxford rower. And we're just going to this drone footage of this Cambridge race versus Hamilton Rowing Club from New Zealand. We were just saying about how open-armed the rowing world is, right? And how somebody from New Zealand can come over here and train at Thames, and Thames say, yeah, come on in, no problem.
Definitely. And it's really great to see. So Claire Cooper here reporting that she learnt to row as a junior and then rowed at her college boat club in the first year of her university before then progressing to the university system. And both Oxford and Cambridge really taking advantage of the college development there, and they're really great networks. The access that you have, the participation, so many people getting involved with rowing at the first time. That was the first time I learnt to row, was just in 2019 when I joined Oxford and learnt to row at my college. And it's really great opportunities there for so many new athletes to join the sport.
You can see the gritting of the teeth there from this Cambridge sculler. She's obviously working hard. She's obviously driving the stroke out, gritting her teeth to try and get some gap. It's an interesting place to have your watch.
Yeah, I've not seen that very often.
I've seen it on the blades. I've seen it on the foot stretcher, and I have mine on my wrist when I race.
Same.
I've never seen it on there because you wouldn't be able to look down to look at it.
No.
Maybe she's
And
just taking it to track the time.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be tracking heart rate either, so it must just be for the time there. Looking like she's gritting her teeth there as she's coming down the course.
Yeah, you can see her working from her neck all the way down to her hips, right? Everything's connected, everything's engaged. And obviously, Imogen, who's in the lightweight double at British Rowing, she's a Cambridge sculler as well, isn't she?
She also learnt to row in the college system before then progressing up to the university level.
And now unbeaten internationally.
Yeah, she's looking great towards Paris.
So we've got another international crew here from USA. Oh, double international crew. We've got a Germany boat on the Buckinghamshire station. So we've got double international. It's great to see the international calibre coming across to race Henley Women's.
Very exciting. So on the Berkshire station we have Riona, and on the Buckinghamshire station we have Pia.
And we've got an Empacker, and I believe that's a Wintec, is it, on this boat? Just watching this sculling and trying to pick apart who I think is ahead, and I think actually the Berkshire station closest to us has got a slight lead.
Yeah, I'd
coming
agree
to the
with
end
that.
of the island.
And just there with our drone footage, that's confirming that.
Once you get to the end of the island, the first 100 metres are done, you're then thinking about how do I extend whatever lead I've got to then be able to settle into your race rhythm, right?
Yeah.
Because you can win a race in 100 metres of a start. You can also lose a race in 100 metres of a start.
Definitely.
But you've got to try and remember that this race is 1,500 metres long, not 100 metres long.
Definitely. And I mean, the times that I've raced at Henley, the time that you're going past the island, you've basically just done your start sequence, then it's over. But it's a good time to really settle into that mid-race pace as you come through the spectator zone.
And obviously we're in between the booms, you know, and a lot of these international scullers probably haven't raced between booms before. And obviously they're there because the idea is to try and break the wash that comes down the courses, and that's the idea of the booms, those wooden pylons you can see from left to right. That's to try and break the wash that gets onto course. It doesn't always work. Wash does make it through, but it does reduce it somewhat. So if you're an international sculler that's never raced in that before, that's got to be intimidating, especially when you're coming off that island, when the river narrows and the booms seem to just approach on you, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And in this race, it looks like that Hamilton sculler's come through Cambridge University now. Was very settled in the early start part of that race.
Yeah.
Didn't worry that she was down. She kind of just
Trusted
settled
her
into her rhythm and just went through and has ploughed through.
So
She'll be chuffed with that, especially coming all the way from New Zealand, right?
yeah, this means a lot to her. Redemption from that COVID year.
And it looks like the USA boat on the Berkshire station has still got half a boat length lead here. So has maintained her lead from that early start off the Temple Island.
Yeah, Riona used to row for Boston University, so having some of her maybe teammates or just coaches here with their 50th anniversary celebrations currently will mean a lot to her. She'll be getting more cheers from the bank perhaps than a international crew might normally expect. But a lot of experience there as two-time silver medalist in the women's lightweight 8 at IRA national champs, 3-time DeVale Regatta champion, rowed for University of London Boat Club while getting her masters in the history of war at King's College London, and a semi-finalist in the academic 4 in 2022 at Henley Women's Regatta.
I'm just looking at the stats we've been given about Pia Otto in the Germany boat on that Buckinghamshire station. She's a 13-time German national champion. The only boats that she hasn't become a national champion in is the Coxed and Coxless 4. She got a 2020 silver medal at the European Under-23 Championships in the lightweight women's quad, and she got third at the head of the Charles Regatta in 2017 in the lightweight coxed four. So boats here with some great calibers. This just shows the level of caliber we've got at Henley Women's.
Yeah, really, really exciting. And they'll definitely be wanting to progress through to the semi-finals and finals later today. For anyone just joining us now, we're watching a quarter-final, meaning that they would be racing 3 times today if they're successful in each of their rounds.
And we've just watched the start of the junior quad. On the Berkshire station, we've got Wycliffe College, and on the far side, we've got Putney High School A boat. Quads are some of my favourite boats to watch. I did say this in commentary yesterday, but I just think they're so aesthetically pleasing to watch when they're moving well.
Yeah, definitely. And this Putney High School A boat was actually another one that I was commentating on from the launch yesterday. And this quad were previously the GB France 2023 women's quad, and they've been finalists in the J16 quad last year at Henley Women's Regatta. They were in the A final at National Schools and won Reading Regatta last week.
And I was just talking about the calibre of athletes. We've got them back on the screen now from USA and Germany. And since Henley Women's Regatta first started in June 1988, where probably it was the only place women could race, because they weren't involved in Henley Royal.
Yeah.
You know, this has progressed. It's become a mammoth event, isn't it?
100%.
And we are now getting the best calibre across the world come into this event.
Yeah, it's really exciting. My first day commentating was on Friday, and I was shadowing a lovely woman, Lizzie, and we were talking about, experience rowing, and she was actually in the first regatta for Henley Women's. She was in one of those early crews, and just great to hear how much this event means to her and how important it is. So coming down now, looking through the drone footage, we can see on the Berkshire station, the Wycliffe College boat there, potentially extending their lead. Clear water there as they come past us in the commentaries area.
We're just going to watch the finish, and then we're going to switch to that drone footage. But we're just going to watch the footage of the USA now, coming across. Fairly comfortable, I'd say, for that race. In a fluid design boat. I said it was a Wintec earlier, my bad. That's a fluid design. And there's the Germany sculler. That was a close race.
Definitely.
And look at this shot that we're having on the screen now, down the bows of this quad. They just look so in sync, and they're like a pendulum.
Yeah.
Very clean and tidy there from the Wycliffe School. Is sculling their specialty? Is that kind of what they focus on?
Yeah, definitely. That is their trade over there. They're currently at 34, and I'm sure they'll start to bring that down as they've extended their lead to several lengths there.
They're walking away there, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're coming past. You can see, look at, it's a great shot that we're seeing the spectators on the bank filling in now, coming to watch their athletes and compete. It'll all be busy later, won't it? When the semi-finals and finals start to start, it'll be later. But if we just look at the schedule here, in this quads, they've got the quarterfinals now, and I think it's 2.5 hours, and then they're going to race the semi-finals. It's not a long time.
No, it's very busy. If you think you've got to, paddle back, boat away, and then you're going to need to be refueling, ready to go again, and hopefully again in the evening for a final.
And in the next race, we've got William Perkins School versus Shiplake College down the road. So William Perkins School, actually, I know one of the coaches there. So Sam Courtney was part of the squad with me pre-Tokyo.
Okay.
And now, yeah, she's a good friend as well. But she said that her crew is out, so she can't take any credit for this crew and how they're going. But Shiplake College have got to be considered up there. And they row probably on the stretch of the water. Do you reckon they've come down? Because they're only down the road, so they probably come down and tested this water, right? Rowed between the booms before this regatta.
They definitely will know this well. All 4 of this crew have had great success this season with medals in Nat School's Regatta, in the Championship double and the Coxless pairs, and the J16 doubles. So really, really great success. And the middle pair having raced representing GB at the under-19 team.
Yeah, so in that Sir William Perkins School, we've got Maddie McGregor, Emily Nicholas, Annabelle Thornton, and Addie Patient. And in the Shiplake College boat, we've got Sophia McDavid, Elizabeth Filliger, Florence Dallas, and Eva Rutkin-Gray. So off the island there, it does look like that William Perkins School has got an early lead. Three seats, would you say?
Yeah, I'd say so.
They look to be overrating the Shiplake boat. Shiplake seems to be underrating them. Obviously, this is now coming to the finish of the previous race, which is Wycliffe College versus Putney High School. Wycliffe there look like they're in control. They are still paddling quite high, probably about 28, 29 from my eyes. Let's see what the computer says.
See what it says.
It's just loading. But they look in time. Yeah, they look in time.
23.
Oh, they're at 23, so they're down even further than I thought. They are definitely just paddling over the line. When the drones go above a quad, you know, when you get a really good timed quad, that photo image there just shows how in sync they are. It's so aesthetically pleasing. It is one of my favourite boat classes to watch, is a quad. That gap's closed though. Shiplake have come back. I said earlier that they were underrating compared to the William Perkins School, but they've closed that gap. You know, they're now eking back.
Yeah, they've definitely made a move there, and the distance per stroke is considerable.
If you watch in the back of that photo, you've got the boat warming up going down to the start, and you can see the wash really affecting it and making it move around. So that's the effect a wash can have on a boat. So if you are coming down the course in your pleasure craft, please just knock it back a little bit for these athletes racing, because some of these athletes will probably be one of the biggest races they've ever done.
Definitely.
You can see that boat trucking down there. Look at the wash coming across the course there.
Oh wow, that wash really hit.
Well, you saw the blade crash, yeah. All of these athletes look like they're in time. Their hands are outside the boat. They're getting great effective length. They're driving their knees down together, popping the knees up at the same time. The hands are over the knees before they pop them up.
If you were in that boat, what would you be trying to think? If Shiplake have just made a move back towards you, where's your head going to be trying to keep your calm?
Swallow it up.
Yeah.
You know, because we've held it. You know, what I'd say is if I was in this boat now, I'd be going. Probably the bow lady would need to say, look, they're not coming past us. You know, we've got this. We've swallowed it. They've made their push and they haven't come past us. Let's just hold it. And then probably what I would do is when the Shiplake boat come off their push, I'd push.
Yeah.
You know, I was a cyclist before I was a rower, and we always used to say the most deadly time to attack was after an attack had gone, because you catch an attack, and then if somebody else goes, the peloton's like, oh my gosh, again.
Yeah.
So that's what I would do if I was in that boat. Take my cycling knowledge and just re-attack.
Great shot there, and you can see Temple Island in the background.
And we've got some spectators. They are filling out now, aren't they? They'll be coming down for the semi-finals and finals day. And this regatta's a little bit different to Henley Royal because you're so much closer.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you're not in your enclosures, you're not separated. You can get right on that bank, right alongside the racing. I would say it's a great entry spectator for somebody that doesn't know anything about rowing. I brought some friends down yesterday from our NCT class, and they've never watched rowing before, and they were like, oh my gosh, this is exciting, because they came and they sat on the bank, they were so close to the racing, and they were like, oh wow, is this what you do? And I'm like, yeah, this is what I do for work. You know, this is my job. Yeah.
That's so
Unlike
cool.
these athletes here that are studying, working full time. You know, I'm very fortunate to get this to do my job.
So now we can see a split screen just off the start there. We have our next race, which is the Headington School on the Berkshire Station and Marlow Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station.
Yeah, yesterday, I'm gutted these boats have both got in the draw together, because yesterday Aaron and I said that both of these boats were probably ones to watch.
Definitely.
And unfortunately, that's how the draw works, isn't it? That Marlow boat has shot off that start, though, but we're just coming back to William Perkins School versus Shiplake College. And like I said, it looks like William Perkins School's absorbed that attack from Shiplake and thought, nope, we're going to take this. Yeah, I'm just looking at the preview shot now. I know we're watching the finish of this race, but the preview shot we've got shows us that Marlow have really attacked it off that island. You won't be able to see it, but it does look good.
Trust us on that one. But yeah, coming through to the finish now, we have Sir William Perkins School there taking the win, progressing through to the semi-final. And back now on this drone footage we were just talking about, you can see Marlow Rowing Club there really attacking through as they come to the spectator zone.
Yeah, we've got Mia Lawrence, Iona Haley, Anstey Van Romberg and Katie Breeze in that Marlow boat. And in the Headington School boat, we've got Francesca Butters, Leah Dardis Green, Celine Tweedle and Elena Yap. And it does look like Marlow, like I said earlier, have extended that start out. This is what they did yesterday. They really attacked the start, and they probably went to about 1,000 metres at full race pace. And then they took it down, and that's why I was really excited. And Headington yesterday had a slightly lesser start, and from about 400 metres through to 1,500 metres attacked.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
I wonder whether that's their race plan today and whether that's going to happen. But this Marlow boat, look at that. That shot was fantastic.
You can hear the cheers now as they come past the competitor's tent. Sorry, the commentator's tent there.
Have you followed in a launch? Obviously, you commentated yesterday, but have you followed as a spectator in a launch?
I have never followed as a spectator. I've only been commentating this weekend. But yeah, this Headington crew, when I was out yesterday commentating, most of them were in the second 8 that won national schools and have now been split into this quad. And last year were the J16 quad that won at Henley Women. So a lot of experience coming up against this Marlow crew. Definitely not making it easy for them.
No, I was just watching that Marlow sculling, and it looks like they're really sharp on that footplate. You know, they're in and on, and then they're really light around the back turn. They're not so heavy through the middle of the drive. It looks like they're getting most of their work done before their arms break. You know, really using those legs to drive that boat. Look, you can see it there, and then the arms are just there to move it back around that back turn. Another analogy my coach likes to give me when I'm rowing is you want that arm to move like a bike cog. You know, if you're on a fixed gear, you just want that arm to constantly move. You don't want it to get stuck at the back turn, and it looks like Marlow are doing that. They are so sharp on the front turn that by the time it gets to their finish, it's so light they can just flick out, straight out, and back onto the catch again.
100%.
And all of their wrists are flat if you watch. The same in this Headington boat. The Headington boat are less sharp on the catch and more powerful through the hip drive. It's just two different ways of sculling.
Yeah, and the Marlow boat there has lots of experience coming through. We've got the Stern pair representing GB in the GB France. Mia having won GB April Junior Trials. Bow pair very much up and coming. South African athlete. Anstey there, and Scottish. I own the bow seat, was the J16.
On the programme view now, we've just seen Tideway Sculling School, get an early lead against Surbiton High School. In the Thames Tideway Sculler School, we've got Georgia Allen, Kate Cohallen, Amalka Delvine and Ansley Vickers. And in the Surbiton High School, we've got Amelia Hazard, Steffi Brewer, Hannah Milkwelski and Sophia Michael. Sorry if I've butchered any of your names, but I'm doing my best. The Tideway Sculling School there are coming across the middle of the river. They are dominating that middle of the river.
They really are.
Interestingly, we said yesterday that this is rowed against the stream, right?
Mm-hmm. So now on the programme we can see Marlow extending their lead over Headington School.
And it looks to be a slight crosswind over the left-hand shoulder of these athletes as they're coming towards us. So with a slight crosswind and the tide against the stream, it's going to be a long race.
Yeah, for sure.
You're going to feel it. But yeah, look, Marlow seemed to have done the same as they did yesterday, race to 1,000 metres and then start to take it down. So that's clearly a race plan they're employing in this regatta.
It'll be a race plan, but they'll also be thinking most importantly about their recovery coming through the rest of the day. They'll have their eyes on hopefully getting to the final, meaning they've got 3 1,500 metre races. So down at a 30 right now as they approach the finish.
And in this preview shot that we've got on our screen, we can confirm that Tideway Sculling School have maintained in their lead. So yeah, this is the image I was talking about. You can just see that Tideway Sculling School have just got the gap on Surbiton. And when we had that slightly more angled shot down the bow, you could really see that the hands were leading away together. They were running around the outside of the pin. The heights of the blades were the same. There was no one that was lifting up higher than the other people. Yeah, they look like they're a well-uniformed crew.
Well-oiled machine there. But looking at our notes here, we've got Amalka, who's the only returner from last year's Diamond Jubilee, winning quad, with Anthony and Amalka winning silver at National Schools Regatta in the champ double. And they both raced in the Great Britain quad that came fourth in last month's European Under-19 Championship. So they would have spent some time away out of this quad before coming back together to train for this regatta, and I'm sure onto Henley Royal.
You can see the two athletes there wearing their GB hats with pride, and rightly so. You know, it's a great achievement to represent your country, and it should definitely be remembered.
And Georgia, also in this crew, won bronze in the National Schools Regatta in the championship singles. So some incredible sculling.
You could see the two girl there giving some shouts to her crew. So they're obviously still rowing. They may be taking it down slightly, but she's obviously criticising or asking for a technical change, making sure they row well.
Yeah, it's still an opportunity, even though winning and securing your spot in the semi-final is important. It's still an opportunity for growth as they come forward and prepare for the next race.
Yeah, exactly. And what's nice about rowing with friends or having crewmates is that you have somebody else to rely on, right? Whereas in the single, I've got to do that myself, and sometimes I forget to talk to myself and just end up like just beating yourself up. But actually, there are always things to learn, you know. Yeah, there it is, confirming that's a crosswind over their left-hand shoulder as they go down the course. We're now going into the aspirational quarterfinals for the aspirational quads. We've got an international boat, Netherlands, versus Cantabria Rowing Club.
Just off the start there. Looking clean for both crews. Potentially some moving over already from the Berkshire crew with their steering. They seem to be correcting now.
Yeah, Erin was saying off the start, if you're on that Berkshire station, it can be quite unnerving because of the way the river shapes. So you do see a lot of the rowers pulling onto the middle and then having to steer back.
100%.
So this is the aspirational quad. This is the chairman's trophy. In the ARSR Skadi Rotterdam from the Netherlands, you've got Sarah R, Gitta, Finette and Iki. And in the Cantabs boat, you've got Samantha Love, Amy Uger, Sarah York and Willow Tucker. So in the Dutch boat, you've got 4 Dutch rowers from the Student Rowing Association. They've rowed together in the past year in doubles and did really great in their rankings. But they're a lightweight crew.
Oh, interesting. So just cutting now back, we can see the Tideway Scullers school boat progressing through to the semi-final as they come through the finish there, with a big lead over the Surbiton High School boat.
Yeah, and that Netherlands crew says they're a lightweight rowing crew, but normally in double sculls, but they're trying to attack Henley Royal for a quadruple scull. And in the Cantabs boat, you've got a recently formed crew who first raced together at Met this year. They placed 5th out of 11 in the Champ Quad. So some good calibre here. They're coached by Chris Radburn and Jonathan Winch. And Willow at Stroke is an apprentice in construction firm, and this is her third time entering Henley Women's Regatta. Amy at 3 is a student, and it's her second time here. Sarah at 2 and Sam at Bow just missed out on qualifying a double together last year, placing 17th. Sarah is a PhD student in chemistry. So we were talking earlier about how, I'm very lucky that this is my full-time job, but these guys have got some serious studying or serious work to contend with.
Yeah,
and train.
Yeah, it's managing that job, whether that be literally going to work or being a student athlete alongside your training load. And it's not just getting in the hours, it's making sure you have enough time for your recovery, for your food, for your sleep. And just looking at the footage there, it appears that the Dutch crew are extending their lead. Yeah, on the drone there, just got clear water as they're entering the competitor zone. Yeah, looking super relaxed now. They'll be feeling quite confident. Although a little bit of looking around from the bow seat there.
Sorry, everyone. Sorry everyone, I've just been talking to Zoe Davis, who's an umpire here and volunteering at Henley Women's Regatta, and has actually just qualified to represent FISA as an umpire as well.
Yes, that Dutch crew looking very relaxed as they extend their lead over the Cambridge City's crew there.
So as a lightweight combination, if you're rowing a heavyweight combination, that's got to be some feats, right?
Yeah,
Because it's a weight behind the handle sport, but you've got to have some skill as well, and that's where the lightweights do. You know, the lightweights don't have the weight behind the handle, but they are very technically efficient, right?
100%. So just at the start now, we have another quarter-final of this Chairman's Trophy Aspirational Quads on the Berkshire Station, Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club, and on the Buckinghamshire Station, Globe Rowing Club. Just off the start now.
And it looks like Queen's University Belfast got out early at the gates there with those short stabby strokes, and it looks like they're now up to full length. Whereas it looks like on the far side, Globe are still in their start sequence. They're still quite short, probably lengthening out now. We've just got to a split screen because we're going to be watching the finish of the previous race, which is that Netherlands boat and Cantab boat. I think it's safe to say that the Netherlands boat has got this wrapped up, right?
Yeah. Although they've still got their rate up at a 33 there, so they haven't brought themselves down too much.
You can see the difference in crews, right? You can see this yellow boat, the M-Packer, is flat, it's level, it's not rocking from side to side or up and down. Whereas the Cantab boat, probably because of the wash, but it was just rocking from side to side slightly.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a really neat unit though, isn't it, this Netherlands boat? Congratulations then, they'll be chuffed travelling all this way to race and get through to the semi-final.
So back now with our drone footage, we can see on the Berkshire Station there, the Queen's University Belfast crew extending their lead just slightly, although still very, very close as they come through the spectator zone, perhaps just trying to break the elastic and maybe get clear water.
And what you're trying to do here, this drone footage shows it perfectly, is that you can see the 4 splashes, right? As the boat goes through, you can see the 4 splashes. What you want is you want your stroke person's blade, or the person on the left of the boat, you want their blade to enter after the 4 splashes. And both crews are doing that really well. You know, they're not entering dirty water. They are getting some clean water. But it looks like the boat on the Berkshire Station, Queen's University, are getting a bigger gap between that last splash and the next stroke. So their boat is travelling further per stroke.
Yeah, they've got what we'd call that was the distance per stroke, isn't that? So getting that terminology out there.
And that comes from a big send, right? So the hips open up and a big send, but also staying relaxed on the recovery to allow the boat to travel.
Yeah.
And sometimes in sculling, people can get that wrong. They can rush that recovery because they're thinking, I need to get to the next stroke. But actually, you throwing your weight down the slide slows the boat down.
Yeah.
So you've got to give the boat time to travel underneath you to then put the next stroke in. And it looks like Queen's University Belfast are doing that really well.
Yeah, it's all about the efficiency with this, isn't it? Not just about strokes per minute and power under the water. You've got to really make that recovery efficient. So now on our drone shot there, we can see the Berkshire Station.
It's like 1.5 boats, isn't it?
Yeah. And
The shot we just had previously showed that the camera 3 shows that they had the hands go away, then their body rock, and then they're not searching for extra length. They're just like, yeah, we'll let the wheels travel. And that's what we're trying to say. To get better drone distance per stroke, that is fantastic. Because it just allows that boat to travel. And the wheels of your seat will move you down to the next stroke.
The movement happens itself. You know, quarter slide onwards, you just want to be keeping that upper body really still, super relaxed and loose.
And it's interesting here, you've got the 3 athletes from bow to 3 looking dead ahead down the course, and the stroke lady here is just sat looking at the stroke coach like a metronome, making sure she's on rhythm, on pace, and her crew trust her completely. This is the next start. This is City of Cambridge versus Wilhelm 3. And they're off. 2 long strokes, and they'll start to whip the rate up here, 3, 4, 5, and then they're starting to lengthen out now, 6 to 10.
Here on the Berkshire Station, City of Cambridge, we've got Sarah Stafford, Airy, Jessica Malcolm, Devone Pickover and Katie Price. And on the Buckinghamshire Station, in this Dutch crew, we have Luna Cooper, Marika Middag, Veer, Nina van der Broek as well. Sorry if I pronounce those names wrong.
So Mariak Midag and Luna Cooper competed in the 2023 Rowing World Championships, Under 19 Championship. So obviously a good international crew. You just see the Berkshire Station here, City of Cambridge, coming into the middle and getting warned away. And that's also pushed that international crew closer to the boom. So you can see them adjusting their stroke now and coming away from the booms.
Yeah,
But the City of Cambridge still getting warned to go over to their side, their station. But obviously with every steering move you make, it slows your boat down, right? And you want to try and limit the amount of steering you have to do.
Yeah, I think if I was in that Buckinghamshire crew, I would not have been most happy with where I was coming off the Temple Island there. But it seems that both have come back to their stations and very much in the right place, and umpire is now happy.
And this is the finish of the Queen's University Ladies Race versus Globe Rowing Club. So we have Alana Dunho, Jessica Marden, Francesca Curtis and Amelia McCalla from Queen's University of Belfast. And we got Naomi Dole, Charlotte Van der Weyl, Grace McComan and Imogen Pringle from Globe. I was really impressed with that Queen's University quad.
Yeah, definitely. Really, really efficient movement there. Okay, looking now back at our drone footage of this quarter-final of the Chairman's Trophy with City of Cambridge against this Wilhelm's III Dutch crew.
And for those that are just tuning in now, you're joined by Ella, who was the president of the Oxford University Women's Boat Club last year, and Ben Pritchard from the Power Rowing Squad of British Rowing. That gap isn't eking out as much as it looked like earlier, is it? It looks like that international crew on the far side have now started to consolidate, and they're just going to sit there 3 seats up and just be in control of this race. They may have not got the gap they want, but from there they can really control it and they can react to any pushes from that City of Cambridge race.
Yeah, and they've just got to really trust their base pace race rhythm there and understand that what they've done to get them to this point, they've got to lead for a reason, and don't question that too much. Have your confidence going into this middle third of the race.
You've got a Filippi versus an Empaki here. Now, Filippi are known as the Kings of Sculling. I race in a Filippi, just so you know. Shout out to Filippi. Yeah, they're here actually. They've got a tent in the boathouse. So if anyone wants to go and learn a little bit more about them, they can go over and see Paul there. But that Netherlands crew, that looks nice and tidy. We were talking about distance per stroke. You can see that there as well. They're clearing that fourth splash before they put their blades in again. And the gap between that fourth splash and the blades is larger than the City of Cambridge boat. That's such a pretty view, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks so good. You're right. The drone footage of the quads just looks so slick, so good.
I would say, though, that the City of Cambridge have gained a seat. So that now only looks like a 2-seat lead. So I wonder whether they've put a push on there. They're just coming through the commentators area now past the boat park. And I'd say that they have gained a seat, but it looks like the Netherlands crew are controlling it, and they're absorbing it. Like we said earlier, they're absorbing it and they're reacting. You can see the finish there. They've got, about 350 metres to go to the finish, roughly. And the next start we've got is Bath University versus another Netherlands crew, but a combination Netherlands crew. 2 different universities, I believe.
Yeah. So in this Bath crew on the Berkshire Station, we have Lillian Dufton, Elizabeth Poole, Ellie Fouds and Emily Dunn. Just off the start there. A very young crew with 3 freshers in this boat.
So the Bath crew have asked us to give a shout out. They've said, many thanks to Minerva Bath Boat Club for lending us the quad. We really appreciate it. And this is made up of a full fresher, so they're all first years from Bath University.
With special guest, second year Ellie Fouds. Ellie hosted the freshers in Bath for the Henley Women's campaign, living and training together. We've got serious girl boss, all studying STEM degrees. That's the energy we want for this Henley Women's Regatta.
And they've asked us to give a shout out because Crew Bath are looking for a new rowing coach. So if anyone is looking for a job or wants to move to the West Country and work there, then you need to email information.contact su-rowing@bath.ac.uk. And I'm sure that if you come to the commentary tent or any of the information, they'll be able to give you that email address in person. You can write it down and apply for the job. This is the finish of that previous race. And like I said, they're still in contact. That is a close finish, but it looked like that Dutch crew were just comfortable with sitting on their competitors and being like, you can bring it to us.
Yeah.
You can bring
We're
the race
sat
to
here,
us.
we're comfortable. And now they're progressing to the semi-final, which is very exciting for them. Congratulations. So now with this drone footage, you can see the spectator zone filling out there a bit more, the banks filling up as we progress through the day. And you can see the Buckinghamshire crew there with a increasing lead.
So in that Dutch crew, they've actually got a sculler that did sub 7:30 for a 2K.
Wow.
And then a 7:36, a 7:39 and a 7:37.5. So some impressive results there for an aspirational boat for sure.
For sure.
What's your 2K PB?
My 2KBB, I've got one on the static and one on the dynamic because we used to train on the dynamics over at OUW. So my static one is actually a rate capped from this season, which was around a 7:10 something. And the dyno was a bit faster because it wasn't rate capped last season.
And what's the dyno, or you're not going to give that away?
Dynamic so just...
No, what's the dyno score?
that was I believe that was a 7:04.
Ah, close to mine.
Not at all.
Yeah, 7:03. 7:03 for mine. But I use my arms.
Yeah.
I always joke with Andy Randall, the women's coach at British Rowing. Whenever I do a 2K, I go in the office. I say, right, who's your slowest woman? And then he tells me the times. And it's Liv Bates, who's the lightweight single sculler in the spare seat there. And I think I can't career end her because she's a lightweight. I've got about 40 kilos on the girl. But yeah, she's the next closest to me.
Okay, that's who you got your eyes on.
Yeah, yeah.
Whose seat you're going to take?
Considering this boat is freshman, they look in sync. And they've said they haven't no coaching this year, but they look pretty tidy there. Their thumbs are on the end of the blade. They're keeping that lateral pressure outside the gate.
So we can see here in the notes that Emily and Lillian rowed together at Yarm School together as juniors. So they've got that experience, that unity, and they're bringing together into this quad.
Lawrence Whiteley, the Paralympic champion in the PR2 double, he came from Yarm School.
Interesting. And Hazel Wake, who was previously racing for City of Oxford, she was also at Yarm. Great school there.
Great skull and pedigree. And you can see that the blades there, they're in time, they're in length. I would say that probably the height of the stroke girl is a little bit higher than the rest of them. And probably a bit choppy into that water. So I'd probably say that you want to be a bit more patient, a bit more accurate. So I'd say like take some height off the back, create some more height at the back turn, follow it over the knees, and then just release that into the catch. It's a great shot though, isn't it? Looking down the course between the pylons.
It looks like the wind's maybe died down a little bit.
And we're going to a new boat class now. We've got the Junior Cox 4s. And in this race, we've got Tyne Rowing Club A versus Clydesdale and St Andrews, a composite. This is the Groton School Challenge Cup. Again, a quarterfinal. Me and Ella will be taking you through all quarterfinals this morning. So these athletes here will have 2 more races if they succeed today. They'll have the semi-finals and the finals. So it's not just about this race. Please stay tuned all day because you'll have the semi-finals and finals later on throughout the afternoon.
Definitely. So in the Berkshire crew, the Tyne Rowing Club boat, we have Isla Darby, Isla Temple, Joy Wildsmith, Hale Seymour and Alice Lankham the Cox. So just off the start now.
And in your boat, the cock sits at the stern of the boat, whereas in these Cox boats, the cox lays down in the front. And Erin Kennedy was saying yesterday that they have a different way of boat feeling. They have to feel through their feet and their back, and they can't actually see what's going on. So they're relying on their boat feel to make a change. Yeah, this is that composite crew from the Netherlands taking the lead in the previous race in the aspirational quad.
With a lengthy lead there, looking very comfortable as they approach the finish line. Progressing through to the semi-finals later today, and they won't have much of a break now to prepare. So,
and that's the Bath crew.
recovery.
So I'd say that about 3 lengths to
Yeah.
the Bath crew. And now we're back in this Junior Coxed 4 event. And in the Scottish boat on the far side, the Clydesdale and St Andrews boat, it's said it's half of the Scottish Argonauts crew that raced at Weehawken this year. And it's a composite crew that came across each side of Scotland. So they've actually not had a lot of training time together as a unit. So it'll be interesting to see how they progress through. They've obviously done well to make a quarter final, but that won't be the end of their aspirations. I'm sure they'll be hoping to go to a semi-final or a final.
For sure. So in that boat on the Buckinghamshire station, we have Zoe Cochrane, Anna Moore, Isabel Sinker, Rebecca Harrison, and Cox Jamie Stewart. I'm going to hear the cheering definitely increasing as they're coming towards the spectator zone.
And it looks like that Berkshire Station, the Tyne Rowing Club, have just called out a 2-seat lead, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear the on-site commentator getting really excited. So it's obviously a close race from where they're looking. This is a great picture. You can see the commentator there with his hand on his microphone commentating. The umpire at the front of the launch with a megaphone ready to warn crews to get back onto their station or to respond. And you can see the family and friends videoing it, taking it all in and watching the rowing there. You're not allowed to say anything though when you're following it. You're not allowed to cheer. You're not allowed to shout. You just got to sit there and watch it and take it all in.
Yeah.
It's just one of the rules of. So I'm explaining to my producer that it's just one of the rules of Henley Women's and Henley Royal is that you just got to sit there and decorum and just watch and take it all in. Enjoy the moment. Be present.
Yeah, I was commentating on a launch, I think it was on Friday, and there was someone on the launch who was both dating one athlete on one station and was the coach of another, and he said it's absolutely perfect that he can't cheer for either of them because he kind of wanted them both to win, but that obviously wasn't possible.
And he wasn't going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Nice way that was. Yeah, so it looks like that Tyne boat now probably extending out to a 3-seat lead, I'd say. 2.5, 3-seat lead. But it does look like that Scottish boat on that far side have just put a push in, and I think they're closing back down for that drone footage.
Yeah, it looks
Looks like they put, you can really see that crosswind now in the water, can't you?
wow. You can see the brakes and the booms that we've mentioned and the impact that will have on the course from the pleasure boats coming down, and when those booms break, those
Yeah,
wooden
you can see
pieces.
that wash at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen running across the course, can't you? Through that gap in the boom there. And the next race we've got is Kingston Grammar School versus Teddy School, St Edward's School. In the Kingston Grammar School, we've got Anna Thiefton, Amy Fraser, Bella Pritchard, Audrey Courtsey and Cox Nina Chamaret. And in the Teddy's boat, we've got Charlotte Baker, Poppy Luttrell Hunt, Emma Sullivan, Emily Open and Cox Zaki Bear. And they're off.
And here we have the Buckinghamshire crew with some success early on in the season. So they came 5th in the final of the Coxless Champ 4s at National Schools Regatta. That was St Edward's School.
And
based
here
in
we've
Oxford.
got 2 different setup boats. We've got one which is a standard rig, which is alternating sides. And then on the Buckinghamshire side station, in the Teddy's boat, we've got a bucket. And what that means is you've got 2 people rowing the same side in the middle of the boat. And Erin was saying yesterday that the Para Cox 4 rows that way with a bucket. And she was saying actually that the weight is in a different place. So it feels quite funny when you first start getting used to it. And it takes a while to get used to a bucket. Have you ever rowed with a bucket?
I have rowed a bucket. We had a bucket rig lined up for our Fours Head regatta, the Fours Head of the river race earlier this season before it was sadly cancelled due to flooding. And it was my first time in a bucket, and I do agree with that. The distribution definitely changes, especially if you're in the bow pair. So coming.
And the finish on the other race sounds to be really exciting. It looks like they've drawn level. And oh, it's so hard to tell from this angle, but it looks like they're drawn. You can see the boats bouncing on the wash there from the waves, and that won't help any sprint efforts coming through to the line.
Definitely not.
But it looks like, from this angle, it looks like the far side boat,
which is the
Scottish
crew.
composite, have come through Tyne in that last push, in that sprint finish. They've pushed through and come through, but can they hold it to the line? What an exciting finish.
That is so great for a quarter-final.
There you are. They've got a boat length now, but Tyne aren't letting up. They are not letting up. Oh, that was a really exciting finish. We're very lucky here in the commentary box that we've got, like I said, 7 different cameras that we can see. And I was watching that unfold while you were talking about the bucket. And I was, please show it, because it was such an exciting race.
And you can
Well
see
done to
the
that Scottish
excitement.
commentary.
Yeah, you can see the excitement and glee on their faces there. So back now looking at the Kingston Grammar School and St Edward's School.
Yeah, you can see that Cox talking to her crew, asking for more, or probably telling them to compose themselves, get the blades in the water, and drive that distance up.
And as we were talking about earlier with when the academic 8s were racing, we were talking about the responsibility of Cox in that situation to kind of update the crew, tell them where they are. And what's different about these races, the Cox won't be aware of the distance in between the crews for the crew leading.
So they'll be
And so-
relying on their bow person or their stroke person to shout that back to them.
Yeah.
So you're a sweep athlete.
Yeah.
You're better placed here to commentate on the actual rowing that's going on the screen. What are you seeing? What would you like to see different, or what are you seeing that's good?
I think we're seeing some very relaxed coming up into the catch. Potentially there could be more control with the outside arm. You definitely want to keep that up coming into the catch. And with the outside hand, the finish, as you were talking about with the sculling, really important to make sure that when you're sweeping that you're squaring and feathering with the inside arm and keeping that outside arm relaxed. But just off the start now, we've got the next of these junior Cox 4s, Groton School Challenge Cup, the Surbiton High School and Aberdeen School.
And in the Surbiton High School boat, we've got Katie Carroll, Lucia Cadera, Siobhan Starkey, Leah Farquharson, and Cox Ellie Fine. And in the Aberdeen boat, we've got Charlotte Arthur, Jemima Aspinall, Sophie Sinclair, Penny Irvine, and Cox Lily Arthur.
And this Aberdeen school boat won National Schools Regatta this year in the Cox 4, and 3 out of the 4 of the crew came 4th in the Championship 8s at National Schools Regatta in 2023.
That S on the Surbiton blades that you can see on the left hand of your screen, you can see that they're extracting square because you can still see the S. Then they feather. That's really important, isn't it? Because that doesn't
Definitely.
disrupt the flow of the boat.
And it'll help really hold on to that water as they come to the finish. Great shot of Temple Island there as they're progressing down the course
And
past
you
the
can
half
see
mile.
in these crews, you were saying about keeping your outside arm straight. And you can see that in these both crews, they're keeping their arm straight as they come round their body and extend. And you're not necessarily trying to reach around your body, are you? You're trying to rotate rather than reach around.
Yeah, you want to keep that weight central in the boat and use your upper thoracic to rotate rather than move your entire body.
On what side do you row, Ella?
Iro stroke side.
Which for the casual rower is?
The blade is on my right.
So your outside arm is your left.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and you can see the Kingston Grammar School here. They look like they're taking it down. They're still getting a talking to from the Cox. I wonder what she's saying to them. Probably just telling them to enjoy this moment. You know, enjoy this moment. We've got 2 more races. Keep driving to the line.
Yeah, so they're down at a 30 now, just a little bit off their race pace, probably conserving their energy a bit as they think about this afternoon.
On this side-on footage we've got on our preview screen, that shows exactly what you were trying to talk about earlier, which is where the straight arm comes round the body, you rotate with your upper thoracic. You're not trying to bend that arm around your body.
Yeah, really good. You can see their weight staying nice central there in the boat.
I would argue slightly angled their hands down to the water at the catch. They could probably stay a bit higher there, right?
Yeah, for sure. You want to keep that blade close to the water. You don't want to sky the blade, we call that, as you're coming towards the catch.
This Surbiton boat looks really relaxed as well. Despite having to chase a race, they look relaxed. They're obviously on a race plan. They obviously know what they're doing, but they're not trying to over-row and over-chase it. And I think that's actually quite a sensible thing to do sometimes.
Yeah, definitely.
Stay within your limits, limit the mistakes that we said earlier, and hopefully that'll benefit you towards the end of the race.
And in the Aberdeen school boat, Lily, the Cox, has experience in the Cox's 4 at Henley Women's Regatta, winning in 2022 in the junior category, and lots of experience at GB trials there from Jemima, Sophie, and Penny.
And in the next Groton School Challenge Cup quarter-final, we've got Henley Rowing Club versus Tideway Sculler School. In the Henley boat, we've got Sophie Eltz, Nicolette Parkden, Freya Smith, Sophia Spansquick and Cox Matilda Lay. And in the Tideway boat, we've got Athena Spertnats, Melinda Anza Klein, Sophia Turner and Evie Galeford and Cox Dulce Pendred. So it's saying that, so I was just reading my notes, but in that Tideway Sculler School boat, it's made of two rival academic schools. So they're in their schooling time, they're academic and schools athletically rivals, yeah. And they've come together here to put a boat together for Henley Women's. It looks to me, though, that the Henley boat, obviously this is a home stretch of water, their club is 500 metres off the end of the course. You know, they're going to be used to this, and they'll be training on this 3 times a day, twice a day around their studying.
And tiny things like being on your home course, it's not necessarily just about being on your home water. It's about, you're staying at your own home each evening, you're in a normal environment. Those tiny things that can upset you in race week, just the changes that you have to make by moving to a new location, they'll be completely settled and ready for whatever comes at them.
Yeah, and in the junior boats, is this 16, 17 and then under, or is it up to 18? What does it run to?
I believe it does include J18s, but I don't think once you've turned 18 you can race in this category, then age up. Okay. So you have many athletes who turn 18 during the year and then naturally, due to being a bit smaller, might choose to race the lightweight category.
So this is just the finish of the earlier race, and it does look like Aberdeen, like we were saying, where they were rotating that thoracic round to the catch, have made that work, inches equals distance, and that's how they've just come across the line. And there's Surbiton as well. They put a push into the line, raced it through the line. You can't forgive them for giving up. They tried to the end. Look at them. They're blowing there.
And looking now at the next race, we've got... This is showing...
This is the Henley versus Tideway, yeah.
And you can see the Tideway Sculler School there, different uni suits representing the different schools perhaps they've come from and the rivalries there.
You can see the wash on the course there. You can see that boat rocking and rolling because of the wash that's come through the break in those beams. That looks some fairly tidy sculling from sweeping from that Henley boat. They've got a great junior program at Henley Women's, haven't they? There's a renowned junior program.
Yeah, they do. I believe I'm seeing them lined up in the 8s, maybe later in the day.
And we were saying this about the bucket versus a normal rig, and we've got this in this event. We've got the normal rig with Henley, and then you've got the bucket with the Tideway boat. Look at this shot here. We've got horizontal with the boats here. You can tell they're working, but that stroke girl looks so relaxed.
Yeah. You can see
she's controlling that crew, isn't she?
Yeah, definitely. And once they've caught the water, they're just suspending through a nice strong hip swing through to the finish. And as we were talking about before, you really want to spend your weight all the way through. Yeah,
if you look down at their knees, you can see when the power releases, right? Their knees are flat, and you can just see it come off the boat. You can see like a little jolt in their knees, can't you, where the power comes off.
Yeah, and you can see there's a increasing lead there between the two crews. The gap is lengthening there. I'm sure in a bit that Berkshire crew will take the rate down, Henley Rowing Club there. So next up we have the first quarter-final of the academic Coxless for Boston University Rowing Club on the Berkshire station and a Dutch crew on the Buckinghamshire station. And
we mentioned it earlier and we'll mention it again, but Boston are over here because they're 50th year of their women's programme.
Really exciting. Just off the start now. So unlike the boats we were watching before, there isn't a cox in these boats, and the person responsible for steering is likely the bow seat, maybe 2-seat there, and they'll be responsible for keeping their crew where they want to be on the river.
And in the Boston boat, we've got Cecilia Mason, Maya Popper, Carly Milosevic, and Nina Palmer. And in the Dutch boat, we've got Elizabeth, Annika Dickerborn, Ilse Hogeverten, and Marte Baum. Oh, and there was just a collision with the boys there. And
Oh
now
no.
that Boston boat is going straight over to the river. And also the Buckinghamshire station was told to go over to their side of the water. So both crews there having some steering issues. And I think that Buckinghamshire side is going to hit the booms. Oh, there's a clash of the booms there from that Buckinghamshire station. That is devastating so early on, especially when your competitors also had a mistake. You'd want to try and capitalise on that. But I wonder whether the mistake from their competitor threw them off their race plan.
Yeah, it's really hard in that first minute of the race. You want to stay as insular and focused on your crew as you can, but there's so much happening around you that it's quite hard.
But we did see from Phoebe earlier in the singles that it's not over at the end of the island. You've got to get yourself composed and get back into it. And I'm still astounded with that race from earlier. If anyone hasn't watched that, I'd scrub back to the singles and watch Phoebe race that race. She unfortunately caught a crab at the start, and a boat stopping crab, and then just rode through, and it was an incredible row. But yeah, here we're just watching the finish of the Henley crew over the Tideway composite.
Yeah, as we've mentioned there, the suspension through the hip swing looking really powerful.
And are they going to row up to their clubhouse now to cool down, or will they row back to the boat park like the other crews?
I reckon they'll just go back to the boat park. They can rack there during the day and get straight on the recovery as soon as possible.
There's that drone footage here, the Boston crew on the Berkshire station on the right hand of our screen, and on the left hand side of our screen we've got that Dutch crew who unfortunately hit the boom just off the Temple Island. Here we are, there's a great shot down the bow of the Boston crew, and that's a Hudson, I believe.
Yes. And we've got some information about the Dutch crew here that says they've had a very successful campaign at the Heineken Cup earlier this season, finishing 4th overall in the intermediate eights. And they are the most northern student rowing association in the Netherlands. Here you go.
That's a very interesting fact.
Yeah, fun fact there.
Looking at this rowing for the Boston crew, and I'm trying not to be too critical, but I think they could sharpen their catch up somewhat. I think they're dumping the weight of the catch rather than just trying to follow that blade into the water. I'm no expert in sweeping though, so
no,
that's
definitely.
Your
I mean,
area.
we've mentioned before about from quarter slide onwards really wanting to keep that body weight still and central, and it just seems like there's a little bit of movement as they come towards the catch.
It's clearly working for them. Obviously, they had the mistake from the Dutch crew earlier on in the race, but they have got a lead, and they've extended their lead now and are motoring down to the finish.
Yeah, and hope to see them relaxing a bit as they have now extended that lead, really calming the potentially lowering the rate, and just really relaxing, enjoying this quarterfinal.
And in the next quarterfinal, this academic Coxless Fours, we have Surrey University on the Berkshire station, and we have Durham University on the Buckinghamshire station. Again, the Durham boat being coached by my friend Will Fletcher.
And the Durham crew there on the Buckinghamshire station has 3 talented first-year athletes and 1 fourth-year athlete. They're all in the intermediate 8, which came 5th at Bucks Regatta, and Amelie and Maya both won silver medals in the intermediate quad.
Yeah, I
just
watched
off
that
the
race.
start.
It was a really good race. And then University of Surrey boat, we've got Freya Sperling, Elsie Overend, Eliza Rushworth, and Eleanor Stratton.
Just some more steering troubles perhaps going on here with the umpire just raising her flag and warning both crews, it looks, to move apart. With Zoe Di Toledo commentating live from the launch there to those spectators watching in the spectator zone here at Henley.
Both of these crews look really clean with their rowing. Their blades are entering the water. There's not too much wasted movement.
Yeah, just off the start, I was really impressed with Surrey 3-seat there, looking just really simple. And that's what you want with rowing most of the time. It's a very simple stroke, very simple sport, and most of the coaching is actually about cutting it down, isn't it?
And in the finish of that previous race, that Boston boat has capitalised on that mistake from the Netherlands crew and will be progressing through to the semi-final. And they'll obviously watch this race back, have a look at their start process, because they also had a mistake, and see if they can improve on that ahead of their semi-final in not that long a time.
No, exactly. So looking at the drone footage here of the race between the University of Surrey and Durham University. It appears that Durham are just being warned for their steering, but do have a lead. So potentially they were maybe trying to capitalise on that lead, move towards the middle of the river. Not quite sure what they were doing there.
You can hear the supporters on the bank from here shouting and cheering on their crews. It's really great to see. And, we're with you now until 11:45. We'll see you through to the end of the aspirational singles. And then we're going to be taken over by Tom Morgan and Erin Kennedy. Erin Kennedy is a training partner of mine. She went to Oxford University with you. She's got a blue coat as well. I think she's won the tideway.
She does. She won the Henley race when the women's boat race was still raced at Henley. But yeah, a really great cox, really inspirational speaker, came to speak to us in advance of our race this year. But here we can see the Durham crew coming towards the competitor zone, extending their lead. Got clear water already.
And the Surrey University system is a relatively new program. So it's really exciting to see them progress and go from strength to strength to strength.
Yeah, definitely. They seem to be doing really well in the fours category with both the development fours and the coxless fours.
And they train out of Molesey. So Molesey is like their parent club, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's what's great about these kind of events, Henley Women's, Henley Royal, Bucks, is you do see those powerhouses, Oxford Brooks, which we'll be seeing coming up in a race in 2 races' time. And then you see the minnows, like the University of Surrey, those smaller programs, and you can mix it with the big dogs. And that's what's really exciting about these regattas. We just saw Grace Pendergast, right? So she just came to say hello, and that's great as well. You've got somebody like an Olympic champion coming to watch racing.
And commentate. I believe she's on later.
Yes.
So the next race, we have another academic 4, coxless 4, with ASR Neres from the Netherlands against another Dutch crew, ASR Skol. And it says here that in the nearest boat bow seat switched sides starboard just a month ago. And 2 days before leaving for Henley, someone crashed into their crew during a warm-up, causing their boat to sink. So they haven't perhaps had the most smooth run into the regatta, but I'm sure they're looking to make up for that today.
Yeah, they've asked us to shout out Neris Lightweight Boys for lending their boats, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to race you at Henley Women's.
Mm-hmm. And their coach is actually the stroke seat's brother, Isaac. And he has his own experience at Henley, having won the Temple Challenge Cup in 2021, and is going to be racing at Henley in probably just 5 days now, if he's racing at qualifiers with Jasper in the pair.
And they're the current Dutch national champions in the pair. So some great calibre. Again, we've got a bucket versus a normal rig. A lot of those international crews are opting for buckets.
Yeah, I do think they, especially with the coxless boats, I think they're more helpful for steering that way. Creates more of a balance, maybe the bow seat, less potential to swing it round. And now we can just see the finish of the Durham against University of Surrey crew, with Durham looking like they'll be progressing through to the semi-final later today.
Will be absolutely elated with this row. You know, the girls got off early, made their dominant lance, and then have just been able to row it through. And no doubt we'll be working on some technical changes ready for the semi-final this afternoon. You can tell they're still working, you know. They are relaxed, but you can tell they've worked.
Yeah. And now we can see the two Dutch crews coming through the spectator zone, really filling up as we progress through the day.
And it looks like the crew on the left-hand side, we were talking about the body weight staying inside the boat. It looks like they're doing a better job of that right now compared to the boat on our right of the screen. However, it looks like the boat on the right of the screen are actually got a slight lead.
Yeah. I'd potentially say the boat on the left may be struggling with the set and the balance a bit more than the boat on the right. They look more set, more established, ready to just apply the power once in the water, really swing through at the hips.
Yeah, you can see the blades of that boat on the left-hand screen going a bit deeper.
Yeah.
The black bit of the blade, or the oar going into the water a bit deeper. So opening up then to about a length and a bit lead. The AAR Neris crew. Yeah, you can see that outside arm staying straight round the body, into the catch, driving with the legs, and back round for another stroke.
Yeah. Looking super relaxed. You want to keep your inside arm nice and loose, just ready to feather and square.
And where do you sit in the boat, Ella, when you sweep?
Past 2 boat races I've been in 2-seat. I spent a little bit of time season 4 in 6-seat, so I'd say moving about a bit.
And where's your favourite place to sit?
Ooh, I think I quite like 2-seat. Really see what's going on.
Could you ever be a stroke person?
When I row with my college, when we do Oxford bumps racing, I sit in the stroke seat then. And I like it. I think it's just a bit too much pressure.
Takes a certain kind of somebody to sit in that stroke seat, doesn't it?
Yeah.
To be able to zone in on what they are doing and not worry about the things around them.
Yeah.
It's a very, very hard skill to learn, isn't it?
You can see there the nearest crew extending their lead as they're approaching.
And a little bit of a steering issue for that Buckinghamshire station crew. They're coming into the middle of the river, and if not over onto that Berkshire station, I guess they're going to get warned from the umpire to come back.
Well, interesting, the umpire is unlikely to warn them in this situation because they're not likely to impede the other crew. So if you're going to crash, the umpire will not be helping you. It's just if you're going to impede the other crew.
And we've just got the next start, which is Oxford Brooks A on the Buckinghamshire station versus another Neris crew on this station. This is the Neris second boat. Oxford Brooks are probably one of the favourites for this event in the academic Cox's Fours. You know, we said earlier about the powerhouse that they are, the amount of crews that they can spit out and be successful. I wonder how they'll face against an international crew.
Yeah. So in the nearest boat on the Berkshire station, we have Eva, Charlotte, Iris and Silka. And in the Buckinghamshire station, we have Maria, Katrina, Cleda and Ella.
And the Dutch boat actually are all roommates and live in the competitive Rose Girls House from Neris, the sorority house.
It says they also have a cat named Ted, the only man in the house.
And you can see that blade work we were talking about earlier, about the clean blade work from this boat on the near side to us in the left of the screen. And you can see the deeper blade work from the boat on the right of the screen. And that just means that they won't be putting the weight or the work horizontally through the water, will they? They'll be digging in and going up and over the work.
Yeah, really like the tabletop analogy here, really thinking about keeping it level both on the recovery and on the drive phase.
And we're just going to go back to a drone footage of the other race with Oxford Brooks versus the B boat from Neris. And this Oxford Brooks boat has established a dominant early lead, as expected, really.
Yeah, definitely. They've got a fierce programme over there and expecting, I'm sure, lots of finals appearances today.
You can see the bank starting to fill up now as we're getting closer to those semi-finals and finals. That car park is getting fuller and fuller and fuller.
Yeah, for sure. So here we can see that Brooks boat looking very relaxed, potentially bringing their rate down, I'm sure, as they progress down the course.
We saw earlier in one of the preview screens, the umpire at the end of a race will hold his white flag horizontal, which shows all clear, right? So that's why when we're saying, when boats are crossing the line, we're saying we think, because we've got to wait for that umpire's confirmation. So whilst we're trying to give you some results live from what we see, please do go check the website for the official confirmed results, because something may have happened where an umpire might have to disqualify or relegate. So just please go and check. We will tell you what we think we see, but it's not official until you see it from Henley Women's Regatta themselves. Yeah,
and an athlete, maybe if there's been a steering issue or a clash, can contest the results and speak to the umpire about that after they've crossed the finish line.
And the next chunk of racing we're going to go on to is back to the singles.
Yes.
Aspirational singles. So these guys have started rowing this year. Aspirational?
Not necessarily this year. That would have to be the development category. I think aspirational can have a little bit of experience under their belt. But no major wins. I don't think you can have won an event at Henley Women's to be in this category.
So the first race here would be City of Oxford versus London Rowing Club. But looking at this drone footage, Oxford Brooks are taking it down now, aren't they? They're going down to a paddling kind of, probably like a threshold pace, it looks, maybe like a 28, 29.
Let's have a check.
Maybe a little bit lower. Because what would you paddle at in a 4 or in a Cox's 4?
An 18, 19 maybe.
18, 19. So then like a 26 plus would probably be threshold. This is the start of that aspirational single.
So here on the Berkshire Station, we have City of Oxford Rowing Club, Caitlin Armstrong, and on the Buckinghamshire Station, Frances Seeley from London Rowing Club.
And this is for the Bernard Churcher Trophy.
And Caitlin learnt to row at Merton College, Oxford in 2012, says that she initially hated it because of the cold, wet mornings and blisters, but actually enjoys rowing now, she's reported.
I sympathise with her because I feel exactly the same. I hated rowing when I first started it, but yeah, you learn to love it. And,
Yeah.
you know, when you look at days like today, when you're out on that river, the sun is shining, you know, you understand why people stay.
Yeah.
And in that far side in the London boat, she earlier won Remnham Head in the quad and stroked the London Rowing Club's second 8 to the 29th place at Weehawken. So some great skill. And to switch between sweeping and sculling, that's no mean feat.
No, definitely not.
We're just going to see the finish of this Oxford Brookes boat. In the previous quarter-final, they'll be glad to get through to the semi-final, but I'm sure they would expect it, and they'll all be about the semi-final and making it to the finals later this evening.
For sure.
The drone footage we've got of this singles race shows how close it is. You know, you'll see that in a minute from the stream. But both scullers were neck to neck, and it's now just opened up to half a boat length lead on the Berkshire Station. So that would be Caitlin Armstrong, who's got half a boat length up on Frances Seeley.
Caitlin's actually rowed the single at Henley Women's 4 times before. So she's got a lot of experience on this course, knows what it's like to be here, and means a lot to her this regatta, I'm sure.
And she's not so sad to humble herself. She's put at the bottom here that she managed to capsize last week at Reading Amateur. So let's hope that doesn't happen today for her, because she has eked out a half a boat length lead, now up to a boat length. But hopefully she doesn't capsize before the line.
Definitely not.
She's lucky that her competitors don't get to see this, because if I was a competitor and I saw that, I'd be like, well, anything can happen. Let's just keep going to the line.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe give me some confidence.
So we were talking about elbows being high earlier, that tablecloth analogy.
Yeah.
On the boat to the left, our right-hand side of the screen, as you look at it, you can see those elbows are high, pointing outside the boat, meaning that everything is going horizontally to the bow. That's what I was trying to describe earlier.
Yeah, really suspending that weight through all the way to the finish, not dropping down.
I'd probably try and get a bit more height off the back turn, and then rise up to the catch. But some great sculling.
Yeah.
She does a better job than me at keeping her thumbs on the end of the handle. I get told off so many times, my left thumb coming off that handle. So she's doing a much better job than I am at keeping that outward pressure. And why you keep that outward pressure is to keep the balance in the boat and to keep your lats engaged. Because obviously, whilst your legs are doing predominantly the most of the driving, you want your lats to connect it to your core and connect that power all the way through the boat. So if you keep your thumbs on the end of the handles, that helps you engage those lats and keep them tight and taut.
Yeah. And so next up...
She looks so relaxed.
Yeah, she's looking good there.
That's Caitlin Armstrong from City of Oxford.
Who's currently extending her lead over London Rowing Club.
And in the next race, we have got Durham University, Sophie Parks versus Upper Thames, Naomi Holland. And they've just kicked off that. Interestingly, even during the start process, the Durham sculler, Naomi, looked around over her shoulder to make sure she was going straight. Normally, I'd do that after my start sequence.
Definitely, and especially because you have the orange V at the start, you can always use that just to check where you are. Normally used for aligning, but could be a little bit of help during your start sequence.
And Upper Thames, Naomi Holland on the Buckinghamshire Station. This is, again, home water for her, right? So she'll have trained on this water. She'll know this course. She'll be able to come out of the booms as much as they can. They actually start laying the course in April, don't they? So the booms have been in the water for a while now. And you can see both athletes there. I was about to say steering straight and narrow, but it actually looks like the Berkshire athlete, Durham, is heading towards the middle of the river. And I wonder whether she'll get a slight warning just to try and get back straight and narrow on her side. Off the end of the island, that's a very tight race, isn't it, Ella?
And the end of the island really does drag you over and affect the steering a little bit. And now once they've finished, they'll kind of notice where they are, correct their steering, and then be ready to go for the rest of the race.
And because it's so tight, it doesn't look like either sculler has gone and settled into their race rhythm. It looks like they're still trying to push that start out until they get a break. But actually, they probably need to remember that this race is 1,500 metres long.
For sure.
Trust the training, trust the process, and see what happens. But yeah, this looks like a very tight line. This shot now coming down the bow of the boats looks incredible. This is the Durham race, the race that previous to this tight race. This still seems very, very, very close here. I can't call it from where I am.
No, neither.
I'm going to have to open the curtains to see if we can see them come past us, because they're just about to come past the commentary tent, and see if we can see whether they are any further or if there's any water between them.
And now just cutting back to approaching the finish of the previous race, we have Caitlin Armstrong of City of Oxford drawing into the finish there and ready to progress through to the semi-finals.
And it looks from the window where we are here that the Durham athlete has half a boat length up on the other athlete.
Very close racing there.
And in a single, that's not a lot at all.
No.
We'll just take you through the next race and the Durham race, and then we'll hand you over to Erin Kennedy and Tom Morgan. That's a correction, so we're going to hand you over to Erin Kennedy and Grace Pendergast. So I'm going to put you on to Grace Pendergast, and she can take you through to the final two races, and she can chat to her Oxford colleague, Ella.
Yeah, so on the screen now we can see Durham University athlete Sophie Parks looking very calm. Can't quite see if she's extended her lead any further. So joining us now in the commentary, we've got Grace.
Hello, very excited to be here and joining you for the next few hours.
And now just handing over to Erin as well. Thank you very much, guys, for a really fun morning.
So nice to be here, just getting ourselves sorted and set up, and just on the screen there you can see race 338, which is a quarter final, just coming down the track there. And so my name is Erin Kennedy. I am the cox of the GB Paralympic 4, and I am joined by Grace Prendergast.
Yes, very excited to be here. I think this is my second time at Henley Women's Regatta. Was here commentating last year, but love to follow along the action, and I think we've had some great racing this morning, and excited to see what the next block brings.
Yeah, so we are on the aspirational singles quarterfinals at the moment, and just coming down the track we have race 337. We can see on the Berkshire station we've got City of Oxford, and you've got Caitlin Armstrong, and then over on the Buck station that's Francis City, and we're just seeing here the split screen. We've just got the start of the following race starting, another aspirational singles race, and that's Durham versus Upper Thames. Okay, they've got them. Nice. Okay, so on that main screen now we've got Durham. That's Durham just there. Sorry, we were one behind. So that's Sophie Parks on the Berkshire station and Naomi Holland on the Buckinghamshire station. And it looks to me like Upper Thames, perhaps with that little home advantage, has taken the lead out over Sophie.
Yeah, it looks like she's had a really good start, and I feel like in singles races a lot can come down to that sort of mental edge in the start, and a lot of crews sort of approach it like that. They go out to kind of take the lead straight away and kind of lead from the front. I think also you can see how washy it is out there, and it's a bit bumpy, so if you can kind of get that lead right away and make sure you're sort of controlling it from the start can be helpful, because you look at these poor singles and I'm always so amazed at how they do in this bumpy, rough water.
Yeah, it's really bouncy. We're kind of looking at the booms there, and you can see the kind of wash rolling along the booms. But that looks like a really dominant start that's come through from Naomi. And also when she's kind of over on that side as well, you know, both will be kind of receiving the wash, but one's going to hit a little bit earlier. But that's them just come through the finish line, just over a length of clear between the two. And there we've got another aspirational singles race here, and that was just 1:48. That's Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. That's Jennifer Bailey, and she is racing Alice Baines from Cambridge University. So we have a Cambridge. We actually got a little Oxford-Cambridge debate here. So yeah, but Alice was actually in the spares race for Cambridge at this year's boat race, and is at Queen's College. Which college are you at?
Queen's College,
Were
actually.
you?
So I've got, being my unbiased commentator, I'm not going to be too biased, but yeah, it's always great to see, I think, people coming through the same college for you, and I loved my time at Queen's. So it's cool to see her out here racing at Henley Women's. She's had a tough start, coming out slightly behind, and once again you can see that sort of bumpiness, but I think in singles it's probably one of those events that you can change the result. I guess it's that slightly longer race, things can happen, but at the moment it might be a bit of a tough ask to kind of claw back this lead.
Yeah, so that's Jennifer Bailey. This is her third Henley Women's, actually. So she's basically got in a smaller boat class every year. She started off in an 8, and then she did a quad last year, and now she's in a single, which is, she said, it's been a kind of really steep learning curve. She's actually coached by James Robson, and this is race 339. So James Robson's actually part of the senior GB team, and he's been kind of giving her, she said, lots of objectives to work towards. They're kind of looking ahead to kind of HIRs and racing for England later on this summer.
I think in a regatta like this as well, experience does come into play, and if this is her third time at here, she knows what to expect. She knows how the progression system works. And then actually that helps quite a bit, I think, especially when you're kind of having to back up racing each day, and the confidence that, we've got a bit of yeah. I'm like, change.
Yeah, so this is the next race here. This is race 340. It's the quarterfinals. This is, again, aspirational singles. We've got on the Berkshire station, we've got Niamh Killigan, and over on Bucks, we've got Pippa Biggs. And this is Martlet Boat Club's actually the alumni college for Oxford University Boat Club, and I commentated actually on Pippa's race yesterday, and she had a really, really dominant win yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how Niamh, she's coming through from Neptune Rowing Club Ireland, will go up against it. But you can see both crews are quite in the middle of the section at the moment. You can see the kind of wind is still quite variable. It is obviously not quite as sunny as yesterday, but we are seeing a little bit of wind. But they both seem to have found their line, which is good.
It can take quite a bit out of you, that sort of steering when it's so dramatic as well. So I think it'll be interesting to see if it hasn't panicked her and she's been able to still settle on to that, because I think especially in a single, it can be quite tiring when you've got to make a correction like that.
Did you spend much time? Have you spent time in a single?
No.
No, I mean, neither have I.
Yeah,
So
not at all. It was one of those boat classes that I would always look at the people racing it and be so impressed. For me, it was one that I didn't quite manage to make a dent in. I think it's a different ball game, and I think racing it comes a lot down to like those mental skills, because you don't have anyone else to help you along. And yeah, I look at these women out here racing this, and yeah, wasn't quite my forte, but I'm very impressed with them.
yeah, it's pretty impressive. And you can see here, looks to me like Pippa from Martlet Boat Club is got a little bit of a lead over Niamh here, but it looks like to me Pippa's just rating that little bit lower than Niamh. She looks really long and pretty relaxed, and to be fair, both of them do. I'd say. You can see they're just starting to get impacted by that wash. You can see all the boats in the background. There's a lot of boats around, and they're quite close together now.
Yeah, I think that's one of the special things about this regatta, is that the course doesn't get shut off, so you're kind of dealing with all of that and having to manage that. But I think it's also what makes it so special and so fun. But yeah, it's hard to tell from these angles, but they do look like they're getting pretty close. which I think will have some hearts going.
So we were just seeing there the conclusion of 339, and that looked like we had Jennifer Bailey was taking the lead in that one, and then we're just jumping back to have a little look at Neve, a little zoom in of Neve there. She looks, like pretty relaxed. She's dealing with the wash really well, actually, kind of quite accurate around that front end. And just making sure, I think it's just like a big thing with this, is it's just not coming into your shoulders. You're just trying to keep it relaxed as possible and just focus on your race. And I think that's one of the hard things about like one-on-one racing.
Yes. Yeah. I think that's one of the most important things in a regatta like this. Is as soon as you tense up, you start to feel every single wash, every single breath of wind. Whereas if you can stay relaxed and kind of embrace it, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, nice. So this is now, we're moving into champ singles. So this is the George Innes Cup. And we are looking here at, on the Berkshire station, Ailing Hayes. And she is racing, I'm very sorry if I get this name wrong, Trinity van der Pil, who is from the Netherlands. So we've got a little international battle going on here.
Yeah, I think Skibbereen is a famous club, probably worldwide. We've got a few very, very successful rowers to come out of there who put I guess, Irish rowing on the map. So it's cool to see them over here racing at this regatta as well. And I was actually able to go and visit Skibbereen Rowing Club a few months ago when I was down in Cork. And I think to see, I don't know, the rowers that are building up there and creating such a cool environment is impressive. She does look like she's having a few little steering issues and having to come back to her side. But yeah, both of these scullers, it looks like the sculler from Skibbereen's really come out rating quite high, trying to make that impact from the start.
Yeah, absolutely. This is her first time, Aileen's first time at Henley, fourth time, sorry, at Henley Women's, but it's her first time doing this champ boat. And she actually kind of, when she learnt to row a little bit later than most, and so kind of this was quite a seminal regatta, she said, when she was kind of getting into rowing, coming down and coming over to Henley Women's. It looks like the lead might have changed.
Yeah, it does. I think the Skibbereen sculler sort of jumped out, but now it kind of looks like the Dutch sculler is really clawing it back. I think knowing about Dutch rowing as well, they're probably good at handling the sort of lumpy, bumpy water. But it takes a lot of confidence when someone jumps out on you to then be able to be confident, to settle into your rhythm and know that actually I can and take this back. But she's done really well, and it's a really good turnaround.
Yeah, nice. So this is just coming into the finish of the previous race. That's 3:40, and we can just see here that Neve from Neptune Rowing Club managed to maintain that lead, and she looks like she's maybe just taken it down just a little bit. Obviously, this is the quarterfinal. She'll have more racing going along today, so that's a big thing these rowers are going to have to deal with, right?
Yeah, and I think that's always going to be in the back of their mind, people, and maybe makes the start even more important because they're not out here once a day, every day. They're out here multiple times a day. So making sure that they can get through the regatta in as good a form as possible so they can turn up to the final and be as fresh as possible and try to expend just enough effort, which it looks like she's done that really well.
So just jumping back to 341, this is the first of the champ singles we're seeing, and this is a great race. This is really tight. We can see on the pictures here, it looks like barrel to barrel, but potentially kind of you've got Aileen starting to kind of move back through, which is really interesting. She's doing really well.
It's really impressive. I think to have this lead change so many times already, and we're only this far into the races, it's quite an exciting race, and I think it also shows how much how important these races are when it's a knockout system. Everyone's sort of putting all their effort into it, but this is going to be a tough race, but it's definitely exciting for the spectators.
Yeah, coming into the last third there, you just saw some of the people boating, which means they've just come through the boating area. They're coming into those last couple of 100 meters. So kind of, I know what's going through my mind, but what are you sort of thinking as you're coming into that like last couple of 100 meters and it's this tight?
I think it's really hard because it's trying to get that balance of thinking about the other crew enough, but also staying internal, because I know for me, if I focused my attention too much on them, then things can start to go wrong and you can sort of stop worrying about your own processes. But I think when you've got the lead here, it can always feel a little bit less comfortable than probably us spectators No, and I'm sure both of these women will be hurting because they both came out of the start very, very hard. But yeah, when you know you're coming to that sprint to the line, I think you just got to like grit your teeth and go. One of my lesser favourite parts of the race.
Well, interestingly, we're talking about Skibbereen. We actually, a group of rowers from Skibbereen are actually going to be cycling from Skibbereen to Paris just before the Olympics to support the club and all the members that are going over. So that's pretty cool.
Oh, that is really cool. That's that's a long way. I don't even know how you get there, but that's really cool. And I think that shows the power of the community and the rowing clubs and how great it is to see people competing on the international stage. And this is another great performance from a Skibbereen athlete here, I think.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
We're just jumping now to 342, the start of the next one. This is a Georgianus Cup. This is another champ singles. Over on Berkshire, we've got Sarah McKay from Grosvenor. And then we've got Jennifer Titterington from Nottingham. So on that split screen, we can see there that Sarah McKay's just had a great start coming off the end of the island, but we can see it's going to get a little bit windy. But we'll look at this finish. It's really close. This is Ailing over on Berkshire Station, Skibbereen. And then we've got the Netherlands sculler over on Bucks as well. I can't call this. We need the drone up. We need to be able to see what's going on from above. It's always really deceptive in rowing with the angles.
I know. This has been, I feel like the leads changed so many times and maybe the angles are deceptive, but they look like they're coming almost bow ball to bow ball. And I think this is some impressive rowing from both of these scullers to not give up, and no one was able to break the other sculler, which often can happen in singles. But
oh my goodness, this might be a photo finish. Look at this. This is amazing. That Skibbereen athlete. I'd say she's really trucking. I think it might be Skib. I think that's her. She's just. I thought she just absolutely. She put some work in those last 15 strokes.
Yeah, she must be hurting. That was a race to the line. I think that was a very exciting race, and I think to come away with a win like that, it's obviously tough, but also it'll give you a lot of confidence knowing that actually I can handle the pressure. When someone rows through me, I row back through them. I feel like we had absolutely everything, and heartbreak for the Dutch sculler, but she can be very proud of that effort. Once again, no one gave up on that race. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was amazing. Ailing there, she actually had won the Sophie Hoskins Cup for scullers at Met a couple of weeks ago. So she can do it in 6 lane and she can do it in 1 as well.
Yeah, because it's so different in my experience. Like the one-on-one racing is a different ball game altogether. I think some rowers can handle 6 lane racing, but when you're just out there, I think especially in a single, when it's one-on-one, you feel pretty close to your competition.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just jumping then to race 342. So we've got Grosvenor and Nottingham. This is another tight one. I think maybe these champ singles, obviously the quality is really high, which is really exciting. And we've got Jennifer over on Buckingham Station. She's done this event quite a few times. She is kind of she wants a little shout out for Des Atkins, legend icon star, apparently, according to her.
That's a good review.
Yeah, I know. I'd take that if I was a coach. And again, these ladies are sort of bow ball to bow ball. Quite exciting, yeah. And then over on that far side, Sarah McKay and Grosvenor, she's got quite a lot of kind of back end. She looks like she's really kind of using that as to stabilize as she comes through the wash. You just have a little look over her shoulder. Just having a look to see where Sarah from the Grosvenor boat is.
Yeah, you can see the 2 different kind of styles up in these 2 scullers, as you say, like the much more of the aggressive swing, leaning back on it, whereas the sculler is a bit more upright, sitting, sort of kind of tapping it along a little bit more. And I think in rowing there's many ways you can do it to get a good result, but it's interesting. I think these 2 are good displays of 2 different ways that are working for both scullers, but
yeah, it does. It's really interesting, and I think you can see there, like the water is active. Is probably the best way to think about it. So for people who might be joining who don't know, obviously this is against the stream, and so you do have that kind of variability on the water. It looks like it's quite active, but the wind isn't kind of pushing hugely strongly one way or another. We saw yesterday there was quite a lot of crosswind, which was really catching people out as they were coming off the island. But it seems like thankfully the wind seems just a little bit gentler today.
Yeah, and I think that's where different styles have different strengths. And for me, I was probably always quite a back-ended rower, and I found that worked quite well when it was a bit windier, a bit rougher, because you kind of had that time to really lock and lean into it. But I think maybe when it's a little bit flatter, sometimes that upright style can really work for you as well.
Yeah, So and we're just jumping then down to the start. We've got the next quarterfinal, and so again, there's a lot of international scullers over here. So we've got over on the Buck Station, we've got San Diego, we've got Mary Kalita, and then over on the Berkshire Station, we got a kite rowing club from New Zealand, which is Sophie Egon Johnson. So she's come a long way.
She has come a very long way. I think I never rode the Sophie. I'm a little bit older than her, but I think she was in the program at the same time as me. So it's really cool to see New Zealand crews coming. Surely this race must be one of the most travelled one when you've got one from the States and one from New Zealand. But it's cool to see crews. That's how far crews will travel to compete in ones like this.
Yeah. Amazing. Which club were you at in?
I was Avon Rowing Club.
Okay,
So
nice.
Avon isn't here at this regatta, but I think they actually are coming to Henley Royal.
Oh,
So I'll
fun.
see them there. But yeah, I think for New Zealand crews coming to these regattas, it adds a lot, especially because this is our winter. So to come over here and
Ooh,
get
yeah.
some summer racing, get some fun racing with the spectators out, it's a big draw card. And I can see why people make the effort, even though it is a very long way.
This is quite a long way. Yeah, so this is just coming towards the last couple of hundred metres of 342. This is Grosvenor versus Nottingham. This is another tight race.
It does. I kind of thought that Sarah looked like she'd sort of taken control of it and sort of relaxed into her rhythm, but I feel like Jennifer's really held on really, really well, and you can see she's rating a little bit higher, she's tapping it along a little bit more now, and it's working for her coming into the end of this.
Yeah, I think it looks like perhaps Sarah is going to take it over the line first, but I mean, big credit to Jennifer there. That was a really big finish, and she never kind of snapped that elastic. She put the pressure on Sarah the whole way down.
Yeah. And I think you never know what's going to happen in a regatta like this when you've got the booms right next to you as well. So keeping that pressure on can sometimes force those mistakes. Unfortunately for Jennifer, it didn't quite work out in the end, but it was a really impressive row to keep that pressure on.
Yeah, I love that lycra. That New Zealand lycra is really cool.
It's very colourful. It's the Waikato colours through and through.
Nice, I love that. Yeah, so Sophie, she's got a lot of kind of international pedigree all the way through the ranks. She was representing New Zealand junior, under 21 and under 23 levels. So I'm sure she probably has aspirations for senior international vests coming up soon.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm just reading a little bit about Sophie here, and she's got a very impressive sporting pedigree. She's also qualified for the World Half Ironman Champs in November later this year, so she's going to be, she's going to be fit, training
Nice.
hard for that. Good luck to her. It's not for me, once again.
It's a bit long
Yeah.
for me, to be honest.
It's a bit long. This will probably feel like a walk in a park, this distance for her.
Yeah, she looks like she's taken the rate down just a little bit. She looks really long around the front. She looks really kind of in control, really powerful strokes and really pushing that distance per stroke. She's not sort of chasing rate. She's looking for really nice, long, sweeping length, and that seems to be doing really well over her competitor, Mary.
Yeah, it does look like she's kind of been able to come out here, take control and just sort of sit there, which, as we kind of talked about before, is really important when you've got to be out here another few times today backing it up. And I think the better you can do in these races, it's going to play into your favour. But yeah, super long, super strong, and she looks like she's just out there enjoying it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, Mary is, she's been training with San Diego's high performance group for the last couple of years, and she's also raced at a few national selection events with US rowing. So yeah, I mean, really high caliber coming in this champ singles, which is super exciting to see. We're just jumping then down to the next quarterfinal. I think this is the last quarterfinal of the champ singles. And we've got a couple of people a little bit closer to home. So we've got Tyree Scullers on Berkshire with Tess Peak. And then over on Buckinghamshire, we've got Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club, and that's Molly Curry. Both scullers really clean off the start, which is nice. And you can see, yeah, there's definitely some sort of wind because it's a lot flatter down by the island. It's nice.
Yeah, it is nice here. These scullers have stayed to their sides very well. I think there's no issues of them hitting into each other. I'm not sure if the Bucks sculler looks like she's hugging that bank well, and sometimes you can get pushed out a bit. So she's done very well.
Yeah, we were talking about yesterday. You can see there the Tyway Scullers athlete just pulling away. I think we're going to get a drone shot shortly, and you'll see there, as you come past the island, you see the bank just sort of kind of bends away from you. And I think that's sometimes a little bit deceptive. If you're on that Berkshire station, you feel like you should follow the bank, but actually, the bank moves away, the buoys don't move, and before you kind of hit those booms, and I use that in a very not literal way, but you reach those booms, you want to make sure you are where you are on your line. Whereas I think actually sometimes that Buckinghamshire side, that island side, is just a little bit easier to follow.
Yeah, it is. I think, oh gosh, I would get so nervous for the start of these sort of races. I think steering plays a big factor into it, and also because you're one-on-one racing, you want to come out with a lot of intent, but then you're also so conscious of where you're actually heading. And if you're not, I'm sure both of these scullers have actually probably raced on this course a few times, but if you're not used to it, it can be a lot to take in and a lot to sort of manage, especially when you're a single. You're out there doing it by yourself. But then I guess actually on the flip side of that, you can, it's pretty easy to correct pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just coming back to that finish, and we can see Sophie there. She just looks pretty relaxed, taking it over the line. She's got another race or two to go today. She's really chill, just saving that energy, I think.
Yeah, she is. And I think in rowing this doesn't happen very often, so I hope she's enjoying sitting out there in front and being able to take it down. Because normally it's a fight to the line, but she's done the work early, and I think she's into that mode of like, let's preserve, let's come back out here and be as fresh as we can for our next race.
Yeah, it's one of the big challenges. I mean, being a single sculler, particularly, I was thinking international racing. I'm like, oh my goodness, they race so many times. We normally notice most because when we get a kit allocation, we get a couple of lycras, and the single scullers always get more because they're like, you're gonna need more because you're gonna do more racing.
Another reason why I was never in the single, I was like, they are just out there like often quarterfinals, everything, and you see it again at this regatta, the entries and singles, and it's such a competitive event, but equally it makes it so satisfying when you're getting through the rounds because it's just so competitive.
Yeah, it's huge. So Molly looks like she's taking quite a dominant lead from Queen University, Belfast Ladies Boat Club, and Tess is holding her own there and looking like she's sculling really well. She's very young. She's first time racing in the champ single, but she won gold in the 8 at Junior Worlds last year. So she's been rowing in her gap year at Tideway Scullers, so she's going to be 18, 19, and she's doing incredibly well. And she's actually off to the States to go to university, so I'm sure this will not be the last time we see her down the track.
No, and experiences like this are so important, especially when you're so young. I think you actually have to come to these regattas to learn what it's like and have that experience. We just missed that shot, but you can see the wash kind of coming in and hitting those singles.
I was thinking, please slow down. And so we're jumping into a different boat class now. We've got the aspirational doubles. This is the Rosie McGloving trophy. We're looking at some quarterfinals here, and they're just off the start. So we've got on Berkshire, we've got a crew from the Netherlands, Laura Kempin and Leonor Boss, and then we've got De Montfort University, we've got Hannah Mills and Lizzie Webster.
You can see the difficulty of coming out of the start, I think, when there's a few more of you and just sort of slipping away from that Berkshire station, but seemed to correct it all right.
Yeah, nice. That was over there. That was Laura and Leonor. They're actually lightweight rowers from the Netherlands, and they've competed in the lightweight doubles, rowing together since last Christmas. And they're kind of basically, you can see them there again, struggling just a little bit with that steering. I think that's that deceptiveness of where it kind of pushes you out, and you can just see the umpires having to get the flag up and a little bit of warning.
This is when the umpire probably starts getting a little bit nervous, watching the crews respond, and they're still sitting in that middle. I think you can see, oh no, the umpire might have put her flag down now. They're sort of slowly drifting back to their bank, but it can be hard once you're on a different track to not then overcorrect and head back towards the booms, but they seem to still be tracking a bit for the other crew, and I think the flag might be up again.
Yeah.
I think everyone will be getting a little bit nervous here because they're still close enough. I think if they get close enough together, there could be a few blade clashes.
Yeah, those blades are really tight. I mean, obviously, we've both done a boat race, so they love to get kind of the blades a little bit close. But, I mean, an ideal world is no one's touching, no one wants to be clashing, and it's kind of that battling over the kind of the best piece of water. But actually, definitely in this regatta, stay in your lane, stay where you want to be, and that's definitely the fastest course is normally the straightest one.
Yes, and I think it gives you that freedom and space to confidently push onto your rhythm. But now you can see both crews are sort of tracking for the middle, and this is where it can get a little bit challenging for the umpire, because if both people are sort of hovering in the middle, you don't really know who's in the right and who's in the wrong. But when they slowly start to separate, it means it's probably slightly lessened, but yeah, oh,
You
this
can
is a good
literally,
angle.
I know, you can literally see that connection. We'll see. We'll jump back to them, but we're just going to finish off the last of these champ single quarterfinals, and you can see here a really dominant performance from Molly Curry there, taking it over the line again. You can see all these champ singles when they've got that decent lead, they're just able just to relax, and I mean that's going to give real benefit. Obviously, they won't know the results of the earlier races we've had the privilege of seeing, but a couple of those people will be racing, you know, those two really tight races, and they might have a little bit more energy.
Yeah, it's always interesting, that one, but then sometimes having those really tight races, it kind of sets you up for that. You're like, this is going to be hard, I'm going to have to work for it, and you can kind of get on a roll. But I think there's going to be some great semi-finals later in the day for those ones.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've got quite a few races left to come. So we're just having a little bit of a closer look here at some of the crews. They're coming through in this aspirational doubles. And it looks like they're just really nice rhythm, just kind of really flat through the drive, which is really nice, just sweeping it through. And it's just a case of, I think, when it's kind of bouncy and it's uncontrolled, just trying to be really accurate and making sure you're getting the most out of your range.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how relaxed they look. I feel like their facial expressions aren't giving away a lot. They look like they're just out there for almost a Sunday row, and I know it won't be feeling like that, but they just look relaxed. They look in control. They don't even really look like they're puffing.
No, they look great. Yeah, you can see there's a couple of geese just getting in the way, but hopefully they'll learn their lesson, move out of the way. But yeah, definitely seem quite relaxed and seem like they're quite in control of the race at this point. Yeah, nice. So back down at the start then. This is race 346, another of the aspirational doubles. Here we have Cardiff University on the Berkshire side, and then we have Norwich on Buckinghamshire.
It's a great angle of the start, this one. You can see how much effort and energy goes into getting the boat out of the start as fast as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Really dynamic. That was a great start. A little bit kind of wild with the blades at times, but it's clearly been pretty productive. We've got Karis Price and Clements Lucas Roast, who absolutely flown off the start. Both crews, again, just coming together just a little bit, but both crews kind of away pretty cleanly, which is nice. Over on that Buckinghamshire side with Norwich Rowing Club, you actually have Mirella McGee and Elizabeth Dashley, and they've both actually raced in doubles at Henley Women's last year, but in different crews.
It'll be interesting to see how they bring both of those experiences. You can see once again it's the Cardiff University crew sort of hugging the middle, and I wonder if they're going to start getting a slight warning, but Norwich is doing well to kind of hold their line and hold their ability to kind of stay next to the boom and not be too phased. And this has been a great start. It's been neck and neck.
We're just going to jump back to the previous race. This is the quarter-final, and you're just seeing there that Netherlands crew, which we were looking at before, looking really chill, really relaxed. And they're essentially kind of just keeping it really long and saving themselves for kind of the next bit. Again, this is a quarter-final, so another couple of races for them.
Oh, this is a good. Yeah, no one wants to give an inch away in the start of this one, and everyone's gone back to their side, but it almost looks like they could be tied together at the moment.
You can see here, so this is where the course is quite interesting. Obviously, you'll see towards the start how close you are to the bank, and you feel very close. And then here you can start to see kind of the bank slips away, and it's definitely an interesting part of the race because it gets quite quiet. Even though people can be shouting from the side, we can actually hear them from where we are now. They're just kind of coming along the commentary section. But you know, you've got to get really internal. This is where you're a couple of minutes in. We can see here, this is what, just gone 2 minutes in. You know, your lungs are burning, your legs are on, but you've still got a couple of minutes left. And it's a kind of an interesting transition point of the race.
Yeah, I personally find this point is the hardest point of the race, where you've come off the back of a really intense start and you're having to push onto that rhythm, and then you've got so much lactic acid build up in your legs, but you know it'll almost start to feel a little bit better when you settle, but it can be challenging. And then added to these crews is the fact that no one is letting go. They are neck and neck, so you've got that pressure of like, do I hold my start up even longer? And you just look, no one, They're so close. Oh, yeah.
I like they're close to each other, but they're close to each other too.
Yeah.
I actually think they're like, it's really nice. You can actually see, I'd say Norwich is just rating just that little bit higher. And there is that capacity too, I think. So this is obviously 1,500 meters. It's a much shorter race. So you can just see we're coming into the boat park area here. So when the boat park ends, that's 1K in. So what a gorgeous view of the course there. You can see all the way up. And if you look just towards the top of your screen, there's some buildings on the left, and that is where the finish is. So they're literally about halfway. And so they've got a big old race ahead, and they both look like they're rating pretty high.
Yeah, and this is when it all comes down to that mental game. I think if someone can show that they've got a little bit more momentum and they can kind of make the other crew think that, okay, we're still feeling good. If you want to come with us, it's going to be very hard for you, and I'm sure we'll see a shot soon. But this crew looks relatively long and low, and they look like they're quite low in the boat. They're not too up in the shoulders. A little bit bouncy, but overall pretty solid in the water, which I think if they can hold this, they might also have the opportunity to go up and rate in the end, which I think that's a big thing about the middle of the race, sitting in a rhythm that then you can wind.
Yeah, and you can see Clements there. I think she was on the stroke seat. She was just kind of talking to each other, and I think communication is key in these small boats when you've got to work really closely together. We just jumped down to the next quarterfinal, and here on the Berkshire station we've got Durham University, that's Chloe Hubbard and Indigo Beauchamp, and then on Buckinghamshire another Tideway Scullers crew, Kayla Engelsman and Christina Mattiotti. Looks like to me that Berkshire crew of Durham has really come out strong.
They've come out very strong. I think they wanted to make sure of it in the start, and I guess when you come out like that, it kind of puts you in the added privileged position that then you can kind of be a little bit more flexible with your steering. But they've made a very dominant start, and the Tideway Scullers, I think if they want to stay in this race, are going to probably have to respond pretty quickly, because once you let another crew get too much of an advantage, and I thought, oh gosh, the angle makes me so nervous.
Yeah, let's get to the drone.
Sometimes it's worse maybe than it looks.
Yeah, I'm always like, get me to the drone, then I know where they are. Yeah, so whilst this Tideway Scullers group, both long-time Londoners, but Kayla's actually originally from Australia, and Christina's originally from Canada. But actually, Christina learnt to row at Otago University in New Zealand.
Oh, that's probably our biggest rowing university actually in New Zealand. They do a lot of amazing trips to China and have a great program down there. But it's also probably one of the coldest places in New Zealand, so I'm always very impressed when people have come through that and have had to row on the cold Dunedin Harbour.
They're probably pretty hardy. This is then coming into the end of 3, 4, 6. This is the Norwich, Marilla and Elizabeth, who are just coming through the line now. Interesting jobs going on here. You've got Marilla is a stonemason. So that's not the most common of vocations. So yeah, it's good. We're back then with this previous race, and you could see that Durham University lead as they're just coming through. They're about to come through the barrier here. So 636-ish meters in, 650-ish.
I was like, you know it better than me. I think being a coxswain, you're probably very aware of the distances on the course.
Yeah, so they're just coming up to halfway, and I'd say that kind of commanding lead they started with, Charlotte and Indigo, they're carrying on with it really.
Yeah, they do. They look strong. They look long. I think they've really gone out there to dominate, but they still look like they're wanting to race well and make sure of it. And this can be a very tough place to race from behind when there's only two of you. You can't see. You might be able to feel some of their wash, but other than that, you can feel like you're in a little bit of like no man's land. So it's going to be a tough ask from these Tideway Scullers. But once again, you don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, it's been a very impressive performance from the two scullers from Durham University.
Yeah, so it looks like that actually this Tideway Scullers, it's actually a composite. It was with Thames as well. And so in stroke seat, Christina from Tideway Scullers, she actually completed the Tour Le Mans in 2023, which is a 160k rowing race around Lake Geneva. That's unreal.
I don't even know how someone physically does that.
Yeah, obviously super fit, and apparently both fueled by hummus. So there we go. One of my least favourite dips.
Yeah, like we do not agree on that.
Yeah, that wouldn't be one for me. So they are just on the approach that 800, and then we will just jump back down to the next race here. This is race 348, another quarterfinal, and here we have the Netherlands against Hartbury. Hartbury's over on the Buckinghamshire station, and you see that Netherlands, that lovely orange boat, very easy to spot over on the Berkshire station.
Yeah, and a great start from them. They really came out rating quite high, and you can kind of see they're probably just tapping it along a little bit more, and the crews have sort of come back together. But yeah, very strong start from the crew from the Netherlands.
Yeah, just a little bit of a steering correction from Hartbury there, which is something you just don't want to have to think about, obviously, when you're coming through your start sequence. And, you know, as a Cox, I've been there before. It's really tough, and particularly in eights, you know, it doesn't take a lot for your steering to get nudged off center, and all of a sudden you feel like you're in that magnet with these crews coming back together. And you can see actually here, this Netherlands crew is coming over to the Buckinghamshire station, and they're getting a warning.
Yeah, and this is where it can get a bit interesting, because you've got to make sure if you're the other crew that are holding their line well, you don't respond, because you don't want to then go off course. They've corrected now, and the umpires put a flag down, but that seemed like a very dramatic change of steering, which can affect your rhythm quite a bit. And it really actually, if you've never rode before, if you haven't rode on a course like this, it actually takes a lot out of you physically to recorrect, and you're using one arm so much more than the other. It can be very hard and very tiring on the body.
Yeah, it looks like this. Netherlands double is actually their lightweights, and they are looking like they're doing really well. We're just jumping back to Durham. Durham took a really dominant start from the very beginning, and has basically continued that lead. I know one of the key coaches there is Will Fletcher, who used to be on the GB squad, who's a lightweight rower and now is working up at Durham and doing amazing things. Durham recently absolutely dominated at Bucks Regatta, and I think there's something really exciting happening at Durham in terms of kind of like the momentum and the culture. It seems like it's a really exciting place to be, and a real kind of centre of rowing up in the north.
Yeah, and I think as soon as you start getting that kind of culture in amongst the team, everyone sort of buys into it, and it can kind of suck everyone into it to be like, we've got so much confidence in our program, we'll go out and win there. And it's that whole, like, if you believe you can win, you probably will win. And it seems like Durham's got that going for them at the moment, and it's quite cool to see.
Yeah, well, this is, we're just coming through kind of halfway here, and this is absolutely fantastic. Really great step on from that Hartbury University and College Boat Club. That's Caroline Gardner and Eleanor Dash, and they have taken now a length lead up on the Dutch.
Yeah, it's impressive to have someone sort of jump out on you that much at the start, but they've obviously had so much confidence in their own rhythm, and they knew that when they pushed onto their race rhythm, it's going to be strong and long, and have taken it out. And maybe these Dutch scullers might have spent a bit too much energy in the start, and maybe because they're coming from a lightweight background, they wanted to kind of dominate that start, but have potentially been a little bit overpowered during the middle of this race.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, they're really relaxed in their shoulders. They look really long out of the front as well, which is really nice. Is paying them well. And when you are a lightweight, you know, obviously lightweight rowing, this isn't a lightweight event, so they won't have had to weigh in for this particular event. But if they're racing lightweight at other events, you know, they're going to be, the lightweight range is 55 to 59 kilos, which is, I mean, as a coxswain, I'd have to do 55, and I do not have the muscle that they do. Muscle weighs a lot more. So it just shows kind of, I think lightweight rowing is just so impressive.
It's such an interesting sport, and I think it's often some of the closest racing because you do have that criteria to meet. But yeah, there's two women are doing really well today. But yeah, it's just sort of a very impressive middle section from Hartbury and College Boat Club.
Yeah, so then we're just jumping back down to the eights. So really exciting. This is the junior eights. This is the quarterfinal of the Peabody Cup. So over closest to us on Berkshire, we've got Hinksey Sculling School, and over on the other side, we've got people on their home water. It's Henley Rowing Club. So I saw both of these races yesterday, and both of them taking the win, and it's pretty exciting. I think this is going to be quite a punchy race from both.
Yeah, how much do you think being on your home water plays into an advantage?
I definitely think it does, like in terms of there's confidence of knowing where you are and what you're doing, and you know, these booms don't turn up overnight. They've been put in pretty much since Easter weekend. So they'll be real confident to know where they're going, and definitely from the coxing perspective, you've got Eleanor Dixon from Henley Rowing Club. She's going to know exactly where the booms are. She'll be a lot more confident and comfortable rowing in it. And that's something for Hinksey Sculling School, kind of for Lena Wood. That's something that she'll definitely need to kind of be aware of, because it's something that, as a cox, it's pretty tough. But Lena is actually a rower turned cox, she's basically had to step back from rowing, but has stayed in the sport by doing some coxing, which is pretty cool.
That's really cool. But I think knowing where you are on a course can actually play a big advantage into your favour. But you can see these two crews back in the doubles where that were tuning in. I think they've sort of sewn up their positions and definitely looking out for that finish line.
Yeah, really well done by that Hartbury, because that Dutch boat came off really hard off the start, perhaps paid a little bit for it, and they kept really relaxed actually when there was that steering issue. It just shows the importance of staying in your bubble.
Yeah.
And here we are. We've got here Hinksey have taken a pretty good lead. We've got a couple of kind of representing GB. We've got kind of in the stern pair as well. We've got Martha Shepherd represented GB in the under-19 World Champs. And Emily Myers as well, winning in the 8. So they've got a lot of 8s experience in this Hinksey Sculling School boat.
They do, and if you just watch their blade work here, they're all very unison. They look like they're dropping it in together. They're long, they're strong, and they've just seemed to be able to get onto a rhythm that's been able to not dramatically edge them out, but they seem to just be taking a little bit more each stroke and just slowly dominating it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a lot of quality as well in this Henley Rowing Club. The bow seat, Gwenny Hunter, 6-seat Tabby Hall, Freya as well. They've won Nat Schools in 22 in the J16 quad, so actually they've gone from sculling over to sweeping, which is pretty impressive.
It is impressive. I in my experience, I find that that scullers can often sweep and sweepers can't often scull, in my experience. But scullers seem to be a little bit maybe more technical, and they can kind of jump in the sweep boats a little bit more. But I think when you spend a long time sweeping, sometimes you can develop a style that doesn't then lend itself to go into a symmetrical movement. Yeah,
one-sided, one stick. It's something. Yeah, absolutely. I think what you can see really nice about this Hinksey boat here is in sweep rowing, you can spend quite a lot of time kind of out of the boat, if that makes sense. So kind of when they're in front of the pin, they look like they're just really hanging on it, and they're not kind of pulling the handle. It looks like they're really pushing it, and I think that's really working for them. We're just jumping them back down towards the start, and then we've got another quarterfinal. So we've got Teddy's School, which is St Edward's over on the Berkshire station, Lady Eleanor Hollis on the Buck station. So both are pretty local, and we have again a lot of caliber in this. So you'll see here just some little taps. Both of the coxers have their hands down, which means they're comfortable, they're happy, they're straight, and they're ready to start. We saw a lot of tapping yesterday because I think that crosswind was really messing with people off the start.
And it must be, you'll know firsthand, I imagine in the 8s it's a little bit harder if you get off track to slowly bring you back onto track. Yeah, I think something that's often forgotten is it's a really big, I don't know, that sounds like a really stupid thing to say, but we're talking nearly 20 meters a boat, and if you think you're sitting on top of the rudder and the bow ball is a really long way away, so whatever you're doing steering wise, you need to be steering ahead of time. You can't be steering when you're already in the wrong place, because it will take you a couple of strokes to get there, and especially when we're talking the tightness of the course. The blades are 3 meters long each side. It's a big old unit. There's not a lot of margin for error, so it's something you've got to be really on top of. Yeah. And what are you saying? Like if you're coming near a crew, what are you saying to your rowers to keep them calm, or how do you react in that situation? I think a lot of it's about tone, because I think to some extent, especially like we're looking here, this is 349. They're just coming to the end here. It's making sure that like the kind of the feel that they're getting from you, because sometimes they're not listening to exactly what you're saying when they're kind of in that pain cave last few strokes, but it's how you're saying it is half of it, and I think that's really important. We're just jumping to this drone. This is very close to the booms here. Like, you've got to be super confident. This is Teddy's School here. I mean, equally, they do look pretty relaxed. You can actually see they've got a bucket in the middle of this boat as well. So a bucket is when you've got two people rowing consecutively on the same side. And you can see that in the
middle of the boat. And so sometimes that just might be the kind of the people that will be the best place that they need to row in, because everyone sort of has their own places in a boat. We row a bucket in our 4, and it's kind of the best combo. I don't love a bucket, if I'm honest, because it means you can't jump easily between pairs and you can't do all the drills you might want to do, but actually it works best for us for racing. So yeah, it's interesting.
I agree. It makes for a lot of admin, unnecessary admin of like, oh, I'm sliding up and down the slide while you row in a pier. But if it's best for racing, then it's obviously the choice to go with, and obviously this crew
seems to be working for them.
It's working pretty well for them, so I think they've chosen right.
Yeah, just a shout out to Natasha Townsend, who one of the coaches at Teddy's in the women's program, joined a couple of years ago. Very good friend, ex-Olympian and ex-housemate of mine. She's actually on mat leave at the moment, but it looks like the Teddy's women, I was commentating some of their race yesterday, and it looks like in a very good place, and they've got length and a half, a big old lead up ahead of Eleanor Hollis. And just thinking kind of what that Cox will be saying here is, I was just saying, it's just kind of about tone, it's about relaxation. They're going to be coming up to here, kind of that 500 meters to go, and they've got a really commanding lead. So for me, it would be just sort of keeping in their bubble. You might go through the motions of the finish, so they know what they're doing, but maybe not expecting that speed change, so they can really just sort of save it. We're about to get a really nice shot of the stern pair as they're coming along. And they look really in control. The eyeliner's up, and it's not surprising these guys won the silver medal at the Nat Schools just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so this is a great view, and you can just see the angles. All the angles are sort of dropping in at the same place, and there's nothing to hide in a bucket. You can really tell when one of them is out of time or out of sync, and they just look very symmetrical, and they're keeping to that boom very well.
I was just about to say Lucy Evans, but kind of no one is missing a beat, and I think that's the big thing. If you do end up really tight on the booms, you've got to basically have a lot of confidence, and they've got to have a lot of confidence in their Cox, and clearly they've kind of got a lot of trust in Lucy that she knows exactly where she wants to be. Yeah. This is a lovely view back down to the start line. So another big local crew. This is Shiplake College on the Berkshire Station. Oh, 2 local crews actually. Then Wallingford, which is just down the road on the Buckinghamshire Station. That's Wallingford.
I love the starts of 8s. You just see all the power, and can't hear the noise from where we're sitting, but the noise and the energy that comes out in the start. I think if you're able to get down there to watch a few of the starts of the 8s, I would highly recommend. It's fascinating, and I think, it's definitely an experience to try and witness.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of like it's interesting, the sound of the coxswains, and it's like the different strategies of the coxswains off the start. Like, I try and be really quiet and really chill. I would say some of my competitors less so, but I always just make sure I'm on the start line and just turn that cox box off a little bit louder. Really nice. We can just see here Teddy's just taking it across the line. They're just really accurate with the way that they're just kind of driving through. They're really flat. If you just kind of watch their shoulders, they're just looking like they're just punching it through and just staying pretty chill, saving themselves for later.
Yeah, I think I love watching their stern pair there. I think they look very relaxed around the back. They looked smooth, they looked flowy, and it can be hard to get to that rhythm after an intense start.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just back with race 351. So what is really cool for Shiplake, that's over on the Berkshire Station, that's currently sitting a length up. This is actually the first girls' Champ 8 that they've ever put together. So really exciting to see kind of the development of the women's program over at Shiplake. And yeah, they look like they're pretty confidently kind of taking that lead. It looks like they're still pushing away.
Yeah, they've done a really good start, and I think, as you say, like if it's the first time that a crew has been entered in this, or a first for a club, it can be a really cool experience, and a lot more's riding on it. And I think, and these athletes look like they know that, and they want to go as far as they can in this race. But they've once again, everyone's choosing to hug those booms nice and closely, but everyone's really confident with it. And this angle, you can kind of just see them all very in sync. You can see the coxswain looks pretty relaxed as well, pretty in control.
Yeah. That's Oliver Joyner in the coxswain seat, so Sophia Foreman and Emily Over, who are just sitting there in the stern pair. And you can see even just the difference in the coxes there. Like, Oliver looks like he's he's talking with intent. I'd say he's not sort of shouting at them all that much. And then kind of Alice is kind of giving it a little bit more with her crew, and that's the reality of when you are down. You need to make sure you don't sort of snap that elastic.
Yeah.
You can feel that kind of elastic between the two crews is pulling themselves. It's actually a really good shot to show the wash. So you can see there are these breaks in the booms. They're just going through them now, and these breaks in the booms are partly there just for logistics, because you'll see that sculler is going to try and cut across, and it means that they need to get to the other side to get into the warm-up area. But when we have those breaks in the booms, that is where you're going to hit that little bit more wash.
And it can be hard to see that from the TV screen, but when you're out there rowing in it, it can feel a lot worse than it looks. So these rowers will be battling a lot of different gusts. But that's the beauty of this. You can see they've got a duck there or a bird.
See, yeah, there's always something going on this course. They had just come through then the 1K marker, so they've got coming into that 500 meters to go, and you can see here a really good shot of, we were talking earlier, of how far away you end up from the bank. So in order to get that straight shot down the Henley course, you are really close to the bank on the Berkshire station as it begins. And then as you get into the second half of the race, it completely kind of moves away and goes over to that Buck station. So now we're just jumping down to the next quarterfinal. So we are here down with race 352. And that is Peabody Cup, and we have Groton School Rowing Club, which is from Massachusetts, USA, versus Headington. So a bit of an international versus local derby here.
Yeah, it's been great to see how many international crews have come over.
They're
and
very close.
Oh, they are. This is where it gets interesting.
Oh, I find that so stressful.
This is where, as a rower, I was always like, do I look or do I not look? I'm not sure what's more beneficial. Do I just look and hope that I'm not going to hit, or
Yeah, it's when I remember I was coxing Karen Davies. She used to stroke the US women's 8 when she was over for Oxford. And I had really reflective sunglasses on, and she was like, I don't like seeing what's happening. So we're just coming into this finish of this previous race. So I'd say kind of, it looks like Wallingford's kind of moved back a little bit on Shiplake, but definitely looks like Shiplake still has the advantage, maybe rating just a little bit lower and just sort of pushing it through, ready for next race in a couple of hours.
Yeah, they look like they've done it well. They've potentially taken it down a little bit, but are still tapping it along. But I think there's going to be some great semis and with these 8s. There's been some real impressive quality of rowing.
Yeah, really nice. So we're just going to then go back to race 352, and we're going to see Headington School, who are up against this club, come through from Massachusetts. So it looks like the Americans have got a half a length up at the moment. And interestingly, the Peabody Cup is actually named after the school's founder, Endicott Peabody, out in the States. So, yeah, really interesting. So there's a number of these women who's come from the US, but normally they just row coxed 4s, which is, my favorite discipline. But actually Henley gives them an opportunity to then jump into 8s, which is really cool. And it actually looks like, if they've kind of come into their race rhythm, it looks like Headington's starting to move back on those Americans.
Yeah, this is when it's interesting with 8s. You're going to have a tactic, and schools are going to try different things. And it looks like the crew from the US really tried to dominate from the start, but it's been impressive and very cool heads from Headington. And it looks like now that both crews are pushed onto their base rhythm, that Headington's base rhythm might just be that little bit quicker, and they're kind of edging. And as a rower, I feel like there's nothing more energising or exciting when you slowly are pushing through a crew. So if Headington can kind of take this momentum, they could turn around. But
it's really tight. So it's interesting that kind of the US school, they seem to only train in the spring in rowing. Obviously, they do kind of different sports throughout the rest of the time. So it's really, really impressive. And it's actually, this will be kind of the last race competing, the last time competing for Groton for the coxswain stroke and 7th heat. So that kind of stern 3, if you include the cox. stern 2 plus 1. So it's pretty exciting. And this is where, I think knockout racing is so savage, because, slip there saying, it might be their last time ever. Well, it may well be, if they don't get the win here, or obviously hopefully they'll be competing later on in the week for them. But this is where it's really brutal. I remember my boat race crew, we raced Henley Women's, and we lost in the final. And this was the last time we ever raced as that combination of athletes. And I think it's what is great and amazing about being part of a team, but there's also a sadness when you're coming towards the end of the season. It's the pinnacle, because you're like, this might be the last time we all rode together, and that kind of project ends and a new project begins. And it's a weird one. Like at the games, that was the last time we ever rode in that combo. I'm sure the same for you, like in the 8. And so it's a weird one, isn't it?
It is a really weird one, because I think each crew is so special, and you get so much out of each one, and I think it's hard to realise that until it's over. So it gets to this stage of the season, and when all that's happening, it can be relatively like bittersweet, I find.
Yeah, totally. So moving on from the 8s, we'll come back to them and just see how that ends up, because it still looks like a pretty tight race, but we are just jumping into some aspirational lightweight singles. So here we have on the Berkshire station, we've got Leanna Daniels, and then over on the Buck station, we've got Reading University. Both crews seem to have got off pretty well. We've just got that split screen there. We can just see that Headington looks like they're maintaining their lead, maybe pushing out just a little bit more over the US crew.
Yeah, it's two different styles, isn't it? The Headington crew, I think they do a little bit less movement with their bodies. It's a little bit, I guess, rowing with a little bit more finesse. Whereas the crew from the US, I think it's a little bit more going on, and it's more about the power and the effort. But there's more than one way to do it, but it's these two crews are quite contrasting in that regard.
Yeah, and especially they haven't spent that much time in the 8s. They're looking, the American crew is looking to continue to compete at Henley Royal in the Prince Philip Challenge Cup. So this will be a huge learning curve for them, and it'll be a great opportunity to spend more time racing in the 8s. We know that Headington's done quite a lot already. They're maybe a little bit more drilled as a unit. So it's a great opportunity for this Groton crew, even though it wasn't quite for them today. So really nice. This is pretty tight. In this lightweight singles, we were literally just saying that lightweight racing can be that little bit tighter. So here it is.
Proved us right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thanks, girls. So this is Hollingworth, Leanna Daniels, who is on the Bucks. So she seems about half a length up on Isabel Lancaster, who's representing Reading University. But the race is very young, not quite at the 500-metre marker yet.
No, and we've officially kicked off our first semi-final, so it's exciting, and now there's places up for grabs in the final, so we're getting down to the pointy end, and I think, we're only going to get closer and closer racing as we get towards those finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the challenges with lightweight, what I'm actually unsure about is whether they weigh in twice over the day or whether they just weigh in first thing when they're doing multiple racing. I think in international, I know they would weigh in multiple times. I'm not as sure if they're doing that here. I'm sure someone can let me know.
Yeah.
But either way, like one of the challenges with lightweights is obviously you have to weigh in. It's normally 2 hours before. And then they will be kind of needing to refuel and get ready to race and fuel well afterwards. And that's particularly key, obviously, when you've got multiple races in a day.
I love this view when you can see the spectators in the boat. There's a little girl really enjoying it, getting out the side of the boat.
Yeah, she's looking dead into the eyes of Leanna Daniels.
And it's one of the only regattas where you can follow along from a launch behind. And I know as a spectator, it's really cool to be able to see the expressions of the faces. You're so up close and personal that you're almost like, I don't know where to look. I feel like I'm almost in the boat with you.
I mean, here we have a really great performance coming through from this Reading sculler. She was 4th at Bucks in the lightweight, and then also won Met Regatta, which is a couple of weeks ago. She's a real talent. And I'd say here, kind of, she looks like she's really long out the front, not using loads of body. But it seems to be working really well for her, just making sure that kind of anything she is using from the hips is completely driving off it. And we've got some speedy people off the start here. This is the next lightweight semi. So whoever kind of wins that previous race and this one will be coming up against each other for that Fiona Dennis trophy. So over on Berkshire, we have Alice Pictou representing Upper Thames. So she will be rowing past her home club. I'm sure they'll be cheering very loudly for her. Just come through halfway. And then we have the University of Surrey with Leonie Kennedy, and she's on the Buck station. So it looks like Alice in Upper Thames has just taken the lead off the start.
Yeah, once again, I think having that home advantage can be quite important, especially in singles when you're trying to keep your line, and she'll be well practiced at this. But as I've seen from a few of the other recent races, often crews that have shot out haven't been the ones that have kind of come onto a faster race rhythm. So we'll see what happens when they both settle onto their rhythm and who takes the lead then.
Yeah, nice. So we've got out in the lead at the moment. We've got Leonie Kennedy. She made it to this same point, so top 4 last year. So she'll be looking to better that this year, and it looks like she's taken a pretty good lead to start with. And her twin sister Sasha is actually racing in the pair. And so yeah, it would be really exciting to see. Hopefully, their parents are down watching, and they've got a couple of people to be watching, which is really exciting.
Makes it easier for parents when you pick the same sport and they're not sort of running between the both. I wonder if that was a conscious choice.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm 5'3", and my older sister is nearly 6 foot, so she should have picked rowing. She actually picked rugby, but conveniently she played for Henley Women's. So she actually literally played for Henley Hawks just down the road, so my parents could jump between the two, and it wasn't too hard.
Yeah, so there was a little bit of foresight, but not quite the
Yeah,
same sport. Yeah,
not
you would have
quite.
almost thought you would have gone the other way round.
Yeah, well, it is my older sister, and she was. I think we knew I wasn't going to be moving into rugby. Yeah, it wasn't the sport for me. It's a great shot here. You can just see of both crews. So whilst we have seen Leonie kind of take that lead, it's not particularly kind of pushing it out. But we're just going to jump back towards the finish, and we can just see here's Isabel from Reading, just really dominating this race. To be honest, she looks really relaxed. This is a great kind of indictment for her. She's going to be coming into the final in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, and I like the way she's rowing. It looks like she's really getting locked on at the front, and that can be quite hard sometimes, and you can kind of get that slip, but it looks like she gets a really good grip and then is able to kind of almost just hang off it, like she leaves her arms really nice and straight and then swing through. But she seems like she's doing it very efficiently, which, as we've mentioned many times, when she's coming back out for the final in a few hours, is really important.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that elastic definitely hasn't snapped. What a great shot here. We can just see of here Leonie Kennedy leading out Alice from Upper Thames. And yeah, it'll be kind of interesting to see kind of how this final plays out, because it looks like in both of them, there's one person who's taken the lead and they've just kind of kept it there. So when you're put under that little bit more pressure, that's always interesting.
Yes, and the sculler from Upper Thames, Alice, has actually done well to not let Leonie keep on moving. And whether that's a conscious thing from Leonie and she's actually just comfortable and she's like, I'm just going to sit here and cover, or if actually Alice is able to kind of keep that pressure on and slowly maybe in the third quarter or the final quarter start to push up. But it's also it comes down to which sculler can sprint as well. And some people struggle, some people have that ability to change gears so quickly. And if Alice has that and she can just stay in touch, then it can make for a pretty exciting sprint down to the line.
Yeah, how did you prefer to race? Big sprint or
no.
big middle?
Yeah, big middle. I was all about the middle. I was like, if someone was still there, I'd be like, I'm going to get my sprint out, which, my sprint's not that impressive.
I'm with you. I much prefer going in that. So, okay, so this is race 355. So you've got Latimer against the City of Sunderland here. So we can just see here we've got, looks like kind of Latimer is on the Berkshire, City of Sunderland is out there on the other side. And this is race 355, which is the junior women's singles.
Seems like a pretty clean start from both of these scullers.
Yeah, it's nice to see. It's always us. You want that clean start. You want it just to get away early. And this is where I think Henley Women's is just so unique. I mean, literally, you can just see across. You've got paddleboarders, you've got kayakers, you've got all sorts of people. And you can see, people are literally sitting right down at the start. So it is quite a unique how close people are for the whole race.
I used to find almost slightly off-putting when there was such a crowd. I was like, wow, you feel like if this was six lane racing, I'd be like, you would be my competitor in the next lane, but instead you're a spectator on the bank, which is quite cool because it just kind of adds to that atmosphere. You can hear your teammates, your family, your friends cheering, and I think it's an experience that's unique to this course.
Yeah, it does kind of demand quite a lot of focus, I think, and making sure you're really internal. We're just jumping back to the last of that semi-final of the aspirational lightweight singles. And here we can see Leonie. She took a pretty dominant lead to start with, and I think she'll be really pleased to make it into that final, just one-upping herself on the racing last year.
Yeah, it's still been pretty impressive row from Alice, just being able to hang in there, but she's just not quite been able to change that gear enough to eat into that lead that Leonie got relatively early on, and it was impressive. I feel like she did the work early and was able to kind of just cover, which can be a frustrating position to be in when you're the crew that's trying to eat into it. But
Yeah. It looked like Leonie, looking her across the line, she had to work all the way into that line. So, yeah, big credit to Alice for really pushing her that whole time. Really nice. So we're going to be jumping back then to the junior singles. So again, this is another semi-final. So the winners of these two is going to be basically pushing in. So you can just see here, there's quite a quick turnaround. When you finish racing, you've got to turn around and get going. You actually don't have a lot of time to warm down.
no.
So here we are. We've got up on the Berkshire station, we've got Latimer upper, and then over on the Bucks, we've got City of Sunderland. But this is a pretty tight race. It's looking like, I would say, the Latimer sculler is kind of up at the moment, but she looks like she's rating maybe a little bit lower than City of Sunderland.
Yeah, she does. She looks at just a little bit longer and a little bit, especially through the water, I think, and that can pay off. And I think also gives you that room to move at the end. But yeah, she seems to kind of every stroke be edging away, and sometimes in this sort of lumpy, bumpy water, it can be more beneficial to go with that long stroke.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, we can just see them. It's definitely getting busier out on the side of the water as well. So that's going to be a challenge as they get into the second half of the day. And then we've got the City of Sunderland there, and she seems to be really quite kind of punchy through the middle, I'd say. It's kind of quite a dynamic stroke with her kind of legs punching into the hips, which is quite nice.
Yeah, she does, and a little bit more aggression around the back. You can tell that there's that power being added in the second half of the stroke, whereas I think the sculler from Latimer upper is just a bit smoother throughout the stroke and has that kind of continuous power curve, which seems to be really paying off for her in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see the kind of, they're the Henley Royal markers there. So that was just coming through. That was the barrier in 3/4 mile. So it's really important to actually know the course and know where you are, because normally kind of in international racing, you'd have the 500 meter markers. And it's something that's quite obvious. And often you also have different coloured buoys at certain markers, whereas here, not so much.
I used to just lie to myself down the whole way. I'd be like, I think I know where I am. And then I'd be like, oh, no, we're popping up to the sprint now. I'd be like, better get going. But yeah, I think sometimes not knowing can also play in your favour. You can be a little bit naive and be like, oh, actually I'm further along than I'd hoped, but then also it can go the other way and be like, oh, no.
Where's the finish?
Yeah.
So we've just seen the start of race 3, 5, 6. This is the other semi-final of the junior singles. And we saw an absolutely ferocious start from Wycliffe College over on the Berkshire station. She was absolutely zipping along. I don't know what rate she was on there, but it was really work for her, because she has pushed like a length of clear into Nottingham and Union sculler over on the Buckinghamshire station.
Yeah, and she's done that within a few hundred metres. It's an impressive start. I wonder how much that's taken out of her and her ability to kind of push onto a rhythm now, but dominated the start.
Huge. Yeah, so that little inlet there, that's generally around 250. So you see the end of the island, give or take, that's about 200. That little inlet there, that's in and around 250. And then there's a bench. So we'll see if we can spot the bench, and that's around the 500 meter marker. But that is a huge lead, and she's still moving. She's still absolutely pushing along, and she's in a really comfortable place as well. Obviously, she's moving maybe slightly towards the middle. But is really, really comfy. We're just going to jump back to race 355, and we can see here that Latimer upper sculler, really nice and relaxed just as she's coming into this last couple of 100 metres, and has taken quite a dominant lead over the City of Sunderland.
Yeah, she does look relaxed, and I think it is obviously easier to relax when you're out in front, but she kind of is really going out there long and strong. She's looking a little bit for the finish line now. But she's just made light work of the second half and able to kind of cruise into that more training pace.
Yeah,
absolutely. But look at that. It's nice to see how stoked they are when they cross the finish line and knowing that she's officially booked booked her place in the finish, in the final.
Yeah, and this is for the Dialis Trophy, and Dialis, who she passed away a number of years ago now, but it was a huge influential woman who did so much for British rowing and rowing in the UK. So it's great to see such great racing competing for her trophy. And this is just now. Yeah, we can see what a fantastic kind of start, and it's obviously worked. You know, she hasn't really lost any time, and she's just about to come into kind of that boat park area. So she's coming into that really chunky, into that middle part of the race. Yeah, really dominant performance.
Yeah, and this is impressive considering these are semi-finals. Like, they've had to go through a lot of rounds to get here, and to be winning by this margin, I mean, it's probably got to put her as the likely favourite for the final, but you never know when you can come into a race that maybe is going to be a little bit closer. But to be dominating a semi-final with this amount is incredibly impressive from this young sculler.
Yeah, I love her sunglasses.
Yeah, I know. They're a statement. It'd be good
Yeah.
in the foggy or dark days.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, she's matching her boat as well.
Oh yeah, it's very colour coordinated.
Yeah, free speed. Yeah, she looks like, you can see just kind of in the way she's rowing here. So she's got really flat with the wrists. She looks like she's just, she's not over gripping. She's not basically wasting any energy in the upper body. It's just making sure that any power that she's just putting down, it's just going all the way from her foot plate straight onto her blades. There's nothing wasted in the middle. And I think that's just what paid her really well. And I think to be able to be that relaxed and that powerful off the start, that's obviously, what she put into practice. Nice. And so we are jumping back to some lightweights. We're coming to Haslam Trophy. It's another semi-final, and they are off. We have on the Berkshire Station, we've got Clydesdale Rowing Club, and that's Nina and Rebecca. And then we've got Dart Totsness over on the Buck Station. That's Louise Manning and Laura Macro. Nice start for the two of them there.
Yeah, they really jumped out. I think you could tell even in those first few strokes, they just picked up their boat so quickly.
Yeah, so this is a great step on for Louise, who's stroking the Dart.Ness Amateur Rowing Club boat over on the Buck Station. She was beating in the semi. Ooh, there's some steering. Well, talking about them, they can hear me. And she was actually beaten in the quarter final of this in the Fiona Dennis Trophy in 23. So this is exciting for her to be in the semi. So exciting that she's just wanting to get experience of all parts of the water.
Yeah, it's always that stressful moment at the start when you're like, we're in the buoys and you can get through the buoys all right, but you can't get through the booms. So you're like, we need to recreate. But you can see even
just need to
this
correct
crew on the Bucks as against their
go.
booms as well. But as you say, like once you're correcting out of the start, it's really hard not to overcorrect. And you kind of see both of these crews had to correct a little bit, and now they both seem to have found their line.
Yeah, which is really nice. And that's sort of when you kind of come through and out of your start sequence, because the reality is it's really hard. You've got to, your start sequence almost becomes relatively automatic. Yeah. That's what I'm always trying to drill into my crews is in Idlewild, I'm not saying anything really in the start. You're just going through the motions and you're doing everything you can. So when something external happens, that's something you need to kind of get your head around. We've just got that Berkshire Station there. They're just looking like they're just getting a little bit tight. That is the Clydesdale crew. So hopefully they just get a little bit of correction. But actually, to be fair, on that drone shot, they look at, a foot or two off. So perhaps they're okay. We're just worrying for them.
I'm going to be aging over this commentary slot.
And we can just see here, this is just a fantastic finish coming through on the Berkshire Station at Wycliffe College. She looks like she's just taking it down and just getting ready for the final a little bit later. And as we said, she definitely is going to be kind of one of those ones to watch. This could be a really exciting race, but she's absolutely dominated this right off the start. So I'm really excited to watch her final and see how she comes across the line.
Yeah, what a win in a semi-final. I think it's unusual to kind of come through that with that large margin, and Yeah, I think this is probably one of the finals I'm most excited about this afternoon.
Yeah, it was a big old statement. So we're just jumping into that dart toss nest. This is just a little a zoom in of how they're kind of coming through. And you've got a kind of Laura, who's in the strokes. She won Henley Women's in the lightweight singles in 23 and 2019. So she's been competing for a little while at Henley Women's, and it's really great to see her back in the champ lightweight doubles. Really relaxed, both of them. You can just, I think what's really nice about that dart toss nest, to be fair, you know, we're looking at this Clydesdale crew as well. It's just the way they're just getting their arms away off the back turn. Their separation is really nice. They're just holding the body still. They're not kind of worried about breaking the knees or popping the hips too early. It looks just really relaxed and in control around that back end.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of confidence to do that. I think as a rower, sometimes you just want to feel like you're doing as much as you can, but sometimes having that patience to sit back there, actually let the boat do some work for you is what's needed. But you could just have this thing in your mind being like, but I need to feel like I'm doing everything. But the confidence that they have to actually let the boat do the work for them is really impressive.
Yeah, so we're just then seeing the other semi-final of the champ lightweight doubles. A little bit tight to each other. That was that Buck Station on the University of Birmingham, who's just come over a little bit into the water of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. But it's always nice to see another Erin. Don't see a lot of Erins around, so I actually commentated on their race yesterday, and they had a really fantastic quarterfinal. They looked kind of really long out the front, and their mid rhythm was really, really strong. So I'm interested to see kind of once they transition off their rhythm, they're kind of matching each other stroke for stroke, sort of if that can pan out for them again today.
Yes, this is probably one of the key parts of the race when you're transitioning from that like high intensity start onto your base pace, and if you nail this, it kind of sets you up for the rest of the race. And if you don't, it can be a long way where you're trying to find your race. And in my experience, so difficult if you don't get it right to fix it on the go. Whereas if you can do it seamlessly here, I think it's probably a key to going on to be successful. But both of these crews look like they've got relatively even base pace.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty tight, and again, this lightweight rowing is often incredibly kind of close, and obviously this is, you know, we're going into the Olympics in a couple of months' time, and this is actually the last time we'll see lightweight rowing in the Olympics, which is a real shame that we're actually not having lightweight rowing. They've kind of made space for some coastal rowing, which is going to be coming in Los Angeles, which is really exciting. But I do think there's a loss for the lightweights, because as we said, it's just such tight racing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens to all the lightweight events. Because, yeah, as I say, really, really exciting. But when there's not that sort of elite pipeline coming through, it can affect the other levels. Yeah. I think there's a pretty good examples of some pretty impressive lightweight rowing we're seeing on the course at the moment, though.
Yeah, well done. Dart top nest there. That was Louise Manning and Laura Macro. We'll be seeing them a little bit later in the final. But who will they be racing? This is the other semi-final, and it is really close. They sort of took half a length at University of Birmingham, but then they're just kind of sticking with it. You know, Nottinghamshire County is they're just, there's nothing in it.
And they'll still be, their bow seat will still be able to see the stern of the other crew out of the corner of their eye. And I think knowing that you're still connected, you've still got that overlap, gives you the confidence to be like, actually, we're still in this race. And maybe if we can get a little bit of momentum and put the pressure on, we can turn it around. But they seem to have just pushed onto a rhythm that's very similar to each other. And you can see the stroke set here having a little look to say, are you going to go away, or are you still going to sit there? What's going to happen? Like, what are you going to try and do?
Yeah, so, I mean, this University of Birmingham, we definitely seem to have kind of two crews. One's spend a little bit more time together. They recently won the lightweight double on the Saturday of Met, whereas, you know, we've got this Nottinghamshire County, you know, they've had less than 2 weeks training together as a crew. Hannah, who's in the bow seat of the Nottinghamshire County, had come over from Stansted. Stansted? That's come out. Maybe she flew into Stansted. Stanford University over on the west coast of the States.
Stansted, my least favourite airport.
Yeah, it's not a great airport. Not sponsored by airports. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting to see like these two crews. And yeah, kind of University of Birmingham, they're doing quite well in the GB Para squad. We've got two University of Birmingham graduates. One of them is trialling for the 4, Josh O'Brien, and then one in the PR3 mixed double, Annie Caddick. So yeah, definitely seeing more and more University of Birmingham lighters around, which is great. So it shows there's a lot of development happening in the club.
And I think when you can see that example of people going on to be successful, it also brings more people into the sport and builds the program. And I think it's a really cool thing that happens amongst clubs, and it can kind of set them up for their future years to come.
Yeah.
We see these peers patiently waiting for the start. I think peers a challenging boat to get out of the start in Henley because it's all about teamwork. You're responsible for one side or the other, and if someone gets a little bit excited, it can quickly change the direction that you're heading on.
We're just jumping into this split screen here. So we have the pairs just patiently waiting to go, and they're just off down at the bottom. That is the semi-final of the champ lightweight pairs. We can just see them here. They both come off very well. Actually, this is really nice. So we've got Barnesbridge ladies on the Berkshire station, and then we have on the Buck station the University of Surrey, and I believe that is a composite with Molesey as well. Fun fact for the University of Surrey and the Buckinghamshire station, they're actually both twins, not to each other.
We're seeing the twin.
Yeah, nice. So we're just coming into the finish of this lightweight double, and we can see over on the Bucks that Nottinghamshire County is just coming in. So they've kind of overturned this Birmingham double. We kind of missed that, but they've obviously had a really big sort of second half.
Yeah, the strength they must have had in their third quarter was able to carry them through very convincingly. So this has been an impressive ability to kind of sit that length down and be confident in that and then work through. But there was an impressive race for them to make it through to the final.
So we're just moving then into the pairs, back to them, and they're pretty close together. Like, it's pretty tight in terms of, you can see in terms of where they're both sort of sitting boat width, off the booms. And you do have kind of the University of Surrey Moles composite with Sasha Kennedy and Olivia Elliott. They are basically just sending their puddles down just that little bit. They've got about a length up on the Barnesbridge ladies with Eleanor and Anna.
Yeah, and I think the Barnesbridge crew will be really able to feel those puddles, and it can be quite off-putting. So I think they'll be pretty motivated if they can make a move now and get out of that, because it can be hard. The water's swirly, you're not able to get as good of a grip, and it's challenging to really sit in your rhythm when you're also rowing in other people's puddles. And I think the University of Surrey are doing it well. They're just sitting enough in the middle that they're not going to get any sort of warning, but also sending a little bit of difficult water down to the crew from Barnesbridge.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got kind of Cambridge connections in actually both of those crews. Anna, who's in the stroke seat, the Berkshire crew of Barnesbridge, she actually learnt to row at Key's College in Cambridge. And then in the Bucks, Liv, who is in the stroke seat of the University of Surrey, she won the boat race twice for the Cambridge Lightweights.
Yeah, she was actually around the year there I was doing the boat race. I think she may or may not have been captain of the lightweight. That could be wrong, but obviously hugely experienced in that match racing, and I think it actually does make a difference when you know what match racing is like. But I'm sure they'll have a little bit of a rivalry, both coming from Cambridge, and kind of add to the dynamic as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you raced pairs on the Henley stretch?
Yes, I have actually. I've raced the Henley Royal twice in a pair. I was very lucky. I think our first time we were coming to Henley Royal, I was very sad because I thought I was going to have to sit out. There was no women's pair. And we were never fortunate enough to be in the UK during Henley Women. So I was like, I'm going to have to come and just sit out. But timed it well to be the very first time Henley included the women's pair.
Nice.
But yeah, it's a hair-raising event, I think, coming out of the start, knowing that you're a difficult boat to steer. You can go off track pretty easily if you're not working together, and it's just some exciting racing. But I love pairs, and I feel like obviously very biased. I think the most exciting boat to watch. I think a lot can go into it, and they can do it a lot of different ways. But yeah, when you've got the booms to compete with, it can be challenging. I wasn't the steerer though, so that never came down to me. I just was like, get us out of the start.
Yeah, let's go. So we're just jumping to see the start of race 160, and this is the Redgrave Challenge Vars. And then this is crew 75. This is Leander Club A, and they are up against I'm going to say this wrong, Skyle Navy, from the USA.
Well done.
And yeah, again, this is the champ pairs, sorry, and this is a semi-final. So whoever comes out of this. So obviously Leander Club here, they are going to know this stretch very well. Leander Club is my home club. Yeah, you often see kind of a lot of those boats coming up and down on the river all year round. So it must be nice for them just to get up and get off this start. And they've had a really good start coming through 300 meters in now. You can just see they're really long. They're still in their start sequence, being really dynamic, and they've got some really good distance per stroke.
Yeah, they're a very impressive crew. They have competed at Henley Royal a number of times and various boats. And I think I actually raced Amelia the year I did the boat race as well. She was in the Oxford crew, and I think they've had huge experience and they row very well. I really, really like how they row, and you can kind of just see that coming out. They've kind of made their mark, and I think they'll be hard ones to beat. But yeah, they've sort of gone out, they're dominating, and pairs you kind of want to make sure that you make sure of it early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And Amelia and I believe Juliet, who's in that boat, they were out at the World Cup, just gone in Poznan with us as part of kind of the Project LA group. So yeah, it's quite exciting. They've kind of on the edges of the GB program, so they're going to be kind of coming up.
I think that's one of the really cool things about these regattas as well. It gives you the chance to race people of such high caliber. You've got this crew that's come over from the US, and they've also hugely actually experienced. They've both represented the USA at Senior World Champs in the past 2 years in the lightweight pair.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's exciting to get these sort of international battles at the same time, and it shows how exciting this regatta is in people's racing calendar, that everyone's motivated to come in here and compete.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just came through the finish line there. We just saw a win there. And then, yeah, we're jumping back to this Redgrove Challenge Vase. And Leander started off really well. They've just come through the barrier. Yeah, there's Juliet and the stroke C. This is a combination that's been rowing pretty much all year together. In multiple combinations, but with others or just in a pair. But you can see they know what they're doing. You can actually just see Amelia there just talking to Juliet. And I think that's something, when you've been in a crew for a little while, you're just able to have these sort of conversations. You're able to communicate in a lot fewer words.
Yeah, and it becomes important when you're up there, you're racing, you're out of breath. But I know, yeah, that was when I rode in the same pair combination. I think we rode together for about 8 years, so we definitely got to the stage where we knew each other, and you didn't have to communicate in many words. It was just the odd, yeah, or that's like good, and everyone knew.
Yeah, you know what you're doing, you know where you are. And then this is the other semi-final here. So we've got Thames on the Berkshire station, and they're up against Strathclyde here on the Buck station. And Thames is having a blinding kind of couple of seasons, really. They have got a fantastic women's program, and they've been kind of dominating some of the major events throughout the rowing calendar. Just a little bit of a wobble there we just saw as they came towards the end of the island from Strathclyde, and so they're just going to need to kind of reset and find their rhythm, but it looks like they got clear of it safely, which is really good. And interestingly, in that Strathclyde, we had Isla Wilding in the stroke scene. She's been rowing at the Brown 1V and won her event at the Ivy League. So we've got some pretty impressive American caliber. Amy was rowing at Michigan in the 1V as well. So yeah, they're kind of jumping back into the small boats and returned home to Scotland.
Yeah, it can be challenged as well, going from those big boats to the small boats, and sometimes it takes a little bit to kind of navigate that change, and there's a lot of differences that you have to get your head around. I think the big boats are slightly more forgiving, and it's a lot about the effort, the energy, making a crew work together, whereas the small boats, you have to have that little bit more finesse. You have to be able to move with your partner and really look after the boat a little bit more. So it'll be a challenge for these women to switch that mindset, switch that, and take that into the pair from their experience in the 8.
Yeah, there's a little bit of steering just going on in Strathclyde, and that'll just be something that kind of in the Thames crew, you're just trying to basically just stick to your own process, just as they're transitioning sort of off the start into that kind of mid-pace. And you've got a lot of caliber coming through. You've got Phoebe Campbell in the stroke seat of Thames, Emily Crocker in the bows, and they actually won pairs head in 23, so that would have been in this season, but obviously just a little bit earlier in the winter. They've been back in the pair since the end of May and won the champ pair on both days at Met. And that's just there, the Leander crew crossing the line, looking very, very chill.
Very business as usual.
Yeah, good few lengths up on that pair that's come through from the US. So yeah, just coming back to Thames, I mean, they've got a kind of loads of they've been. Phoebe's won silver medal at under 23s in the 4, and both of them have kind of come through and done a lot of events kind of in the GB development group and in won Henley as well. Amelia's won the Wargrave last year, so yeah, they look like they're working hard.
Yeah. These shots are great. I love being able to see the expression on the faces when they're talking to each other and the dynamic in the boat. And I think there's not often you can get camera angles like this and really see the effort that goes into getting a boat from A to B. Because sometimes I think from a distance it actually doesn't look as hard as potentially it feels. And I can guarantee they'll be in a lot of pain. But they're doing it well, and they seem to have slotted into their rhythm and seem to be pretty confident in that. And it's hard to see when the next crew will pop up, but
Yeah,
they seem to be,
yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, they pushed a really big margin in, so you could just see that crew was basically waiting to cross, so give us a bit of indication where they are. They're probably just coming up to the 1K marker here. I'd say kind of that Thames crew looks like they're rating just a little bit lower than the Strathclyde Park pair. You can start to see there's definitely a little bit of wind on the water, starting to have a look. You can see that darker patch of water that Thames is rowing through and Strathclyde's just going through. It's a good way to kind of see where the wind is on the water and see kind of what you might need to navigate. And obviously, when you've got a Cox, like one of the next races are, that's kind of one of their jobs to kind of give you a bit of an idea. There's a gust coming or whatever, and when you're in a boat, particularly if it's kind of a headwind, you can't see it coming, so you've got to be relaxed enough to take the wind.
Yes, and as soon as you tense up, it affects you so much, but if you can kind of relax, and then you seem to just be able to almost like absorb every gust, which I think it doesn't affect you, whereas that tension really makes it hard to move with it and go with it.
Yeah. Now we've got a little Scottish derby going on here. We are moving into the development Coxed Fours, a fantastic boat class. Over in Berkshire we have Edinburgh University, and they are up against the University of St Andrews.
Yeah, it's been a good start from both crews, and I think when you know you're from the same region, it's kind of adds to that dynamic. The rivalry is always going to be high, but it looks like this crew over here on the Burke station has got off to a good start and seems to just be sort of edging out every stroke.
Yeah, it looks like they've had a really strong season so far in the Edinburgh boats. That's Grace, Erica, Millie, Katie and Theo, the Cox. Kind of last season, the kind of novice women really dominated kind of Bucks, Eights Head, and kind of this event at Henley Women. So they'll be looking to kind of match that this season. They've got a really big, exciting development program going on in Edinburgh, and it's really exciting to see. They've had loads of entries at Henley Women, so it's just good to see kind of these clubs bringing more and more people down.
We're just catching the end of the second pairs semi-final, and the crew from Thames look like they've done it relatively comfortably. You can just see they've just got a little bit more of a simple style. There's not a lot extra going on in the boat, and they've just been able to use that to the advantage and walk away with the win. And that's probably another final I'm very excited to watch come down the track this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, that will be a Thames Leander showdown in the final for the champ pairs. And then just jumping back, we're just coming through the quarter mile mark. It looks pretty tight between these two crews. So we've got there the kind of University of St Andrews on the Buck station. We've got a couple of them who are kind of leaving St Andrews, so this will be kind of their final regatta with St Andrews. And it looks like it's quite an exciting combination of athletes. And St Andrews again, it's really great to see them. We've had a couple of crews kind of coming into semi-finals, and hopefully seeing some of them in the finals as well. Definitely an up and coming boat club.
I love this view of the Cox. You can see them chatting away, motivating their crew. How do you find, I've always been intrigued, the difference when you're coxing from the bow, because you obviously can't see the blades very well, you can't see the rowers. What's the difference in that regard?
So I'd say if we're thinking Henley women's, particularly as well, you can't see where the blades are against the booms.
Oh, yeah.
So you have to really back
That's
yourself.
dangerous.
So you've got to be super confident that you know the width of your boat and how the boat is and where it is, and so that you're confident of where you're putting it. And it's interesting. I think when you are up, it's a first world problem, but it is a bit more of a challenge because you can't see where the other crew are, so you can't really relax. I actually think one of the biggest challenges when I spend so much time in a bow loader, jumping back into an 8, is it feels really frenetic and frantic because I can see everything going in front of me. I can see everything that's going side to side. And so for me, it's trying to find the tone and relaxation in myself when I'm like, because actually, like, when we're driving and if we're up in the 4, I can be like, okay, my bow is in front. Whereas my bow can be in front. We could be 3/4 of a length up, but I'm still very much in the race when you're a coxswain in sitting back in the stern. So it's actually a really interesting it's a good challenge as a coxswain, and I know a lot of coxswains who cox 8s hate being in 4s and vice versa, because when I get in an 8, I'm like, I can't see anything.
Yeah.
But then equally, I can see everything. So it's making sure you're really relying on boat feel, and that's a lot of, I was chatting with Ben yesterday, we were commentating, he was like, how are you making these changes and asking for change? And I'm like, well, if you're driving a car, something's wrong, but you can't see the engine. It's a little bit like that.
Yeah.
You've
Makes
got to
a lot
feel.
of sense. Yeah, I think some of the best coxswains I've had throughout my rowing career have come from cox 4s, because you really have to work on that boat feel. You can't rely on sight, and it just gives you that added advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are seeing then the other semi-final of the Development 4. This is University of East Anglia, UE, over at the Berkshire station. And then we've got Upper Thames. It's great to see Upper Thames in so many of these semi-finals. And they are on the Buck station. And again, they're going to be rowing past their own club. And we've got Elizabeth Townhill, who is coxing there.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
cool. This
great.
upper Thames crew, and everyone in this crew actually only joined Upper Thames in the last year and have come from all different places. I think we've got
Yui here is very close.
Oh yes. Oh, is that hitting?
It's touching.
Sometimes
Kissing.
these views, I'm like, how are they not hitting?
Well, this perfectly shows sort of here. You've got this cox. It's this Sean Pearson here. Like you don't know where your blades are, and you've got to kind of really feel it. And that's where those boys can be a little bit deceptive. But it looks like she's got a little bit more space. We're just seeing the other semi-final of these development boats, and this is a real great performance has come through from Edinburgh University. That's Grace, Erica, Millie, Katie, and Theo the Cox just coming through the line there. And yeah, a really great performance from St Andrews as well. Yeah, just not quite enough to overturn the Baby Blues.
This is a great view here, and we were talking about the bucket early on, but I think seeing the bucket in a 4 is pretty intriguing as well. But these crews look like they're neck to neck, but just the difference in how they're each rigged is quite interesting, and this is a great view to see that difference and how it's playing out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually think kind of, whilst, the layman might go, oh, it's easy to be in the back of a bucket, right? You're just following the person in front. I actually think it's a really tough job. Like, you're really technical. And also, if you think those two blades are a lot closer together, if you're not completely in sync and catching together, then, the wash of one blade can catch up with the other. If you're in the front of that bucket and you're not separating and getting the blade out clean, you're going to be hitting the puddles of the blade behind. You've got to work really, really well together. And there's a lot of weight as well in the middle of the boat, because rowing's all about the kind of the weighting of the handle and taking the weight off the back turn. If they aren't, and the Upper Thames boat kind of timing that tap down and away together, you're pulling yourself down onto, here it's obviously bow side bucket, you're pulling down on bow side, and it's going to make it hard for stroke side. So they've got to work together really well.
They really do, and you can see they're doing a pretty good job. You can see maybe the 3 seat's a little bit quicker off the back than the 2 seat, and the blades are kind of coming just together. And it'll just be interesting as they start to get a little bit more tired, whether that becomes a little bit more extreme. But that's the sort of intricacies that a rig like this can bring out. But they're just kind of tracking each other, these two crews, and sort of going stroke to stroke. They look like they're rating similar. and kind of just holding their positions. And now's the point of the race to see if one crew is going to really try and put their foot down and make their mark here so it doesn't come to that sprint to the line.
Yeah, so it's great to see. We were talking about Headington a little bit earlier. The Cox of the Upper Thames crew, she actually coxed at Headington. She's coxed since she was about 11, so she's got a lot of experience. Yeah, she actually coxed England at the Home International Regatta, and she coxed and won gold and won at Nat Schools as well. So she's got a lot of caliber. And it's great to see as well, we've got a number of people in this Upper Thames crew who have come to rowing just a little bit later. I enjoyed, Anna said she learnt to row as an adult, which I love.
What age do you become an adult?
I know, I think I'm
well and truly
no, nor me. But I think it just shows, like, rowing's there for anybody. You can start at any time. And it's great to see people some people here, you had the Cox who started when she was at school, and Anna starting as an adult a little bit later on. Which is really cool. So yeah, we are now into the champ doubles. These semi-finals are coming thick and fast. So we have Bath University over on the Buck Station. That's Rebecca Court and Ella Fullman. And then Oxford Brooks, we've got the lovely Jenny Bates and Freya Cato. And Jenny, I know pretty well. She is in that Project LA group, and she was also out in Poznan at the World Cup. So yeah, hopefully putting some of that kind of international experience into this domestic race.
Yeah, and that's I've actually been in a row with Freya Cato as well. She's another ex-Cambridge rower who did the boat race. So I think that Oxford Brooks crew has a lot of experience, and you can see that coming into play at the moment. They've had a very dominant start, but the two women in rowing in that crew have obviously come through some pretty tough racing. They know what it's like, and really making sure of the semi-final. And from this angle, it looks like they're just going to keep edging out.
Yeah, absolutely. So they were just coming into the finish of the development fours. So we can just see here, it was actually a pretty tight race, but we've seen ultimately that Upper Thames, that bucket we were talking about before, they are putting themselves in a really good position to come through the finish line and take that spot in the final. Yeah, it's really great, and actually there's a number of the people in the Upper Thames crew also coaching as well, and it's great to see people passing down the love for the sport. It's great to see kind of more women in coaching as well. I was really enjoying kind of going down and walking through the boat park and we're seeing more and more women in coaching, which I think is brilliant, and it's definitely something that, it's momentum that's starting but needs to keep on going.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things as well, when you see other people doing it, it's a possibility. So it's been really cool to see the trajectory of that changing. And I know when I was in the New Zealand team, we didn't have many women coaches, but seeing that slowly change across the world is it's a really positive shift.
Yeah, so you can see there we've got Jenny in the bow seat in the Brooks kit, it's a composite, and then you've got Freya for Thames in the stern. And Freya is actually grew up in the States, in DC. There's apparently a massive history buff, and we'll take anyone on a history quiz. So if you see her in the boat park, go ask her a question. Maybe not right before her final, though, because it looks like they are booking their place in the final.
Yeah, let her take a breath after this one, and not before, but then I'm sure
I'm good on Tudor history. I'll challenge her on that. But we're starting to get into American history. I'm not sure I'll know. She's just having a little look around, just seeing where she is on the course, but this just looks really relaxed, to be honest. They are really kind of long in the body, ribs up off their hips, just turning the hips over. It's really nice long legs, just pushing on the boat, and it just seems like they're just taking it all in their stride and getting themselves ready. It's quite a late, these semi-finals are pushing on kind of later in the day, so they're going to be racing again in a number of hours, so it's just making sure they're conserving their energy, getting ready for later.
And they do look like that. They look like very low down in the boat. It doesn't look like there's a lot of tension up and about in the shoulders, which that's where I think you start to waste energy. You start to bring in that sort of stress and tension that's going to lose you seconds, whereas these two rowers seem to be doing it very, very well.
Yeah. And here is then the other half of this double semi-final. So we've got Reading University up against Molesey. So two kind of big clubs. So Reading University Boat Club, they actually only do sculling. They specialise in sculling. So it's kind of a real hub in the south for kind of people who are kind of aspiring to kind of develop their sculling. And Chris Barlow, who is the head coach there, is another ex-lightweight. We've got a lot of ex-lightweights actually who are turned to coaching. There's a lot of them around. We've got kind of the Chambers. I know. We've got like the Chambers brothers. Rich Chambers is coaches the GB Women's 8 now, and Pete is at Marlow. You know, they're all over the place. He's doing a great job at Reading, and you can see them on the Berkshire station leading out at the moment, just getting into Clearwater ahead of Molesey.
Yeah, both of these double semi-finals seem to have had someone jump out, and it'll be interesting to see if this one plays out the same. And if it does, then it might make for a very exciting final where the two crews that are coming head to head are finally going to show their full speed, because sometimes you don't get to see the true capacity of a crew when they can take a lead like this and early on. But you're never going to rule out the crew that's coming in second, because sometimes things do change. But they just look like the winning crew is a little bit tidier, a little bit sharper, and it's paying off for them.
Yeah. Just a kind of shout out for this Bath University crew. Kind of Bath University is really got an exciting program, and I think a real great culture that's been developing over the last sort of 5 or 6 years. They had the GB Start program and centre there, and I know there's a lot of kind of GB pathway work that goes on over in Bath, and I mean, it's pretty impressive here. Freya, who's in the stroke seat, she learned to row in September as part of the GB Start program, and she won the beginner doubles at Bucks. So it's pretty impressive that they are up here still kind of punching their way in the champ doubles, and weren't quite enough to turn over Jenny and Freya, but really, really great racing. This is this following race. So who is going to be joining that Brooks Thames composite? It is Reading at the moment, who is doing really well. Ellie actually went to the under-23s in the quad last year, and Finn in the under-23 Euros in the singles. So yeah, this is Reading's top boat at the regatta, and you can see why.
Yeah, they're doing very well, and you can just see the blades just dropping in. It looks very washy where they're going at the moment, but it doesn't seem to be phasing them. They're still keeping, for having a relatively decent lead, they still look like they're keeping it up. They're keeping the rate at a sort of a racy kind of pace, and sometimes it actually can be harder if you take it down. So maybe they're like, okay, we really want to make sure of it. We'll just tick it along. Maybe they're not putting max effort into every stroke, but they definitely still look like they're racing this.
Yeah, they've just come through that 3-minute marker in around halfway. So just going to be pushing up to that 1K, and it's Ellie is a fantastic sculler, definitely kind of up and coming. She was 4th overall at final trials this year and was the top under-23 in sculling. So yeah, a really exciting future for her over the next couple of years, and I'm sure we'll be kind of seeing her name a little bit more.
That's I think some of the cool things about these regattas is you see the next generation coming through, and for a lot of events here, it's the start of a lot of people's rowing career, and you get to see the people make that big jump each time they come back and compete every year and go on to hopefully achieve some pretty cool things.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are moving now thick and fast on these semi-finals. We are on to the J16 Cox Fours, and this is the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy, and we have here Godolphin Latimer School on the Berkshire station, and then Wimbledon High School on the Buck station. So again, we've got these Cox Fours. These are J16s. So you can see actually here it's quite interesting. So you can see on the Berkshire station there, the stroke is putting her hand up. So it's often kind of a sign to the umpires saying, I'm not ready, please don't go yet. Because obviously where the Cox is lying down in that bow loader, you normally can't see their hands. But it's worth knowing as well that, the umpires can start you at any time when you're under starters orders. So it's something you've just got to be ready for. So you want to make sure you've got the right hand off the blade. Take that inside hand off, I think.
Always be ready.
So you can see them just raising the flag, and that is the start. If the flag goes down, it's attention go, and they're off.
2 clean starts for both of these crews. It looks like both got away relatively unscathed, and all that sort of touching around in the start has set them off to a good trajectory.
Really big physical start from that Godolphin Latimer crew.
Yeah.
Really dynamic. You can really see up there in the stroke that stern pair really working hard, pulling through, and that aggressive start's they've taken about a length up there on Wimbledon.
They really have, and you can tell that they're up and rate on the Wimbledon crew. They're a lot punchier. I think they're really obviously trying to get the most out of their start. They're very close to the booms again.
Makes me nervous.
Yeah.
And we're just seeing this Reading University, Ellie and Finn cross the line. So it's going to be I'm really excited. I think this is definitely one to mark for your calendars later time of the champ doubles, because I think this is going to be a fantastic finish between that Reading and then that Brooks Thames composite.
Yeah, 2 very dominant semi-finals wins. I can't wait to see the final play out.
So we're here. We can just see. So it looks like Godolphin and Latimer, that start was really positive. But I would say that it looks like Wimbledon's starting to come back now.
Yeah, they really have, and this is the I guess danger of coming out that hard at the start. If you don't really get enough, or if you struggle to then push onto your rhythm, then the other crew can take a bit of an advantage in this sort of portion of the race, where maybe they haven't exerted as much energy, and that kind of seems what this Wimbledon's crew's doing. And what a shot! What a great drone shot! It's so cool to see all of the umbrellas and everyone watching.
Yeah, it's a great spectator area. Yeah, you can see all the behind. There's all kind of the stalls, which I think are being absolutely ransacked. And that's our little commentary box. Actually, you can just see us. We're just in there.
Now we want to see us.
Yeah, yeah, but you can see them just as they're going along. We were talking just a little bit about kind of like the different boat classes and just how that you kind of experience those different boat classes, because it is a real difference. We were talking about the pairs and, the challenge you have when it's an asymmetric boat. You've got one on each side. You've got to really work together. And I think, I can say this as the cox of a bow loaded 4. I make it pretty heavy, I am lying in the bows.
You're the only one that can say that.
Exactly. I'm okay to say it. But, ultimately it's an asymmetric boat, so you've got the challenge of that. Plus, it is more aero. That's why the cox is lied down in the bows. You definitely couldn't do that in an 8, because you're going far too fast and it would be incredibly dangerous. But also you can't have that much boat behind you and not see what's going on. But I do think kind of the way that you row a cox 4 needs to be a little bit different to the way you row a coxless 4, because of the weight in the bows. You've got to, unsurprisingly, you've got to have a pretty kind of connected front end. There is the weight there to kind of be there for it, but you've got to make sure that those bodies aren't opening early off the catch. You've got to make the most of the legs, hold the bodies over. And I'd say, we're seeing a really great example from both of these crews about how they're actually just picking the boat up and not wasting energy. And here's that second semi-final. So here we have 2 kind of big powerhouses, I would say, of kind of women's school rowing. So we have here we have Headington and St Paul's. Headington is over on the Berkshire station, absolutely flew off the start there. And then we've got St Paul's as well, St Paul's on the Buck station.
Yeah, 2 aggressive starts. I think everyone's sort of throwing the kitchen sink at these starts, and it's all in the tactics, isn't it? But I think it's hard to tell from the angles at the moment. But I think you can see that, relatively even. Yeah,
absolutely. So Ryan Domain is the coach at Headington, and they've got a huge kind of girls program at Headington, and that's brilliant. And you can just see them both kind of stroke for stroke. It's only about a canvas in it, and it's pretty tough. When you are that close, it feels like kind of the lead could change at any time, and it's definitely something that's kind of something to be kind of aware of when you're in this kind of one-on-one, head-to-head. I think it's just a case of kind of really focusing on. And as you come through that first minute, your bodies are switching systems. There's that anxiety. You're like, I want to keep pushing, but you're like, I need to find my race rhythm.
Yeah, and that is, I think, the most painful part of a race right now, where these crews are trying to push onto their rhythm, but they've got all that lactic acid building up, and this is pretty stroke for stroke, so they've also got to have confidence. Like, one crew has to push onto the rhythm before the other, and having that confidence that, we back our base speed, we're good, we can push on and keep walking. But this is, it's very, very even, and you see the people watching with anticipation on the bank, and this is where we've talked about it earlier, how close the crowd is, and they're going to start hearing their teammates and their supporters cheer for them, and it's neck and neck.
It's really close. It started to look like, to me, St Paul's on the Buck station was just starting to move through Headington, but there's barely anything in it. So it is going to be a real case of who can kind of get into their rhythm and trust what they're doing. It's pretty tight. They've still just about overlapped. Maybe it's just starting to move away. And that is Godolphin and Latimer, who had a really aggressive start, and it's obviously paid off for them.
Yeah, and there was a very aggressive start, and there was a moment in the race where it looked like, oh, maybe was it too aggressive? But actually, they've managed to sort of hold off that second push from Wimbledon, and you see the excitement crossing the finish line, knowing that they have officially booked their place for a final in the afternoon.
Yeah, really great job. Well done, well done. And that's going to be a really interesting one, because look at this. This is so tight. Yeah, we've got this. I really like the tips on that, those Eddington blades, those kind of bright blue. Yeah, and it's really, I'd say kind of what I think is really nice about that Headington boat is the way that they're just coming through into that second half. Like, they look like they're just pushing the boat through the connection point. There's no pulling. They're not dragging on it. It's really kind of legs first, and then the front, the kind of that back end is just sort of coming at them because of the work they've done in front of the pin.
Yes, and I think that's when you're connected around the front, if you can just let the boat come to you, whereas if you feel like you've got to give that sort of tug in the second half, I think you're like, okay, where am I going wrong that I need to add? Whereas if you're locked and sort of connected around the front, there's actually no chance you can really yank it into the finish, because you're like, it's just too heavy. Like, I've got too much weight on the end of my blade, and that crew is doing it very well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so then we are... we're just going to be coming then up to the next race. So you can just see them getting ready there. So that is the junior quads. The Nina Padwick Trophy. And so on the Berkshire station, you've got Hereford Cathedral School. And then over on the Bucks, you then have Henley Rowing Club. So this is going to be quite an exciting semi. These two are going to be pretty neck and neck. I remember kind of watching them in that first part of the racing yesterday. Both crews had a really great first half. So it'd be interesting to see kind of who hangs on in that second half.
Yeah. Getting into the quads, quads are one of the boats I really love watching, I think, because you can get that symmetry.
Yeah,
is the word I'm looking for. I was like, what is this one?
Yeah, I think just, big steering. Okay, so that's quite a bit of steering coming off from Hereford.
I'm surprised the umpire's flag's not quite up yet.
And a big
He's confident.
correction.
He's confident in their ability.
You can see he's getting it out. He's getting it ready. But they've made that correction before needing to be told.
I love the thinking process of the umpires. You see the twitching, you're like, is it time?
Yeah.
But no. Yeah.
I think when you're behind as well, we can see a couple of extra camera angles here, and they're a little bit further away than they might look. But it does give a little bit of nervousness as you're going along. But yeah, here we're just coming into the second half. This has been an absolutely fantastic race. This here with Headington and St Paul's. And you know that both Coxes will be absolutely pushing it. Alice in the Headington School crew, and Sita in the Bucks crew, who is St Paul's. But I think it looks like Headington, who snuck ahead and took the lead, seemed to be going, and they look like they've just got. I often tell my rowers to get more neck. They just, I'm trying to, another way of saying,
I do know what you mean.
Drop your shoulders.
Yeah.
And they just look like they've just got a little bit more length of the spine. And I think that just, you can afford to be a little bit more relaxed when you're up.
Yeah, they do. They were just that tiny bit longer, but what a race from both crews to neither of them sort of give up at any point. And it was pressure on the crew from Headington the entire way, but they managed to stay calm and, as you say, just stay that little bit more relaxed to fight off the charge.
And we are hearing a lot of noise outside our tent, and that is because Henley Rowing Club are up. They are up in those J16 quads, and they seem to be doing really well. Again, like, you can see kind of like the length through the body. So one thing I'm like looking out for is like looking at where like their ribs are against their hips. Like, are they kind of sitting down into their pelvis, or are they up tall, getting that turnover, and just making sure the knees are staying flat before the body moves, and they're doing that really well.
Yeah, and I like the way they come around the back. They're sort of just in, out. There's no added tension. There's no like, get me to the finish. It's very smooth. They hold through, but then they're off for the next stroke, and just that kind of continuous movement.
Yeah, looks really nice. You can see the stroke girl there just giving some comms to the bow three.
Yeah. I always wonder though, when I was in bow seat, I was like, I can't hear what you're saying. So sometimes I would just say yes in the hope that I would do what they wanted. But maybe they can hear, maybe their hearing's better than mine. But I was like, well, I'm not going to say pardon. So
I used to do
yes.
that. When I'm in the bows and my stern pair are like, da, 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 and I often go, yep, let's make that change.
Yeah.
Ready, go. I just hope that, you know, that gets a bit more boat speed.
Yeah, occasionally it does catch you out and they're like, but I asked you a question and you're like, oh, interesting.
Sure. This is race 369. This is the second semi of the J16 quads. So we have on the Berkshire station, that's Hartbury University and College Boat Club. And then across we've got AB7 Rowing Club as well. So this is, I actually saw these racing yesterday as well. Both had, again, kind of really dominant in the first half, and then they were kind of leading their crews. They were able to relax. So it's interesting as we come into these kind of tighter races, seeing essentially kind of, you know, who's got the gas in that second half, who can kind of match it. Did they race to the 1K or do they have like the ability to stay the course really? But nice clean start from the two of them.
Yeah, clean starts from both crews actually, and both crews look pretty flat. I think maybe the crew on the back side, their blades are just a little bit tidier, but it's interesting to see the sort of tactic as they come out. But yeah, good straight lines from both crews.
Yeah, really nice. Looking at this kind of 87 crew, they definitely they've kind of let us know that they haven't spent a particular amount of time kind of in their own crews. They've been kind of working together for quite a short period of time, because we've got a couple of them who are getting ready for GB France match in singles and doubles. So they've kind of put this boat together, and this is definitely their first regatta together. So yeah, they're doing really well so far. Just looking at that split screen then, we're just seeing the culmination of the earlier race, and it looks like that Henley Rowing Club crew, which is nice for them. They're enjoying the cheers, but they've got a good couple of lengths up on that Hereford Cathedral School.
They do. I imagine the home crowd will be out in full force, and it's always more satisfying when you kind of feel like you sort of own the sort of body of water and they've put out a dominant performance and you can tell they've been able to take it down. They're more relaxed now, and hopefully we'll get to see them at their full potential come the final this afternoon.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, there's a little bit of roll on the boat, but I think that's a product. You can see how bouncy that water is, but they're really accurate with the handles. So despite the roll, like, they're getting in and on around that front end. And well done to Hereford Cathedral School. That was a really great, classy row from them. So jumping back then, we can see it's pretty tight. It actually looks like it perhaps is a little bit of a composite, because you can see the different light crews. And wow, look at this. So it's about a third of a length up to the Bucks crew. And then we have, yeah, they're maybe just moving out to half a length up on Hartbury University and College Boat Club. But yeah, really nice. Looks like both crews are actually just being really accurate around that front end. I think that's really paying them back. There's kind of not a lot of movement, a little bit of steering perhaps just coming from that Bucks crew. So they just need to make sure they hold their line and stay relaxed.
Yeah, it can be such a detrimental thing if you have to change when you're like, when you are in that rhythm and you just saw the bow seat turn around and take a look. I think she wants to know where she is, because obviously these are coxless boats. She's probably the one that's doing the cooling, and she needs to be able to relay to her crew, are we just holding or do we need to make a change? Are we on the move? And it's that balance of telling them where they are and relaying that, but also making sure you're not looking out too much, because it can be very hard to look out and keep rowing well at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. I think like it's something that's quite interesting. So obviously I cox an adaptive crew, so I'm having to kind of manage kind of like different impairments that my different athletes have, and in the PR3 category, which I'm a part of, we have a number of athletes who are visually impaired. So some people have kind of no central vision, some have no peripheral vision, and it's different things. So it's kind of interesting for me, because obviously I have to trust that they're not really looking out, because there's potentially for some of them they can't see, but they don't even have the peripherals. So how do I make sure I'm giving them enough information about where they actually are in the race, but then also not overloading the people who are aware of what's going on, and all that sort of thing. So yeah, it's a new challenge when you jump into kind of a boat with people who need particular kind of adaptations, and it's a good challenge as a cox.
Yes, and I imagine that comes down to even people's personal preference as well, because some people are like, I need to know where I am, whereas others are like, actually give me the information that I need occasionally, but the rest of the time I need to focus on myself. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't envy your job. You're balancing a lot of preferences and difficulties. Yeah, you do well.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's getting to know your crew. And so we're actually jumping into the Academic Eights. This is the semi-final of the Colgan Foundation Cup. So here we have Edinburgh University on the Berkshire station, and they are up against a crew from the Netherlands on the Buck station.
The eights, once again, going back to that, I love watching the start of the eights, and these two have come out very, very close. There's not really a seat in it, and this is where I feel like the coxswains are going to be trying to get their crews to stay internal, because I think as a rower in this point of the race, there's no point looking out. It's so early on. You need to kind of go through this stage, establish where you are and push onto your rhythm, and then that's when you can go, okay, where are we? What do we do now? But these crews, it looks like they've just been set off from the start. They're literally neck and neck. There's nothing to separate these two.
Absolutely, and it seems kind of there's very similar caliber across the two crews in terms of kind of what they've done in their own kind of domestic regattas. You've got kind of a number of them who were in the A final, the champ pairs at Bucks. This is from the Edinburgh crew. Kind of a lot of success in the intermediate, and these are the Academic Eights. So these are kind of eights that kind of neck and neck. We'll come back to them in a second, because we are just seeing crossing the finish line here, the J16 quads, and that's a really great performance there, coming through on the Buck station from this crew that's been put together about 10 days. So exciting to see, they'll be developing and learning loads.
Yeah, it'll be impressive. They've obviously got a bright future ahead of them. But sometimes it actually can be quite nice if you're in that sort of honeymoon phase where you don't have to really understand what is it, what are our issues. So there can be the pros and cons to getting together and jumping into a new crew come a new regatta.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we have the Blue Army of Edinburgh. They are just starting to take, they've just got just over a canvas now. The bow ball's sort of sitting on that bow pair up above the Netherlands crew. But I would say, it's pretty tight. They're just about to come through the barrier, I think. They've just gone through the barrier, actually. So they're going to be kind of they're very much into that middle chunk of the race. And I think both crews, to be honest, they look really dynamic. They look like they're really kind of levering that boat kind of through the pin. But yeah, kind of eyes are forward. They look both pretty relaxed, I'd say.
They do, and I feel like there's always that danger in an eight that it's kind of harder to feel what impact you're making on the boat, and there's that danger just to go off by yourself and overwork it a little bit. But I think both of these crews are actually really good examples of rowing a similar stroke together. They are in sync, and it's paying off for both. Obviously, one's starting to edge out slightly, but not with a huge amount of urgency. So I think it's still anyone's game, and you see them coming up against some ducks.
Yeah, it really does kind of turn around really fast. So we're kind of like, just over 3 minutes in. But this is them coming through the 1K. I think in the eights especially, at this course, the race just goes. It just disappears on you. And I've raced eights here, and it's definitely happened to me. And you're like, oh my goodness, because you're really starting to come into your finish. It's a super, super quick race. And I think Edinburgh have kind of started to dictate the speed of the race a little bit more, starting to turn the screw and move away a little bit from this Dutch crew. But you might think this margin is insurmountable, but it's really not. This race happens so fast.
Yeah, you make a great point. I think all these rowers are probably predominantly used to racing either 2K or even longer with all the heads races, and then you come to this and it's about 1,500 metres, and having that 500 metres less is actually significantly different, and it's a completely different ball game.
Yeah, so this is two different crews here, just also in the semi-finals of the Academic Eights. This is Oxford Brookes on the Berkshire station, and on the Bucks we've got UL. So two quite kind of different crews. We've got a very young crew in UL, kind of half the boat of freshers. They've just come back from camp, and they are looking to step on. They won Academic Eights at Met Regatta, and then they are up against a Brookes crew. So Brookes have got a lot of experience in this event. This would be, if they are able to take the win today. This will be the 5th crew that have won Academic 8 since 2018 from Brooks. So, yeah, but we are just coming back. Look how tight this race is. This is fantastic. So, as we said, it's not over till it's over. That Netherlands crew is coming back up on Edinburgh, but I think they're going to run out of track.
Yeah, the race goes quickly, as you mentioned before, but they've held on really, really well, and you just see what it means, like those certain key moments in races, and that's when I think the crew kind of slightly missed that chance to kind of hold on, which meant that they sort of ran out of track, but impressive performance to really put that pressure on right to the end.
Yeah, so this is pretty tight as we're coming through the kind of 350, 400 meter mark on the Academic 8s. So here we do have kind of quite a young crew from UL. Boat nickname is the Stu V, taking on the UV, but Stu is the coach. Yeah, they've kind of really neck and neck, which is quite exciting. Emily Mears, who's coxing the Oxford Brooks boat, she's actually won this event before in 2021. And they've got a couple of international rowers here. They've got 2 Americans and 1 Dutch, but we can hear that there's a lot of Brooks and UL supporters right outside our door, so we can tell they're just coming towards the end of the competitors area.
Yeah, they're 2 powerhouses in rowing, and they have, once again, we've sort of talked about the power of a great program and the confidence that brings to a crew, and I would say both of these have that. They know what it takes to form a good crew. They know what it takes to win races like this. So it's a great battle. But yeah, you definitely hear the crowds out in full force. So I think both of these crews have some good supporters out there on the bank today.
Super cool drone shots here, just right from above. You can just see the 8s and how they're just spending time sort of out the front, in front of the pin, really hanging on it through that outside arm. I think UL just need to be careful here that they don't kind of snap that elastic and get left behind by Brooks. Brooks made a really nice move as it came through the barrier, and it's paying off. But they've still got contact, and it's not over yet.
This is a great shot here. You can just see them sort of flowing out there. All their faces look relatively relaxed. I'm sure the pain is really, really settled in well and truly by now, but it's a great shot to see the blades all dropping in together, and they've got a great rhythm. I think it's been set up by their stern pair. It looks long, it looks strong, but it's also that sort of punchy, like you can tell they've got some good intent in that stroke.
Yeah, absolutely. And that kind of Brooks rhythm, that they had kind of a really dominant men's 8 program for a long time. And it was actually when I was training in Wallingford, which is where Brooks trained as well, with Oxford, that the first ever sort of women's 8s program came. So Alan French was a big part of developing that women's program at Brooks. He went over to Red and Blue Coat, and now he's coaching the Oxford women's team.
Oh, yeah.
So, so it's really exciting to kind of see over the last kind of 10-ish years how the women's program at Brooks has developed and has become kind of a force to be reckoned with just alongside the men's program. And it's really, really great to see, and we can see, how their success in these events are just kind of testament to how well they're doing. So we're jumping now into Cox's Club 4s. This is the Leicester Trophy semi-final. So we have on the Berkshire Station, London Rowing Club, and on the Buck Station, Thames. Bit of a tideway battle going on here.
Yeah, tideway battle out in Henley.
It looks like that London Rowing Club has maybe just taken a little bit of advantage. And they were pretty pleased with their performance in Met Regatta. They were only beaten by championship crews, so they qualified for the A final at Met. So they were pretty happy with that. Looks like Brooks then jumping back to these 8s, these student 8s, academic 8s. Looks like Brooks has managed to maintain that lead.
Yeah, they're an impressive crew to watch, and we've talked about it's slightly easier to settle into a really relaxed rhythm when you're out in front, but I think I love how they're sort of confident to float out there. You can tell they're not dragging themselves up the slide, and that was always a challenge for me in an 8. Sometimes there's always that urgency for the next stroke, take the next one, but they had the patience to kind of let the boat come to them. And I think in the crews I've been in, if you can get that, it's such a game changer, and you've just got an ability to go to that next level because the boat's doing some work for you. It's
yeah,
nice,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's nice for that to happen once in a while.
Yeah, totally. So we're just coming through up to about 500 meter marker of the club, Coxless 4s. And yeah, that Bucks crew of Thames. They're just about a length down. They're still in touch. It still looks to me like that London Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, they're rating that a little bit higher, a little bit more dynamic, but maybe not quite in their race rhythm yet. They could pay for that kind of high rate a little bit further down the course.
Yeah, they do look very racy, and maybe they've trained for this and that's their approach, but it'll be an interesting thing to see how they settle, because they're really attacking it, and maybe that's the strategy here. But then you also see, I feel like Thames is having a little bit of struggle with their course. They've kind of been in and out towards the booms, towards the middle, and as a rower that can be really difficult to row through all those course corrections, and at the moment they'll be feeling all the dirty water from this London Rowing Club crew, and that can also be really challenging, because once you're in that you can kind of just get sucked in, and it can be really hard to get out of someone else's wash.
Totally, yeah. I think there's some kind of like invisible magnet that happens when,
Oh my god, yeah.
when there's like two of you and you're kind of getting pulled in, and as a cox I can see it happening to myself, and I'm like, stop. So yeah, it is quite interesting. These two crews, we had kind of the London Rowing Club, as we mentioned before, who've kind of taken that quite significant advantage now. They were in the A final that met on the Saturday, but then this Thames crew raced and met on the Sunday, and they won the kind of club event on the Sunday. So yeah, on paper quite an interesting matchup, but I think it's definitely London Rowing Club who've kind of shown their caliber in this kind of second third of the race.
Yeah, and they've been able to look like they've settled a little bit more now. They're still up and they're still racy, but they do look that little bit longer, like they've settled into that more middle of the race rhythm, as opposed to the punchy start or like going up for the wind.
Yeah, so we have Upper Thames again.
Upper Thames, so common today. They're doing well, yeah.
They've got loads.
Yeah.
It's kind of like their backyard regatta.
Yeah.
And then up against Molesey. Upper Thames, we've got Lauren Harrington, Yasmin Ryman King, Hope Connaught, and Emily Paul, and they're on the Berkshire station. Looks like they're not quite at front stops yet, so maybe just waiting for that call from the umpire. And then at Molesey, you've got Millicent Phantom, Kiara Stirrett, Alexandra Poole, and April Lemon. And yeah, both crews kind of seem to have set markers in these boats at previous regattas. So it's going to be really interesting how this one plays out. Molesey they kind of won Wallingford Regatta, second place in the B final at Met, having a lot of experience. They raced at Ghent as well. And then again, we've got this kind of Upper Thames boat who showed their dominance, kind of winning multiple categories at Reading Amateur Regatta. So a lot of them have raced quite a lot recently, so it'll be interesting to see how it pans out. We're just looking at this second half of this crew, of this race, sorry. Yeah, just seeing how this is coming across the finish. Got the split screen there, so we've got both semi-finals going down the track at the same time.
Yeah, it's quite cool to see both going down the track at the same time, and knowing that there's going to be a good battle in the final. But for the first semi-final, it does look like London Rowing Club has been able to just control it a little bit more. It looks like they've been able to almost dictate the race, whereas unfortunately for the Thames crew, it feels like they've had to try and do a lot of reacting. And you can just see London. They look very relaxed. They look calm. They don't look like they're overly exerting themselves. So this is another crew that I almost can't wait to see them reach their full potential in the final. All going to plan.
Yeah.
Don't want to speak too soon.
Yeah.
Later in the afternoon. Don't want to jinx them.
Get them across the line. It's the commentator's curse,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. So then we're just seeing here really lovely shots here, really close, a canvas in it, which is absolutely nothing at this point. And it looks like the crew of Upper Thames has just got the advantage currently over this Molesey crew. Again, we can see the kind of difference in strats. You've got a bucket going on. But we're talking about kind of that synchronicity. It really highlights sort of how you're moving across. It looks like maybe the 3-seat in that Upper Thames crew is just moving a little bit faster off that back turn. But it seems to be working for them, and they're kind of that 2-seat catching up with them and getting in and on at the same time.
Yeah, you can't hide in that bucket. It's always a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, especially with a drone right ahead.
I know. This will be great coaching footage. I'm sure the coaches will be loving all this footage.
Yeah, so you can see kind of that Molesey crew they definitely look like they're getting a little bit more rotation, making sure it's nice and long. It's just making sure it's kind of staying really accurate. It's actually a lot harder to spot those molesy blades and the drone with the black blades, but they are now looking about half a length down, but the race is young. They're 2 minutes in. They've got another couple of minutes to go. So how relaxed can they be? Can they drop those inside shoulders? Can they make sure they just manage the wash? Because you can see there's quite a lot on the boat. You can see it kind of running up onto the bows.
Yeah, this is a good angle to see it dipping down into it right now. I think that they're going to be battling quite a bit. And I think Molesy's done pretty well to kind of stop that initial lead that Upper Thames managed to get. But I think now is going to be a real key moment for them in this race. If they want to stay in it, they're going to have to stop the Upper Thames just from inching and inching, because it's, as we talked about, these races go quick. There's not a lot of room when you get to that sort of second half of the race to make big changes, and now's the time. Like, if these ladies want to do it, they're going to have to make a change and respond to the lead that Upper Thames has got.
Yeah, a lot of the women in this Upper Thames boat have done quite a lot. Yaz has been at Upper Thames since 21, and then Emily, Hope, and Lauren all joined in 22. So they've all done quite a lot of racing in that Lycra, and I'd imagine kind of mixing up those combinations throughout the season. They've rowed together for quite a while, and I think that always really helps when you can just jump in. You're rowing in the same way, in the same style, and we can see a few of those composites. They're not quite rowing as well together, even though it's super powerful. And I do think, when you're coached by the same people for that amount of time, that does really help. This is the junior doubles, so we're moving on to the semi-finals of the Rayner Cup. This is on Berkshire, Hartpury University and College Boat Club. We've seen a few of them. That's Chloe and Millie. And then across on the Buck Station, that's Royal Grammar School Worcester, which is Lucy and Olivia.
Been a good start for both crews, but I think we've got the crew on the Berkshire Station just sort of edging out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of, they've got on that Berkshire Station, that is that Hartpury University and College Boat Club. Really lovely blade work off that front end, which is not easy to do when you're coming off a start sequence. Really nice. Just needing to make sure that they're not getting too close to the middle, and you can see there the umpire just getting their hand toward a flag.
Is that do I do it? Yes,
there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, just sort of giving them a little nudge. So when the kind of umpire gets the flag out, it is kind of helping you, giving you a little nudge to get onto the ride station. You can kind of get quite a few flags, and generally when it starts to kind of get quite serious is when they're shouting very loud at you.
Yeah.
It's happened to me before, I'm not going to lie, and it's making sure that you're not impeding the race. It's that kind of making sure that everyone has a fair run down the track and gets the best shot at it.
Yeah, and I think as long as you show that intent that you're moving pretty soon after it, they let you do that, and you don't have to do it with a really aggressive turn. Which I think a lot of crews can accidentally sometimes do that and panic and then overcorrect. But yeah, as long as you show that intent that you're like, we will get back. This is a good race.
Really close. So Upper Thames had the lead the whole way, and this angle is really deceptive. Oh my goodness. I think that might be Upper Thames that had just had it, but it'll be hard to know. This camera isn't exactly on the line, so we'll have to see kind of, we'll let you know if we hear kind of who ends up getting that win. But that was really tight. That's super impressive from that Molesy crew, because they must have been just kind of coming up. We kind of missed their big sprint, but they obviously had a lot to give in those last couple of 100 meters and made it work for them.
That was impressive, and I think to be able to close that gap, it's a shame we kind of missed it, but it was a good turnaround from them.
Yeah, it's huge. So we've got this crew in the Berkshire Station. They had a great start, and they seem to be maintaining that. This is Chloe and Millie from Hartpury University College, and they are just up against the Royal Grammar School Worcester. Royal Grammar School, one of my old teammates used to coach there when she was over in Worcester, and they've got some great experience. Kind of some of them are kind of winning the. They won the under 17 double at Junior Sculling Regatta, and did well at Nat Schools as well. They were 5th in the double. So yeah, they've been rowing together a little while, and they seem to kind of be really slick off that back turn, but they're not quite able to overturn so far that lead from Chloe and Millie.
No, they're sort of out here controlling the race, and once again, watching these two row, they look super in sync. It looks like the bow seat there is just allowing the stroke seat to set the rhythm and just slotting in behind and sort of doing that supportive role, which I think is what the best bow seats do. And you can see she's got a stroke coach there, and the stroke's often in charge for deciding the rate and setting that, and the bow seat's job is just to kind of go with it, I learned.
Yeah, and you can see that you kind of, the bow seat there was just kind of talking to the stern as well. Sort of, they're often kind of delivering the race plan. That's partly, as Grace said before, sometimes because if you're in a stroke seat, they can't hear you. The wind whipping past your ears. This is then race 375. This is the other semi-final of the Rainer Cup. Here we have Wycliffe College against the very distinctive orange of Lee Rowing Club. This is a really promising duo from Lee. Jess is only 16 and is looking to kind of represent kind of the under-19 championships, but unfortunately she had her GCSEs to do. There will be a lot more opportunities, I think for them, and they've both got off the start really clean, which is good to see.
Yeah, from this angle, it looks like it's a pretty even start, and obviously it can be a little bit deceptive somewhere and when we sort of get the next shot, but it's been a good race from both of these crews so far.
Yeah, it's great to see. I think kind of British sculling has had kind of a real upsurge in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
It's really exciting to see. We've got some fantastic British scullers which are kind of standing on the shoulders of a lot of people who've done a lot of work over the last kind of 8 to 10 years. So it's super exciting. Obviously, kind of we've got our women's quad who are the reigning world champions going into the games, which is really exciting. A lot of them are kind of homegrown talent on this piece of water. So yeah, exciting to see how they go.
And I think that makes it so exciting for the young people, because when you have that example of what's possible,
Totally.
it just increases the excitement and it increases people's belief that actually, maybe one day that could be me. And I'm sure today from all the races we've watched, we'll see probably a few future stars that we might be watching compete internationally in the years to come.
Yeah, exactly. It's like kind of, you can be it if you can see it. So It's really exciting. This is probably one of the biggest margins I think we've seen. This has been an absolutely fantastic performance from Hartbury. They don't seem to have let up all that much. They've kind of been really driving it through, perhaps really wanting to test out their full race plan before going down the track in the final. But yeah, really impressive. Yeah, even had the foresight to get their arms away and drop together.
I was like, their coach will be so proud.
Silky. And then we can see the other semi-final just coming down the course here. This is Lee. Lee, again, they've kind of really stepped on. It was pretty tight. So they've just come through the barrier. So kind of 650-ish where Lee is right now. So they're coming into that second half of the course, but look at that distance per stroke.
That you can tell, and sometimes that was a measure we used a lot, where you would look at, okay, how far do my puddles get from my boat before I take my next stroke? And these two scullers are doing that really well. They're super tidy. I think they're very effortless. They're not doing anything extra with their bodies or their blades. Their blades seem to be just like dropping into the water, so they're a pretty good example of what good sculling looks like. And as you say, their length kind of allows that boat to work for them, and their puddles are getting a long way away before they're putting their next stroke in.
Yeah, that's great. Jess and Bibi both took part in junior trials earlier this year, and it looks like a really kind of mature race. It can be quite easy when you're up to kind of lose concentration, but they look like they're properly on it. And this is a great shot of Wycliffe College there with Georgina and Amelia. So jumping down now to the champ lightweight singles. So we are seeing yet again Durham University. They've had a lot of people in these semi-finals, and this is Caroline in Durham University, and then we've got University College Court Rowing Club. That's over on the Buck Station, and that is... Oh, she's really helpfully said how to pronounce her name, which is Cleaner. Thank you, Cleaner. I looked at that name and thought, oh no, and she really helpfully said that. My maiden name is Vysotsky Jones, so that was a mouthful and a half. I'm now Kennedy, which is a lot easier.
You're like, I don't have to spell that one out as many times.
Yeah, and they're off the start. So yeah, just a little look round from Caroline, just to making sure that she was in the right place. She maybe felt like she moved a little bit just off the start. So yeah, she's all good. Both of them clean off the start, and I'd say yeah, a couple of pipping a little bit higher there, coming through from Durham.
Yeah, these two different styles are quite interesting. You've got the sculler from Durham that's a little bit further forward. She's a little bit before the pin, whereas you've got the Irish sculler that's a little bit more back-ended and sort of leans back a little bit and doesn't get as far out in the front. And once again, there's many different ways to move a boat, but I think, yeah, it's quite intriguing, the two different ways that these two scullers are approaching. And you just see the athlete from Durham, she's just coming over into the middle a little bit, and the umpires are getting the flag out. We've even got Camilla from an ex-Durham rower herself is out there commentating in the boat, so I'm sure she'll be doing some unbiased commentating.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see the purple of the blazer.
It's always good when you see. I actually think it's always kind of nice when you see, a blazer that like down that start line, which is really nice. Oh wow, look how Lee is chilling. They are looking really in control, really relaxed, and that's an absolutely fantastic way to finish the junior doubles. They're just coming across the line now. Yeah, really nice from Lee. They look like they're just relaxed, getting themselves ready for a final in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, I hope they enjoy that. Like, there's not many races where you can win by that much, and it's a special experience. So hopefully they took that moment in and are able to go away, rest up, and come back out here for the final.
Yeah, so here then we have the other final that they're just coming through. So we saw the start, we're just rejoining them there. So I've come through the quarter mile. So that's Caroline. It's really lovely to see Caroline back rowing. She's had kind of a long-term kind of rib injury that she's having to kind of rehab and come back through. And it's always great when you see people they put in the long, hard hours. You don't appreciate, when you have an injury. It's so hard to watch everyone go off and race. So it's great to see her back doing some of the fun summer racing.
Yeah, and I think also from an outside perspective, we get to watch these athletes come here and race, and you kind of forget about everything that goes into getting people to the start line. And often, actually, even for a regatta like this, a lot of people don't even make it to the start line. So for these scullers to all come through to the semi-final, it's impressive. And as you say, like, a lot of people have had to overcome a lot. Mm-hmm. And it's challenging. Rowing's not an easy sport, and racing's the exciting part. So it's cool to be able to see people put all the hard work into practice.
Absolutely. We really don't, our minutes of training per minutes of racing is quite a poor ratio. I don't think we don't advertise that when we're trying to recruit people into rowing. No. But then I think, the endorphins and everything from getting to go down the track and race like this is pretty cool, especially kind of on a nice day in Henley. You can't really go wrong. And she looks really dominant here, to be honest. This is the champ lightweight singles, and you can see kind of it's champ for a reason. She looks really strong. She's got a great swing through on the hips.
Yeah, she really does. And I feel like as the race has gone on, she's got a little bit longer and longer and longer, and has seemed to really get into her rhythm. Even almost the more she gets tired, the better she rows.
Yeah, it's just kind of giving it that relaxation in the shoulders, isn't it? Just being allowed to kind of, let the body come through. So we're just getting ready now for the other semi-final, again, champ lightweights. So we've got an international battle going on here. So we have Hamilton Rowing Club New Zealand, that's Amy Robson, who's over on Berkshire. And she is the Navy High Performance Collaborative from the USA. And that's Riona on the Buck Station.
Yeah, I've had a little bit to do with Amy throughout my time in rowing in New Zealand and just rowing in New Zealand in general. I think she's, a huge advocate for rowing. She has put in years and years of practice, and I know she's actually over here doing a little bit of a European tour, has raced at the Bled International Regatta and some other regattas, and I think, well, she told me this. We'll see if it happens, but this is almost her final swan song of rowing. So
what a way to finish.
Yeah, she's given so much, and now she's here racing at regattas like this. So it's a pretty special experience.
That's amazing. Yeah, she was saying she was kind of originally wanting to go on this trip, originally around 2020 and go see some other regattas, but something else happened then.
Yeah,
and forced
can't
it
remember what.
A little bit later.
Oh, we're having a few steering issues here, and I think Amy needs to recorrect before she gets in a little bit of trouble. She'll also be putting herself in a position of rowing in the American Scullers wash.
Yeah, so looking at that American sculler, she rode for Boston University and raced in the lightweight, the IRAs, which is the big national championships over in the States. And so she's a 2-time silver medalist there. So, yeah, and both of them have kind of spent a little bit of time with some London clubs as well. Looks like Riona's was spent a little bit of time with London Boat Club, and Amy's been doing some work with Thames. So yeah, they've been kind of getting well educated on the British waterways and the Tideway.
Oh, the Tideway is one that takes a while to get your head around.
Yeah, if you ever do.
I don't think you do.
Yeah, we look like we might have had a little bit of a frozen program here, but just to kind of keep you updated, it actually looks like we're going to kind of jump back a little bit towards coming towards the final of this other semi-final, and it looks like University College Cork. So Kleena looks like she's rode through that the Durham sculler Caroline, and that must have been a fantastic second half. She looks like she's really taken the rate up.
She's sprinting well. You can just tell she's got that ability to just change gears, whereas the Durham sculler looks like she hasn't been able to go up and rate and maybe just put in a little bit more effort into the first half of the race. But very impressive turnaround from the sculler from Cork.
Yeah, really well done, Kleena. That was fantastic. That was obviously a very well raced race plan, and that's we were saying there's just different strategies of the way to race a boat. Like in the fall that I'm a part of at the moment, you know, we really work on our middle section, our base pace, but you know, the reality is if you try and kind of push that 1%, 2% more in the middle, it does mean you just don't have quite enough at the end if that's what you need. And you know, vice versa, big start, big finish, it means you're not quite able to kind of take it in the middle.
No, I reckon, and it takes a lot of playing around with your race strategy and race tactics to figure out what actually is the best way of getting me from A to B as fast as possible. And yeah, you can do a lot of trial and error and sometimes not quite nail it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are struggling. I think a little bit of the camera is just a tiny bit earlier, but we'll get that back for you just in a moment. But from a couple of other camera angles we can see, it looks like potentially that the Buckinghamshire Station Ariana is kind of pushing away a little bit more from Amy on the Berkshire Station, but you can just see them as they're coming up. You can see it's starting to look like a little bit of a headwind to me. You can see that on the water.
Yeah, it is, and that might sort of progress as the day goes on, which is going to, I think, really... These rowers have a lot of races in their legs by now, and I think that headwind is just going to make it a little bit more difficult and a little bit more painful. So it's also going to come down to who's done the training to be able to deal with the amount of fatigue, and we're about to get into the pointy end and it's the finals, and that's where it all comes into play. So part of it is going to be the training. You don't win on the day, you win in what you've done beforehand.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll bring you a little bit more information once we see the final coming up of the other semi-final of that lightweight champ singles. But we are just seeing off the start here the junior quads. So this is semi-final. We have on the Berkshire Station Wycliffe College, and then we have on the Buckinghamshire Station Sir William Perkins School. So both really clean off the start. Big start from Wycliffe College. We were just saying how much we love the quads and how kind of accurate they can be, and I would say one way to describe this Wycliffe College off the start is that it's really punchy. You can see they're really getting up and on that very first part of the drive, and they're really dynamic, but they are having a little bit of steering issues. It's really interesting. We tend to see the steering coming a little bit more from that Berkshire Station. I think it is that Buckinghamshire Station. You've got more reference when you're coming along the island.
Yeah.
But this champ singles, I think, it remains in the same place as we were. I think it does look like that Buckinghamshire Station is just a little bit ahead of Amy in the Berks.
Yeah, she looks like she's just been able to kind of control the race a little bit more, and I'm sure at the moment we probably have viewers from all over the world and all very different time zones tuning in to watch these two scullers scull, but it's been impressive races from both, and they both technically are rowing very well, but I think, the sculler from the US has just been able to get out there, dominate it a little bit more, and as we said, it's a lot easier when you can see what's going on, whereas Amy's sort of had to row along without being able to tell what's going on, and in a single it's very hard to turn around and take a look.
Absolutely. It would be great for Fiona to get into that final. She was a semi-finalist in the women's academic four at Women's Henley in 22, so great to see her, and we'll see her in action again at the final in a couple of hours' time. she hasn't let up at all. So definitely kind of trying to work on her finish and how she's coming through. So yeah, really dynamic. A lot of gas going into that second half.
Yeah. Yeah, she's
nice.
got a good, like, aggressive finish. But yeah, congratulations. She'll be stoked to make that final, and I think that'll be another good one that comes up later this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. So that big start from Wycliffe, we're just going to jump back down to those junior quads. It looks like Wycliffe kind of had a really big start, and they managed to maintain it over Sir William Perkins School. Both seem to be kind of really accurate around that front end. We've got a couple of extra camera angles. I know you're just seeing them from behind, but yeah, it looks like Wycliffe is still leading out Sir William Perkins, that Berkshire station. So that Sir William Perkins School, you've got a lot of talent kind of in that stern pair. They won bronze at Nat Schools. A number of kind of the bows got in the silver. There's a lot, and they've done kind of quite a lot of international racing as well. So they are a really, really well-raced crew, that Sir William Perkins School. So, they may well come back in that second half. You never know.
Yeah, I think experience can play a big part in these regattas, and once you've had the more race experience you can get, actually the more beneficial, and I think you can get more and more confident with how you race it. But yeah, it can be difficult, as we talked about, to make up this much ground in a relatively short race. And I think this crew out in front just looks like they're able to kind of sit there, watch what the other crew's doing, and respond when needed. And I think from this angle you can see how tidy their blade work is. They seem to all be relatively in sync and really dropping it in, and their ratio of their time going up the slide versus their time in the water was really, really good. It was that sort of like 3-to-1 ratio, which is probably what you're searching for.
Yeah, so we're just then jumping to the second semi-final of the junior quads. So here we have Marlow Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station against Tideway Scullers over on Bucks. And it's great, I think, when you see a really good junior program, a junior girls program, in a club which also has a great senior women's program, because then there's a pathway there. They can all learn from each other, and yeah, it's really exciting.
I think in my experiences as well, you learn so much from the people that you come in and you look up to. And I mean, I was very fortunate to join the New Zealand team when I had like legends of the sport like above me, and I got to learn from your Hamishes and your Erics and your Mahes and things. And I think you see what they put into it, and you see that it doesn't come, they're coming near the booms.
Tideway Scullers School are right on the edge of the booms, but I think they're just going to correct in time. Right. Fair play. Yeah. Nice and relaxed. Well done.
I was like, they knew they were in control. Once again, I think when you're in the boat, I think you're just like, especially because as one of these rowers and this crew will have steering on their feet. And if you haven't watched rowing before, you don't know how a coxless boat works. It's normally attached to one of the people in the crew, attached to their foot plate, and they sort of turn it, and then the boat will respond because it's attached to the rudder. But yeah, you're just relying on them to kind of make that turn when need be.
So yeah, we just saw the end of that. That was Wycliffe College winning race 378. So they will be in the final, and they will be joined by one of these two crews. So it looks like Marlow Rowing Club is just leading out Tideway Scullers School at the moment, but there's not much in it at the moment. It's about kind of 3/4 of a length up to Marlow School. But Tideway Scullers School, they've got some kind of international caliber in there as well. Both two of the girls from Tideway Scullers raced in the women's 4 in last month's kind of European Under-19 Championships. And so, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how it pans out. Both crews, I think, looking really good, really accurate at the moment.
I've been really impressed with the quality of the sculling in these two semi-finals. I think it's been really sharp and it's been really accurate, and I think it can be hard to get crews together, and some will be together for a while and some will be more of a short-term project, but all these crews seem to have like gelled together quite well, and pretty impressive displays of sculling.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've sort of just stuck with that margin. Henley haven't been able to shake off Tideway Scullers quite yet. And this will be that interesting sort of part of the race when, they're coming up 3 minutes in. They're definitely in that sort of pain cave coming into the equivalent third 500 in a 2K. But, we're talking like that. It's really kind of that that 300, 400 meters where you just got to dig deep before you're really starting to think about it. And I think it's discipline that gets you through this section.
Absolutely, and I think it's that knowing that it will feel better once you sort of push onto that rhythm. But yeah, I think from the spectator seat, it can look like it's a bigger gap, but when you're out there rowing in the boat, a few seats feels very, very close, and neither of those crews will be quite feeling comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we are looking ahead to the Club 8, so a very hotly contested event. And there was a lot of people looking for qualification in this event. So we have on Berkshire London Rowing Club, and then on Bucks we've got Vesta as well. So we've got quite a kind of diverse group of people who kind of entered the clubs, and it's been narrowed down to these 4 crews. And it's actually great to see kind of Vesta in this final. I know Vesta's kind of been working loads on their culture, and they've got a real kind of mix. This first 8 really mixes up some kind of veterans of Vesta and some new joiners of the club, plus people who've come all the way through their development program as well.
Yeah, I think that's such a cool mix when you've got those differences and experiences, because I think everyone at a different stage of their rowing career can add something different. You've got the fresh ideas from the people that have been rowing not as long, and then you've got the experience of the older ones. But this quad race still seems to be relatively close, and Tideway, I think, hasn't quite eaten enough into it, but they're not letting go at all, and they're tracking well.
Yeah, Marlow can't relax at all. I think they both look like they're taking the rate up, and I think they're both managing the rating well, because the big thing is, obviously, when you're coming off to the finish, you need to go up in rate, but you need the boat speed to come with it. There's no point moving faster and not adding speed, because you're just tiring yourself out. But what a brilliant race. I think that Marlow have still got it. Those angles obviously a little bit deceptive, but Tideway Scullers have really come back on them.
Yeah, and this has been an impressive sprint from both crews. I'm not sure what they're rating, but it looks like this crew is up quite high in their rate. Yeah. They're rating a lot.
That is a technical term. Yeah, absolutely. And so we're just coming through the end of the island for the club. So that's about coming up 200 meters in. Clean start from both of them. I always think, even though they're the same width as the 4s, I think just because there's that many more blades, it just makes the booms look tighter.
Yeah, I know. I think in the 8, when I raced the 8 there a few times, and I was like, I don't know how we fit in here.
Yeah, and you can, if you really squeeze, get three boats abreast, but usually we're doing okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, neck and neck, these 2 crews. It's actually a little bit harder to see because of that red bow. And that is of Vesta there. Red is the colour of Vesta. So it's a little bit hard to see where their bow ball is. But I'm going to say it's about a canvas to London.
Yeah, and this is an interesting rig that the London crew has. We've talked a lot about the buckets, but this bucket is a lot further forward in the boat. At the moment, I think I've lost the picture now, but was it in the 7 or 6? Which obviously they're wanting someone up there that maybe can support the stern pair in that 6th seat that wasn't naturally on the right side, so I've had to jig that rigging around a little bit.
I actually raced my boat race with a 7.6 bucket.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but it was for that sort of reason that it was just kind of like the right combination. It was the one that worked the most. But it really, as a coxswain, when you've got a bucket, really messes with your head, because when you're like, bow, take a tap, and you're like, no, not you.
You're like, oh, but you are.
Hang on, which one? Yeah. So this is a great race. So I think, fair play. We've got kind of on the Berkshire station, we've got London Rowing Club have just started to eke out a couple of extra seats, but they are no means out of it. And I think this is where it's big. So if you have a look at where the stern pair is of the Vesta crew, they may well think they are far more down than they are.
Yeah.
And so I think it's a case of kind of making sure that everyone in the crew, they're communicating really well. Obviously, that's the role of the coxswain, to make sure that everyone knows where they are and what they're doing. And you don't want some people in the race to think X and some people to think Y, because they're in different seats in the boat, because they're about 12 meters away from each other.
Yeah, you forget how long 8s are, and you can often feel a little bit out of it in stern pair. I think I spent a little bit of time in 7. It wasn't my favourite seat, to be fair, but you're down 1 or 2 seats and you're like, we're down. Whereas if you're back further in the boat, if you're in 5 or 3 or bow, or the other side, and naturally just think of the bow sides ones, you always feel like you're still in with a shot. So it's that different dynamic in an 8.
Yeah, where did you sit? Where's your favourite seat?
My favourite seat is probably 5 or 3.
Okay, yeah.
And my New Zealand night I was in 5 seat. In Cambridge I rode in 7, begrudgingly, because 7's not exactly my favourite. I find too much responsibility up there. I like to just row.
Yeah, just road. Don't
They
think
ask
road.
for your opinion too often.
So we have the other Club 8 just here. We have the semi-final. We've got Cantabs on the Berkshire side, and then we've got Thames over on the Buck side. So yeah, it's pretty exciting to see kind of these crews. Saw some of their racing yesterday, and they were all pretty hotly contested. So very exciting. Great, and so just as the 8s are running down the track, this marks the end of Grace and I taking you through this afternoon. So you have some fantastic people taking over from us. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and we're going to pass to Tom and Zoe here, but we'll just pop to the bank and watch the racing from there. But yeah, thank you, and look forward to the finals and the rest of the semi-finals.
Henley Women's Regatta. Delighted to be joined by Zoe De Toledo. We'll be taking you right the way through to the end of racing today at about 5:30. Full set of semi-finals and finals to come. On screen at the moment, the Club 8, that was London Rowing Club, securing passage through to the final of the Copus Cup ahead of Vesta Rowing Club. And now we've got the drone shots illuminating the Henley Bank and the course between Cantabrigian on the top end of the screen, about a length down on Thames Rowing Club, who of course are the holders of the Copus Cup at the moment. Zoe, any races you can pick out that you're particularly excited to see? You've obviously been here all weekend.
I can't actually pick out a particular race just because there's so many good races coming up. I mean, personally, I always love the 8s race. Doesn't matter which category. Those are the races I am most excited to see. But having said that, it's actually some of the singles races that I think this morning have been some of the hottest competitions. So I'm just excited to, especially to get into finals time and see who secures those little red boxes.
That's exactly it. Well, we've got a couple of hours left until we get to finals, maybe 90 minutes or so. And Thames at the moment looking pretty sure for the final of the Copus Cup. They'll be keen to retain their trophy, and they'll be facing up against London, local rivals along the Putney Embankment. Two clubs who seem to be increasingly at odds with each other over the past 2 or 3 years, as London have resurged to try and quell the Thames dominance of club rowing in this country. So we'll keep one eye on that race number 381. Thames at the moment leading Cantabrigian. We'll move back to the start, and this is a semi-final of the Chairman's Trophy for aspirational quads, and it is RV Scardi of the Netherlands on the Berkshire station up against the Queen's University ladies from Ireland on the Buckinghamshire station. That's yellow boat Dutch, white boat from Ireland.
So that race has started off now, and I always think these quads races, they just look so frantic because there's so many blades as they go off, but you can actually see, if you look closely, the level of control from these athletes. Even though they're taking a lot of strokes, there's a lot of energy going down, they're so together, so precise with their movements as they go off the start and head towards the end of the island. But it looks like a little bit of steering issues here. Actually, it looks like both crews moving into the centre of the river, but it is the crew from Queen's University Belfast ladies who were being warned back onto their station there.
Yeah, not a lot to choose between the two crews as they leave the flank of Temple Island behind. It's probably the Irish who have their bows maybe slightly ahead. We're guaranteed to see Dutch representation in the final of the Chairman's Trophy for Aspirational Quads, because it's an all-Holland affair in the following semi-final, and I'm sure the Skadi crew will be desperate to ensure that they book their place in the final. But we're watching here Thames coming down towards the line. They've managed to wind down, of course. The frantic schedule of racing dictates that some of these crews have up to 3 contests to try and navigate throughout the Sunday of Henley Women's Regatta. So Thames on a mission to try and conserve as much energy as possible and safely dispatching the crew from Canterbridgian in their semi-final of the Copus Cup. So it'll be Thames London later on today. And there we go, Zoe, that drone shot giving us the full visibility of what's happening on the water. And it looks to me like the Dutch have a slight lead.
Yeah, and this is a lightweight crew, usually. They row generally in doubles, but they've moved together here into the quad for this race at Henley Women's Regatta. And the Queen's University crew that's down has actually got some really experienced athletes on it, people who've won races here at Henley before, some international experience as well. So I'm actually surprised to see this Skadi crew out so early with this kind of 3/4 of a length lead.
Yeah, Queen's University Belfast, one of the centres of performance over in Northern Ireland. They regularly produce very, very strong outfits on both the sculling and sweep side, and actually have a pretty much direct pathway into the Irish national team. So I'm sure several of these athletes will have one eye on international honours in the years to come. But we're watching here the Dutch, who of course always so smooth, always so refined in their technique. There's no excess with the Dutch. They just seem to catch the water at the right moment, leave the water at the right moment.
And you can see there actually, if you look at their faces, they actually look quite relaxed, which is what you want in rowing. What you want to see is you want to see from the shoulders upwards almost fairly relaxed, and then all the work to be down in the legs, in the lower back. So you want to see those legs really punching away, like you can see here, all 4 pairs of legs in unison, but then relaxation in the upper body and in the face.
Well, you can see there the pleasure cruiser on the right-hand side of the shot, just leaving its wake on the course, and the Irish had to row through that, which won't help their challenge. But at the moment, it's the Dutch just attritionally moving out here, stroke by stroke, inch by inch, continuing to extend their lead over Queen's University Belfast in this, the first of 2 semi-finals in the Chairman's Trophy. And we can see the second semi-final is on the state boats as we speak. And this is Willem III, Netherlands. I don't know the Dutch word for 3. On the Berkshire station, up against USR Triton Utrecht of the Netherlands on the Buckinghamshire station. So it's an all Dutch affair. And of course, not only domestic bragging rights, but the chance to win a Chairman's Trophy here at Henley Women's Regatta. Both crews leaving the state boats pretty neatly, pretty tidily. Once again, we see that classic Dutch style on display. Very composed, very controlled. No histrionics at either end of the stroke. 2 of this Wilhelm boat were competing at the under-23 or the under-19 World Championships last summer. Marik Middag and Luna Cooper. At the moment, it looks like maybe the Triton boat on the Buckinghamshire station have had marginally the better of the 2 starts.
So this Willem boat's just their first year out of juniors. So I think they're a crew that are developing, you know, as they get more mature in terms of their physicality as well. I think they look like they could be a real crew to watch, athletes to watch.
Yeah, definitely a boat to watch. And as we see here, it is going to be the crew from Skadi who progress through to the final of the aspirational quads event, the Chairman's Trophy. They've managed to dispatch a pretty interested outfit from Queen's University Belfast in Northern Ireland. So it's going to be an all-Dutch affair in the final. But which crew will be joining their countrywomen from Skadi? Will it be Wilhelm on the right-hand side, or will it be Triton on the left-hand side. And we're seeing again, Zoe, a similar pattern emerging here of the two crews pretty well matched in the opening exchanges, and then one boat just finding their rhythm a little bit more smoothly, a little bit more neatly than the other.
Yeah, I agree, but actually it looks like that Willem crew might just be sneaking back. They're certainly holding. They're definitely not going to let that Triton crew away anytime soon, are they? And I think when you see from this shot, or this one in fact, you just see actually the effort that goes in terms of the work, like I was saying before, with the legs. But it looks so effortless in terms of the way the oars drop into the water. And again, I think that's a really good sign of good quality rowing. You don't want it to look like the part of the stroke where the blades go into the water. You don't want that to look like there's work there. Those crews just coming together a little bit in the middle part of the course. As the Willem crew just, I think, maybe have pushed back about a seat there. But hopefully they're not going to give too much trouble to the umpire. They look like they are now heading back onto their own stations.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the steering at Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta because it is a bit of an enigma. Despite the fact it's a straight course and one would think relatively straightforward to steer, having rowed this course before with a footplate attached to my feet and from the coxing position, it isn't quite as simple as it sounds.
Yeah, I think the problem with it is for me, I found from a coxing perspective was the bank. You can get really easily distracted by the bank that moves in and out. It isn't running straight. Yes, the booms are straight, but there are inlets. The race course moves into the middle of the river. It moves back to the side. And that's the bit that can really distract you and really mean that you find yourself drawn over to the booms or drawn into the middle towards the opposition when you don't want to be.
Yeah, and these 8 athletes will each have an anointed steersperson in their boat, somebody whose responsibility is dual, both to actually scull but also to control the direction of the boat via their footplate. So we'll keep one eye on this all-Dutch affair because it doesn't look like Wilhelm have let Triton get any further away, actually. But we're back to the start here for race 384. This is the first semi-final of the Groton School Challenge Cup. This is Junior Coxed 4, so under 18s. Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club of Scotland in a composite with St Andrew Boat Club on the Berkshire station up against the Kingston Grammar School on the Buckinghamshire station. Clean, straightforward starts from both crews. Of course, we're at semi-final stage now, so we expect proficiency in the opening exchanges in all of these boats. Although they're young rowers, the standard just goes up year on year. And it is remarkable to see such depth, both in the junior ranks, but also students, clubs, and even some of the open events here.
This Junior Fours event is probably one of my favourites, actually. The quality of racing always seems really high, and you get a really interesting combination because you don't need to be a club. The club doesn't need to be big enough to put out an 8. It needs to be big enough to put out a 4. And that means you get different clubs sometimes, smaller clubs that you wouldn't normally see in finals, who can put out really, really top quality coxed 4s.
Well, we're watching the conclusion of race number 383 here. It is going to be Triton who move down towards the line. They have done enough to defeat Wilhelm. And crossing the line, if there is overlap between the two crews, it's probably 2/3 of a length, but it will be Triton who join up with Scardi in that all-Dutch affair in the final of the Chairman's Trophy later on this afternoon. And as I say, if you're joining this stream for the first time, welcome to the Sunday of the Henley Women's Regatta. It's serious. Racing has gotten serious, I should say. It's the business end of proceedings, and we are expecting to be delegating trophies to contestants from about 4:04 onwards. So about another hour and a bit of semi-finals before we reach that point. But we're now riding back with the Groton School Challenge Cup, the Junior Coxed 4s, and in shot there, the Clydesdale Amateur St Andrew Boat Club crew. This is half of the crew that raced at the women's head of the river, so it's a bit of a Scottish composite. They've come together from opposite sides of Scotland to be here on the Henley stretch, and they will be desperate to try and make a mark on this race.
Yeah, so great shot there we're seeing of coxswain Lily Arthur, who is leading that crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. My apologies, sorry, Jamie Stewart from the Clydesdale and St Andrew Boat Club crew. Looking, again, really relaxed. And I think that's something you also want to see in your cox, don't you? You want to make sure that that's what's coming across to your athletes, is it's not panic in your voice, you're sounding confident, you're sounding not cocky, but in control, I think. And that's the face of someone there who hopefully is keeping that level of confidence no matter where they are in the race.
Well, it's a pretty unique vantage point to be bow loaded in a Cox 4. They're notoriously difficult boats to row, and that Cox will have sight of their opposition but no sight of the rowers, so they're going to have to rely on some form of communication between themselves and I imagine the bow girl in that Clydesdale St Andrew composite. But at the moment they've got quite a lot of work to do to overcome Kingston Grammar School, Anna Thievenon, Amy Fraser, Bella Pritchard and Audrey Kersey, coxed by Nina Chamaret, who have about a length on this crew from Scotland.
I think this is one of the hardest things to do, isn't it? Especially when you can't see your opposition, when the puddles from their blades just start to fade away, is to make sure that you keep rowing your really best rhythm. You keep the aggression, you keep the focus in the boat. Try and still make sure that you are moving your boat as fast as possible.
Yeah, so we are watching here, were watching the first semi-final of the Groton School Challenge Cup. This is the second semi-final, more Scottish representation here, and Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association will certainly be keen to make amends for what looks like it might be a defeat for the Clydesdale St Andrew composite. They're on the near side here on the Berkshire station, and they're up against home favourites from Henley Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. It looks to me, Zoe, it's always a dangerous game, but I think that Aberdeen crew, so much horsepower going down in the water, they've had the slightly more robust of the two starts.
They looked like they took really long strokes off the start there, which was actually really impressive. When you start the race, you're often a little bit frantic because you're taking more strokes per minute. You're trying to get the boat up and moving. But actually the key to a really good start is doing that, but also keeping good length underwater. And I think, as you said, that's exactly what they did there. They looked like they had just more connection to the water, whereas the Henley crew looked a little bit shorter in the water, just a little bit more wash coming off the blades. It looked like it wasn't quite as efficient, and I think that's the reason why they sort of lost a few seats there as they went off the start.
Well, it's no surprise to see this Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association boat punching pretty hard. They are the national champions. They won at Dorney Lake 4 weeks ago today in this category, and 3 of this crew also finished 4th in the Women's Championship 8 at the National Schools last year. But Henley Rowing Club won't be at all threatened or spooked by those credentials. They have a fierce and junior programme themselves, consistently churning out quality. And whilst we watch these two boats make their way down to the quarter-mile mark, I think we're going to jump back to the finish, and it's Kingston Grammar who have just extended their lead over Clydesdale and St Andrew. That's an impressive sort of second half of their race to really dispatch their Scottish opposition. Coming up over the line, that's Kingston Grammar. And hopefully they've had a little chance to just conserve a bit of energy, because they'll be coming back for their final in probably 2 hours. So it's relentless for these young ladies. But we're riding here with Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, Charlotte Arthur, Jemima Aspinall. I imagine that is the sister of Maisie, who won the pairs a couple of years ago. Sophie Sinclair and Penny Irvine coxed. You can just see Lily Arthur's head poking up underneath the back of the bow girl. And there we go, Aberdeen out to a length.
Yeah, and you can still see they're rowing in that exact same way, really long through the water. If you watch their oars there, so they're the boat on the left-hand side of the picture, they're very, very neatly timed. They look like they're dropping into the water smoothly, and they're spending a long time with their oars under the water. So they're really picking up their boat every stroke, moving it along. And the Henley rowing crew look like they've settled into a slightly more sustainable rhythm now, but I think they might maybe just lost a little bit too much at the start, and that's let that Aberdeen crew just get out there to a bit of an early lead that they can now sit there up ahead, look back, hold on to.
Yeah, I think maybe Henley have overestimated the elasticity of this race, because it's going to be Aberdeen who now have all of the buttons to press as they make their way into the second half of this semi-final. It's going to be extremely hard for Henley to regain terms, not least because in this match racing format, losing touch with your opposition just makes it doubly difficult to find parity. So we'll keep one eye on Aberdeen, who look, certainly based on their first half performance, like pretty sure things for the final of the Groton School Challenge Cup. And we'll move in to this, the semi-final of the Grosvenor Cup for PR3 single sculls. It's Falcon Claire Parker on the Berkshire station up against Samantha Louise Go from St Andrew Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire station. Well, a flying start there from Samantha Louise, it has to be said. She's gone out and already got clear water.
She absolutely rocketed there off the start. Looks like she just didn't want to take a second there, did she? She really just flew off. Claire Parker here on the near side in your picture. She last raced here at Henley in 1983 when she raced for Blondie, so the Cambridge University Women's Boat Club reserve crew, against Oxford, when the women's boat races used to be held here at Henley. So that was before Women's Henley, before the start of Women's Henley, and before there was racing at Henley Royal for the women's as well.
Well, a trailblazer for women's rowing. Great to see her out on the Henley course, but struggling at the moment to keep pace with Samantha Louise, who's new to the para development pathway and is also the English blind football ladies captain. Wow, a woman of many talents, going from strength to strength this season. It is great to see her at this event, putting down the gauntlet ahead of Project LA 2028, the Paralympics in 4 years' time. I'm sure she'll have a keen eye on what happens in Paris, but here, back with race 385, Aberdeen showing no signs of letting up here against Henley Rowing Club. Henley unable to find the gas to stay with a fast-starting Aberdeen, and it's going to be Aberdeen who join Kingston Grammar in the final of the Groton School Challenge Cup for junior coxed fours.
That was a really impressive row from that crew. I think they just looked so in control and so long, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that race later, the final of Groton, and see how that goes. So back now with that race for the Grosvenor the Cup for the PR3 singles, and that distance is only increased from Samantha Louise Goff, who has led right out now from Claire Parker of Falcon Rowing Club. She's looking pretty comfortable now in the middle of the course as well, but I think the umpires probably feel that she will be fairly unbothered now, and are happy for her to sit there. So we have the back there of Samantha Louise Goff from St Andrew Boat Club. And it's interesting when you have these athletes who switch between sports, isn't it? Because you get people who are they're just athletes.
Just gifted.
Yeah, and they can kind of really turn their hand to different things. Because I would say that football to rowing, not necessarily a natural partnership. You know, rowing to cycling is often quite common because it's a leg-based sport. It's a sitting-down sport. But football, you need a bit more of the sort of hand-eye coordination, which a lot of rowers will readily admit is not their forte, I suppose. So impressive that she finds it easy to switch. Well, not easy, but she is able to switch between those two very, very different kinds of sports.
Well, it's funny, Zoe, my pathway to rowing was something very similar. I was a footballer as a child. I was rubbish at that, so my dad said, go and do some rowing, Tom. Get a grip of yourself. And it actually turns out I was rubbish at rowing too. So just not an athlete, unfortunately, but there are definitely some on the Henley Women's course who are gifted in all sorts of departments, and that's clear here. Samantha Louise, I mean, captain of the English blind football ladies. That is an incredible achievement, an accolade. And here she is at Henley Women's Regatta, enjoying her scull down the course. I think that flying start really did take Claire Parker by surprise. And wonderful to see this event, I think, incepted in 2024. This is the first year that it's been run, as far as I'm aware.
Just looking at Claire Parker there, just moving quite close to the booms, but I think she's realised, and she's straightening back out to get herself comfortable in the middle of the course there.
Well, we'll obviously keep one on 386. That looks like a fairly assured win for Samantha Louise Go of St Andrew Boat Club. But we're back to Coxless Fours now. It's the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy, academic Coxless Fours, and it's Durham University just attaching to the state boat there at the top of your screen. They'll be on the Buckinghamshire station. Emily Davies, Eleanor Morris, Maya Jackson and Tally Dunn up against Boston University Rowing Club of the United States of America. Great to see such avid support from all over the world for this esteemed event. And Boston have brought a tour de force over from the east coast of America. And this is Cecilia Mason, Maya Popper, Carly Misevovich and Nina Palmer, who will be competing on the Berkshire station for the honour of representing their club in the final of the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy for academic Coxless Fours. So coming down towards the line, it will be Samantha Louise Go on the path to Los Angeles, and maybe, just maybe, that path starts here. I'm sure she'll be watching with more than just a neutrality over the summer as our Paralympic heroes take to the water in Paris, and maybe, just maybe, she is a name for the future. And this could be the beginning of something very special. Back on the water later for the final of the Grosvenor Cup, PR3 single sculls. And great to see actually boat manufacturers like Wintec supporting this category, making sure that the right equipment is in place so that these athletes can take to the water and perform to the best of their ability. And up and over the line goes Samantha Louise Go. Big smile on her face. What a great moment for her. And even the sun's come out. A rare thing indeed.
Perfect timing.
So if you are joining us for the first time today, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, this is the Henley Women's Regatta. It's the Sunday. We're deep into semi-final territory now. We expect to be joining up with some finals from just after 4 o'clock. But we'll be riding very shortly with race number 387. This a semi-final of the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy for academic fours, and it's Boston University on the Berkshire station, closest to your screen in the white, up against Durham University in their pretty distinctive Palatinate on the Buckinghamshire station. Just looking at this crew, Zoe, this Durham crew comprised of 3 talented freshers, first years, and 1 fourth year. So an inexperienced crew. Let's see how they get on against the might of the United States of America.
Yeah, so this Boston Uni crew, they're a lightweight crew actually, and they are very experienced. They won a silver medal in the lightweight fours at the IRAs this year. So they've gone off like a lightweight crew, I would say. So very sharp, but they are really struggling with that steering. They are well over the boys, which is okay for now. But in a second, when they get to the booms, when they get to the post, they need to make sure that they are back on track. I think the umpire is going to be getting their flag out any second now, because this Boston University crew is going to be right over with Durham any second. Durham University now also heading towards the booms, pushed over there, seeing the Boston University crew coming up to them. And both crews still really weaving there.
They're almost tracking each other in parallel, aren't they? As one curve, so does the other. But I think both crews now getting corrected. Yeah, that was some wild steering. And we so often see that, don't we, Zoe? Crews get their line wrong off the start, overcorrect, and then they come over and infringe on the territory of their opponent. But both crews now just getting straight and settled, and that lightweight start hasn't seemed to have yielded too much for Boston, because it's Durham by half a length.
And I think partly it was probably because of all that steering that went on. They were really back and forth there, which is very disruptive to the rowing. And they still look like they're struggling. They look again actually like they're heading now towards the booms, and they could be on the booms any second if they don't straighten up. Oh, that's it. Yep, there, that's Boston University there, unfortunately clipping that post, which has given Durham the chance to row off. Now, hopefully Durham will be looking up and thinking, okay, now we can use this opportunity just to settle into our race pace, have control over this now that we can see what's going on with the boat behind us. But another quick start, back up and going for Boston University there.
Well, I guess Boston will have to look at this as a formative experience, good training for what I think will be a tilt at the Town Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta in about, 5 days' time, because they have been asked to qualify. That qualifying list released about an hour ago for Henley Royal. So Boston will learn some valuable lessons from this one. But Durham, if you're in that Durham boat, Zoe, you're just basically shouting, go. Let's stamp down now. Let's move away and make sure that this race is no longer in contention. But, I mean, Boston, as I watch those drone shots, maybe I'm just wishing it into existence, but it does seem like they're closing the gap ever so slightly.
They're actually they're closing the gap every single stroke there, I'd say. They're really flying. They were taking probably about, they're closing again. I would say they were taking a seat every few strokes there. If they can stay on the course and make sure, especially with those gaps in the booms, that they are straight, they're going to be, I think, potentially with overlap on the Palatinate of Durham possibly in the next 20 or 30 strokes.
But it's very charitable of Durham to come over from the United States of America and give their opponents from the UK a head start. But Boston now just converging into the middle of the course again. They're really struggling to get their line straight. And these Coxless Fours, there's so much jeopardy involved. They're always one of the more exciting events to watch at Henley. And there we go, Boston just tilting again, back towards the booms. If they rode in a straight line, Zoe...
This is such a shame, because I do think if they could manage the steering better, they would be well up there with Durham, if not ahead.
Yeah, we know it's a rower, that's fine. So on the screen at the moment, it's a row over in the second semi-final of the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. No opposition for Amsterdamse Studenten Roeivereniging Neerhouse of Holland. So they will be rowing down. And this is going to be a valuable thing, because the Durham-Boston race is frantic and fueled with intensity. But this Dutch crew are just going to have a nice paddle down the course, fresh legs for their contest with either Durham or Boston. At the moment, it continues to be Durham who lead, and Boston, maybe their steering is going to cost them.
I think it might. It's such a shame, but this is ultimately one of the challenges of rowing particularly in a coxless boat, but in a coxed boat as well, is that you have to be able to manage the conditions, you have to be able to manage the course. And today has been gusty on and off, which makes it even more challenging. So you've got gusts of wind, you've got wash coming over from boats, which especially can hit you when there are gaps in the booms. And those are the things that can really, really cause issues as you come down this course. I do think Durham have managed to relax a little bit more now. They look just a bit calmer, but they're clearly keeping their eye on Boston, because every time Boston seem to sort of get themselves straight, they really jump back up. But then they seem to then lose their steering, and it looks now like we might be on for another little clip of the booms here.
Well, I honestly think Boston, their own worst enemies here. It's been a chaotic race from start to finish, but it's a shame we didn't get to see those two crews line up and steer straight courses. But we talked all about Boston and their inability to steer the course. You've got to give credit to Durham, who steered a perfect line, were unbothered by Boston, weaving in between the station. And there we go. You can see the bow girl of that Boston crew. She is absolutely furious with that, not happy at all. But it will be Durham who progress, and that just shows you that rowing isn't just about who's the fastest. You have to be savvy, you have to be race ready, and unfortunately Boston just weren't on this occasion. So credit to Durham. They will be facing the crew on screen, Neerhouse of Holland, who can just enjoy a nice Sunday afternoon paddle.
I mean, it's great. You get a chance to go down the course. Hopefully what they'll be doing is they'll be using this opportunity to sort of visualize their final later. So that might mean they're not doing the full course physically, but they might be saying, okay, this is this landmark, this is where we're going to do our big push. This is this landmark, this is where we're going to start to build for the finish line. So it gives them a chance to practice that without the pressure of having another crew alongside, which is so valuable. People don't get that chance very often.
So we're back to the start. It is a relentless racing schedule right up until about 5:30. This is the aspirational singles for the Bernard Churcher Trophy. It's a semi-final. Caitlin Armstrong of the City of Oxford Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, facing up against Naomi Holland of Upper Thames, a home favourite on the Buckinghamshire Station.
Again, great start from both scullers. And interestingly, Naomi Holland was themselves at City of Oxford before coming over to Upper Thames here on this Henley stretch. So Naomi Holland will know what training's like at City of Oxford, will know what Caitlin Armstrong will be used to there. And that might be an interesting additional piece of information for them, I suppose.
Absolutely. Well, if Naomi Holland does win this race, I wonder if they will follow the protocol that footballers often follow and not celebrate a win against their former club. But Caitlin Armstrong at the moment having the better of the opening exchanges, third at the Met on the Sunday and fifth on the Saturday. Has been rowing for about 12 years, all the way through at Oxford. And really having a good start to her semi-final in the Bernard Churcher Trophy. But in a single scull, Zoe, fair to say, in an 8, this would be decisive. In a single, things can change pretty quickly.
And that's one of the fun things about watching the singles races, is you see a length like a lead like this and you think, oh, well, that's that. But actually it only takes one person to really turn on the power and another person to maybe have a little bit of a wobble, and that's the lead changed. And Caitlin, I think, will herself be happy to sort of admit that she's had a few wobbles. In fact, she managed to capsize last week racing at Reading Amateur Regatta. So, she needs to make sure that she's keeping things clean. And Naomi Holland as well, a very strong athlete. So it might be that they have the opportunity to really put the hammer down with those legs, and that might put a bit of distance back into Caitlin. So we're seeing here now that ASR Nerouse crew who had a row over in the academic fours for the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. A nice way to have your semi-final before not a particularly long break before their final later. So a good chance there to use that almost as their pre-paddle and back on later for the final.
Yeah, it will certainly be interesting to see how this Dutch crew cope with the unique circumstance of having a semi-final row over. But here we're riding with athlete number 151, Caitlin Armstrong of the City of Oxford Rowing Club. She has been decisive from stroke number 1, got out nice and fast and has dominated this contest so far. She's actually raced a single 4 times before at Henley Women's Regatta, like you said, Zoe, and she'll be desperate to add the Bernard Churcher Trophy to her collection and showing no signs of slowing down. So we'll keep one eye on her as she progresses up against Naomi Holland and move back to the start for the second of our 2 semi-finals for this contest, or this category, I should say. On the Berkshire Station here, Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club Jennifer Bailey. On the Buckinghamshire Station, it's Niamh Kilgallen of Neptune Rowing Club Ireland. Both crews leaving the start. Definitely a slightly snappier outlook for Jennifer on the left-hand side in the distinctive Empacher shell.
And you can see there the way that her legs are just really pushing all the way down to the deck. But actually there, again, both crews have come quite central into neutral water there. And it looks like Niamh Kilgallen of Neptune Rowing Club may be struggling a little bit just to get back onto her station, but actually it is Jennifer Bailey of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha who is being warned. Both crews now trying to get back onto their stations. Jennifer Bailey here, one of those natural athletes I think we were talking about earlier, unlike yourself, Tom. A competitive gymnast.
I said that in confidence, Zoe. Can't believe you'd use that against me.
Previously a competitive gymnast, still coaching gymnastics as well. And I think that's an interesting one coming across, because gymnastics very dynamic, but still, you look at gymnasts sometimes you think, oh, they're very small, they're very light, they're very springy, but they're also very strong. Like they've got really great power to weight ratio, very muscular. And actually that does lend itself quite well to rowing, because you still have to have that great power to weight to be able to move the boat really efficiently, which is what we can see Jennifer Bailey of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha doing here, as she comfortably leads by probably 3 or 4 lengths now over Niamh Kilgallen of Neptune Rowing Club.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Zoe. People who have experience in multiple sports, and gymnastics is a great example of power and poise. I think the finesse required to move a single scull combined with the raw horsepower that you need to deploy through the water, it's quite a unique combination. And I find myself pointing frequently to Oliver Zeidler, who obviously is the Olympic sort of hopeful for Germany, but also the world champion in the single scull. And he was a former swimmer and transitioned into rowing. So it is very, very plausible that people from one sport can jump to another. And here we go, back with Caitlin Armstrong of City of Oxford. She is still leading Naomi Holland of Upper Thames Rowing Club by a pretty comfortable margin. So it will be the Oxfordshire-based sculler who, barring any late calamities, will progress through to the final of the Bernard Churcher Trophy to be rowed sometime in the next couple of hours. And there we go, up and over the line. Caitlin Armstrong securing that victory. And she will likely be facing Jennifer Bailey of Mortlake Anglia and Alpha Boat Club. And this is one of the things I love about the small boats, is we so often see the 8s and the 4s dominated by the Thames, the Brooks, the Leanders. But in the smaller boats, in the singles and the doubles, you have a sort of cultivation of athletes who can't perhaps find the depth to put out an 8, but can excel in the singles and the doubles and the pairs.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the thing that's impressive here about Jennifer Bailey is that, you know, she's raced at Henley for 3 years. This is her 3rd year racing here, but she's raced an 8 and then a quad and now a single. So she has covered the whole spectrum, really, of boat types, which is a really difficult thing to do, because moving an 8 is very different to moving a single. A single is a much heavier boat to move. An 8, you have to be much quicker to pick up at the front end. You have to be a bit more dynamic through the water. It's also a very different psychological mindset as well. So interesting to see that she's managed to go from 8s, quads, now to the single and doing well.
A versatile athlete, and no surprise she's jumping between sports. Well, we're jumping between categories here from 2 blades to 8, and it is the semi-final of the Bourne Cup for Championship Quads. It's Molesey on the near side in the yellow boat up against a Nottingham, Trentham and Twickenham Rowing Club composite on the Buckinghamshire station. Very interested to see how this one unfolds, because Molesey with a really strong lineup, and this Nottingham, Trentham, Twickenham composite potentially with one eye on international representation this summer. They're from the Performance Sculling Academy. So all athletes of interest over the next 4 years as we move towards the Los Angeles Olympic Games. Just waiting for the camera angle to unfold so we get a clearer view on how this race is maturing. But exemplary sculling from both of these crews.
I think it's the composite crew for me. I think potentially just out ahead. Difficult to see, but they look like they've had the slightly neater start, I would say. Molesey again just sneaking over into the middle. I'm wondering if we're going to see the umpire's flag waving now, or if they're going to correct that by themselves. Very, very difficult to keep boats straight, as we discussed earlier, when you have the wind, the wash, and the concentration of the power that you have to put down yourself as well. So the back of the Molesey Boat Club there, just from a few miles downriver on the Thames. And now, as the shot pans out, we see on the left-hand side of the picture that composite from Nottingham, Trentham and Twickenham Rowing Club.
Yeah, I think you called that one spot on. And we'll keep one eye on this quads race because it is developing pretty nicely. But we're watching here Jennifer Bailey of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club, the host club for the finish line of the boat race, coming down towards the line here with a similar sort of margin that Caitlin Armstrong held over Naomi Holland in the race previous, and she will progress through to the final of the Bernard Churcher Trophy for aspirational single sculls. A really strong performance from Jennifer. I'm sure she'll be delighted to be taking to the water again in about an hour and a half's time. But we're returning back to the semi-final of the Bourne Cup, and it is the composite from Nottingham, Trentham and Twickenham. Vire, Obakowo, Jade Lindo, Poppy Baker and Meg Knight on board this composite crew, up against Hope Sesford, Lily Abbott, Heloise Wormleton and Catherine Lush of Molesey in shot there, desperately trying to cling on to the coattails of this composite of performance sculling academy graduates. All come through the world-class start programme at Twickenham with Ben Pritchard and coach Helen Brown. Not a surprise to see this composite doing well. I know that Vire was involved with a double that won the championship doubles last year, so she's got previous at Henley Women's, but we'll watch this one unfold. But at the moment, we're looking at two Leander crews. No surprise to see Leander operating at the business end of proceedings here in the Bourne Cup. It's Leander A on the Berkshire station, Charlotte Fennell, Cameron Nyland, Catherine Mole and Rosa Thompson up against Leander B on the far side, the Buckinghamshire station, Sophie Gray, Catherine Burton, Anna Faye Cowell and Franny Hunt Davis. Always a strange thing to come up against your crewmates, people you've trained with all year in open competition. This isn't a seat race. This isn't a piece on the Thames. It must be culturally quite a clash. But looks like Leander A getting out to a slightly better start on the opening 10 strokes, which you'd expect, of course, Zoe, given that this is the A crew slated against the B crew.
It's always a tricky one, isn't it? Because chances are you know how this race is going to play out. Not necessarily because one crew's the A crew and one crew's the B crew, but just because you will have probably done a lot of pieces together, you will have done a lot of training together, you'll have, you'll have done races against each other, etc. But you never know. And I think the B crew, certainly a lot of the reserve or B crews that I've been in, you get a little bit of a B crew syndrome, don't you? Where actually what you want more than anything else is to beat the A crew, and this is your chance to do it. So you can never count them out.
Well, this is the conclusion of race 391 that we're watching. It's the composite from Nottingham, Trentham and Twickenham who are sculling up to the line. Molesey stayed in touch, managed to make sure there was overlap between those two boats, but they have dispatched with Molesey and will be moving through to the final of the Bourne Cup and are likely to face, well, Leander. But which Leander crew remains to be seen. It's probably going to be the A crew. There we go. And I actually spoken to a few of the Leander athletes over the weekend, and they tell me that they're more nervous to face their B crews than they are to face any other opposition, because there is that added jeopardy of losing to a crew that is on paper supposed to be athletes 5 to 8. So I know this A crew were very focused on paying their due respects to the B crew. They know how fast they are, but making sure that they put down an emphatic statement of their A crew pedigree, and doing that so far. Stroked by Charlotte Fennell, who is a wizard with the foot steering, and you can see there, straight as an arrow down the Henley course, which is exactly what you want from these crews.
And backing her up there in the 3-seat, Rosa Thompson, looking for her 3rd consecutive win in this Champ Quads event. So not only is she going to be looking to put a good marker on this race against the B crew, but she wants to make sure that that composite that we saw racing in the previous race know that she is coming for that 3rd win.
I mean, Rosa, you should think about getting a new hobby if you win 3 of these in a row, honestly. Let someone else have a go. It's an impressive pedigree that she's built up. And no surprise to see Leander sculling exceptionally. Of course, they are also very prodigious on the men's side in the Prince of Wales Challenge Cup, which I guess, give or take, is sort of the equivalent event at Henley Royal. And there we go, Leander A, with about a length of clear water on their teammates and counterparts from the Pink Palace, which, of course, is situated on this course just at the bottom of the Henley Royal Regatta, 2,112 metre straight. Sits Leander Club by the Henley Bridge. So not far to go once these crews cross the line. But there we go, Charlotte Fennell stroking this boat to perfection.
And interesting to see that despite that lead, they're clearly not comfortable taking the rate down or letting off too much. They don't want to relax, do they? They want to make sure they get that win from their B crew.
Well, if you're joining us for the first time here on the Sunday of the Henley Women's Regatta, welcome to our live stream. You are watching the beginning of race 393, the first semi-final of the Avril Velikut Cup for Championship Coxers Fours. It's Molesey Boat Club on the near side, who we just saw lose out in their semi-final of the Bourne Cup, and they're up against Thames Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire side. Of course, Thames need no introduction at this level of club women's rowing, consistently featuring at the business end in fours, in eights, in quads. A superb pedigree built up by Tom Mapp and Xander Smulders over there in Putney. But this Molesey crew, I've been watching them all weekend. I think this is the third race I've commentated on that they've been involved in, and they are a serious outfit. And there we go. We can see doing a better job of the Boston crew that we saw a few races ago, Zoe, but still converging a little bit in the middle of that course.
Yeah, and difficult for this Molesey crew as well because they haven't actually been together that long. Back here with the Leander crews. The A crew is the crew nearest us in the picture that's leading, and the B crew on the far side. Difficult to tell apart in the matching boats and matching kit. But it is the A crew, as expected, taking that win in the Bourne Cup to get their seats ready for the finals later.
Yeah, good comfortable win for Leander there, but I think they would have hoped and expected for that outcome. And now all thoughts will turn to their matchup against Twickenham, Nottingham and Trentham. But here, Zoe, I think we're in for a pretty good race. Molesey out to the slightly better opening third. Nice and powerful for this boat, but Thames still in touch, certainly still in contention. And we'll feel that this has probably gone quite well in the last 20 strokes because Molesey haven't really extended their lead.
Absolutely. That Thames crew seems to have used that opportunity just to check Molesey's lead, and actually Molesey now looking across, and they will be thinking, okay, right, we need to do another move. We need to move again. You know, is it time now to settle onto our rhythm, to take a little bit more time, or do we just keep pushing and hold on here? So interestingly, both crews relatively late to come together. So the Molesey crew, quite a range of athletes from all over the world, GB, the Netherlands. Some of them have been racing in the US, in New Zealand. So they haven't had a huge amount of time together. And likewise, the Thames crew, although they've been rowing together in the same club for longer, were only actually put together as a solid crew about a month ago. So difficult to make sure that you've got that cohesiveness together as a crew, not just in terms of the style of your rowing, but also in how you respond, how you react, how you communicate, which is especially difficult in a coxless boat when one of the athletes has to do the rowing, but also has to do the calls and the steering.
Yeah,
and actually,
absolutely.
you called it with that Thames crew. You know, they're starting to put that pressure now on Molesey. Be interesting to see if they also can get over these geese in one piece. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's two sets of birds that Thames have had to navigate, and there's a third one. This is it. I think clearly the birds don't like Thames. Maybe Molesey have got the birds on side. But look, Thames trying their level best to fight both Molesey and the wildlife here. But staying in touch, definitely, with this Molesey crew, who just haven't really managed to break away. And I know they'll be desperate to extend that lead, to get out to some sort of clear water margin, which then allows them just to dictate the terms of this contest. But at the moment, Thames holding on for dear life, stroked by two-time boat race winner Rosa Millard. Of course, knows what it takes to win on arguably our sport's highest level. Well, certainly our most prolific stage. So she will be desperate to drive this crew onwards. But we're going to pop back to the start now for race 394. This is the second semi-final of the Avril Velikut Cup Championship Coxers Fours, and it's Leander in action again on the near side, up against who else but Oxford Brookes on the Buckinghamshire station. An age-old rivalry renewed on the Henley Straits. I don't think we're going to spend too much time with this one because I can see that the race between Molesey and Thames is evolving quite nicely. A look over there as we join up with Molesey and Thames. Look over from Rosa Millard in the Thames crew, Zoe. It looks to me like Thames are sprinting here.
Absolutely so. And just before we cut away from this race, I was about to say I would be uncomfortable if I was in that Molesey boat, because usually when you're up, you have that chance then to relax. You can see your opposition and you can move. And Molesey hadn't been able to break that string. And it looks like Molesey might be just controlling this race, but only just.
Yeah, Molesey by a very narrow margin there. You can see how tired they are, how much Thames pushed them. And I wish I could tell you, ladies, that that was it for the day, but unfortunately you've got to get back out here in a couple of hours to contest your final. It really is a ruthless schedule today. And here we're seeing Leander doing the business against Brooks. They're out to a length as the crews approach the quarter mile mark. Philippa Emery, Sophie Houston, Abigail Topp and Izzy Powell driving that boat on and steering, as we would expect from a Leander crew who row on this water every single day, the straightest of straight lines. And Brooks at the moment with no answers.
My understanding of this Brooks crew is they're another relatively late put together crew with a couple of athletes who are sort of over visiting for the summer. So this might not be their strongest chance at a event win here. They also, I believe, have a sub on board. So I believe that Gabby DeMarco has replaced Jasmine Bowers. So it's, at the moment, we have Beth Dutton, Gabby DeMarco, Abby Spears, Alison Baker there in the Oxford Brooks crew. And Leander now with that clear water. And this is the time when they stretch out a little bit, start to focus on their own rhythm, try not to worry too much about Brooks behind them, and hopefully for them, they can give themselves a little bit of breathing space, because as you said, that final is going to come pretty quickly. It's going to be a case of getting off the water, getting recovered, and then getting warmed up to come back and start again.
Yeah, it's a tough gig here at Henley Women's in tough conditions, but Leander, we know how composed they are, but Brooks fearsome fighters right up until the last. And they will certainly be trying their level best to regain some parity. So we'll keep one eye on that contest between Leander and Brooks in the Avril Vellacut second semi-final. But we're back to the start here for the George Innes Cup for Championship Single Sculls. So a whole host of championship level events on show here. And this one, Aisling Hayes of Skibbereen Rowing Club, Ireland, up against Sarah McKay of Grosvenor Rowing Club, Berkshire and Buckinghamshire stations, respectively. So on paper and in theory, these are the strongest single scullers at the event, alongside their second semi-final, which will be following on shortly after this. So we're watching the very best of the best here. I know that Sarah McKay is going to be trying to qualify for the Princess Royal Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta on Friday. So a win here would be a lovely start to her Henley campaign. But before that, she has to dispatch with the close attentions of Aisling Hayes from Ireland.
Away there. It was a few more strokes punched in nice and early by Aisling Hayes, as you can see in the bottom right of your picture. In the top left, it is Leander leading Oxford Brooks in that last semi-final in the Championship Coxless Fours. Looks like Oxford Brooks might have closed back up again.
Yeah, perhaps they have. I think Leander maybe steps off the gas ever so slightly. They look like the rate's still up, but the intensity might have just come down a pip or two. Able to just row up towards the line with about a length Just a little bit of overlap between those two crews. So it will be Leander up against Molesey, and that is a rivalry for the ages, isn't it? Renewing terms. And there's your finalists for the Avril Velikot Cup. And we move back to this race number 395. This is Aisling Hayes of Skibbereen Rowing Club Ireland up against Sarah McKay of Grosvenor. And I think, I'm not even going to say, I'm not even sure, to be honest. It looks like perhaps Sarah McKay of Grosvenor has...
Maybe a canvas?
Maybe a canvas, no more than that. It's tight.
Great start from both scullers there. I was going to say Aisling Hayes is definitely one to watch here. 4th time racing at Henley Women's, and actually the 2nd time in this event in champ singles, and has rowed through a number of different clubs, got experience at Gloucester, at Brooks, now back home at Skibbereen, who are an absolute powerhouse of rowing in Ireland. So she will be well aware of how to move about, how to fight, how to keep your head. But it looks like maybe 2/3 of a length, nearly a length now, actually there for Sarah McKay of Grosvenor.
We know how hard the Irish fight. They've definitely got that dog in them. And of course, Skibbereen Rowing Club, the home club of the O'Donovan brothers, who certainly put our sport into the mainstream with their interviews in Rio at the 2016 Olympics. And if Aisling can channel some of their spirit and their determination, she'll do well here on the Henley course, because she does have some work to do in the second half of this contest up against Sarah McKay of Grosvenor, who it's not the first time that she's competed on the Henley stretch. You can see in the way she sculls, she's been at this game for a long time and just stretching out now, starting to extend her lead. She's nearly broken clear of her Irish counterpart, and if she can do that, she puts herself in a very good position to claim a spot in the final of the George Innes Cup later on this afternoon.
Still holding there pretty much at one length there, isn't it? Not a huge amount in it. And like we said, the singles races can turn on a dime, so it's going to be important that Aisling Hayes keeps her head up, keeps that length underwater, doesn't get stressed, doesn't allow tension to build up in the shoulders and in the arms. And you can see there, really great quality sculling. Aisling Hayes in the foreground, Sarah McKay in the back.
Yeah, so we'll certainly make sure that we track that one down the course. But we're back at the start for race number 396, which is about to get underway. Sophie Egnott-Johnson of Waikato Rowing Club, New Zealand. Fabulous to see athletes from literally all over the world competing here for Henley Women's Regatta Honours, up against Molly Curry of Queen's University Belfast Ladies Boat Club of Northern Ireland. So a boat club we've already seen take to the water on numerous occasions this weekend. New Zealand against Northern Ireland. Not a contest we see all that much, but...
Rugby?
Northern Ireland? Southern Ireland, perhaps. Ireland versus New Zealand's a hell of a rugby match. And there we go, under starters orders. So important to get a nice clean start in the single. A bad start can actually leave you in lengths down. There we go, smooth starts from both. Slightly more aggressive there from Sophie on the near side in that Waikato Rowing Club kit. Red, yellow and green with the black bottom half. Powerful strokes though from both scullers there.
Sophie Egnott-Johnson, very experienced sculler from New Zealand. She's competed at junior, under 21, under 23 level, and she wasn't a million miles off at the small boat selection regatta, coming 3rd there in the championship singles. So she's certainly one to watch for the future. But there you are, Molly Curry has actually, despite that start from Sophie Egnott-Johnson, Molly Curry has now put her boat out ahead, maybe by just a few feet.
We'll return to this race in just a moment, but we're going to just watch the conclusion of 395. I think Sarah McKay has done just about enough to see off Aisling Hayes, and it's wonderful to see people coming to Henley Women's Regatta from not just all over the world, but from so many different walks of life. And Aisling Hayes, a pharmacist, and I have to confess, I have a bit of a soft spot for pharmacy. My late mother was a pharmacist, so whenever I see someone is a pharmacist, I think that's a lovely thing. And so, although Sarah McKay is going to be progressing through, barring anything really calamitous in the final few strokes, it will be a great experience for Aisling Hayes, who we hope to see back at the regatta in years to come. Of course, this regatta is only going to get more popular. And to the winner go the spoils. Sarah McKay crossing the line to take the first of 2 final spots in the George Innes Cup Championship single sculls. She almost looks bewildered crossing the line, but she's pretty happy, I think. And then we go back to Sophie Egnott-Johnson, who looks to me, Zoe, coming past our little commentary enclosure, that she has a very slight lead over Molly Curry.
She's taken that little bit of advantage there, hasn't she? It looks like about a length now. And it's Molly Curry that we're seeing there, her back with the white all-in-ones with the blue and green stripes. As we scroll out there, the slightly more garish, I'd say, red, yellow and green of Sophie Egnott-Johnson. Pretty much matching each other stroke for stroke there, aren't they? Both, again, taking those long strokes underwater, really powering the boat along. And I think the thing that's impressive is if you look at the very end of the boat, right there, the bow of the boat, as we say, it's traveling really smoothly, which goes to show that she's getting hold of the boat nicely and keeping it moving rather than the boat stopping and starting every stroke. You can see it there at the other end by looking at the stern. The stern, we want to travel smoothly rather than have a stop, start. And that's what Sophie Egnott-Johnson is doing now. And you can see the power there that is going down from those legs.
Well, it's great for you to have illustrated that technical proficiency, because from a power perspective, I don't think Sophie's lacking. She qualified for the World Half Ironman Championship in November this year. So again, picking up on the theme that these ladies are talented in multiple disciplines. And Sophie's mother was a silver medalist in yachting, which just makes me think there was no hope for me. I think my dad once ran a 5K. You know, it's just, you can't even get close to some people, can you? It's just, it runs in the family. And Sophie doing her level best to ensure that she will be competing for honours a little later this afternoon, so we'll keep one eye on how she progresses down the course. But we're back to the start here. Aspirational doubles, Rosie McLaughlin Trophy, and it's a semi-final DSR Proteus Eritus of the Netherlands. Laura Kempen and Leonard Bose on the Berkshire Station up against Norwich Rowing Club. Mirella McGee and Elizabeth Dashley on the Buckinghamshire Station. I've seen this Norwich crew already this weekend, and I was really, really impressed with them when I watched them in one of their heats. They looked super composed, but combining that sort of uniqueness of power, but also finesse through the water, which I think is so important to excel in the double scull.
Another good start there from both crews. Little bit wobbly with the steering, but hopefully just straightening out now. And this is a really difficult part of the course as well, because the stream splits around the island, so it can cause some disturbance underwater. And then you've got the wind that comes in after the shelter that you had at the start, can make steering really tricky here. And you can see both crews starting to sneak in and sneak back out of that middle station. And actually, I think where the Dutch crew then moved back over onto their station, that was the chance for Mirella McGee and Elizabeth Dashley here on the Buck station to just gain a couple of seats, and which shows you how important the steering is. You know, if you're adding meters to the course, you're going to be slowing yourself down, as well as having to let off the power because you're steering with one side or the other.
Well, the commentary curse is never more prevalent than when I'm at the mic. No sooner do I anoint Norwich as one of my crews to watch than they don't seem to find their feet in their semi-final, and you're certainly right there. They seem to gain a little bit of momentum when the Dutch came crashing into the middle of the course, but I think this Dutch crew just look a little bit smoother, a little bit more refined. And here we are rejoining the closing stages of race 396, and it is going to be Sophie Egnott-Johnson, who was held onto by Molly Curry in the first half. The Northern Irish lady or woman sort of tried to establish terms but was not able to find her feet, and it is going to be the sculler from New Zealand who progresses through and will meet Sarah McKay of Grosvenor Rowing Club in this evening's final of the George Innes Cup. And we're back here riding with DSR Proteus Eritus of the Netherlands. Delsta Studenten Vereniging this time. And there we go. Looking pretty refined, pretty composed. Not too much need to dig into anything above the gear they're already in. They've got control of this one as it stands. It'll be interesting to see what Norwich can muster in the second half of this course.
I think the challenge as well for a lot of these women is combining what they want to do as an athlete with work. You know, these aren't professional athletes in most of these events, maybe perhaps in some of the championship events, but a lot of these women have full-time jobs and they have to combine that with work. And you see that here in these two doubles. For example, Laura Kempen in the Dutch crew, she cycles back and forth from The Hague to Proteus in Delft every single day for training. So that's a good 80 minutes on the bike. In the Norwich boat, we've got a stonemason and a personal trainer. So that's pretty heavy work that you're doing during the day to then have to then get into your rowing club in the evening and put in a good session there as well. So really, really difficult challenge to combine those two things.
Yeah, both pumping iron. So we'll go back to race number 398, which is just beginning, the second semi-final of the aspirational double sculls, and it's Durham University, Charlotte Hubbard and Indigo Beecham on the Berkshire station, up against this really impressive Hartbury University and College Boat Club crew of Catherine Gardner, a junior silver medalist, so actually racing upper category here at the National Schools Regatta, and Eleanor Dash. They've been pretty imperious all weekend. But Durham, of course, a centre of excellence for UK student rowing. And if anyone can stop this rampant Hartbury crew, it might be the ladies in Palatinate. And both of them looking for the privilege and pleasure of likely facing up against that Dutch composite who seem to be in control of race 397. And there we go, as that drone flies over to meet these boats. It looks to me like the crews are pretty close to each other, but I think it is Hartbury on the Buckinghamshire station, I should say, on the left-hand side of your screen, who have a lead here of probably half a length.
Not much, but enough to give you a little bit of confidence boost as you come into the middle of the part of the race, because that's the part where you need to... It's quite difficult because you've gone from that really... Oh, sorry, we'll go back to the finish here of the semi-final before, and as predicted, we're seeing that Dutch composite crew looking quite comfortable and confident there, just keeping a little bit in reserve now for their final coming up in a couple of hours in this aspirational double sculls.
No, the rate's still pretty high. They clearly don't feel like they could afford to let up at all, showing maximum respect to their opposition from Norwich. And yeah, you're right. They will be trying to retain the trophy. It wasn't Proteus Eritas that won it last year. It was Laha, but they'll be desperate to keep it in Holland. But I think that Dutch crew will be, or if they could, will be watching this race with some interest, because the crew from Hartbury look to be a really classy outfit. At the moment, not allowing Durham to even have a sniff. And you've got to remember there's a junior on board this Hartbury crew, which makes them all the more impressive. She's a very talented junior. She was a national silver medalist 4 weeks ago. But to be racing at this level as a junior just shows what a bright future you have up ahead of you. At the moment, just stretching to try and break clear.
You could see the wash there in that gap in the booms really hit that Hartbury crew. It was very impressive how calm they stayed over that, how long they stayed through the water, how well they stayed timed together, because that can be a very disruptive part of the race if you get a bad bit of wash that hits you through that break in the booms.
You can see there the pain etched on the face of Charlotte Hubbard in that Durham University crew. At the moment, no answers on how to contend with that boat, but we'll move back to the start. Keep an eye on race number 398, but it's race number 399, Zoe, the 8th, and it's an all Oxford Brookes affair. Oxford Brookes A on the Berkshire station, closest to your screen. The crew likely to race the Remenham at Henley Royal Regatta up against Oxford Brookes, nominally B, who JRN anointed as Brookes A's biggest competitor. So maybe we're even seeing the final a race early here.
I know that this was the crew that I think Brooks A were most nervous about facing, partly because they had a very close race at the Hollenbecker just a few weeks ago, with the A crew beating the B crew by just half a second. So they're certainly going to be wanting to show that they have set up a little bit more speed, and it looks like a pretty devastating start there, I'd say, from the A crew. They look like they've put in maybe even half a length already.
Well, they've gone out at the clappers, haven't they? Determined to lay down the law of the land to their B boat and show them who is in control of this narrative. And it does seem to be the A boat, you're right, Zoe, who have jumped out to nearly 3/4 of a length already as we leave the Temple Island behind. Of course, this crew were champions in this event in 2023 and then went on to win the Ireland Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. And the crew on your left-hand side will be vying for that same trophy in 2024. So we've got a spread of Henley Royal previews on show here, and it's that A crew who just stretching already to break that elastic. So this is, well, compelling, convincing.
I wasn't expecting that start to happen quite as it did, to be honest.
No, it just shows the power of nerves can really fire you to maximum performance. But here we go, this Hartpury crew, dominant in their dispatch of Durham University, who will be disappointed, maybe even deflated, despondent, one might say, with the margin between themselves and Hartpury, who scull up towards the line. They're going to take the second final place in the Rosie McLaughlin Trophy. Aspirational double sculls, and they will meet that DSR Proteus Eritus combo in the final later on this afternoon. But I think if we jump back to the All Brooks affair in race number 399, it's pretty hard to look past this Brooks A boat. But what a testament to the strength of the Oxford Brooks programme that we're here on the Sunday of Henley Women's Regatta. This is a semi-final of the Principal 8s event of the regatta, and we're watching two Brooks 8s giving it their all on the Henley stretch.
I mean, I think we've seen it now for several years how well this team from Brooks are building. B. Argyle's there, the cox of the Oxford Brooks A crew. Not been in the sport for that many years, but she has really taken control of this crew from Brooks. And they really have jumped out there. I imagine they really wanted to show that they have moved on from that race at Hollenbecker, and it was going to be important for them to lay down that marker nice and early. And this crew will most likely be going for the Remenham, which obviously in an Olympic year is a race that, you know, essentially a club crew can target, because there are likely to be fewer international crews there, and those that will be development crews, perhaps under 23 crews. So great crews still, but not full Olympic international crews. So this Brooks crew, I mean, first of all, they've got to get through the winner of the next race, Newcastle, or the IC Leander Oxford composite that we're seeing on our screen now. But once they're past this today, one way or another, it's on to Henley Royal.
Yeah, the Remenham completely stacked this year. A fantastic entry despite the lack of Olympic prospects. And we're likely to see certainly one of these crews, the Imperial Leander Oxford University boat, featuring in the Remenham too. And they are competing here against Newcastle University, who themselves need little to no introduction to those of you who follow the UK student rowing community closely. Crews under starters orders and away, nice and clean. I've been really enjoying watching this Leander IC Oxford boat. There's so much talent on board, quality everywhere you look. You've got boat race representatives, you've got athletes who have raced on the US collegiate system, you've got under 23 medalists, and a range of nationalities on board as well. So if they can row to their full potential, they might be a crew to watch, and certainly one who might be able to show Brooks what it's all about. But actually, even as I speak, Newcastle may have heard me and feel that I'm not giving them the attention they deserve, because they've got out to maybe a canvas lead. And we'll keep one eye on that one as it unfolds. But it's Brooks A keeping the rate up here, Zoe.
I think Brooks B might have closed them down a little bit there. I mean, we saw a full length at one point. And I don't know if it's just the parallax here, but I think Brooks B have come right back there. Certainly not let the A crew move away from them. I think Brooks A are going to be probably pretty pleased that the race course ended there and didn't continue on any further.
Yeah, absolutely. Henley Royal Regatta, when you've got another 600 metres to row, would have been very interested. But here we can see the IC Oxford Leander Composite have checked that early move from Newcastle, and now they take the lead in front of the spectators' enclosure. It is a phenomenal sight to see 2/8 of the highest quality racing down the Henley stretch on the Sunday afternoon. The sun has even made a rare appearance. And there we can see the noise just going up a decibel level or two. I get really excited when I can hear the crowd outside our commentary tent, because you know they're swinging by us, and the crews are neck and neck.
On paper, really difficult to look past this Leander Composite crew. You know, the amount of international experience, the amount of race experience that they've had. But this Newcastle University is one of those crews that I think are just a bit more than the sum of their parts. They have been sort of putting in these performances this season that they've just been kind of creeping in there, showing their hand once in a while. And now they are looking like potentially they are going to turn over that bigger composite crew.
Well, it's like a peloton, this race. It swings one way and then the other. And at the moment, it looks to me like Newcastle have taken the slightest of leads over this composite. So we've gone from one to the other and then back to Newcastle, the Blue Star, who have a fearsome racing attitude, a never say die mentality, expertly coached. And there we can see it. These crews are still locked in unison. But it is Newcastle, Zoe, who probably have, what would you call that, a canvas maybe?
Yeah, I'd say a canvas. And I think that's the thing that makes Henley Women's so exciting to watch. It is a different race length to most of the regattas that are run during the summer. Obviously, Henley Royal a little bit longer than the 2K, but Henley Women's, that 500 metres less really means that sometimes it's the unexpected crew who gets the win, because they have prepped in a different way, they've got out faster, they've just been prepared to hold their hand in the fire, where in a longer race a crew might be able to use their bigger base pace to get through. Actually, sometimes a sort of sprightly crew can stay out in front, and I think Newcastle have held on really well. I think that Leander Composite are now settling into their pace, and this now might be the time where they put in and move away. That crew on the right-hand side of your picture, they look now like maybe they've got a few seats, but as we go back just to see the start there, the crews lining up and starting off there in the Peabody Cup, St Edward's School and Hinksey Sculling School, local rivals.
Yeah, this is first and second from the National Schools Regatta, so we will definitely keep an eye on race number 400. We're just waiting for a shot of race number 400, because I can tell you that that is winding up towards its conclusion. And we shouldn't do this race any injustice either, because the semi-final we have here is, as I say, gold and silver from the Nationals just 4 weeks ago, Hinksey and St Edward's. But if we could maybe jump back to race 400... we can see how that one's concluding. I can hear the heightened tones of the commentator on the boat. And there we go, back on screen. It's the Leander boat. They're charging now. I think, Zoe, they might have taken the lead over Newcastle.
They have. They definitely looked like they were just settling into that pace, and that Newcastle crew, who had done such a brilliant job out the start, were just not able to match the power and the length of that composite crew. And you can see how much it took out of that composite crew to get in front of Newcastle. So it'd be really interesting to see what happens with Brooks later on this afternoon.
Yeah, blistering second half there from the Leander IC Oxford Composite. More to come from them in the final, I'm sure, when they will face Oxford Brooks. Really looking forward to that race. And speaking of races I've been looking forward to all weekend, a resumption of the rivalries between Hinksey and Teddy's. Upwards to downwards, you can see Hinksey in their Stamfley boat, a community rowing programme who have ascended to the very summit of junior rowing in this country, now moving out seat by seat against St Edward's, who themselves are better known probably for their boys rowing programme. They were winners of the Princess Elizabeth Challenge Cup last year at Henley Royal Regatta, but this women's eight appeared from nowhere to win silver at the National Schools Regatta at Dorney Lake in May, and they're just trying to cling on to the coattails of this richly talented Hinksey Sculling School outfit.
I think the turnaround for Hinksey Sculling School in the last few years has been incredibly impressive. Like you said, they were a grassroots rowing program. They really relied on other clubs to help with equipment, with funds, with all sorts of things. And now they are starting to really dominate, not only in junior women's events, but they've had some really impressive junior men's boats, and actually even some senior boats as well that have snuck into some good performances, particularly at Henley Royal.
Well, 2 Henley Royal Regatta finals in 3 years in the Brit and the Forley, 2021 and 23 respectively. No flies on this Hinksey outfit, led by Bodo Schulenberg, Director of Rowing. Super experienced, knows exactly what he's doing to deliver quality racing for all in the Oxfordshire region. And this Hinksey boat, a prime example, stroked by GB International Martha Shepherd. On paper, the favourites for the Peabody Cup for junior rates. Of course, they did win the National Schools title 4 weeks ago, and we're really excited to see them match up against the 1, 2 and 3 from the United States of America at Henley Royal Regatta next week. So all of this, a wonderful preview for what's to come in just 10 days' time. But we're going to keep one eye on race 401 as we move to 402. Sat on the start line, it's Headington School on the Buckinghamshire station. They are the incumbents. They are the form crew over the last decade in junior women's eights, up against another new entry, Shiplake College, proficient in the Squad Scull, winners of the Diamond Jubilee in 2021. Moving into the 8, this is the first Championship 8 this club have ever produced on the girls' side. And they will be very keen to ensure that they can put their best performance on against a Headington School crew, who I understand are pretty disappointed to lose out on the national title at Dorney Lake. And so we'll be keen for redemption. But there we go, Zoe, top left of our screen. It looks to me Hinksey. That is a really well-drilled crew, isn't it? If you look at the blades, the way they're going in, the synchronicity, there's no discrepancy between what's happening in the water and out of the water. It's super impressive.
No, but actually you look over to the left-hand side of that picture and you see the Teddy's crew, who do look like they've mounted a bit of a challenge in the last 10, 20 strokes. Not sure if they've left it slightly too late, but equally very well-drilled crew, neat, tidy, but are they able to keep up with the proficiency of that Hinksey crew? They're really, really blasting it now, that crew from St Edward's School.
Oh, they are sprinting, aren't they? And the parallax is a bit deceiving for us as commentators, but I'm going to say I think Hinksey maybe still have the lead, but Teddies are really going for it here. Desperate to try and get a seat in the Peabody Cup final. All the way down to the line, it's going to be Hinksey by 3 seats, I think, over Teddies. What a brilliant race that was. Gold and silver at the Nationals, and that order unchanged moving into the Henley Series. Hinksey will be taking one of the slots in the final, and there we go. An upset for the form book here. Shiplake, who I think were 4th at the Nationals. Headington won the bronze, but it's Shiplake who've gone out to an early half-length lead.
I think the interesting thing about Headington is they have had such control over junior women's eights for the last 10 years. Okay, maybe they haven't won every single year. You know, Henley have had some good years, but they have had real depth entirely over the last few years. And so I think this is the first year perhaps where they feel like they haven't really managed to hold control of that, perhaps. There have been more and more clubs and crews getting their noses out ahead.
Well, they were the fastest UK crew at Henley Royal Regatta last year, making the semi-finals before losing out to eventual winners Greenwich crew from the USA. And I understand, as I say, that they were bitterly disappointed to miss out on the national title at Dorney Lake 4 weeks ago. And this was viewed by them as a redemptive chapter in their season. They were here to put the screws to the rest of the field. None of the big hitters from the USA have landed on UK soil yet. We expect for them to renew acquaintances next week with the rest of the British. But at the moment, Shiplake doing what all good underdogs should do, going out hard, going out fast, and basically asking Headington the question, we're here, what have you got?
I think this is a really impressive performance from Shiplake. They have just decided, like you said, Tom, they have decided that they want to put it to Headington, ask them those questions, see what the answers are, and we'll see now, will this be similar to that Newcastle crew, or will they be able to hold on to this start? It's so difficult now because you have to have the confidence to push out onto a solid race pace. You can't just keep up high like you did off the start. You've got to have some element of pushing onto a sustainable race rhythm.
Yeah, let's see how Shiplake managed that second half of the course, because we have had a few examples, as you say, Zoe, where crews have gone out really, really fast, but been able to maintain their pace as the race matured. So 4:02 still underway. Shiplake, as it stands, leading Headington, and we'll check back in with that as it progresses. But this is 4:03 on the state boats at the moment. Isabel Lancaster of Reading University, fourth at Bucks Regatta, up against Leonie Kennedy of the University of Surrey. So it's an all-university affair, all-student contest. And Leonie actually made this round, or made this stage of proceedings last year before being knocked out. So she will be very, very keen to ensure that the same doesn't happen to her again. So we will come back to this singles race, but it looks to me, Zoe, Headington have done what all good race leaders should do, and they've responded well to that charge from Shiplake.
They've been very, very mature in that race, haven't they? They have been comfortable to sit a couple of seats down. They've not panicked. They've still rode their best rhythm. And at that point, all you can do is really trust and believe in what you've done in the season so far, what you've done to get you to that point, and you've got to believe and trust that all those things that you have put together are going to get you through the crew in front of you.
Well, what a programme to place your trust in. The machine-like institution that Ryan Domain has cultivated over the last 15 years at Headington bears fruit once again on the Henley stretch, because it is going to be Headington, barring any late disaster, who have rode down from half a length down to half a length up, and they will take the second of two slots into the final. And it's going to be Headington Hinksey on paper, and I think across the balance of the season, the fastest two UK 8s on the junior women's side. You can see the delight there from the Headington crews. Headington athletes, they are delighted with that win. So that's the final semi-final, I should say, in the Peabody Cup. And now, Zoe and I delighted to take you through the finals. It's a long old shift, this one, Zoe, but we're being treated to a wealth of wonderful racing. It'd be great if we were treated to an air conditioning unit,
ice cream,
but
maybe.
An ice cream. Yeah, a pint would go down really nicely here, but I'm not sure my commentary would be indulging that. So there's some atmosphere, there's some good shots of people thronged on the banks, athletes, coaches, spectators, pundits, neutrals alike, all together on the Henley Reach, waiting for the start of our last set of races of the weekend. This is the finals that we're moving into now. Race 4:03, the final, or the first final, not the final. Maybe I fell asleep for an hour. the first final of the day, 4:03. Aspirational lightweight singles, Fiona Dennis Trophy, Isabel Lancaster on the near side, Berkshire Station, Leonie Kennedy on the Buckinghamshire Station, gunning for this win. And away they go. Clean. That's what we look for in the singles. Ooh, little trip up there from Isabel Lancaster, just caught her blade on the right-hand side, but recovered well. And actually, as I look at these two scullers, Zoe, I'm probably saying to you that I think Isabel looks a bit more dynamic.
She definitely went off with real determination, but that did lead to that little bit of a wobble, and that's the balance, isn't it? You've got to have the aggression, you've got to have the speed, you've got to have the turn of pace, but you've got to be able to also mitigate any mistakes, because actually a mistake like catching a crab, especially in a single, could be completely race ending. So that it's that balance, really, making sure you're efficient in the water, making sure you're fast, you're getting those strokes in, but you are also keeping it as clean as possible.
Yeah, the jeopardy is extreme in the singles, as you say. And this for the aspirational lightweight category. And there's very little to choose between these two scullers. We shouldn't be surprised. Lightweight racing often delivers to us some of the closest contests on the docket. And at the moment, it's Isabel Lancaster just reaping the rewards of a slightly punchier start than her counterpart from University of Surrey, Leonie Kennedy. As I say, Leonie was semi-finalist in this event last year, has already made it one step further in 2024, progressing to the final. And wouldn't she just love to arrive at prize giving later as a winner of the Fiona Dennis Trophy? But at this point, it continues to be, I would call that a third of a length to Isabel Lancaster of Reading University.
Isabel Lancaster has come off the back of placing fourth at Bucks Regatta in championship lightweights. So she's had some experience racing up a category, which will have given her, fantastic racing experience to bring here to Henley Women's Regatta. Leonie Kennedy, on the other hand, of University of Surrey, saying that she's won 17 Bucks medals, 3 in the single. I've been trying to run the numbers on that in my head. That's a lot of medals. I don't know if maybe that includes heads as well as regattas. 3 or 4
years. You're not supposed to ask how old people are you? But I'm now genuinely curious because 17 Bucks medals, the maximum you can win in a weekend, I think, at Bucks Regatta is, I want to say 3, maybe 4. So that's a hell of a lot of Bucks campaigns. At the moment, those medals not really helping her because it's Isabel Lancaster continuing to lead here. But in a single, you and I both know, Zoe, that as length is no lead at all, really. Things can change so quickly. These boats get up and down pretty rapidly, and so Isabel Lancaster will know full well that this race is by no means decided as they move through what's probably around halfway.
I think she will know full well that if she wants to take home the Fiona Dennis Trophy for aspirational lightweight singles, there is absolutely no time to relax. And moving now straight on into the junior single sculls. So you are seeing on the left-hand side of your picture Riley of Latimer Upper, and on the right-hand side of your picture Anderson of Wycliffe College. 2 more brilliant scullers following that aspirational lightweight singles race down the course.
Well, not shocking at all to see Wycliffe back in action at the business end of this regatta. They had an athlete in every single junior sculling final last year at Henley Women's Regatta, and they've made 2 of 3 this year. So, if I'm Greg Flower, I'm thinking, well, my program's clearly regressed in the last year. I might only win 2 medals at Henley Women's as opposed to the full 3. But Lily Rose Anderson, a really, really strong athlete, and you can see here jumping out to what I would describe as a pretty commanding lead as they leave the magnificent Temple Island behind. She's got clear water on Gwylia Riley of Latimer Upper School already. And of course, these 2 scullers contesting the Di Ellis Trophy Junior Single Sculls. This is final number 2 of Henley Women's Regatta 2024. And it looks like Lily doing all the hard work in the opening exchanges, making sure she doesn't give Gwylia a sniff. It's going to be pretty difficult for the Latimer Upper Sculler to find, the resolve, the pace to get back at Lily Rose Anderson, who is dominating the opening stages of this final of the Di Ellis Trophy. I think if we jump back to race number 403, our first final on the docket, we can maybe see Isabel Lancaster coming up towards the line. And there we go. It is the sculler from Reading University, Zoe, who, based on that angle, looks to me like she has this final under control. It's hers to lose at this point. And will there be a big finishing sprint, some fireworks to crown a fantastic weekend for the Reading University athlete?
I would say under control perhaps, but not comfortable. She's not going to be able to enjoy the last part of this race, enjoy the experience of crossing the line first. She is going to have to keep pushing every single stroke down to the line, also keeping it clean, making sure there are no mistakes at all. But there you go, you can see she is glancing round to the finish line, but it looks like it is going to be Isabel Lancaster representing Reading University, who is going to take the very first trophy of the day, the Fiona Dennis Trophy for aspirational lightweight single sculls here, the first winner of Henley Women's Regatta 2024.
Yeah, brilliant performance from Isabel. Just got out to a lead nice and early, unperturbed by the continued pushes from Leonie Kennedy, and she's done enough to write her name into the history books of this prestigious and illustrious regatta. The Fiona Dennis Trophy will be hers to raise later on this evening, but we're returning now to race 404, the final of the Di Ellis Trophy, and it's Lily Rose Anderson who is leading this one by what I would describe as a relatively comfortable margin over Gwillia Riley.
So from Fiona Dennis to Di Ellis, two absolute stalwarts of women's rowing in Great Britain. We are now seeing the Di Ellis Trophy being competed for in junior single sculls. This trophy kindly sponsored by St George's Ladies Rowing Club. And at the moment it does look like it is going to be that same form continuing on. But here we are now at the start of the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. Dart Totnes ARC versus Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association.
Yeah, left to right, Louise Manning and Laura Macro on the Berkshire station in the black kit of Dart Totnes, and Hannah Justice and Lara Britton, I should say, in that green strip from the Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. And as those two crews leave the Temple Island behind, it is the crew from Dart Totnes, Lara Macro, who actually won lightweight championship singles in 2023 and 2019. So she's back to have a pop at the doubles for the Haslam Trophy. They're leading out here. At the moment we're into that phase of the race where one crew is trying to break the other. That elastic band that is connecting the two boats, intangible, unseeable, but very, very feelable for those two crews. It's Dart Totnes straining to break clear of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. And if Hannah Justice and Lara Britton can hold on to Dart Totnes in those opening exchanges, I would imagine that they will be in with a shout as the race progresses. But we're back to nearly the finishing line for our second final of the day. It's 4:04, and it is going to be a first of potentially two wins for Wycliffe College today. Lily Rose Anderson, who is coming up towards the line now. You talked in the last race, Zoe, about how Isabel Lancaster couldn't enjoy her win. Well, that is not the case here for Lara. She's done all the hard work in the first half, and she can just scull down towards the line, keeping the rate high. This is, after all, a final, but she's able to just relish the moment. A great, great win for Lily Rose Anderson of Wycliffe College Boat Club over the line as the victor of the Di Ellis Trophy. Superb performance there from Greg Flowers, athlete. And we're back to 4:05, well underway here, the Haslam Trophy Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. And it's Dart Totnes at the moment doing the business against Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. They got out hard, they got out fast, Dart Totnes, and with Lara Macro stroking this boat, a two-time winner of Henley Women's Regatta before, you have to be a pretty brave person to bet against this crew.
We saw there the Dart Totnes crew rowing in a boat used by Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. We saw the name of Anna Roots there on the boat, and those of you might remember Anna. She was herself a very fearsome lightweight sculler, and she tragically lost her life on the first day of a charity bike ride from John O'Groats to Land's End a decade ago now. And actually it was her best friend who organised this boat to be raced by Dart Totnes today. And the thing they wanted to see was they really wanted to see Anna's boat going fast again. And look what we are seeing here today. An incredible to see that, and a real testament to Anna's spirit and the spirit of these two women from Dart Totnes as well.
A fitting tribute, absolutely, and great to see both the boat and the athletes progressing at speed and with great volition down the course. And you can see there the 3/4 mile marker indicating that these two crews well over halfway now into their final of the Haslam Trophy for Championship Lightweight Double Sculls, and Dart Totnes doing everything that they can to ensure that they write their names into the history books here at Henley Women's Regatta. But we're going to split up the screens here. Top left is race 405 and the bottom right 404 Championship Lightweight pairs. Only 3 crews in this one this year, and it's the University of Surrey represented again for the second time in 4 races. Sasha Kennedy and Olivia Aller on the Berkshire bank closest to our screen, up against Quintin Boat Club, Sophie Young and Jess Hardwick on the Buckinghamshire station. But
So sliding back over to Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. This is for the Haslam Trophy, kindly sponsored by Wentworth House Partnership. And at the moment, it does look like it's going to be that crew from Dart Totnes ARC just keeping their bows out ahead. But Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, no stranger to these events. They know that they can still mount a challenge. They know that they have to keep pushing all the way through to the line. Dart Totnes just glanced over there and actually now heads straight back in the boat, punching those legs down together. Really, really well-timed double here. The way their arms swing out together, their legs squeeze down to the deck. Really impressive crew.
well, it looks like it's going to be another win for Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club at the Henley Women's Regatta, driven by the indomitable Laura Macro. She is sculling up with clear water in the Championship Lightweight Double Sculls. A remarkable performance in a boat that is fitting of the occasion down towards the line. That is going to be a win in the Haslam Trophy for Dart Totnes over Nottinghamshire County's Rowing Association. I would describe that as muted celebrations over the line.
Too tired to celebrate.
And there we go, a great win for Dart Totnes. But we move back to, well, not the start. This is the quarter-mile marker in the Parkside Trophy Championship Lightweight pairs. And at the moment, it is the boat from Quintin, Sophie Young and Jess Hardwick. Crew raced and won at Hammersmith. Regatta raced at Ghent, Met and Reading, and it's their second year in a row entering this event. And it's the only entry from Quintin at Henley Women's Regatta this year. So high hopes for this crew, and at the moment they're living up to expectation. They've got probably half a length on the crew from the University of Surrey.
That University of Surrey crew, Sasha Kennedy, her twin, we just saw racing a few races ago in the aspirational lightweight singles. So she's going to be looking to go one better here in their Empacker pair, Baby Sleigh, they like to call it. So they're going to hope that they can really start to show a little bit of sparkle here and push back on through Quintin. At the moment, it is Quintin with, ooh, it's tight now. Maybe a canvas for Quintin?
Yeah, it is definitely two crews in close proximity with each other. And what a gene pool for the Kennedys. Unbelievable talent in that family. But you're right, the Quintin Boat Club crew just straying into the middle of the river there. You can see that drone shot. There is no hiding from the illumination that provides. And it does look to me, Zoe, like the momentum here, if I were in that University of Surrey boat, and I should add, University of Surrey matched with Molesey, it is a composite, I would feel buoyed by this. I would feel like, actually, they're definitely still in this, more than still in this, and they've got a real chance of regaining parity here.
You've got to capitalise on any momentum, and sometimes it's something so subtle. It might be that they just see the wash from the other boat. They might just hear them a little bit clearer. Suddenly, though, you can switch into that and you can think, okay, that's it. We're moving. And if you keep the pressure on there, it's quite, that's the time when you can really challenge another crew, because you challenge their mindset. The other crew, the crew in the lead is thinking, why can't we break? Why can't we move? Why is this other pair staying with us? So that's the time to really turn it on.
Well, we'll keep one eye on 406 Championship Lightweight pairs. We move up to the start for Championship Openweight pairs. Redgrave Challenge Vars. It is the Leander Club. Amelia Standing, Juliet Perry, the fastest non-Olympic pair in the country, up against Thames Rowing Club, Phoebe Campbell and Amelia Crocker of Thames Rowing Club. So I think if you were basing it on the form book, it would be hard to look past this Leander Club crew, who will probably already have one eye on the Hambledon Challenge Cup. But actually the form book, once again, Tom's doing a wonderful job of spurning crews as he talks about how great they are. And it's Leander just moving into the middle there. They need to be very careful, and that's surprising for Leander. to be doing that because this is their home river. You'd think that they would know exactly what line to take out of the start here. But it's Thames bang on their station, straight as an arrow, just reaping the rewards of a straight line, unperturbed, not delving into this chaotic start. And they have probably a canvas here.
Plenty of international experience here in both crews, the Thames crew as well. You know, they've got under 23 experience. They've got Henley medals. They've won at Australian national championships, British national championships. They've won here at Henley Women's before. So they are an experienced combination. Leander have straightened up and now we move back to another pairs event. We've cut back to the championship lightweight pairs for the Parkside Trophy. We last saw them. We were just saying that we thought this University of Surrey and Molesey crew might be just about to turn the table on Quintin Boat Club, Sophie Young and Jess Hardwick. As they come up towards the finish line, we will see what has happened in that race. I think now it looks like Quintin might just have held on to it, but that University Surrey Molesey crew, they are really charging. And actually, if anything, I think they look a bit tidier, a little bit cleaner than the Quintin crew.
Well, the rates are going up in both of these crews. These lightweights, of course, rely on their technical proficiency over horsepower. But to me, Zoe, I think you might have called it just right. I think it's going to be Quintin by a pretty narrow margin who have just managed to hold off the advances of that Surrey Molesey composite, and it is going to be Quintin up and over the line who take the win in the Parkside Trophy Championship lightweight pairs. A brilliantly executed victory for Quintin, and there we go, the hands go up in the boat. Look of disbelief on the face of Sophie Young. Brilliant win for Quintin there over that composite from Surrey and Molesey. But we're riding now with Leander, who looked to me, Zoe, like they've recovered from that early mishap, that strange little bout of steering. And Juliet, Perry, Amelia Standing showing their class here in the Redgrave Challenge Vase for championship pairs.
Yeah, they look like an experienced crew. They look like they knew how to deal with that kind of mishap. Luckily, they didn't clash, because that could have been a different end to this race for them. But they managed to bring themselves back into the race and push up past that crew from Thames Rowing Club. And we see this pair here, not only experienced, but experienced in rowing together. They've rowed together at Oxford in the under-23s, and I believe together at Henley Women's before as well, possibly, I think, in the Cox's 4 last year.
They did. They won that Cox's 4 last year. So already Henley Women's winners in their own right. And I think they came into the event certainly feeling that they were probably the favourites. Of course, no rower would ever acknowledge that, but I'm pretty sure that they were hoping for a win to kickstart their Henley series, and hopefully what will be a productive summer for that pairing. But we'll keep one eye on that one. It looks like Leander have it under relative control. 4:08 now on the course, the final of the Frank v Harry Cup Development Coxed 4s. So these athletes on paper are the least experienced rowers to take to the water, but always provide us with some of the most scintillating racing. And it's Edinburgh, the holders, back in the final for a second year in a row on the Berkshire station, up against Upper Thames Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. And Edinburgh so good at producing crews who are novices, who have only just started rowing perhaps in the last year to 2, and they seem to have a real knack of getting them up the curve very, very quickly. So it's Edinburgh on the left and Upper Thames on the right. We'll keep an eye on that race, because I think we're going to head back to the finish for Leander and Thames, the conclusion of the Redgrave Challenge Vase. And to me, Zoe, right to left, I think it is Leander who have taken full control of this race.
In the lead, certainly. I'm not sure full control is quite what I would say. I think Thames have really piled on the pressure, haven't they? And you can see that Leander looking a little tense, actually, in the shoulders, looking a little nervous, I would say. I think maybe after that earlier steering mishap, just want to make sure that they keep it clean to the end. And actually, it looks like boats converging slightly there in the middle of the course.
Yeah, Leander maybe not quite managing to fully recover from that chaos at the beginning of the course, but I think it is going to be Leander who take this win. This will be the second successive year that Juliet and Amelia have combined to win a trophy at Henley Women's Regatta, and clear water separating the crews as they cross the line. Despite that difficult and congested opening phase, it is a win. Very muted celebrations from that Leander Club crew. I think they anticipated that they would, and they should be winning that race, and indeed it has manifested as such. So on to the Hambledon Pairs Challenge Cup for Julia and Amelia. We'll be seeing them back in action in just a few days' time. But now the Frank v. Harry Cup Development Fours, and it's Edinburgh showing no signs of relinquishing their hold on this trophy.
And Edinburgh last year certainly were absolutely dominant with those novice women. You know, they won everything basically last year. And the thing that's impressive is when you are therefore having to win with different athletes. So that's the thing about these development events, is you can't count on the same people winning year on year on year. You have to be able to continually bring new athletes into the sport, into the team, to make sure that you keep your hold on these kinds of trophies. But the Upper Thames crew, interesting to see again where you can get your athletes from. So some athletes have come from school rowing, some athletes have learned to row as adults, and it shows how many different ways they're into this sport and how well you can do. I mean, we've got, you know, Olympic champions who only started rowing at university, and it shows that there are so many paths into the sport, so many different opportunities, no matter where you come from, where in the country, what kind of school you've been to, what kind of university, whether or not you've gone to university. There's opportunities for everybody in this sport.
Absolutely, and whatever those routes to glory are, Edinburgh seem to have found the knack of identifying and cultivating them, because it's Edinburgh who continue to lead this final of the Frank v. Harry Cup. Notionally, what should be one of the tighter affairs throughout the weekend, but Edinburgh showing us all that actually they aren't listening to what is predicted. They're doing what they think is right and continuing to row away from Upper Thames, who on home water would have been really excited to get out here and take on the very best in Edinburgh. But it looks like they've come up against a crew who are just a bit too strong for them on this occasion. So back to the start. This is the Championship Doubles W Pier Cup. It's Brooks Thames, I should say, on the near side. Jenny Bates and Freya Keto up against this Reading University crew, Ellie Cook and Finola Stratton on the Buckinghamshire station.
Such a powerful start from that Brooks Thames composite on the left-hand side of your picture. Again, you could just see their legs absolutely slamming down, but they have again veered over into the middle, as we see on the bottom right. Top left of the picture now, we are seeing the finish few strokes of that race in development Coxed 4 for the Frank v. Harry Cup. And it is going to be Edinburgh University who, barring absolute disaster now in the closing part of this race, are going to continue with that incredible performance of their novice women to take that trophy home again back to Scotland today.
Well, you're an athlete of student age who's wanting to enter the sport of rowing. You've got to ask yourself the question at this stage, why would you go anywhere but Edinburgh? They seem to have a real talent for making the best out of what's available to them. And Edinburgh down to the line, stroked by Katie Robertson, another athlete who demonstrates that pathway from sport to sport. Seamless transition from Scottish swimming champion to Edinburgh novice. So a name for the future for sure. And Edinburgh up and over the line in the Frank v. Harry Cup. A brilliant win. The arms go up and they are delighted to take that victory. Hopefully the first of many for this crew as Edinburgh's development programme goes from strength to strength. 2 consecutive Henley Women's Regatta wins. And now we're back up the course. This is the W Pier Cup, race 409, the final. And it is that crew from Oxford Brooks and Thames, Jenny Bates and Freya Keto, back racing after the World Rowing Cup 3 in Poznan when they made the A final in their first full international regatta. So a really, really strong crew. No surprise to see them punching hard against Reading University, who themselves no slouches. 2 under-23 internationals on board in Ellie and Finola. But it looks to me like this crew from Brooks and Thames, 2 powerhouses combining on the water and paying dividends here.
They're an interesting combination to watch, this Brooks Thames crew, because like a lot of what we were saying earlier about how you really wanted to see sort of relaxation in the upper body. If anything, I think they look a little bit tenser in the upper body. There's quite a lot of work going on with the arms, but they really make it work for them. It's a very, very powerful rhythm that they are setting down there. You can see the grit on the face there of Freya Quito as she looks across at the Reading University crew, just keeping her eye on them, making sure that she is in control. Little bit of a wobble there from them, but that didn't disrupt them at all. Straight back onto the legs, straight back into the power, moving the boat every single stroke through the water there.
Freya Quito, a name to watch in years to come. She only took up sculling about a year or two ago. She was a boat race winner with Cambridge, a Ireland Challenge Cup winner with Brown, and then decided to jump in the single scull at Bucks Regatta, I think in 2023. So she's only a year and a bit into her sculling career, but already gaining international pedigree with Great Britain. And it looks like she's going to be adding a Henley Women's Regatta medal to her cabinet, provided nothing dramatic happens in the closing phases. So we'll keep an eye on that. But back to the start, this is the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy Junior 16 Coxed Fours. So athletes 16 years and younger. All of these athletes will in some way have probably touched on their GCSEs in the last few weeks. So balancing sport and study. And it's Godolphin and Latimer on the Berkshire station, Headington School on the far side on the Buckinghamshire station. And bottom right, we'll keep an eye on that race 4-1-0. It's Godolphin and Latimer who seem to have jumped out to the faster of the two starts. But on the left, it is the combination of final trials winner Jenny Bates and Freya Quito smashing their way down the course. They have been relentless all the way through this race and given Reading no hope of a tilt at the W Pier Cup. Hard to really compete with a crew of that quality, isn't it?
Absolutely. The power of those two athletes is really evident here in the way they row. They're just picking up that boat and absolutely slamming it along every single stroke. And just no let up whatsoever. You know, they didn't really relax for a single stroke of that, did they? And they've really, I don't know whether they just want to see what they can do, but you can see Freya Quito there looking round for the line, willing it to come so that she can end this effort. And that is the double that you see there taking the win in the championship double sculls, competing for the W Pier Cup, kindly sponsored by Rosie McLaughlin.
Yeah, a really convincing performance there from Jenny and Freya, and their eyes will now turn to a pre-qualified status that they've managed to attain in the Stoner Challenge Trophy for women's double sculls at Henley Royal Regatta. But now on screen, the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy Junior 16 Coxed Fours, and it's Godolphin and Latimer who have capitalised on that strong start. They're continuing to extend their lead over Headington, who probably don't really know what's hit them. That's a half a length of clear water, a really, really compelling start from the Godolphin and Latimer crew.
So Headington featuring in another final in these junior women's categories here at Henley Women's. But like you said, Tom, it is looking like it is Godolphin Latimer controlling this race early on. And well, that looks like that's a comfortable 2 lengths there, I'd say now. Empowerment, the name of their boat there, and they are certainly embodying that now. Really impressive performance here for Godolphin and Latimer. And Tom, you might know better. Would this be Godolphin and Latimer's first win at Henley Women's?
I actually don't have the answer to that.
If anyone is out there listening to this and can give us that stat, we would appreciate it.
Please let us know. I mean, they are definitely one of the more prolific schools on this sort of in the community. They're often found at the sharp end of racing, certainly in the lower age groups, particularly J16 and younger. They tend to have a really good program, so not that surprising to see them punching pretty hard at this stage of proceedings. This crew coxed by Olivia Wilson and containing athletes Maya Massaro, Hannah Cochran, Lara Bone and Olivia Isla Puyol. But they don't look troubled at all, do they?
I was about to say the same thing. They look extremely calm, given that they are rowing in a final at Henley Women's Regatta, competing here for the Nina Padwick Trophy, looking very relaxed indeed, very comfortable in this position.
So, with one eye still firmly fixed on 4-1-0, the final of the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy, it is back to the start for another Junior 16 event, one of two offered at Henley Women's Regatta. It's the quads, the Nina Padwick Trophy, Henley Rowing Club. The holders on the Berkshire station up against AB7 Rowing Club, containing the double, I think, that won the Junior 16 doubles at the National Schools Regatta, Gracie Janes and Phoebe Asquith. So a crew that have been, or sort of have come together in the last few weeks after their separate exploits at the National Schools Regatta, and Henley, who need no introduction as junior rowers. They are a consistent force at the business end of junior women's rowing in this country. So that race now well underway for the Nina Padwick Trophy. And top left you can see the closing moments of the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy. That's 4-1-0. And it is Godolphin and Latimer who, I think, provided they can maintain their form, if anything, they're actually taking the rate up here. They're going for the firework finish. Big closing strokes in front of, I'm sure, what will be an adoring crowd on the bank.
And likely this will be the last race of the season for them, certainly in this boat. So why not take it to the line, show everyone everything you've got, and win in style.
Yeah, Empowerment, what a great name for a boat. That really is. And they're down towards the line here. Several lengths of clear water ahead of Headington, who just didn't have enough in the tank to stay with Godolphin and Latimer. Completely dominant from stroke one. These are your champions in the West End Amateur Rowing Association Trophy. Great celebrations there over the line. They are delighted to win that one. Well deserved. Never in doubt there for Godolphin and Latimer. And commiserations to Headington, who I'm sure will be back stronger under the stewardship of Ryan Domain next year. But back to the Nina Padwick Trophy, and it's Henley in pole position at the moment to retain their trophy. Evelyn Meeks, Charlotte Tong, Lillian Graham and Molly Hall in that Henley crew. Sculling really beautifully, as is so often the case with Henley Rowing Club outfits. As I say, AB7, a strong unit in and of themselves with a national title winning double in the stern. The quality and the distinctive style that Henley coaches managed to imbue upon their athletes at such a young age is just indicative of the programme that is working wonders on the junior circuit. They continue to punch extremely hard at the business end of junior rowing. And on home water, nothing would thrill them more than a win. I mean, they almost collided there with the booms. You could see there Evelyn Meeks in the bow seat just grimacing slightly as her crew came into close quarters with the booms. That would be a bit of a shame, wouldn't it, Zoe?
And a hard job for any sculler, but let alone a young athlete to have to manage that steering as well as just their own performance in the race. So incredible job that they are doing here. As we move away now to the final of the Academic 8 for the Colgan Foundation Cup, sponsored by the Colgan Foundation, we see Edinburgh University and Oxford Brookes A. So Edinburgh University looking to add a second set of Henley wins this year, but it is the might of Oxford Brookes A that they are up against. But now the top left of the picture, we are just seeing again those J16 quads, Henley Rowing Club on the right-hand side of the picture, and the crew from AB7 Stratford-upon-Avon on the left. And I think that composite might have closed up a little bit of that gap there. Difficult again to see from this angle, but it looks like that AB7 Stratford Avon crew, that new crew that has just come together, is really continuing to put the pressure on for Henley Rowing Club, and Henley Rowing Club having to respond, having to raise the rate up to make sure they can keep their noses out in front.
Well, Henley absolutely charging here. You saw there the call come from Evelyn Meeks in the bow seat. They know they have to sprint now for the line. Continual looks over there from Phoebe Asquith and Gracie James in the stern pair of this composite. Have they left it too late? I think they're going to run out of water here. Henley having done the hard yards in the first half, all the way down to the line there. Henley are going to do it, I think, just by about 3/4 of a length. There we go, actually it's just about a length. Stern just touching the bow, and there we go. Delighted with that win. What a fantastic moment for these young athletes on the Henley stretch on home water, I'm sure in front of family and friends. A brilliant and well-executed race to retain the Nina Padwick Trophy. And so we're back at the start now. Academic Aspirational 8's the Colgan Foundation Cup, and as you say, Zoe, it's the Might of Oxford Brookes on the left-hand side, being led, though, at the moment, just ever so slightly, by a resurgent Edinburgh crew.
So we ask ourselves again, is this an underdog crew who are putting themselves out there, just trying to see if they can hold on, get out early, get a lead, scare the opposition a little bit? Or is this a big challenge, unexpected challenge for this Oxford Brookes crew, who, having won this event 4 times in the last 6 years, I think, are going to be, you know, on paper, the firm favourites to take this today. And actually, I think Edinburgh have squeezed out another seat there.
Well, we all know what a complete joke the Brookes programme is. They just seem to have this uncanny ability of producing 8 after 8 after 8 of indisputed quality. But it looks to me, Zoe, that you've called this spot on once again. That Edinburgh crew just slowly squeezing on Brookes, and you can hear that cascade of noise moving down the bank towards us. The volume that we reach on the bank here when the 8s come swinging by this spectator enclosure. And I can tell you now, from a neutral perspective, I'm sure there'll be more than one neutrality on the bank who is watching this and willing Edinburgh on, because Brookes, with such dominance, it does mean that a lot of the time they're there to be shot at. But that Brookes crew don't look flustered. If you look at the blade work, it's perfectly in unison. It's in sync. Edinburgh will be perhaps a little bit surprised to find themselves in this position, and will need to just find their heads, find their cool, and work on executing an exemplary second half of the race.
And that's exactly it. It's easy to panic when you find yourself unexpectedly down, but you also can panic when you find yourself unexpectedly up. You suddenly think, wait a minute, can I do this? And it may be easy us saying this. It may well be that Edinburgh University had total belief that actually this was their race to win. And we are doing them a slight disservice here. But actually, I think they've moved out another seat. It looks like half a length now to the crew from Edinburgh University. And these women, again, looking like they are really punching those 8 pairs of legs down together. Very, very strong through the middle part of the drive. Now they need to believe that they can stay up ahead and keep, you know, twisting that knife on that crew from Oxford Brookes.
Well, I always look at the faces of the athletes. Obviously, there's always pain etched deep into the face, but it's often the telltale signs of panic or alarm or even a little bit of chaos thrown in there. But those Edinburgh athletes, they look composed. They look ready. Obviously being carefully managed by Nickleby Simmons in the coxing seat. But we all know just how impressive Brookes are, and there I think Brookes have responded, haven't they? And maybe even reversed that margin.
I think while we were looking at that Edinburgh crew there, that Brookes boat might have put their legs to it and have moved right through them.
Well, Brookes won't mind sitting down on their opposition, because they have an unbreakable mentality forged and fostered by year upon year of success. As I say, they are the holders in this event and the holders in the Ron Need Challenge Cup. So it takes a hell of an outfit to beat Brookes these days, and Edinburgh giving it their very best shot here on the Henley Women's Regatta course. But it does to me look like Oxford Brookes now have taken the lead in the Colgan Foundation Cup for aspirational academic 8s. And we're watching them move down towards the line. This race just moves so fast in an 8. you think you've got plenty of time to wax lyrical and espouse the virtues of both crews, and then they're crossing the line. But I think, Zoe, once again, you've called it to perfection. It is Brooks who have now stretched out a lead. They didn't panic. They didn't feel the pressure of Edinburgh, that white hot breath on their necks. They've just continued to move away, and now they have, well, it looks like nearly a length on Edinburgh, up and over the line, and Brooks retain the Colgan Foundation Cup for aspirational academic 8s. And we'll wait for the hands to go up. There we go, arms aloft, splashing of the water, all the telltale signs of a crew who have had a job well done.
I'm sure they will not only want to have been taking that win today, but also putting down a time marker to see how they would have fared perhaps in the Championship 8s events as well.
Well, we're now looking at race number 413, the final of the Leicester Trophy for Club Coxless Fours. The noise has gone up again at our commentary station, indicating that the crews are probably passing us in the spectator zone. That angle makes it difficult to ascertain exactly what's happening on the course, but this is London Rowing Club in shot here on the Berkshire station. Hermione Brewster, Kate Griffiths, Gabriella Morton and Amelia Perrin up against Upper Thames Rowing Club. Lauren Harrington, Yasmin Ryan King, Hope Canna and Emily Paul. And there we go, London absolutely flying here.
This is a great shot of the crews as well, because the way you see their backs moving, the way the boats swing, and the way the athletes have to move together is really, really evident from this kind of angle. And you see there the London Rowing Club crew, very sprightly in their movements. They really pick that boat up fast at the front end and start getting their legs moving down together.
Well, if anyone's watching this, or indeed has kept an eye on results at Marlow Regatta yesterday, it appears tales of London's demise were greatly exaggerated. This is an impressive resurgence for the Putney-based crew, dominating this Leicester Trophy final for Club Coxless Fours. They were A finalists at the Met, only being beaten by championship level crews Leander, Thames and Upper Thames. And this will be bitterly disappointing for this Upper Thames crew, who are actually in this final last year, beaten by Worcester Rowing Club, and they've just come up against another boat who just have more speed on board.
Moving quickly now over to the start of the junior double sculls. This is the Rayner Cup, kindly sponsored by the Rayner family, and we are seeing crews from Hartpury University and College Boat Club on the Berkshire station. That's the left-hand side of your picture. And then the distinctive orange of Lee Rowing Club on the right-hand side of your picture as well. So that is on the bottom right of your screen. That's race number 414. And on the top left, we are seeing 413. That's the Club Coxless Fours for the Leicester Trophy. It is London Rowing Club holding on to the lead there over Upper Thames Rowing Club. As Tom mentioned, Upper Thames very disappointed to lose in the final of this event last year, and unfortunately it looks like that is going to repeat itself this year as we see London still in control of this race.
Yeah, an admirable performance from Upper Thames to get the crew back together, or certainly remnants of that crew back together, have another crack at it for the 2024 campaign. But unfortunately, London have brought the very best of the tideway to this stretch of the Thames. And there is no stopping this London crew, who now will surely turn their attention to potential tilt at either the Town Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta or perhaps the Wargrave Challenge Cup. You would think that they would love to unseat Thames at the summit of 8s rowing in the UK, but London coming down towards the line. Really, really convincing performance from this London crew, and I'm sure they will be absolutely delighted to win this trophy as London continue their rise back to the top of the domestic table. Cemented by this win, London are ecstatic with that win. That is the celebration of the day so far. Even if they hadn't won the Leicester Trophy, I would have given them celebration of the day. Emphatic, both in their race and in their post-race rituals. Brilliant win that for London. And so we'll move back to race number 414, and it is the junior doubles, Zoe. It is Hartpury University and College Boat Club, the national champions, Chloe Shepherd and Millie Hurrell, against Lee Rowing Club, a younger duo. And at the moment, the the young ones from Lee just struggling to stay with the class and power of this Hartpury pairing.
Hartpury, another real centre for junior women's sculling in the UK, and I think I'd say they've had ups and downs, and I would say maybe 10 years ago they were very dominant, and then there was a little dip, and now they look to be just starting to build back up again, start to sort of find a programme, find their feet a little bit, and this junior double here today is certainly showing some class, some maturity in the way they race. I watched them race earlier today as well. They looked very unfussed, very unhurried in the way they rode, really relaxed and working together very, very well, which is exactly what we're seeing here in this final.
Well, of course, Hartpury did go on a 4-year unbeaten streak in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup, as you say, Zoe, through the middle part of last decade, 2014 to 17, which is the most remarkable run of domination I think we've seen in junior events in a very long time. And you're right, they had a quieter period as the decade turned into the 2020s, but they're back with a bang in 2024, and I'll be very interested to see these two athletes, Chloe and Millie, potentially combine with Catherine Gardner, who we saw in the aspirational doubles category about an hour ago, potentially for a quad in the Diamond Jubilee Challenge Cup to take on the might of Wycliffe College, unbeaten national champions, in a boat we'll see in a few races' time. But it's all about this junior double from Hartpury, national champions at Dorney Lake 4 weeks ago, and trying to ensure that they lay down a marker here at Henley Women's. So we will watch as they progress down to the line in the Regatta Cup. But the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy Championship lightweight single sculls has begun between University College Cork Rowing Club and Schuylkill Navy High Performance Collaborative, the United States of America, Riona McCormick on the Buckinghamshire station. And it's Cleena Nolan, University College Cork Rowing Club of Ireland. We'll return to that one in a moment. It's 4-1-4 in front of us right now, and this one another foregone conclusion. For the neutrals, a disappointment. For anyone based in Gloucester, it's going to be a result that they will cherish, because it is Hartpury University and College Boat Club, Chloe Shepherd, Millie Hurrell, national champions, adding the Henley Women's Regatta Regatta Cup to their trophy collection. A brilliant performance from these girls. Always careful about anointing anyone before they've actually crossed the line.
Dangerous game.
But there we are, the final 5 strokes. Ahead of Lee, Beatrice Hughes and Jess Kibera, who a promising duo. Jess is only 16. I'm sure she'll be back next year with a vengeance, but they crossed the line. And there we go, big win for Hartpury. One of potentially 2 throughout the day. Now we're going to go back to race 415, Godfrey Row Sports Trophy. And this, so far, Schuylkill Navy, Riona McCormick, dominating this one.
Yeah, that looks like a length and a half, nearly 2 lengths now, I would say. She looks very well in control of this, doesn't she? And again, real power from these lightweight athletes, both of them, in fact. And obviously they have to weigh in at the beginning of the day, so they have to contend with that additional challenge, which I think particularly in hot conditions like we've had this weekend can be quite tricky. You know, you've got to be able to get yourself weighed in, but then make sure you're really well hydrated, you're staying fueled properly to get yourself across this this really tricky course. So these 2 women will have had that challenge today. And having said that Riona McCormick from Schuylkill was controlling this race, I think whilst I've been talking, actually Cleena Nolan from UCC has pushed back a little bit. It looks now like that clear water is slowly being eaten up by Cleena Nolan of University College Cork.
Yeah, that gap definitely closing up there. You can still see there's a smidgen of clear water between the boats, but sculler from Ireland, Cliona Nolan, will be emboldened by the fact that she is starting to move back on Riona McCormick. Riona, a richly decorated athlete, a 2-time silver medalist in the women's lightweight 8 at the IRA National Championships and a 3-time Dad Vale Regatta champion. So comes to the UK with plenty of pedigree and form at her back. But can she do enough here to see off the attentions of Cliona of Ireland? I'm taking my Great Britain hat firmly off. It's lovely to see 2 international crews contesting for honours at the Henley Women's Regatta in a year where we've had record, I think, domestic and overseas entries. So we'll keep one eye on that. 4-1-5 at the moment, a pretty compelling contest between Messrs Cliona Nolan and Riona McCormick, but 4-1-6 underway, and this is a crew that we've all been looking forward to watching, and this is gold and silver from the Nationals. Wycliffe College on the near side, arguably one of the finest junior women's quads I have ever seen, up against Marlow Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. Now, Wycliffe won the Nationals by 8 seconds 4 weeks ago, ahead of this Marlow crew. I'm assured that a similar margin they would be delighted with.
8 seconds is a big win, and if you're in that Marlow crew, you've got to be thinking, like, what do we do to swap that around? That's a hard one to overcome. So that's the bottom right picture at the moment. In the top left of the screen, we have cut back over to the final of the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy for Championship Lightweight Singles, and it is still Riona McCormick of Schuylkill, USA, who is leading over Cliona Nolan of University College Cork, Ireland. And I'd say Riona McCormick, bar that little sort of challenge in the middle of the race from Cliona Nolan, has had a good control over this race. And I'm sure she will be delighted with that win, barring accident now in the last part of this race after being a semi-finalist 2 years ago in the Coxless 4.
Yeah, coming over from the USA, transatlantic trip. I'm sure she will have had the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy firmly on her mind. And it seems like that dream is manifesting into reality here on the Straits of Henley. She's stretched out her lead despite the keen interests of Cliona Nolan in the middle of the course. It is going to be Riona McCormick who will take the Godfrey Row Sports Trophy Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. She can add a Henley Women's Regatta trophy to her already pretty decorated cabinet and up and over the line. That is in the end, a pretty convincing, compelling win for her. Delighted, I'm sure, to take that win. So we'll move back 4-1-6, and as we've been speaking, it has been Wycliffe who, unsurprisingly, have jettisoned the afterburners here. That is two lengths of clear water,
yeah, I'd
perhaps?
say two lengths, 2.5 lengths now.
I mean, how do you live with a crew like Wycliffe? They really are remarkable. They were beaten finalists in the Diamond Jubilee last year. That was a loss that they took very, very hard indeed. Bang-on favourites in 2024. They won the head in March by 30 seconds. They were the quickest junior crew of any boat class apart from 1/8. They have now come to the National Schools Regatta, won that by 8 seconds, and here they are on the Henley Women's stretch with clear water in the final of the B. Langridge Trophy. They are leaving nothing to chance in 2024 after a campaign in 23 that ended in bitter disappointment, and you would be, I think, relatively foolish to bet against them for completing the set in 2 weeks' time.
Their second final of the day in junior women's sculling. They're just such a punchy crew. The way they attacked the start in itself was just really, really impressive. They absolutely flew out there. They were not going to wait around for a single second, were they?
Yeah, they are a boat and a half, coached, I should say, by Greg Flower. Eloise Etherington in the bow seat, a junior international, off to Cambridge next year. Mia Lowes, Violet Holbrook-Broxbank and Lily Martin in the stroke seat. And look, Marlow, no slouches. They are junior internationals, plenty on board in Katie Breeze and Mia Lawrence, but just not able to live with the pace and the poise of Wycliffe at this stage. So one eye on 4-1-6 and what is likely to be the crowning glory of this season, or one of the crowning glories certainly of this season for Wycliffe. Onto the Club 8's Copers Cup It's Thames on the left in the yellow boat, up against London on the right on the Berkshire station. So it's Thames-London, a rivalry as old as time itself. Two Putney neighbours renewing acquaintances on the stretch that they all want to win on. But as we wait for that one to begin, the Club 8s, let's just take a moment to appreciate this Wycliffe boat, who have just, the proverbials almost, the hyperbole runs out. I have nothing left to say in my canon of sort of words to tell you how good I think they are, Zoe.
Do you need a break?
Honestly, I've been watching this crew all year. I'm invested in their journey because they were bitterly disappointed to lose the Royal last year. And to win this is the setup point for them to win the Royal in 2 weeks. Over the line they go. They are a great crew.
Brilliant performance from Wycliffe, and you can see how much it means to them. Like you say, they're delighted to have picked up the B. Langridge Trophy today, kindly sponsored by Perfectly Picked. They are now, as you say, going to have their eyes for 2 weeks' time to see what they can do if they can finish off their season in style.
Exactly, the quadruple in junior women's rowing, which is the school's head, the national schools, Henley Women's, and then Henley Royal, the jewel in the crown. But moving back to club rowing, another hotly contested event, the Copus Cup, and it is Thames Rowing Club here who are going to, at the moment, be sitting pretty against London Rowing Club. They've got about 3/4 of a length, I think.
Great start there from Thames. Really shot out and looked to stamp their mark early against that crew from London Rowing Club in this final of the Club 8s. Almost out to a length lead now, I would say.
Yeah, so far, Thames showing us all why they were favourites for the Copus Cup coming into this weekend. Not quite managing to break clear of London just yet. London may have rallied ever so slightly. Just checking that early Thames move. But at the moment, it is Thames. "16 Henley Women's Regatta finals between them, 2 wins more than 5 years ago, and 46 Henley Women's appearances. And Zoe, I know that this crew are racing for someone pretty special, and that might be reflected in the name of their boat. If we can see it, maybe we can, maybe we can't. And I think just coming into shot there.
So these Thames Rowing Club athletes are rowing in the Pauline Rayner in honour of their late president. Pauline Rayner, an absolute incredible woman in the sport of rowing, a long-time competitor, supporter of Henley Women's Regatta, and she would be absolutely delighted to see her crew from Thames Rowing Club out in the lead here of the Copus Cup for Club 8s. Their name isn't on the trophy yet, but this has been an extremely impressive start to this race. They are looking pretty in control here. Just looking straight down the boat, you can see that swing out to either side as the athletes split out onto their riggers at the catch of the stroke. And the blades there of London Rowing Club just coming into view. Just slightly untidier perhaps than their counterparts from Thames, but difficult when you're in that position, especially in an 8, and you just start to hear the noise of the other boat slipping away from you. So that's the top left of the picture, and in the bottom right, sorry, we are seeing this all Dutch final in the aspirational quads for the Chairman's Trophy.
Yeah, you're totally right. Composure goes out the window. You've got to reflect that these are technically amateur athletes, although some of them compete at very, very high levels. They are still athletes who only really pursue this sport as a secondary to their lives, their studies, whatever else they've got going on. But Thames here putting down a marker ahead of a campaign for the Wargrave Challenge Cup, a trophy they'll be looking to retain for a second successive year at Henley Royal Regatta. And what better way to start this incredibly exciting 2 weeks of rowing here in the Thames Valley than winning the Copus Cup at Henley Women's Regatta for aspirational Club 8s. And it is wonderful to see this crew rowing in honour of Pauline Rayner. There we go, we can see her name as those girls cross the line, Zoe. A great moment for them.
You can see they're a crew that has really worked together and believed in each other, and want to do this for their club, for themselves, but for every other person, every other woman in that boat as well.
Well, there's a mixture of elation and what looks like some serious waterworks going on in that boat. I mean, the joy, the emotion that you must have when you cross the line as a winner at Henley Women's Regatta, profound and displayed and expressed in the faces of those 9 Thames women who have done so well to win that race. So we move back to aspirational quads. It's an all-Dutch affair, as Zoe pointed out. ARSR Skadi of Rotterdam, Netherlands, on the Berkshire station, leading the crew from USR Triton Utrecht, Netherlands, on the Buckinghamshire station. And this event, so often the province of strong crews from the Netherlands who love to come over here and compete at Henley Women's and indeed the Royal Regatta. And this crew from Skadi at the moment looking pretty strong, sculling really nicely together. Laser-like focus there from Irka Bavalar in the stroke seat. Little look over there at our competition from Triton, but don't worry, you're in the right position at the moment. You're doing the right things. Keep moving that boat.
Another lightweight crew here competing in an open weight category, so impressive for these slightly smaller athletes to be mixing it in here with the open weight athletes from Triton and Skol. And both crews very impressive as they've gone through this competition, but at the moment I think it looks like maybe that Triton Skol composite has managed to push out to a little bit of a lead.
I'm just praising the Lord that the ends of the Dutch names are easier to pronounce than the beginning, because if we had to pronounce all of these names, Zoe, I think we'd be fired immediately from the Henley Women's Regatta commentary roster indefinitely.
Not invited back.
Yeah, it's a hell of a mouthful. Come to Henley Royal Regatta where they do have to pronounce it all, and you'll get a full sense of how difficult they are to wrap your mouth around. But at the moment, Skadi wrapping themselves nicely around this race. They are in a really good position approaching the final sort of 200 metres of this, the Chairman's Trophy. Aspirational quads up against their country women on the left-hand side. This Triton Skol composite. But I think it's going to be Skadi. When I say that, it looks like that composite's charging now. The rate's gone up. There's definite movement in their hull. They're trying to drive towards the line. It's going to be a close finish, this one.
I think it is. I think you're exactly right. A long way for these crews to travel over here to race each other, but they are really putting on a show in the final of this aspirational quadruple sculls. And, oh, yep, there it is. It looks like it is that Skadi crew who have control of this race, but they have had to really fight to stay on top of this here.
Oh, there we go.
And screams as they came over the finish line. What a shout there. And you can see how much that means. Combination of delight and exhaustion, I think, from that foursome there as they took that final in the aspirational quadruple sculls.
Yeah, relentless, ruthless, reeled in with a religious-like discipline, I think, that Dutch crew. Very, very impressive. And now we're skipping a final. We're going to the Grosvenor Cup. This is the PR3 single scull. And we are riding with Samantha Louise Go, who we saw from St Andrew Boat Club earlier today. She's on the Berkshire station leading this race, the LA Hopeful. And it's Rebecca Knight from Llandaff Rowing Club of Wales on the Buckinghamshire station. She started rowing in the summer of 2021, did Rebecca, in Penarth, and then moved to Llandaff in early 2022 and has been training there ever since. And she is classified as PR3 due to a physical impairment, which relates to a nerve disease which reduces balance, strength and sensation below the knees and elbows. And she has already represented Wales in the PR3 category at home internationals last year.
So two very impressive women's here. As you said, Samantha Louise Goff, we saw earlier. Rebecca Knight suffers from a muscle disease called Charcot-Marie-Tooth, which, like you said, Tom, has quite a few different effects on balance, strength, sensation, which are all really vital in rowing. So very difficult to overcome that and bring that into a competitive rowing. But that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing really impressive from both athletes to keep these boats moving nice and smoothly. And Samantha Louise, as we saw earlier, has actually had a similar start to in her first race. She's really sprung out early, but we can see Rebecca Knight there in the back of the picture actually doing a really good job of just rowing a very long stroke. She looks quite relaxed. She looks quite in control of her boat. But at the moment, it is still Samantha Louise Goff in the lead of this race of the PR3 singles for the Grosvenor Cup.
Well, Samantha Louise Goff not quite enjoying the same level of comfort that she achieved in her first race in this category, but still a few lengths clear of Rebecca Knight. Both of these athletes, I'm sure, names to watch in the years to come as we progress up towards the Los Angeles Paralympics. What a lovely destination to head out to for an Olympic Games, no less. You can see the emotion etched on Samantha Louise's face. I'm sure it's a fantastic moment to be representing St Andrew Boat Club at the highest level on the grandest of stages here in one of the most iconic rowing locations in the world.
So it was a technical issue that meant that we didn't see the race we were expecting, the junior fours between Kingston and Aberdeen, but hopefully we will be catching up with that race shortly. So for now, it is the PR3 single sculls that we are seeing, and Samantha Louise Goff there, who I suspect will be leading this race from here all the way through to the line, but she has to finish this off. She has to make sure she keeps it clean, keeps focused, keeps those legs punching down.
So the next race on the course will be race 421. That's on the state boats as we speak. The Academic Aspirational Cox's Fours, the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy. And it will be Durham University, closest to the screen in the Platina on the Berkshire station, up against Amsterdamse Studenten Vereniging Neerhuis Holland.
Show off.
On the Buckinghamshire station. It's the only one I can do. Well, and Delftshire, but that's because it's the same from that point on. And actually, every time I do it, I get told off for doing it wrong. So maybe I can, maybe I can't. Who knows?
Do it with confidence. That's the main thing.
Exactly. So this one close to getting underway. But the finish of race 420, the Grosvenor Cup for PR3 single sculls, reaching its conclusion. And this will be a special, special moment for Samantha Louise Goff, the England blind football ladies captain, now taking to the water in spectacular style and securing what looks like an inevitable victory here at the Henley Women's Regatta. and that athletic background paying dividends for her. Credit to Rebecca Knight, who's never let her go, continued to drive on. Attended the PRF intensive training camp in Portugal in March, where she made a lot of progress in a short time. I'm sure that progress, that curve will continue to be steep. Rowing is not the sort of sport that you master quickly, but both of these athletes displaying real prowess, real quality and class on the Henley Women's Regatta course. And over the line goes Samantha Louise Goff. And hopefully now she can enjoy a fabulous win in the Grosvenor Cup for PR3 single sculls. So, back to the start. It's 4-2-1. Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. Aspirational academic Cox's forwards, I should say. Durham University on the left and Neerhouse on the right. The Dutch versus the Brits. An age-old rivalry. And of course, Zoe, we saw this Neerhouse crew with a row over earlier today in the semi-final. So they'll have certainly fresher legs than Durham, who were involved in a pretty tight contest with Boston University. Do we think that's going to play into their favour, or do we think actually the ability of Durham to having raced the course already today is going to be more helpful?
It really is. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. There's things to learn from both experiences. You've got the physicality building up. You've got the lactate in the legs from your race earlier that is going to make getting off the start harder. But, potentially that's a chance to try things out. That's a chance to test your nerves, a chance to kind of really test yourself and stretch yourself. So it'll be a question of whether that is more of a benefit to Durham University than the fresh legs for Neerhouse is. And at the moment, actually, that's the way it's playing out. It looks like it is Durham University who have taken that early lead, about half a length, I would say, as they come down into the middle of the spectator zone.
We can hear the shouts. I imagine partisanship in full flow here. A bulk of support, I would guess, for Durham University. But Neerhouse, frequent visitors to the Henley Women's and Royal Regattas, and a club that I'm sure have excellent support on the bank from the other various Dutch clubs that have been competing here this weekend. We did indeed see an all-Dutch final just a few moments ago in the aspirational quad event. But you're right, Zoe. Durham showing no signs of fatigue here. Just establishing themselves as race leaders in this race 4-2-1, the final of the Cathy Cruikshank Trophy. And actually, as I look at those two crews, Durham just look a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more measured, and that's paying dividends for them. They've got about a length now.
I think that looks more like 2 lengths, I would say. And actually, now they've given themselves a bit of a buffer, so if they are struggling a bit in terms of those tired legs at the end of the race towards the finish, perhaps that will give them enough space to be able to manage any late charge from the Dutch crew. So as they move out now to, I would say, more than 2 lengths, 2.25 lengths lead there, that Durham University looking very tidy, very controlled, still punchy with the legs, and you can see how well timed their blades are. They've had a great experience in that early race of a crew that kept them under pressure, both in terms of their speed but also in terms of their steering, which will hopefully have given them a nice clear head now for this final, where at the moment they're looking pretty untroubled by the crew from Neerhouse.
You can see how vocal they are, talking to each other almost constantly, cajoling, motivating, providing feedback as they make their way down the course, which can be critical just to keep the minds calm and clear and focused on the task ahead, which is not insignificant for Durham. They still have to complete probably half the course and maintain their lead over Neerhouse. And we all know how fierce the Dutch are when it comes to their racing spirit. But we're also watching on the bottom right of our screen race number 422, the Bernard Churcher Trophy Aspirational Singles. It's Caitlin Armstrong of City of Oxford Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, left of that bottom right picture, and Jennifer Bailey of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Saw the umpire's white flag raised. I think that was in the direction of Caitlin Armstrong, just warning that sculler back onto her station to make sure that she doesn't overlap with the athlete from Mortlake. But full pictures here, and this will make for a very, very sight for sore eyes, I guess, for anyone of Palatinate persuasion. Durham University with a margin of complete control on this one. It's remarkable considering that they had such a competitive race in the semi-final, jumping between these two. 4:22 back on the screen here, and it is Zoe Caitlin Armstrong of City of Oxford with about half a length.
Yeah, it was a very punchy start there to get out ahead in that race in the aspirational single sculls. Looked a lot cleaner from her, actually, I thought, than her race that we saw just a few hours ago. So she is working out how to control that power there. And talking of power, here we see Durham University. They are leading the academic Coxless Fours for the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy. Amelie Davis, Eleanor Morris, Maya Jackson, Tale Dunn crossing the line here to take that win. Really slick performance from them.
Really impressive, considering what they've been up against today and I won't call it an easy ride that Neerhouse got, but the row over Neerhouse were confronted with in the semi-final. That's a super, super impressive performance from Durham, who will be delighted to have taken that win. A programme on the rise, no less. And that's a win for them in the Catherine Cruikshank. So this is the Bernard Churcher we're now looking at, and it seems to me Caitlin Armstrong has definitely improved race on race as I've seen her progress through this weekend. And she's now just trying to break clear of Jennifer Bailey of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club, straining every sinew to push clear of Jennifer, who there, you can see the drone shots. There's no hiding. We can see the full margin, and I think clear water has now been established on the part of Caitlin.
5th time that Caitlin Armstrong has raced the single here at Henley Women's Regatta. And if she is not gunning for this win, I don't know who would be. You can see there the sort of smile grimace on her face. She is really working. And you can see just how powerful she is. She's got really, really long levers, Caitlin Armstrong. You can see how long her stroke is, how wide her arm span is, and how long her legs are, punching down to the saxboard with all that power. She's keeping her head up there, keeping her eye on Jennifer Bailey from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha, who is going to be piling the pressure on to make sure that she stays in contention in this single.
An extraordinary journey for Caitlin Armstrong. She started rowing in 2012 and initially hated it because of the cold, wet mornings and the blisters, and self-acknowledged that she actually enjoys rowing now, and so would I if I were as competent as Caitlin clearly is in the single, and she might just crown her journey in the sport with a win here at Henley Women's Regatta. Still some work to do. We can see the 3/4 mile marker denoting probably 300 or so metres left to row. And Jennifer Bailey of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club won't give this one up easily. She'll be pretty keen to try and regain some terms with Caitlin. But it looks to me, Zoe, right to left, Caitlin in the position of authority here.
She is holding on to that, and Jennifer Bailey is definitely not going to let her get away with this easily. Also rowing long strokes, powerful strokes. You can see how athletic she is in the way that she picks the boat up and moves it along. Clearly got a really good power to weight ratio in that Mortlake Anglian and Alpha single. But as you say, it is City of Oxford, Caitlin Armstrong, who has managed to stay ahead in this race. It's really coming up into her shoulders now. She has put everything into the first part of this to make sure that she is ahead. She now needs to just hold that together for these final few strokes. Make sure she can keep it clean. Try not to repeat her experience going for a little swim at Reading Amateur just last week. And just stay together over this line.
I could see how that could happen because she does square pretty early for a single sculler. She's sort of squaring as she comes out over the knees, which means there's a far higher chance of the blades catching the water, but it doesn't seem to have caused her any problems here. It's going to be Caitlin Armstrong, a little look over her shoulder, peering to see where the finish line is. It's going to be a win for the City of Oxford sculler here in the aspirational singles, the Bernard Churcher Trophy. She can wind down. Very, very muted celebration. I'm not sure it's quite sunk in, and there we go. A couple of moments delay before she realises the magnitude of her achievements. That's a fantastic win for Caitlin Armstrong over Jennifer Bailey in the aspirational singles for the Bernard Churcher Trophy. And then we'll go back to the start pretty shortly, I think, for race 423, Championship Quads. But before that, we get something that wouldn't be out of place on the start of a Country File episode. Stunning English greenery. This is God's green earth at his finest. And Zoe, one of my personal favourite sites. Not that man with his headphones on. It was the shot before that, which was the Henley Regatta course in all its beauty. There we go. It's like the production team are listening to us, isn't it? Remarkable.
I think they're just trying to catch you out.
Well, there we go. Hundreds, perhaps even thousands of people amassed on the banks here to support the various athletes who will be contesting trophies here. We've got about 20 or so minutes left of rowing. We've got a slight delay on the next race. I think it's due off in the next few moments. In fact, it might even be under starters orders. It is. Here we go.
Catch you up before they go. Race 419 of junior Coxed fours will be run at the end of the regatta. It'll be the last race of the day after a problem with the steering wire in the Kingston boat. But here now we are, the Bourne Cup for Championship Quads. We have Leander on the right of your picture, who raced against their B crew earlier on. And we have the composite from Nottingham, Trentham and Twickenham on the left-hand side of your picture, being warned back over onto their station now by the umpire. I think that's Fiona Dennis on the launch there.
When we get those overhead drone shots, you'll see just how far that Nottingham, Trentham, Twickenham crew are over. They're probably basically in the middle of the course, which I can tell you now is not the station they should be on. Leander steering beautifully, impeccably, it has to be said. Staying straight as an arrow, bang on their line, and refusing to be rattled by this composite crew of richly talented athletes from the world-class start programme at Twickenham. And we've already seen their exploits earlier on in their dispatch in the semi-final, and this Leander crew staying in close contention with them in the early phases. And as this drone levels out, Zoe, I hate to use it, but babble to babble?
Oh, I would say, no, I'd say maybe half a canvas to the composite crew over Leander.
I knew you'd disagree
and
with
moving.
me. I think you've got better eyes than me. That's what it is.
Got my glasses on.
Well, there we go. It's the Nottingham, Trentham, Twickenham boat who are starting to find their feet in this race. They went out pretty quick, strayed over into the middle of the course, had to course correct, but now that raw power available to them, courtesy of Vaire, Obukowu, Jade Lindo, Poppy Baker and Meg Knight, beginning to be unleashed here on the Henley course. Leander under serious threat of losing their title in this trophy. It's about half a length now to the composite from Nottingham, Trentham and Twickenham.
Once again, both crews coming together in the middle of the course and then having to move back off to their stations again. I think Leander might just be starting to move back now, but that composite crew did really put in a good shift to get an early lead. They look very composed together, don't they? They look quite comfortable where they are. Leander, I think, maybe just scrabbling a little bit to get back on touch, and again, a little bit of steering back and forth from the centre of the river back out to the booms, which isn't going to be helping either.
No, not at all. But it is a consummate performance, and that's a hell of a quad, actually. That composite crew, not surprising to see them here with several athletes on board with international pedigree on their form book. Jade Lindo was at the Hollenbecker in the double a few weeks ago, winning silver and bronze. And Vaire raced at Hollenbecker and World Cup 3 in Poznan. So this is a crew stacked full of potential stars for the future, with one eye on the Los Angeles Olympic Games. But Leander on home water will not want to be rolled over easily. Stroked by Charlotte Fennell, returning to Leander this year, having finished studying and rowing at Yale University. And actually this, as you said, in the semi-final, Zoe, if Leander could turn this one around, it would be Rosa Thompson's 3rd win in a row in this category. But at the moment, she's probably under more threat now than she has been in the previous 3 years combined.
Definitely, this composite crew, very slick. Just like you said, you know, these are athletes who are looking towards LA, and I suspect the same could be said for Leander. I do think Leander have put themselves back into contention for this race. Early on, I thought the composite might actually just walk away with this one, but I think Leander have managed to hold some composure to bring themselves back. But have they done enough now? So as we come towards the finish line, we're seeing another charge from that composite crew. This is going to be really tight coming over the line. The composite crew just about holding on to that lead. Leander just left that charge just a little bit too late. And I think it is going to be that crew from the composite, the crew of Nottingham, Trentham and Twickenham Rowing Club who have taken that win over locals Leander Club.
Yeah, brilliant win that for the development athletes over Leander. So that's Leander unseated in the Bourne Cup. It will be going to Nottingham, Trentham and Twickenham in 2024. So we move back to the start, well underway in the final of the Avril Vellicott Cup Championship, Coxter's Fours, and it's Leander. Chance at redemption almost immediately for the Pink Palace on the Buckinghamshire station left of your screen, up against Molesey Boat Club, Megan Slabber, Angharad Broughton, Lisa Gersons and Ella Kossel on the Berkshire station, and Leander jumping out. It's almost like they knew that their teammates had fallen foul of that composite in the race before, and they are determined to make amends here on their home stretch. And that's nearly a length already to this Leander crew. Philippa Emery, Sophie Houston, Abigail Topp and Isabel Powell. Again, rich in international experience. Emery, Topp and have all raced internationally as under-23s. And all 4 have raced in various combinations this season, and it doesn't seem to be affecting them. They've come together pretty spectacularly here on the Henley Reach.
Again, that Molesey crew just straying over towards the booms. That's really, really close there. I hope they can just pull that back into the centre of the race, because that's not how we want to see a final finishing today at Henley Women's Regatta. So Molesey hopefully pulling themselves back into the centre of the course. That crew there, again, extremely experienced international athletes, but perhaps not quite enough race experience together as a 4 to contend with this crew from Leander Club.
Yeah, I think when you look at the 2 crews, actually, Zoe, it's clear that this Leander crew have probably spent a bit more time in the boat together. They look smoother, a bit cleaner at either end. The Molesey boat look a little bit like 4 individuals who are trying to power the shell along. Leander look more than the sum of their parts at this stage. Now, I'm sure both of these boats will have one eye on the Town Challenge Cup in a few weeks' time, and so that gives Molesey another 2 weeks to fine-tune their lineup ahead of a potential tilt at Henley Royal Glory. But at this stage, Leander in control of this final of the Avril Vellicott Cup, and it's going to take something pretty epic from Molesey to regain parity here.
So you see the Molesey crew there, still staying composed, still rowing really well, getting hold of the boat together, powering that shell along, but perhaps just underpowered as well compared to that Leander crew. Like you said, less time in the boat together, combined with maybe a little bit less wattage going through the water.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is race number 3 to 4, the Avril Vellicott Cup for Championship Coxter's Fours, and being led by Leander Club, home favourites on their preferred stretch of water, it has to be said, over Molesey Boat Club. And this is a rivalry that basically has existed since the beginning of probably domestic rowing. So 2 boat clubs that know each other extremely well. We'll keep an eye on that as it makes its way down the course. 425 also now having started. This the George Innes Cup for Championship Single Sculls. Grosvenor Rowing Club on the Berkshire station, and Waikato Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station. See if we switch pictures.
Just seeing there the final strokes. Oh, nope,
There we
we're
go.
back.
See, They do listen. It is the George Innes Cup Championship Singles. Sarah McKay, Grosvenor on the Berkshire Station. That's the left-hand side of your screen, and it's this sculler from Waikato of New Zealand, Sophie Egnert-Johnson. Both of these scullers with a keen interest in the Princess Royal Challenge Cup at Henley Royal in just a couple of weeks' time. But before that, they want to make their mark here at Henley Women's. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But it does look to me, Zoe, that Leander have this Avril Velikut Cup final under their spell.
I think barring a visit to the Booms now, it is going to be Leander Club for the Avril Velikut Cup. The last club I raced Henley Royal with versus the first club I raced Henley Royal with. So it's good for me either way. But you can see there the stars and arrows on the back of those Leander all-in-ones as they come up towards the line, taking championship coxless fours, the Avril Velikut Cup, kindly sponsored by Bavalco Limited. It is going to go just down the road to Leander Club.
Yeah, retention of their title. We saw Juliet and Amelia in the pair earlier today take the pairs win. Well, they jumped out into the pair this year, having been in the four last year, and these new athletes stepping in and fitting their shoes pretty impressively. So that's a win for Leander, and here we go in the George Innes Cup. It looks to me Sophie Egnert-Johnson with plenty of Kiwi honour already on her sideboard, under 21 and under 23 level representation, and is competing at the World University Rowing Championships this year. No better prep than racing at the Henley Women's Regatta up against Sarah McKay of Grosvenor. At the moment, the sculler from New Zealand just stretching out to about 3/4 of a length. But in a single, Zoe, that's not a lot of space, not a lot of gap, not enough margin, certainly to think about the finish line. You've got to just make sure that every stroke you take is better than the opponent who you're facing.
Yeah, and again, about keeping it clean, keeping that power on. I think that's the hard thing in the single. I mean, I actually have a 100% winning record in the single scull. I've raced once and won once,
Well,
and I will
go.
never race in it again.
There we go.
So I can tell you, as I have a 100% winning race in the single, that the way you need to do that is you actually need to really focus on every stroke. It's a really difficult thing to do, I think, because you're not being, not carried on, but you're not being kind of swept up with everybody else. You know, it is about you alone, and it's so easy to just allow yourself to lag, but you have got to stay up on top of it, up on top of the boat, up on top of your competitor. And this is a great example of that here from Sarah McKay and Sophie Egnert-Johnson.
Yeah, to your point, it's as much a mental struggle as it is a physical one. You need to be relentless, and you need to be as close to perfection as you can get. So we'll keep one eye on this one, the George Innes Cup, at the moment being led by Sophie Egnert-Johnson of Waikato Rowing Club. Back to the start, though. Aspirational doubles has begun. It's Delftse Studenten Revereniging Proteus Eritus of the Netherlands on the Berkshire. Every time I do it, you frown at me. I'm just trying, okay? I'm trying to be a legitimate, credible commentator. It's the Dutch on the Berkshire Station up against this Hartbury crew. I'm really excited to see them go down the course against the Dutch on the Buckinghamshire Station. Of course, Laha winners last year in this race. Laha not here to retain their title. So, can this Proteus Eritus crew make good on the Dutch promise? But we're looking top left at the completion of the George Innes Cup. And I think, looking at those pictures, Zoe, it is going to be, provided that she doesn't do anything silly in the final few strokes, a win for Sophie Egnert-Johnson, who has strode away from Sarah McKay and is looking pretty good now for the George Innes Cup.
Pushing right onto the line there in that single scull. Very impressive finish there from Sophie Egnert-Johnson, but exactly what we would expect of a woman of her calibre and experience. An impressive win here for her at Henley Women's.
So sculling up and over the line, that is a win for the Waikato Rowing Club sculler. Travelled a long way to be here. Well, it's a journey and a airfare well spent for Egnett Johnson. She starts her preparation for the World University Rowing Championships in the best possible way with a win in the championship single sculls. And now we're back to this, which is developing into one of the contests of the afternoon here, Zoe. You've got Hartbury on the left in that black boat and the Dutch on the right. And can I say bow to babble now?
No, I'd still say half a canvas. Half a canvas to Hartbury University and College Boat Club, stretching out maybe to a canvas now, but that Dutch crew are sitting right on them, aren't they? And they are coming very close together. I'd be very nervous about this if I was umpiring this race.
Yeah, both of them taking full advantage of their respective, admittedly intangible lanes. It looks maybe like the Hartbury crew slightly further over, and there we can see a slight course correction from that crew, just moving back onto their station to ensure that they don't clash, because the last thing you want is to be leading but then interfere with the crew who you're currently leading and then be disqualified as a result of that. So Hartbury just need to stay on their line, make sure they're doing the right things at the right times. And there we go, they're drifting back into the middle again. Difficult as well for this Dutch crew of Laura Kempen and Leonore Bose to stay focused, stay relentless as well, and stay rhythmic whilst they've got this sort of crew next to them from Hartbury who are just sort of dovetailing all over the place. But what a win this would be for Hartbury if they can pull it off. Catherine Gardner, a junior, stepping up into the aspirational double category.
I think while we were focusing on the Dutch crew there, Catherine Gardner and Eleanor Dash of Hartbury University and College might have strode out to a little bit more of a lead, given themselves a bit of a buffer as they come towards the second half of this race.
Yeah, big push there in the middle of the course. So often we see crews go for broke at the halfway mark, and it seems to me that's exactly what Hartbury have done, trying to break the back of this one. But now we move back to the start for one of the premier events of the day. It's the Ron Needs Challenge Cup Championship 8, the final against for Brooks on the Berkshire station up against Leander Club on the Buckinghamshire station. This is the most heated of rivalries, left to right, Brooks, Leander. Zoe, what are you seeing in those opening exchanges?
Again, Brooks really, really sharp start, exactly what I would expect of them. The Leander Imperial Oxford University composite on the right-hand side, a relatively newer crew. They've been swapped around a bit more, and that might have just shown as they went out of the start. But it is only, not Balbal to Balbal, but I'd say maybe a canvas to Oxford Brooks as they have gone out there. So it's going to be interesting to see here. I think, again, on paper, you might say the Leander composite crew are the stronger individuals, but Brooks have been rowing together in that program all year. They know each other, they know how they row, they know how to communicate, they know how each other races, and that is going to be really valuable. And look, it is showing here that Brooks force, half a length?
Yeah, definitely not Balbal to Balbal, but it's probably half a length. And we're watching that Leander IC Oxford crew find their feet in this regatta as they spend more time in a boat together. But talking of spending time in a boat together, there's nowhere more important than cohesiveness in a double. And this Hartbury crew, one of the standouts of the regatta so far, a brilliant performance from these two young women up and over the line. What a fantastic feather in the cap of Catherine Gardner, who takes the win in the aspirational double ahead of this Proteus Eritus combination. So this trophy will be remaining in the UK, will be coming over to the UK this year. A fantastic second win of the day for Hartbury University and College Boat Club. But now all eyes on this Brooks crew, who are striding away from the Leander Club, IC and Oxford boats. And we saw earlier Edinburgh, or was it Newcastle, I think it was, trying to get a march, steal a march on the Leander composite and not quite getting enough distance and then allowing them to come back into it. Brooks making sure they don't make the same mistakes here.
Absolutely so. That Brooks crew have just powered out there. They haven't looked back for a single second, have they? They are really not willing to take any chances, and they want to make sure that it is very obvious when they come into Henley Royal Regatta in the Remenham in a few weeks' time what it is that they are here about. And again, Lots of names on boats today, but the name on the boat of the Brooks crew, Keith Kelly, that's paying tribute to their director of sport, who unfortunately passed away earlier this year. So they are going to want to show their respects to Keith Kelly and put their marker on this event, and they look now like they are holding at one length over that Leander IC Oxford University composite.
I'll savour the moment. If you are an Oxford Brooks fan tuning in to this live stream, you're watching your girls put the pedal to the metal and driving on down in their attempts to retain the Ron Needs Cup. This crew we are likely to see again in the not too distant future in the Remenham Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta, and likely to renew acquaintances actually with this Leander Oxford IC composite, who will only pick up speed as the days pass by. They spend more time in the boat together, gelling as a unit. They will get faster, and there's no tonic like a defeat to really drive you forward. But we'll keep one eye on this as we move to the start for a race I've been looking forward to all afternoon. It's the final of the Peabody Cup. It's Hinksey Sculling School nearest to the camera on the Berkshire station, up against Headington School on the Buckinghamshire station. It's gold and bronze from the National Schools Regatta, facing up on the Henley stretch. Two crews that have been doing battle all year for junior women's rowing supremacy. And this, the penultimate chapter in their 2024 storybook. Can Hinksey continue their march towards the top of junior rowing, or will Headington steal the impetus ahead of an all-important showdown in the Prince Philip? But moving back to the line, it's Brooks who have now established clear water over the crew from Leander, IC and Oxford. That's a brilliant row from Brooks. Measured, controlled, composed, all the things you want to see from an 8, not letting up. And they're down to the line. Big celebrations. They'll be delighted with that win. That's a really, really tidy crew from Brooks. And for most of these girls, that will be 2 wins in a row here at Henley Women's Regatta, having won this event last year. We look forward to seeing this boat back on the Henley stretch in just a few days' time. But here, Zoe, we've got the Peabody Cup. It's Hinksey on the top of your picture, and it's Headington on the bottom. Hinksey being warned there by the umpire, just ensuring that they stay on their lane. Lena Wood in the coxing seat. We're speaking to Martha Shepherd in the stroke seat, the junior international. At the moment, it's Hinksey by about half a length. And we know they're coming because we can hear the volume going up.
Absolutely. Lena Wood doing a great job in the coxswain seat there to get them back on track. She is actually a rower turned cox, she herself. Very, very successful as a rower, but due to Red S, she had to take a step back and decided that she'd turn her hand to coxing instead. So she is going to be willing that crew on, making sure that they are right there on the line, as she knows how to put herself as well. It's going to be a tight race, and look, Headington have closed right back up again. I reckon that's, what, a quarter of a length at most now to Hinksey?
Yeah, not a lot to choose between these two boats. As I say, 2 titans of the junior women's rowing world. And I know how desperate Headington will be to grab some bragging rights heading into that all-important Henley Royal Regatta week, where these two crews will have it out to try and win the Prince Philip Challenge Trophy. But you're looking at the national champions here, riding with Hinksey Sculling School, Martha Shepherd in the stroke seat. And that's a remarkable story about Lena Wood from Great Britain representation at the Coupe. And is now coxing the crew. Versatility abounds. And this is a really impressive unit, this, from Hinksey. And from the moment the draw was made after the time trials, this was the route that I thought I was going to see in the final between 2 brilliant junior women's 8s. You can tell I'm more invested in the junior rowing. I tend to get a lot more excited about it. By virtue of having run a junior rowing platform for the last decade, it might be something to do with that.
It does that to you, yeah. On the bottom right of the screen here now, we are seeing the junior cox fours for the Groton Cup. That is the race that should have raced at 5:08 today, but unfortunately Kingston had a problem with their steering, so they are back now. So it is Kingston on the left-hand side of your screen and Aberdeen on the right-hand side of your screen. That's the bottom right of your picture. But if we look to the top left, it looks like Headington might have turned the tables now against Hinksey Sculling School. That perhaps that might now, that defeat at Nat Schools, that little bit of extra fire, they have put themselves out there and decided not to sit, not to let their neighbours from Hinksey march a steal on them. And it looks like to me that Headington might just have squeezed out ahead.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, there's very little to choose between those two boats as I watch the bow balls just jostling for position at the head of the race. But it does look to me like Headington have responded really well. We saw them do this in their semi-final. They allowed Shiplake to lead them out of the start and then just found their gearage, found their time around the back end in the second half. And it does look to me like Headington are coming down towards the line and are going to retain their title that they won in 2023. This for the Peabody Cup, our penultimate final of the day. What a brilliant second half from Headington, who have turned the tables on Hinksey in spectacular style and now go into Henley Royal Regatta as the clear UK favourites. That is a fantastic win for Headington. Big celebrations over the line. They'll know just how much that means, not just from a position of winning the trophy, but just for the confidence that will give them heading into the Royal. And so we move back to our last final of the day, the rescheduled Groton Challenge Cup for Junior Cox Fours. If you are on the bank, if you are listening to this live stream, get down to the river. Make sure that you are cheering on these crews as they come down towards the line. It is Aberdeen School currently leading the Kingston Grammar School by half a length.
This is great here, racing. This is basically three of my favourite events back to back. Three really great finals, especially in that Junior 8s race just before with that turnaround from Headington. Now can Kingston Grammar School do the same thing that was done to Hinksey here with Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association? That Aberdeen Schools crew, Charlotte Arthur, Jemima Aspinall, Sophie Sinclair, Penny Irvin and Cox Lily Arthur, they have put themselves ahead. Can they hold on to this now? They are no strangers to winning. They won Nat Schools in the J18 fours, and they know now what they have to do to stay ahead of Kingston Grammar School, excuse me.
Yeah, real pain etched on the face of those Kingston Grammar School girls. They will know that they have it all to do now in the second half. They've got to find something pretty magical to overcome this Aberdeen juggernaut. National champions just 4 weeks ago. So much experience, so much pedigree on board, and they're showing every ounce of that here on the Henley women's course. Such a, almost, I wouldn't call it languid, but it's a measured, relaxed style. It doesn't look rushed. It doesn't look particularly harried. They're doing all the right things, and they look like, if they need to, they have a couple of gears left to go.
And that will be where the experience of their Cox Lily Arthur comes into play. She actually won this event 2 years ago, 2022. She won the J18 Coxed Fours here at Henley Women's Regatta, but now she has an even greater honour of steering her sister Charlotte in the bow seat hopefully over the line first. And they are moving further and further away from Kingston Grammar School.
Well, that family connection especially poignant because it's going to be those two girls who will be speaking to each other, the bow-loaded Cox talking to her bow girl, the sister, the family connection proving a potent weapon here on the Henley women's course. And what a phenomenal shot that is as the drone gives us the full illumination of the Henley course on finals day. You are watching the final race of the day, the rescheduled 419, the Groton School Challenge Cup for Junior Cox Fours. The town of Henley resplendent on this wonderful summer's afternoon. So much to look forward to over the next 2 weeks, Zoe, here in Henley in relation to rowing. But we're just about to see, I think, Aberdeen crowned as winners of the Groton School Challenge Cup. They're coming down towards the line. National champions at Dorney 4 weeks ago. And I think we're going to see them win Henley Women's Regatta ahead of Kingston Grammar School.
So for this very final race of the day at Henley Women's, these 10 women have really put on a show for us in this delayed race. But as you said, Tom, nothing was stopping that crew from Aberdeen. They knew what they wanted from stroke one, and they just went out there and got straight into their rhythm, straight into that long rowing pattern. Have moved away from Kingston pretty much every single stroke of this race.
Yeah, fabulous performance there from Aberdeen, richly deserved. They're going to take the Groton School Challenge Cup, and over the line they go. The realisation, it's a unique moment, and I love watching it every single time. That cocktail of exhaustion, of ecstasy, of elation, all of the E's. I've run out of hyperbole at this point that starts with an E. But it's Aberdeen, that's a win in the Groton School Challenge Cup. So that concludes racing for today at Henley Women's Regatta, and indeed concludes the 2024 edition of this event. It's been a vintage year for all of the women competing here on the Henley stretch on this iconic course. Record entry overseas and domestic, with the winners crowned this afternoon in a set of fabulous finals. Prize giving will be happening in about 5 or so minutes time in the chairman's enclosure. And we are looking forward to watching all of the crews who have won medals and trophies here today disembarking and enjoying what promises to be a wonderful evening. Zoe, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. It's been a mammoth shift, but we're finally at the finish line.
A pleasure as always.
Wonderful. Well, from Henley Women's Regatta, we're signing off, but Henley Royal is just around the corner.
For race 400.
So I'm thrilled to introduce to the stage the chair of Henley Women's Regatta, Naomi Ashcroft.
I think I'd like to start by saying welcome and congratulations to our winners of Henley Women's Regatta 2024. This regatta would not be possible without the support and generous donations given by our sponsors and supporters, which include the Colgan Foundation, Wentworth House Partnership, Tim and Sarah Lohman, Empacker, Perry's Blazers and Asquith Bearporium. So I thank you for that support. I would also like to thank the Copus Partnership. Without them, it would be impossible to stage this regatta, which is set up each year on a greenfield site. An enormous amount of effort and teamwork goes into making that happen throughout the year. So thank you to the Copus Partnership. Further, we wouldn't be allowed on the river, fairly critical for regatta, without the support of the stewards of Henley Royal Regatta. And also I'd like to thank Remington Club for the chairman's enclosure and all the support we have from our friends. I'm pleased to say that this is the premier regatta for women's rowing in the world. It is entirely run by an enormous team of volunteers. And it's teamwork that's made this regatta possible over the last 3 days. And there's a lot of effort that goes in throughout the 12 months leading up to the last 3 days. And our preparations for Henley Women's Regatta 2025 will be starting tomorrow. Now I'd like to introduce this year's prize giver. She was part of the first crew that won a World Championship medal for women's British rowing. Also a member of the crew that won our GB Women's first Olympic medal. She is pioneering as well as inspirational. She was the former chairman of Henley Women's Regatta, and last year she was awarded an MBE for services to women's rowing. I give you Miriam Luke.
Right, well this is the best part of the whole of the regatta, which is giving out the prizes at the end. And everybody here knows how hard it is to win at Henley Women's. You know, if you go to national schools or other regattas, they give you a gold medal, a bronze medal and a silver medal. But here it's only the winners that get to hold the trophy and to get a little red box with your medal in it. So it's really tough to win here. So well done to all of you that have won. It's not an easy event to race at. We did see a few people take out the booms. In fact, one of the posts is missing. We'll have to get that fixed in time for next week. As they said, it's been a record-breaking regatta. When I took over as chairman in 2013, we had a record entry of 1,300 women rowers at Henley Women's. This year is 2,300. So in 10 years, it's gone up 1,000, nearly doubled. And so And that's a real reflection of what you guys are doing out there with regards to taking up rowing, doing all that training that you do, listening to your coaches and all that great coaching that you get, that has actually raised the standard of women's rowing and means that this regatta gets better and better and better. So, one of the questions that I'm always asked is, what's going to happen? At Henley Royal, they're introducing more women's events, which is fantastic. That's the whole reason why this regatta was set up in the first place. So what place does Henley Women's have if Henley Royal is adding more women's events? Ironically, the more women's events you add to Henley Royal, the more of you enter here. And you get a chance to race here, and then the very, very best go on to row at Henley Royal. So I say thank you very much to Henley Royal for making Henley Women's even more successful. Finally, I just want you to thank your coaches. I've had many coaches over the years, all very different. I wouldn't say the world's most perfect coach exists out there. And having coached at Henley Rowing Club for the last 6 or 7 years, I understand what it is like to be a coach. So what I want to say is thank you, coaches, for all the hard work that you've put in to get these crews going as fast as they go. And when any of you do retire, think about taking up coaching. We need more women's coaches out there, and we need better coaches as well. So thank you ever so much, coaches, and don't forget to come and get your medals as well. So all I want to say is well done to you all. I look forward to presenting you with your trophies and your medals, and let's get on with the show.
So we're going to start with the prize giving now. The first bit of housekeeping is if you do receive a trophy here on the stage, if you could please take it back to the picnic bench. You can take your photos with it and everything, and then return it back at the end of the prize giving to the team here. That would be wonderful. Okay, so first and foremost, I believe this crew have got a flight to catch, so we're going to make sure that they're able to get on that. So the first prize that we'll be awarding here for Henley Women's Regatta is the Chairman's Trophy for Aspirational Quadruple Sculls, and that goes to Algemene Rotterdamske Studenten Roeivereniging Skadi, Rotterdam, Netherlands.
Yay, well done, Stella.
Thank you. So please welcome the crew of Sarah Ruger, Gita Postumus, Vanetta Shrivers and Eika Bavala. And also a big thank you to their coaching team, Wouter Verheim and Thijs Hogenraad, Tobias van Liet, Jade Meissen and Floor de Gro Mette Oostenbrink. So once again, a big well done there to Skadi, and I hope all of the other crews have got your songs prepared as well. So next up, we're going to be presenting the Fiona Dennis Trophy for Aspirational Lightweight Single Sculls. And the winner, Isabel Lancaster from Reading University Boat Club. And also a big well done to Isabel's coaching team, Will Rand, Chris Bartley and Simon Williamson. We've got one more. Next up, we're going to present the Di Ellis Trophy for Junior Single Sculls, kindly sponsored by St George's Ladies Rowing Club. And the winner, Lily Rose Anderson from Wycliffe College Boat Club. And also a big congratulations to Lily's coach, Greg Flower. Next up, we have the trophy, the Haslam Palfrey Trophy for Championship Lightweight Double Sculls, kindly sponsored by Wentworth House Partnership. This prize will be presented by Eric Murray, two-time Olympic gold medalist from the Kiwi pair and Thomas Keller medal winner. And the winners of the Haslam Palfrey Trophy, Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. And also a huge congratulations to Dart Totnes' coach, Ian Piercy. Next up, we have the presentation for the Parkside Trophy for Championship Lightweight Coxless Pairs. And the winners, Quentin Boat Club. Quentin Boat Club, represented by Sophie Young and Jess Hardwick. And a huge congratulations to Quentin's coach, Jamie Smith. Next, we have the presentation for the Redgrave Challenge Vase, kindly sponsored by Sir Steve and Lady Anne Redgrave for Championship Coxless Pairs. And the winners, Leander Club. Do we have Amelia and Juliet? They're still travelling up. We'll let them make their way from Leander. But huge congratulations to Leander. Next, we have the presentation for the Frank v. Harry Cup for Development Coxed Fours. And the winners, Edinburgh University Boat Club. A huge congratulations to Grace Chapman, Erica Watt, Millie Drury, Katie Robertson, and Theo Murphy. And a big congratulations to Edinburgh's coach, Mike Hughes. Now, the winners of the W. Peer Cup for Championship Double Sculls, Oxford Brookes University Boat Club and Thames Rowing Club. Oxford Brookes and Thames Rowing Club, represented by Jenny Bates and Freya Keto. Hello. And a big congratulations to their coach as well, Helen Brown. Next, we have the presentation for the West End ARA Trophy for Junior 16 Coxed Fours. And the winners, Godolphin and Latimer School Boat Club. A big congratulations to Olivia Isa-Puhol, Laura Bone, Hannah Corcoran, Maya Massaro, and Olivia Wilson. And a huge congratulations to their coaches, Alison Duggan and Sean Blake. Now for the Nina Padwick Trophy for Junior 16 Quadruple Sculls. And the winners, Henley Rowing Club. Henley Rowing Club represented by Evelyn Meeks, Charlotte Tong, Jemima Butterworth and Molly Hall. And a big congratulations as well to their coach, Charlotte Rowley. Next, we have the presentation for the Colgan Foundation Cup for Aspirational Academic Aids. This event is kindly sponsored by the Colgan Foundation, and we have Sean Colgan here to present the prizes. The winners of the Colgan Foundation Challenge Cup, Oxford Brookes University. Oxford Brookes University represented by Darcy Wynne-Jones, Madison Gibb, Beatrice Myers, Hannah Ashley Carter, Ada Cosine Diaz, Shelby Colbeck, Isabella Shepherd-Wolf-Grammer, Ella Shaw and Emily Mears. And a big congratulations to the coaching team at Oxford Brookes, Chris Tebb, Hugo Gulliver, Richard Spratley and Henry Baylor-Schwebb. We now have the presentation for the Leicester Trophy for Aspirational Club Coxless Fours. And the winners, London Rowing Club. London Rowing Club represented by Hermione Brewster, Kate Griffiths, Gabriella Morton and Amelia Perrin. And a big congratulations as well to their coach, Emma Firrick. Our next trophy is the Rayner Cup for Junior Double Sculls, sponsored by the Rayner family. This prize will be presented by Katie Kapanos, who will be presenting the prizes. And the winners of the Rayner Cup, Hartpury University and College Boat Club. Hartpury represented by Chloe Shepherd and Millie Hurrell. Hi. And a big congratulations to their coach, Ben Smeaton. Next, we have the Godfrey Rowe Sports Trophy for Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. The winner, Rena McCormick from the Schuylkill Navy High Performance Collaborative, USA. Thank you. And a big congratulations to Runa's coach, Colin Barrett. Next, we have the B Langridge Trophy for Junior Quadruple Sculls, sponsored kindly by Perfectly Picked. And the winners, Wycliffe College Boat Club. Wycliffe represented by Eloise Etherington, Mia Lowes, Violet Holbrook Brooksbank and Lily Martin. And a big congratulations to Wycliffe's coach, Greg Flower. Next, we have the presentation for the Copus Cup for Aspirational Club 8s, kindly sponsored by the Copus Partnership. And the winners, Thames Rowing Club. Thames Rowing Club represented by Matilda Donacci, Caitlin Kickham, Hetty Palmer, Megan Barry, Isabel Lack, Charlotte Orrell, Celine Vine, Valentina Fenton and Emily Insanali. The trophy for the Copus Cup is being presented by Tanya Copus. And a big congratulations to Thames's coaching team, Ewan Dickerson and Hannah Taylor, and the rest of the Thames Rowing Club women's coaching team. The next presentation will be for the Grosvenor Cup for PR3 Single Sculls. And the winner, St Andrew Boat Club, Samantha Louise Goff. And congratulations to the coaching team, Lindsay Flockhart and Tom Young. Now we have the Kathy Cruikshank Trophy for Aspirational Academic Coxless Fours. And the winners, Durham University Boat Club. Durham University Boat Club represented by Amelie Davis, Eleanor Morris, Maya Jackson and Tally Dunn. And a congratulations to Durham's coaching team, Holly Young and Will Fletcher. Now we have the Bernard and Pauline Churcher Cup for Aspirational Single Sculls. The winner, Caitlin Armstrong from City of Oxford Rowing Club. And a big congratulations as well to the City of Oxford Rowing Club coaching team, Rodney Andrews, Clive Cooper and Tom Chapman. Now, the Bourne Cup for Championship Quadruple Sculls. And the winners, Nottingham Rowing Club, Trenton Boat Club and Twickenham Rowing Club. Representing in this crew, Vaire Obokokwu, Jade Lindo, Poppy Baker and Megan Knight. And a big congratulations to the coaching team, Ben Welburn and Helen Brown. I know it's hot, guys. We are almost at the end, so let's make sure we keep the momentum up and the cheers coming for everyone who's won prizes today. Next up, we have the Avril Velicott Cup for Championship Coxless Fours, sponsored kindly by Bavalco Limited. And the winners, Leander Club. Leander, represented by Philippa Emery, Sophie Houston, Abigail Top and Isabel Powell. And a big congratulations to the coaching team at Leander, Ross Hunter and Rich Eggington. We now have the George Innes Cup for Championship Single Sculls. This event is kindly sponsored by Elise Cope. And the winner, from Waikato Rowing Club, New Zealand, Sophie Egnott Johnson. And a big congratulations to Sophie's coach, Stephen Wills. We now have the Rosie May Glothling Trophy for Aspirational Double Sculls, kindly sponsored by Tim and Sarah Lohman. We do have Sarah Lohman here to present the prizes for these Aspirational Double Sculls. And the winners of the Rosie May Glothling Trophy, Hartbury University and College Boat Club. Hartbury represented by Catherine Gardner and Eleanor Dash. And a big congratulations to their coach, Laura Merridew. We now have the presentation for the Ron Needs Challenge Cup for Championship 8. This event has kindly been sponsored by St George's Ladies Rowing Club. And the winners, Oxford Brookes University Boat Club. Oxford Brookes represented by Claire Fearick, McKenna Simpson, Jasmine Bowers, Nicole Cusack, Martha Birtles, Brenna Randall, Ariana Ford, Grace Richards and Beatrice Argyle. And once again, a big congratulations to the coaching team at Oxford Brookes, Chris Tebb, Hugo Gulliver, Richard Spratley and Henry Baylash-Webb. We now have the penultimate trophy to hand out, which is the Peabody Cup for Junior 8s. And the winners, Headington School Boat Club. Headington represented by Alice Stapley, Olivia Nicholson, Eleanor Duxbury, Helena Purvis, Isabel Jeans, Lucy Pilar, Emma Miles, Sophie Haseman and Alison Powell. And congratulations to Headington Schools coach, Ryan Demain. We're coming to the end of the prize giving and we have the final trophy now to award. And firstly, I just want to say a huge thank you to both crews in the final here for your patience, because I know that that was, a lot with that race being delayed until the end of the day. So, yeah, big thank you to both crews in this final. But we're now going to present the Groton School Challenge Cup for Junior Cox 4s. And the winners, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. ASRA represented by Charlotte Arthur, Jemima Aspinall, Sophie Sinclair, Penny Irvin and Lily Arthur. And also a big well done to their coach, Holly Reid. Well, folks, I lied to you all. It actually wasn't the last presentation. Never trust the commentators. We now have the winners of the Redgrave Challenge Vase for Championship Coxless Pairs, kindly sponsored by Sir Steve and Lady Anne Redgrave, Leander Club. Representing Leander Club, Amelia Standing and Juliet Perry. And a big thank you to their coaches, Ross Hunter and Harriet Taylor. So a huge round of applause once again for all of our prize winners here this afternoon. Well, folks, I suppose all that is left to say is a big thank you to you. Firstly, to all of the athletes that have raced here this weekend, a few of which we have seen standing up here on this podium, but a huge number of which we haven't. And so, firstly, a big thank you to all those athletes, coaches and supporters and spectators that stand behind them to make this whole event happen. Secondly, I'd like to hear a huge, huge round of applause. And we heard a little bit about the amount of volunteers, the expansive amount of volunteers it takes to run this event. And I think they deserve a huge round of applause from you all, because this event simply would not happen without them. And really, again, I think all that's left to say is we really hope to see you again next year in June 2025. Can you believe it? And we wish you all a very safe and pleasant journey home. And if you are able to, we would love you all to please stand, if you can, for the national anthem. Thank you very much, everyone. Safe journey home, and we'll see you again next year at Henley Women's Regatta 2025.
What an incredible celebration of world-class rowing. Huge congratulations to our winners. You should be really proud of yourselves. Today was a showcase of determination, hard work and skill. And congratulations also to the family, friends, coaches, supporters and everyone who helped get those crews past that finish line. If walking up and down the banks here in Henley told me anything today, it was that rowing is well and truly a team sport in more ways than one. And to those crews that didn't get the results they wanted today, please know that you are not alone. In fact, you're in very good company. We have all been there. I was chatting with a competitor earlier and she reminded me that rowing and in fact life is often about how we respond when things don't go to plan or don't go our way. So we really hope that you go away from this experience encouraged and that you come back and join us next year. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us on the live stream. We hope that for those of you who couldn't get to Henley, we were able to bring a little bit of the atmosphere, a little bit of the buzz, and a little bit of Henley to you. Thank you also to the volunteers, the ambassadors, the supporters, and everybody who made this regatta possible. We hope that you will agree when we say that Henley Women's Regatta is well and truly a beacon for women's rowing. So all that's left for me to say is goodbye from this beautiful summer's evening here in Henley. We hope you have a really good week ahead. Thank you for joining us, and see you next year.